And no doubt you gave advice collectively.
We gave advice collectively where there were important issues so that we gave advice collectively under a number of circumstances. The most important one was where we thought there was an issue of great public importance, where we wanted to signal to the public that this was a collective view. Shall I give an example of that?
Please.
So, for example, when schools were going back, we wanted to give a collective view about the risk-benefit in a very clear way to the general public and to teachers and staff members. We wanted to give a clear view about vaccination of children, and we gave those views as a collective, because our view was, as a collective, in a sense, we were demonstrating this was not just one person's opinion, this was a general opinion of the profession as represented by the chief medical officers. And in some cases, we did it collectively also with the deputy chief medical officers.
So you were doing it not just to aid collective decision-making for trans-UK matters, but to make a strong collective public statement.
Correct. And then sometimes we would get other senior clinicians from other areas to do this as well. And I think one bit of that, which I hope that the inquiry will find useful, we collectively wrote a report to our successors, along with Dame Jenny Harris in her new role, and also Steve Powis from the NHS, to say this is our professional opinion on the technical matters, fully saying, to be clear, that the narrative of the inquiry will come from, the narrative of the pandemic will come from this inquiry, but we wanted to have a collective view to whoever was next having to face the pandemic in the UK, here's what we learned from this.
Can you recall any significant scientific disagreements between you, albeit I'm sure there were times that you were testing each other's thinking and testing the conclusions that the others might have reached, but any significant disagreements?
Not that I can recall. I think there were several points where we had to choose something over quite hard to reach a collective view. But these were usually things which were, in practice, 49%, 51% calls, where it's not really clear what to do and there is a legitimate spread of opinion. And we wanted to, when we gave our collective view, be pretty confident that we were giving one that we could all sign up to and felt comfortable with, and we'd thought through the pros and cons of that. But I don't think there were any from a technical point of view. The most difficult one tended to be on borders.
And you gave advice on borders, balancing risks and benefits in education, of course, vaccination, dosing schedules,
all of these,
clinical trials, and also winter challenges,
exactly.
Challenges faced by all the nations. There has been some suggestion from some quarters that there was an absence of proper collaboration on the clinical medical front with the devolved administrations. Do you consider that there was, in fact, the closest of collaboration with all four nations?
Well, I mean, just commenting on the areas where I was involved, there are many others. I think the CMOs demonstrably did a lot together. The different public agencies did a lot together, and, for example, all the issues around PPE were agreed on a four-nations basis, usually at a technical level. The presidents of the Royal Colleges, with whom I met regularly, are on a UK-wide basis, principally. Some of them are more Scottish-based or English-based, for example, but they are a UK resource. So, and the General Medical Council, which is involved in some of these, is a UK body. So we were working from a purely professional, technical point of view, clinical and public health, in my view, very closely all the way through and at multiple levels, and this carried on all the way through the system. That doesn't mean that there weren't different and perfectly legitimately different responses to the pandemic at a operational, political and other areas, so I'm not claiming that this is identical across the UK, it clearly wasn't. But I think at a technical level, we did whatever we could to ensure that the advice was shared and also tested across the UK, and I think that was actually a real strength.
As a matter of interest, it's obvious that there were, a very large number of meetings from the 24th of January 2020 onwards. In terms of the formality of that process, do you recall whether or not your various meetings with the other UK CMOs were minuted?
We had, essentially, we met in kind of three different ways. There was just informal discussions. There were formal things where we were trying to come to a decision, and essentially that either ended up with a minute or it might end up with a joint letter, but that essentially is the minute of these are the positions we've taken. And then there were discussion groups, of which the most, probably the most prominent was something called the Senior Clinicians Group, which I chaired. And that didn't just have CMOs, it also had people from the NHS. At some points it had chief nurses and others. So this was very much not a decision-making. It was for just people to share information, principally. But these were, where a decision was taken, then there would be a formal record of it. And that, I think, was the key point about this.
Moving on to another part of the system, Public Health England. You say in your statement that, because you were asked to comment.
A shooting overnight at a Walmart in Ohio leaves at least 4 injured and the suspected shooter dead. We have the latest details from the ground.
Growing hope for freeing hostages in Gaza. The president saying he believes a deal could be close. This as Israel releases new video showing the inside of what it says is a Hamas tunnel inside hospital grounds.
A mysterious illness puts pet parents on edge. The deadly dog disease spreading across the country. Why vets are worried the holidays could make the outbreak worse.
The Eagles and Chiefs meet in the pouring rain for a Super Bowl rematch. The Monday Night Football matchup leaving KC fans to shake it off.
It's the season for scams. Grabbing gifts could leave you vulnerable to holiday hackers. We've got the top tips to keep your information safe while you shop. It's Tuesday, November 21st. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news in Ohio, where a gunman opened fire at a Walmart in the town of Beaver Creek, wounding 4. They are all currently being treated at the hospital. Their condition is not clear this morning. Police say the alleged shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. No motive has been uncovered yet. The investigation is ongoing. The Walmart Corporation said in a statement, quote, "We are heartbroken by what's happened."
A temporary truce between Hamas and Israel could happen very soon. The political chief of Hamas posted online saying the group is in contact with Qatari mediators, adding, quote, "We are close to reaching a truce agreement." Raf Sanchez has the latest on the war.
Families of the hostages held captive in Gaza daring to hope, and so is President Biden.
Mr. President, is a hostage deal near? I believe so, but I'm not prepared to talk to you. Believe so? Yes. Thank you.
But so far, Hamas refusing to release the over 200 hostages held since its October 7 terror attack, including a 3-year-old American girl and a 10-month-old baby. Sources tell NBC News a deal would involve a pause in the fighting in exchange for the hostages, though cautioning talks could still collapse. Among those praying, Yoni Asher.
I am a father of 2 little girls, Raz and Aviv.
This chilling video showing his daughters, wife, and mother-in-law all being kidnapped by Hamas. It's been 45 days with no word.
Are you allowing yourself to be hopeful?
I have to. This family has no other member but me. I am the father. If I would not be their voice, nobody will.
While in Gaza, gunfire outside this hospital, where many Palestinian civilians are taking shelter. The Palestinian Authority says 12 patients were killed by Israeli shelling. Israel says it shot back after militants opened fire from inside the medical facility, but denies shelling it. Israeli tanks seen surrounding the hospital. And 28 premature babies carried out of Gaza to the safety of Egypt. Tiny lives younger than the war they were born into. Palestinian doctors say at least 8 babies have died since their incubators lost power at Al-Shifa Hospital last week. Israel and the U.S. maintain Hamas used the hospital as a command center. Israel releasing this security footage time-stamped from the morning of October 7th, saying it shows Hamas gunmen forcing one hostage into the hospital. Another hostage is seen bleeding, wheeled in by men with AK-47s. Israel also showing images of what it says is a Hamas tunnel below Al-Shifa, 10 yards deep, 55 yards long, and leading to a blast door with a firing hole. NBC News has not been able to independently verify the assertion.
Our thanks to Raf for that report.
New this morning, a court decision that jeopardizes the Voting Rights Act. A federal appeals court has issued a ruling that, if upheld nationally, would essentially be a death blow to the landmark law. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Hi, Bree, good morning. What did these judges decide?
Good morning, Francis. So this new ruling from the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals found that only the federal government can sue under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which provides protection against discrimination in voting laws. Now, most Voting Rights Act claims are brought by private citizens and groups, but this decision says only the Department of Justice can file a claim because the language in the law does not include a private right to action. This ruling applies to the 7 states in the 8th Circuit. It was centered on a case in Arkansas where advocates had challenged redistricting in the state, saying the new maps did not give fair representation to Black voters. Similar challenges have recently been made in Alabama, Georgia, and Louisiana, and they were all successful. The states were ordered to redraw their maps. But the 8th Circuit judges just decided that only the U.S. Attorney General has the power to bring this kind of a case. Now, this new ruling is sure to be challenged and will likely go to the Supreme Court. Francis.
Okay, just the start of it now. Bree, thank you.
The Supreme Court has rejected Derek Chauvin's appeal in the George Floyd case. The former Minneapolis police officer is serving a 22.5-year sentence for the murder that triggered widespread protests across America. Chauvin's lawyer implied that a fear of race riots influenced the jury to reach a guilty verdict. He also accused at least one juror of being biased because they had attended a George Floyd rally before the trial. Chauvin now has one more appeal pending. Earlier this month, he filed a motion to overturn a federal civil rights conviction.
A federal appeals court in Washington is weighing whether a gag order on former President Trump unfairly limits what he can say in his presidential campaign. The judges appearing likely to uphold some version of the existing gag order that bans Trump from attacking prosecutors, court staff, and witnesses. This all focuses on his federal election interference case, where he is accused of plotting to reverse the 2020 election results. While judges seem troubled by the idea that a court is powerless to protect witnesses from threats, they also question whether the existing order goes too far.
Now to Hawaii, where a military jet made an unexpected splash landing. A large military surveillance and patrol plane overshot its runway, ending up in a shallow bay near Honolulu. A Navy spokesperson says everyone on board was safely evacuated and a temporary floating barrier was set up to protect the environment. The cause of this mishap is under investigation.
If you are hitting the road for Thanksgiving this year, buckle up. As Tom Costello tells us, Turkey Day travel could break some records this year.
The TSA calls it the 12 days of Thanksgiving as more Americans travel early and work remotely before and after Thursday. 2.6 million passengers flying Tuesday and Wednesday. Then a record Sunday crescendo, nearly 3 million flying home.
We get out on a Monday and we come right back after before the crowds come.
What could slow things down?
Mother Nature, of course, is the X factor in all of this.
If you can fly in the slow season between Thanksgiving and Christmas, airlines have millions of empty seats to fill. Now many are offering cut-rate deals, as low as $29 one way on Southwest. So far this year, only 1.3% of flights have been delayed, the lowest in a decade, most blamed on weather and airline issues. But amid record passenger levels, pilot and controller errors have led to 23 high-profile near misses this year on runways and in the air. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Is the system right now really being stressed beyond its capacity?
Well, demand is growing. It's going to continue to grow. So the system has to grow with it.
For this week, the FAA is opening 169 new fast lanes in the sky as departing commercial flights get priority over private planes.
The FAA also opening up closed military airspace off the East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico and curtailing rocket launch activity in Florida to help move things along. Back to you.
Hey, Tom, thank you.
Even with all those efforts, Thanksgiving travel will still likely hit some turbulence. A massive storm system impacting most of the country. Thankfully, we've got NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman here tracking it all for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at a big system. It's bringing heavy rain in a lot of spots. It's bringing some wintry weather and also the chance for severe weather once again today. We had that yesterday, and we're watching that this morning. Some storms down along the Gulf Coast states. That's going to stay in place today. And then lots of rain. Where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're looking at the heaviest rain falling right now. To the northern part, we're looking at wintry weather, and that's going to impact portions of the interior Northeast, also New England as we go throughout the day. It's a big system. It's moving quickly, though. That's the good news, and it's bringing all this trouble, certainly impacting travel today. Heavy rain, wind, and we'll see winds gusting tomorrow as well once the system pulls out of here. And that's what it will do tomorrow. It's going to pull quickly out of here. It's going to bring back some cooler air. It's going to be windy, but also seeing lingering showers, some snow showers in portions of New England. Could even see some ice in parts of New England, too, today and tomorrow. We're looking at the chance for severe weather, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this yellow here, Montgomery, Mobile, Pensacola. Could see some really strong storms. We even have the chance of a few tornadoes. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures in the Northeast are chilly this morning. We're also looking at the chance for some wintry weather in parts of the interior Northeast into New England and in the south central states. Looking cool this morning. We're looking at temperatures into the 50s and 60s by this afternoon, 59 in Dallas. All right, guys, that's your Tuesday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. It was a nice day at the White House for a turkey pardon. Two birds, Liberty and Belle, have been spared from the Thanksgiving table. It also happened to be President Biden's 81st birthday, and he used the opportunity to joke about his age.
This is the 76th anniversary of this event. And I want you to know I wasn't there in the first one. I was too young to make it up.
The jokes continued later on Instagram. President Biden shared this photo of a fiery birthday cake with no room left for any more candles.
Does look like a fire hazard. Early today is back in 60 seconds with an important warning for pet owners.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivered.
All right, it gets me too.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A mysterious illness is putting pet owners on edge. It's spreading through dogs across the country. What starts off as a cough can turn deadly. And with holiday travel putting our pets in boarding kennels, vets are now raising concerns. Liz Kreutz reports.
A highly contagious and potentially deadly illness is spreading among dogs.
We are seeing a plethora of these infections, and it's concerning.
Officials say the mystery respiratory disease starts with a cough that can last for several weeks. In some cases, dogs develop pneumonia, which can progress quickly and become severe in as little as 24 to 36 hours. Other common symptoms include sneezing, nasal or eye discharge, and fatigue. So far, it's unknown what causes the illness, and it's largely been found to be unresponsive to antibiotics.
We're not finding just one bug that is causing all of these dogs to be sick.
Since August, more than 200 cases have been reported in Oregon. The illness has also been found in a number of other states across the country. In some cases, dogs have died, although it's unclear how many. At one Denver area hospital, vets say they've seen a spike in cases, now up to 3 a day. Some dogs become so sick that they need to be put on oxygen.
We are using our isolation ward heavily with all of these infections.
As researchers continue to investigate what's behind the unusual illness, vets are now encouraging dog owners to exercise caution.
Where we're seeing these cases come from in our hospital are from dogs that have been at boarding facilities or at doggy daycare. With the holidays coming up, people being more inclined to board their dogs as they go on vacation, as they go see family, I am worried about it getting much worse.
To keep your pets healthy, experts say to avoid boarding your dog if you're traveling this holiday season and consider asking someone to dog sit instead. Make sure your dog is up to date on vaccinations, especially those that protect against respiratory illnesses. Watch your dog closely and head to the vet if you notice any symptoms. And if possible, keep your pets at home and avoid settings where they may come in contact with other dogs, including the dog park or the groomer. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Still to come, Chiefs receivers couldn't even catch a cold during a rainy night at Arrowhead. A recap of the much-anticipated Super Bowl rematch right after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's a shot for Smith. He's got it! They're going to mark him at the 1.
Jalen Hurts was dressing for revenge on Monday Night Football. The Eagles got out to a rough start against the Kansas City Chiefs, the first time both teams have met since Super Bowl 57 back in February. The Chiefs' defense stifled the Eagles in the first half, but Philly managed to flip the script in the second, shutting out the Kansas City offense and forcing a rare fumble from Travis Kelce. Look how mad he is. The Eagles took the lead in the fourth and never gave it back. Philly takes all their fans to the summit of the NFL with their 21-17 victory. So, you know, you saw how upset Travis Kelce was. He had been happy for his brother, though, given his first win, you know, for Jason against Travis. But that tough one with a certain person that a lot of people were expecting to be there and not there, neither was her, you know, Mama and Papa Swift. They weren't there either.
Well, it was a rough night for the Chiefs, and since they had a really high-scoring Super Bowl, it was like 38-35, people thought maybe it'd be a high-scoring Monday night game. Not so much. It was still very, very entertaining, and who knows, might be a preview of things to come. All right, there's only 3 days left of games in the first round of the inaugural NBA in-season tournament. The last day of tournament play on Friday saw James Harden finally nab his first win as a Clipper with that last-second victory over his old team, the Houston Rockets. Meanwhile, the New Orleans Pelicans scored a major victory over the defending champion Denver Nuggets. That ties them up for control of Group B in the West. So as of now, the only teams with sole control of their group are the Lakers in the West and the Pacers up there in the East in Group A. Tonight's slate of games is lighter than usual with only 5 tournament matchups, but it does feature those Lakers squaring off against the Utah Jazz, who sit just 1 game behind in their group. So it still may be a little confusing. I got to admit, still a little confusing for me, but it's going to get a lot clearer when it starts becoming elimination next week.
Yeah, next week on Tuesday. That's going to be the last day of the first round and where we get started there. Now to a brewing controversy in college basketball. LSU superstar Angel Reese was absent from the Tigers' victory over Texas Southern on Monday. It's the 2nd straight game she's missed this season. Reese, who led LSU to their first women's title last season, was benched at halftime during their 4th game of the year for what was called a coach's decision. The team has given no specific reason for her absence, while the only public acknowledgement from Reese was a Sunday post on X right there on your screen. It reads, "Please don't believe everything you read," but when it comes to social media, the speculation, the rumors all running rampant. So we'll see if she shows up. I know after Thanksgiving, the team's going to the Cayman Islands for a couple of games, and we'll see if she shows up, if she's there.
Her coach said she should be back sooner rather than later, but, you know, it's still early in the season. When it counts, I have a feeling she'll be there.
And we still don't know why.
All right, up next, Krispy Kreme is serving up some sweet treats, sure to cheer up any cotton-headed ninny muggins.
And Shakira will be home for the holidays. The latest on her tax fraud case when we come back.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand with everything.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Shakira has reached a settlement in her tax fraud case. The singer was accused of 6 counts of failing to pay over $15 million in income taxes back in 2012 through 2014 and faced up to 8 years in prison. As part of the deal, she has agreed to pay a fine of $7.6 million.
Max is dropping its streaming prices for Black Friday by 70%. The ad-supported standard tier has been reduced to $2.99. The last day to sign up is November 27th.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas over at the White House. First Lady Jill Biden received the White House Christmas tree while joined by military families and children.
And the holiday movie Elf is turning 20. To celebrate its anniversary, Krispy Kreme is releasing a limited edition donut collection inspired by the movie. They'll be available starting Friday.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tis the season to be wary. The holidays are here, and along with it, a new slew of online scams. Our Noah Pransky tells us what to watch out for this year.
Avoiding shopping scams used to be so simple. Watch out for pickpocketers. Don't send money online to strangers. If an email looks fake, it probably is. But in 2023, the scams are a lot more sophisticated than you may have realized.
These are organized criminal gangs, often located overseas, who are very savvy at what they do.
John Brio with the National Consumer League has been tracking really convincing websites, product reviews, shipping alerts, all fake. Basically, these aren't the same old Nigerian email scams. Just ask a former Nigerian scammer.
It's getting so sophisticated now. They're becoming smarter every day.
Chris Maxwell, zooming in from the middle of the night in Nigeria, is a reformed scammer now consulting for the site socialcatfish.com. He says scammers aren't just looking for a quick payday these days. They want a gift that keeps on giving. Just one of your major passwords, since so many of us reuse them across multiple accounts.
Once you have access to the password, you have access to their social security number, you have access to their driver's license, you have access to their credit cards, you have access to their bank accounts. Very easy to do a lot of damage with information like that.
So here are 5 quick tips to defend yourself against 2023's most dangerous thieves and hackers. Number 1, don't reuse passwords. I know it's impossible to remember 300 different logins, but at least use different passwords for your bank and email. Consider using a secure password manager to make it all easier. And always use two-factor authentication for those really important accounts. Number 2, look out for shipping scams. Get an email or text about a delayed delivery? Don't click, don't respond, don't call the number. To avoid a trap, get your updates from the retailer or the shipper's sites. Tip number 3, you may think I'm nuts here, but update your software. About 4 in 10 Americans hammer that remind me later button when prompted to patch up vulnerabilities, and it's music to hackers' ears. Well, this is me, reminding you later. Update your phone and your software. Tip number 4, pay with a credit card. They have much better protections than most of the new digital payments scammers prefer.
Bitcoin, gift card, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle.
If they ask you to pay a risky way, run away.
You pay the safest way. That's with a credit card for most people.
And tip number 5, beware of really convincing online websites you've never heard of. Even Black Friday deals have their limits.
Listen to your gut. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is.
And our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report. Great tips. I think the toughest one is really to change those passwords all the time.
Yeah, I think we all face that. But they suggest ones now, and a lot of phones will remember it. So important to do. See you tomorrow.
Renewed hope for hostages held by Hamas. President Biden saying a deal could be close. Plus the growing fallout after another hospital in Gaza City was hit in a strike.
A federal court deals a devastating blow to the Voting Rights Act. We're live with the new ruling targeting a central pillar of the landmark civil rights law that seems destined to land before the Supreme Court.
A massive arson manhunt underway in L.A. Our first look at the person of interest suspected of sparking a massive fire that crippled a critical freeway for days.
Check your fridge. The fruit recall across 7 states in connection to a deadly listeria outbreak.
And why wait all week? Black Friday deals starting earlier than ever before. How you can beat the rush for savings this holiday season. It's Tuesday, November 21st. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Catastrophic, that's the word the World Health Organization is using to describe the situation in Gaza. A WHO official says most hospitals are no longer functioning as Israel is accused of shelling the so-called Indonesian hospital in Gaza City, killing 12 people. For the latest on this, we go to Chapman Bell, who's following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. So what do we know about the situation at that hospital?
Good morning, Philip and Francis. Well, yeah, as Israel's ground offensive against Hamas continues inside Gaza, this time fighting around another hospital. And this one is said to hold thousands of people, both patients and displaced people sheltering from the fighting. The health ministry of Gaza, run by Hamas, saying 12 people were killed by Israel when they shelled the hospital. Israel, of course, denies shelling the hospital, saying it did shoot back, though, after being fired upon from the hospital grounds. This all coming as we hear another warning from the WHO, the World Health Organization, saying that more problems could be on the horizon. Have a listen.
This is creating a concentration of people, which is driving epidemic risks. And the rains over the last 24 hours have really added to that. There really has been heavy rain. It has flooded a lot of the makeshift camps, and it is generating all kinds of risks. And it's not just the risks of diarrheal disease. The sudden drop in temperature is going to create a problem with pneumonia in children, the stress that those kids are under, the nutritional status that those children have, make it a recipe for epidemics.
Now, as this healthcare crisis continues, particularly for civilians and soon-to-be mothers and babies, there is some hope for at least some of the hostages that were taken by Hamas on the October 7th raid, and hope for their families as well. President Biden hinting that a deal could be close. Hamas releasing a statement saying they are close to a truce agreement. And sources from Hamas and Islamic Jihad telling the French news agency AFP that 50 to 100 Israeli and international civilians could be released in this deal, but no military personnel. And As part of the deal, there would be a 5-day truce from the fighting, limiting Israeli airstrikes, and then also potentially 300 Palestinians held by Israel would be released back to Gaza. So there is hope that potentially some of these hostages could be freed soon. Hamas saying it would be Qatar who would release the details. Philip and Francis?
That would be fantastic if true. All right, Chapman, thank you.
New this morning, a court decision that jeopardizes the Voting Rights Act. A federal appeals court has issued a ruling that, if upheld nationally, would be essentially a death blow to the landmark law. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Good morning, Bree. What did these judges decide?
Good morning, Francis. So this new ruling from the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals found that only the federal government can sue under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which provides protection against discrimination in voting laws. Most Voting Rights Act claims are brought by private citizens and groups, but this decision says only the Department of Justice can file a claim because the language in the law does not include a private right to action. This ruling applies to the 7 states in the 8th Circuit. It was centered on a case in Arkansas where advocates had challenged redistricting in the state, saying the new maps did not give fair representation to Black voters. Similar challenges have recently been made in Alabama, Georgia, and Louisiana, and they were all successful. The states were ordered to redraw their maps. But the 8th Circuit judges just decided that only the U.S. Attorney General has the power to bring this kind of case. Now, this ruling is sure to be challenged, and it will likely go to the Supreme Court. Francis?
Long way ahead for that. Okay, Bree, thank you.
The Supreme Court has rejected Derek Chauvin's appeal in the George Floyd case. The former Minneapolis police officer is serving a 22.5-year sentence for the murder that triggered widespread protests across America. Chauvin's lawyer implied that a fear of race riots influenced the jury to reach a guilty verdict. He's also accused at least one juror of being biased because they'd attended a George Floyd rally before the trial. Chauvin now has one more appeal pending. Earlier this month, he filed a motion to overturn a federal civil rights conviction.
X is suing Media Matters over its report last week that the platform, formerly known as Twitter, placed ads for major brands, including Disney, next to anti-Semitic posts. X says the report is not representative of the typical user experience. In a statement, the president of Media Matters called it a frivolous lawsuit meant to bully X's critics into silence. And Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has opened an investigation into Media Matters for potential fraudulent activity. The lawsuit alleges that the organization manipulated algorithms to make X show the offending ads. Meanwhile, President Biden and Vice President Harris have joined Meta's Threads app, which competes with Elon Musk's X. This comes after the Biden administration condemned an anti-Semitic post by Musk. But the White House tells CNBC that the Threads account had been in the works for weeks.
The ink is officially drying on the United Auto Workers deal with the Big Three. Union workers ratified the new contracts with General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis yesterday. The deal gives workers an immediate pay increase, reinstate cost of living adjustments, and protect workers' right to strike over plant closures. The new contract expires in 2028.
Angelenos are free to get stuck in traffic on Interstate 10 once more, and now authorities want the public's help identifying a person of interest as they hunt for the person responsible for setting fire to one of the busiest freeways in L.A. Liz Kreutz has the latest.
An urgent search for the person who intentionally started this massive inferno under a Los Angeles freeway.
We still are looking forward to anyone that wishes to come forward with any information around this suspect.
CAL FIRE releasing these images over the weekend of a person of interest in the arson that caused one of the city's busiest highways to shut down, creating a logistical nightmare for drivers and business owners in downtown LA and beyond. Authorities describing the suspect as an approximately 6-foot-tall man, weighing between 170 to 190 pounds, black hair, wearing a black hoodie, blue shorts, and a knee brace. They say he also appears to have a visible burn on his left leg. As the manhunt continues, for many residents, a welcome Thanksgiving surprise.
The good news is there was more good news.
Just in time for holiday travel, the damaged stretch of Interstate 10 reopening days and even weeks earlier than previously expected.
You know, it was a week or so ago that we were here, not knowing if we would be here at this moment announcing the reopening for 6 more months.
Governor Gavin Newsom sharing the news of the expedited timeline on Sunday, alongside local officials and Vice President Kamala Harris, who praised the construction teams working around the clock over the last 8 days.
The work that happened here is extraordinary, and the estimates were that this was going to take a long time. There were some who said that a 3 to 4 week estimation was ambitious.
Officials say the repairs could cost an estimated $3 million and will be covered by federal funds. Authorities are also investigating the private company that leases the area where the fire started, with state officials looking into how they manage the property. Now, as travelers hit the road this holiday week,
we wouldn't have to wait till Thursday to give thanks. To give thanks for the opening before the Thanksgiving holiday of the I-10.
A massive sigh of relief in a city already notorious for traffic.
And our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report.
Several wildfires are burning through Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina right now. The Matts Creek wildfire in Bedford County, Virginia, has now grown to over 10,000 acres. Crews there are making progress. It's 27% contained with rain in the forecast. And to the west, a wildfire in Marion County, Tennessee, has led to evacuations at a nearby resort after scorching 20 acres. And in North Carolina, a wildfire in Stokes County has ripped through nearly 300 acres. Evacuations are in place, but no injuries have been reported.
Those communities could use some rain, but for others, storms might throw a wrench in your holiday travel this week. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the massive weather system headed in some people's ways. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at a high-impact storm today. We had one yesterday. It's the same storm system, just making its way towards the east and also the north. It's going to be out of here by tomorrow, but today we're contending with a lot of rain. It's heavy rain, too, stretching from portions of the Great Lakes, the Midwest, all the way down to the south. We have wintry weather on the northern part of the system, and then on the tail end of the system, we're looking at the chance for severe weather. We had some tornado reports yesterday, also some high wind reports, and we're going to see the chance for tornadoes once again today, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this yellow area. That's the likeliest spot of seeing some stronger storms. So we'll be watching that throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Also heavy rain along with that. And this is all due to the system that is moving throughout the plains, injecting into the northeast today and also the mid-Atlantic, New England. So you notice that purple and the pink, that's where we're going to see the wintry weather. Now, in terms of some airport impacts, we do anticipate some today, likely in Detroit, Chicago, D.C., Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta. Could see some likely delays in St. Louis and also Nashville, Dallas, and also Houston. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures cool in the northeast, especially in New England as well, only in the 30s, and also looking at the chance for some wintry weather in the interior parts of the northeast. And we're cooler, too, in the south. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Today, 59 in Dallas, 62 in Houston. And that's your Tuesday forecast.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Early today is back in 60 seconds with the fruit recall linked to a deadly listeria outbreak.
And a chance to carve out some savings before you even carve the turkey. Why Black Friday is starting earlier than ever this year.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We are back with a consumer alert. HNC Farms, a produce company out of California, is recalling its peaches, plums, and nectarines connected to a listeria outbreak. One person has died and 10 others have been hospitalized since 2018. The impacted fruits were sold nationwide from 2022 to 23, from May to November 15th. They were packaged in 2-pound bags marked HNC Farms or Signature Farms, as well as sold individually. For more information, visit the CDC's Listeria Outbreak website.
Well, Black Friday is just a few days away, but many of the shopping deals are already here. The day after Thanksgiving is no longer the chaotic mad dash it once was. Jen Maxfield from our New York station explains.
Black Friday shopping looks different this year, calm and orderly with plenty of inventory.
I do not miss standing out in the freezing weather with 100 other people waiting for a particular toy. No.
Target debuted its Black Friday week deals 4 days before Thanksgiving.
In general, I hate the idea of like one day, just everyone kind of freaking out. So it's smart to spread it out a little bit so that people don't kind of lose their minds.
Amazon, Walmart, Best Buy, and other major chains have also jump-started Black Friday with deals. The National Retail Federation predicts the largest number of shoppers ever this Thanksgiving weekend at 182 million, surpassing even pre-pandemic levels.
We spread out the deals so that they don't have to have one day where they got to stand outside and wait for those deals and hopefully catch a deal.
Last year, Black Friday was not just the biggest shopping day of the year in stores. According to the National Retail Federation, the Friday after Thanksgiving is also the biggest shopping day of the year online, with many of the same discounts available.
But for some, nothing beats shopping for family in person.
I still enjoy being able to pick out things, seeing the options and touching and feeling things before purchasing.
The Saturday after Thanksgiving is the second biggest shopping day of the year, a day when some people take a break from big box retailers and shop in their communities for Small Business Saturday.
Our thanks to Jen Maxfield for that report.
Still to come, the big screens next, Lex Luthor.
And marketing was the case. Find out what Snoop Dogg meant when he said he was giving up smoke right after this.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
20 out.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
Tell me. Is Bourne about to live again? Deadline reports Universal Pictures is in talks with Oscar-winning director Edward Berger to helm the 6th installment in the Jason Bourne series. In March, Berger's adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front took home 4 Academy Awards, including Best International Feature. There's no word yet on if Matt Damon will return. I mean, he's a huge part of it. I think he's been in almost all of them.
Yeah, except for the one with Jeremy Renner, right, in 2012. But wow, what a comeback if he's able to come back.
Those are great movies.
And make Jason Bourne live again. Okay, nearly 10 years after shaving his head for Mad Max, Nicholas Hoult is set to do it all again to play Superman's nemesis. Deadline reports the English actor has been cast as Lex Luthor in Superman Legacy, the upcoming reboot of the DC Universe directed by James Gunn. He joins David Cornsweet and Rachel Brosnahan, who were cast earlier this year as Superman and Lois Lane. The film is set for release in July of 2025, and you think of all the great Lex Luthors that you see right there. You know, Gene Hackman, Kevin Spacey, also Jesse Eisenberg. So yeah, you can see it. See it come to life.
Yeah, you sure can. I mean, it's yet another superhero movie, but this is the big one, Superman. All right, Snoop Dogg's earth-shattering announcement you may remember from last week. Well, that turned out to be just a big smoke screen. The hip-hop and stoner icon posted on his social media that he was, quote, giving up smoke. The internet went crazy with speculation, and then he had a new post on Monday where he revealed that it was all for a new smokeless fire pit from Solo Stove, including a new Snoop Dogg branded pit called the Snoop Stove. And it can be yours for just $350. The guy is a marketing genius. After all these years, he's not slacking. There's nothing stoner about his business game, that's for sure.
And it is beyond. Maybe that's where he gets his best ideas of doing stuff like this when it comes to that.
There you go. All right, coming up here early today, another chance to score a free COVID test just in time for the holidays.
And there could be new warning signs for Alzheimer's disease, Chris.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
We're back with your health headlines. On Monday, you'll be able to order another round of 4 free rapid COVID tests. Just go to covidtest.gov to place your order.
A new study suggests that people who have visceral fat, which is large amounts of fat stored around their organs, may be at higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. Signs that this may be happening to you include having a waist that's larger than your hips and having high blood sugar.
Swapping out red and processed meats or eggs with options like nuts or legumes may help cut the risk of heart disease and type 2 diabetes. That's according to a new review of 37 studies. We'll be right back.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Considering what this offensive line has been able to do for much of the night. Kelsey. Ball comes out. Recovered by Philadelphia.
Super Bowl 57, this was not. The Philadelphia Eagles met the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday night for the first time since the big game back in February. It was a rematch that was heavy on rain and defense. Surprisingly, the Chiefs stifled the Eagles in the first half, but Philly flipped the script in the second, shutting out the KC offense and forcing that rare fumble we just saw from Travis Kelce. The Eagles took the lead in the fourth, and they never gave it back, despite Patrick Mahomes' best effort. Philly now sits atop the NFL with their 21-17 victory. So, not a lot of scoring, but it was very competitive, and it was very entertaining. And the Chiefs came that close, that drop at the end there, from winning the game themselves. course.
And not as entertaining as it would have been if a certain girlfriend was there and her parents meeting his parents, which didn't happen even with all the anticipation leading up to that happening. All right, we just can't get enough of this next story. The youngest Division I head coach to win a national championship, Erin Matson, on the Tar Heels of her historic win, our Emily Ikeda looks back at her meteoric rise.
Before a sold-out stadium in North Carolina, the NCAA Field Hockey Championship was a nail-biter.
Ball is tipped, knocked, rebound! Oh!
But the UNC Tar Heels secured the W with this spin move.
Circles wide and scores!
And the youngest head coach in all of Division I athletics, Erin Matson, at the helm, who just last year was a player on the team.
Nothing tops a national championship on your home field. A crowd like this, a place like this, a stadium like this, and a team like this. You know, it's, yeah, it's special. It's a dream come true.
We first introduced you to Matson ahead of the Final Four last week. Three-time Player of the Year, the highest goal scorer in championship history, and now five-time national champion.
What gave you the confidence as a then 22-year-old to say, I want this job and I can do it?
This place breeds confidence.
A confidence that allowed Matson to block out the naysayers in her rookie year of coaching and letting the team's record do the talking.
What do you hope people take away from your story and your success? Don't hesitate for a second. Don't, allow doubt to creep in. Go after it, go chase it. And it's much sweeter when you can, celebrate with those around you after everybody working so hard.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Wow, what's next? Get a statue or maybe the field named after her at this point?
Well, with that age, she's got a whole lot of celebrating come down the road, along with a whole lot of success. She is just on track.
Yeah,
there.
And a natural-born leader, you can tell. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. I'll see you back for pre-Thanksgiving.
Right now on Morning News Now, the holiday getaway officially underway with millions of people heading out of town for Thanksgiving.
We are seeing more people flying than ever with fewer cancellations than we have seen in years. Mother Nature, of course, is the X factor in all of this.
So what does Mother Nature have in store? We have team coverage, including a strong storm system that could put a damper on your plans. Also this morning, a desperate plea from the families of hundreds of hostages being held captive in Gaza as Israel and Hamas negotiate over their release. Meanwhile, the Israeli military expands its ground assault to the north, focusing on a new hospital packed with patients. We'll bring you the latest. Plus, more Americans feeling the pressure financially, with a majority saying they are living paycheck to paycheck. The new report on a sad reality and how you can stay on budget this holiday season. And a reminder to mind your manners this Thanksgiving. What you need to know about the proper etiquette ahead of the holiday, whether you're a host or a guest, and what you should and shouldn't talk about at the dinner table. I think if you're the host, you get to make the rules, right? Isn't that how it works? Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off today. Thank you for joining me. We're going to get started with that severe weather that is threatening to upend the Thanksgiving travel rush. The U.S. is expected to see a record-breaking number of travelers this Thanksgiving as millions of Americans prepare to spend the holiday with family and friends. But a powerful storm system moving east over the next few days could create major issues during this already hectic time. It's expected to bring heavy rain and strong winds to the eastern half of the country. We have got your forecast with Michelle coming up in just a moment, but first we're going to get started with what travelers can expect in our nation's airports. We find NBC News reporter Julia Jester at Reagan National Airport with the latest on that. Julia, good morning. Happy almost Thanksgiving. Thanks for being with us. So what are airports expecting and how are they expected to be affected, but also how are they preparing?
Good morning, Savannah. As you just mentioned, there is a weather wonderland happening across the East Coast and other parts of the country that could really impact travel here in D.C. as well as other major airport hubs like Atlanta, Chicago, New York City, which has a travel warning due to heavy rainfall and winds. Chicago and seeing some Midwest potential weather that could disrupt that hub. And airports across the country have been preparing for this travel surge for months. You might remember last winter, Christmas holiday season, airlines, especially Southwest, got into some deep trouble because they were vastly disrupted by weather. So airports across the U.S. have been investing in weather prediction technology as well as de-icing equipment. Airlines have also been beefing up staffing and training. The Federal Aviation Administration has been making sure that it has been training and recruiting air traffic controllers to really streamline the process to avoid delays and cancellations. Savannah.
Oh, yes, we all remember the great Southwest meltdown. Ay. Let's hope nothing quite that bad happens. So tell us, what can flyers do to try to help make their travel as seamless as possible? What should we keep in mind?
Great question. The airports, the airlines, TSA are all advising travelers to be prepared and be patient. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg had this message ahead of the busy Thanksgiving holiday travel season.
We want everyone to be prepared for changes due to weather, and travelers should be checking with their airline directly for the most up-to-date information about their flights, including any delays or cancellations.
And with these preparations that travelers can do, that includes everything from making sure that if you have TSA pre-check, that is indicated on your boarding pass, so there are no surprises when you get in line. It means taking those extra steps when you're packing to make sure that you're not packing anything in your carry-on that needs to be checked, because those little actions can really create a backup at the airport in terms of those security lines. And make sure you give yourself time to get to the airport early and have a backup plan to the backup plan, whether that is knowing alternatives for potentially driving or taking a train. Savannah?
I know TSA is expecting this to be their busiest holiday season ever, so little things like making sure your toiletries aren't in your carry-on and stuff like that can help us all. Julia, thank you very much. Happy holidays. Well, let's keep our Turkey Day travel coverage going with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's here with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And as Julia mentioned, we do kind of have it all. We have a big storm system. It's an impactful one today. We're looking at some wintry weather, some ice even, where you see the pinks and purples. Then we have some heavy rain falling from the Great Lakes all the way down to the southeast. Those darker colors, the brighter colors, showing us where the heaviest rain is falling. So there is quite a lot of heavy rain falling. To the southern tail, we're looking at the chance for severe weather once again. We had some severe weather yesterday, some wind reports, some tornado reports. We could see that once again in portions of the northern Gulf. I'll show you that in just a minute, but it's making its way towards the northeast into the mid-Atlantic. You can even see in Pennsylvania, we're looking at some wintry weather as well. So as we zoom in a little closer, we're looking at all that heavy rain. This is kind of pulling off the Gulf. So we're going to see that rain in place all day long. And in terms of the severe weather, we're looking at the chance for severe storms wherever you see this green. So from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to the southeast, and especially where you see that yellow, that's where we're expecting the likelihood for some strong storms. That includes Montgomery, Mobile, down to Pensacola. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour with any of these storms. A few tornadoes are possible as well. Low chance for hail, but we still could see some, and also that heavy rain, heavy downpours that could lead to a little bit of flash flooding throughout the day. That's going to cause some problems in the air. We're expecting some delays, likely in Detroit, Chicago, wherever you see the red icon. D.C., Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta. Could see some likely delays in Nashville, even Philly, New York, because we're going to see this really overtaking the northeast and the mid-Atlantic over the next couple of hours. We're starting to cloud up, and then we'll see that rain coming. Now, as we go throughout time here, this is a setup. Big area of low pressure. It's a long, cold front. It has a lot of moisture with it, and it's moving off to the north and east. There's that wintry weather we're expecting to the interior parts of the northeast and also New England. Lots of heavy rain on the warm side of this system. It's going to move off to the north and east pretty quickly. That's the good news. So today, big impact. Tomorrow, not so much. Back behind it, though, we're going to have breezy conditions, really chilly conditions. We do have the chance for some lingering showers and snow showers in portions of New England, but then it's really out of here on Wednesday. So improving conditions for so many of us. But look at all this rainfall. This is a lot, and a lot of the grounds are saturated here. So we could see a little bit of flooding, not widespread, but localized. Again, where you see those oranges and reds, that's especially where we're looking at the chance for some really heavy rain. We're expecting ice too. This is the worst when we're trying to travel because it's slick. It kind of just sits on top of the roadways. You really cannot drive on that. So we're looking at where you see the purple. That's the likelihood likelihood of seeing icy glaze, and there is the snow, especially in portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, into Maine. We could see over 8 inches in some spots in northern New England, which I don't know. I feel like that might be a good thing for those New Englanders, right? And then by Wednesday, we're looking at cool and breezy conditions back through the Tennessee Valley, the South Central states, into the northern plains, soggy northwest. So that will be our next storm. But Wednesday, Savannah looking better, and Thursday we're pretty quiet. We're going to be breezy in some conditions, but we'll talk about that next hour.
Yes, we will, and talk about the return home, right, on Sunday. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. See you in a bit. Well, President Biden celebrated his 81st birthday yesterday at the White House with some feathered friends. He carried out the White House's annual Thanksgiving tradition of pardoning 2 lucky turkeys. They were named Liberty and Belle. They hail from Minnesota, and Biden says they love Honeycrisp apples, ice hockey, and the city of Bloomington's famous Mall of America. These birds really got the VIP treatment ahead of their White House visit. As per usual, they shared a luxurious room at the Willard Hotel in Washington. This presidential tradition began back in 1947 with President Harry Truman. Well, a major shakeup in Silicon Valley is rocking the tech industry this morning. The man who became the face of ChatGPT was kicked out of the company he founded, but then quickly hired by Microsoft. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has the latest.
Sam Altman, the face of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, in a messy boardroom ouster.
Altman's the Zuckerberg to social media, Musk to electric vehicles. He's the golden child.
And he's out at OpenAI, the company he co-founded, the board vaguely blaming transparency. Altman and his co-founder then scooped up by OpenAI's biggest investor, Microsoft, with most of the 700 OpenAI employees vowing to walk too.
This is probably the biggest example of disaster of corporate governance that I've seen in 25 years. It's going to raise eyebrows in the Beltway. It's going to raise eyebrows in Brussels and the EU, just given how important this technology is.
It's a boardroom drama that crystallizes the push and pull in Silicon Valley, the rush to commercialize AI versus the need to go slowly to protect society from unintended consequences. OpenAI's ChatGPT is a tool that can be used to write a best man speech, a holiday recipe, even help research on a midterm paper. It even has the potential to be a new industrial revolution. Think drug development and testing, curing cancer, even tackling climate change. There's downside, though. AI has been a tool for weaponizing disinformation, impersonation fraud, deepfakes, online harassment, and consumer scams, with the potential for untold millions of jobs replaced by this technology.
It's a new frontier controlled by a small group of people, and the drama and dissent show there's no real agreement over how to proceed with a technology that is changing more rapidly than Congress's ability to understand it and regulate it. Back to you.
All right, Christine Romans, thank you so much. Well, for more on this tech revolt we're seeing, we are joined by futurist and founder of tech education company Way, Sinead Bovell. Sinead, thanks so much for being with us again this morning. So as Christine just mentioned there, hundreds of employees are threatening to resign if Altman isn't reinstated. The former president, Greg Brockman, had quit after he had been pushed out. They'd also like to see him back. First, just tell us, why has this decision provoked such a strong response from employees?
Right. Well, you can see that employees really believe first and foremost in Sam Altman as a leader. OpenAI is at the frontier of AI innovation in this decade, and Sam Altman is a big reason for that. And so you can see that that's where employees' vision and that's where employees' loyalty lies. A big portion of the recruiting efforts at OpenAI, why they've been able to pull in such strong talent, is because of Sam. Why they've been able to get the investments that they have, again, is because of Sam. So employees really believe in him. They believe in him as a leader, and they believe he is integral to the success of OpenAI. And if he's not there, they're willing to walk.
Do employees feel that they understand why he was pushed out?
Not entirely. And that is a big question mark in this corporate drama more broadly. The board, at least publicly, hasn't come out and stated why exactly or anything specific relating to Sam Altman's actions. We do know that at an all-hands meeting on Saturday, the chief scientist did state that Sam's actions potentially threatened the duty of the board and their mission to carry out and build out advanced artificial intelligence in the best interest of humanity. So we have these kind of high-level takes, but we don't have a specific reason or a specific event that the board seems to be making their decision off of.
So the number of employees that have signed this document saying, we will walk out if this isn't rectified, it seems to be most of the company, actually. Does something like that mean that there is actually a chance we could see Altman return to OpenAI if the board understands just how severe this walkout might be?
Yeah, and there are a few reasons why this might be the case. We know Microsoft, who has tentatively assigned or hired Sam and Greg, has also been quite clear that that isn't concrete. And so it does seem like negotiations are still happening for Sam and Greg to move back to OpenAI. And I do think with over 90% of employees at OpenAI threatening to leave, that is existential for the company. So if OpenAI as a company and if the board wants to see OpenAI continue, reinstating Sam and Greg seems to be integral to that. But again, the board's mission is not necessarily to the commercial success of OpenAI. We know that OpenAI was originally founded as a nonprofit with the goal to bring out the most advanced AI humanity has ever seen, but for the benefit of humanity and ensuring that AI systems remain safe. And so that's where first and foremost their duty and obligation lies from their perspective. But I do think it's possible we see a return from Greg and Sam.
And Sinead, quickly before I let you go, putting a pin in the potential return, in the time being, Emmett Shear, co-founder and former CEO of a very popular video platform called Twitch, confirmed that he would be this interim CEO of OpenAI. What do we know about him, and does that kind of calm the backlash we're seeing from employees? We just have a few moments, but what do you think?
I'm going to say that it doesn't calm the backlash. Employees stated in their kind of walkout letter that moving CEO Mira Murati as the temporary CEO and putting in this new CEO from Twitch was against what they believe is the best interest of the company. We do know that he was the CEO of Twitch, which is a successful company. However, the leadership skills of any company don't necessarily qualify to lead an AI company because this technology is going to change the world. So it comes with an entirely different responsibility. And so we don't yet know if Shear has that capability.
Sinead Bovell, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Well, now let's head to Washington, where a federal appeals court is weighing whether a gag order imposed on former President Donald Trump is constitutional. This is in the criminal case accusing him of trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Lawyers for Trump and the Justice Department squared off in a hearing on the order Monday. The gag order bars Trump from disparaging witnesses, prosecutors, and court officers in the federal election interference case. Special counsel Jack Smith's team argued the order is needed to keep people safe. Trump's team argued it violates his free speech and ability to campaign for president. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. He's also the author of Sedition Hunters, How January 6th Broke the Justice System, a fairly new and fabulous book. Ryan, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. So earlier this month, the gag order was put on hold until these arguments could be heard. So walk us through how each side made their case and any indication of which way it looks like this is possibly headed.
Yeah, I think the most likely outcome is probably a slightly narrower gag order in scope, maybe opening up the ability for Trump to criticize the special counsel a little bit more, but really focusing on the threats against people who are testifying in this case overall. What the judges were sort of discussing here, as you'll hear in a moment, was as this gets closer to the election, they don't know why the court should have to wait for something to happen, given all of the indicators that we've seen about what happens to people who Donald Trump targets. Take a listen.
As this trial approaches, the atmosphere is going to be increasingly tense. Why does the district court have to wait and see and wait for the threats to come, rather than taking a reasonable action in advance?
He's a high-profile public figure who posts lots and lots and lots of followers. He's expressing his views, as the First Amendment allows.
When the defendant engaged in repeated inflammatory personal attacks on someone, there's a causal link between that person then receiving harassment, threats, and intimidation.
The order is unprecedented, and it sets a terrible precedent for future restrictions on core political speech.
And we have just seen this in cases after case after case where people who Donald Trump target do end up at the the back end of all of these threats. He is aware, I think, of what happens to people that he targets, and that's sort of part of it. So it is this really tricky question of what exactly they can restrict, what exactly they have to allow Donald Trump to say because of the First Amendment. It's a really, really tricky case for the appeals court to hear here, and that's why it's this really unusual event, but this is a really unusual trial.
Ryan, what stuck out to you in the judge's questioning here of both sides, and did any of it kind of express just how concerned they were about the threat of political violence in light of commentary like this?
Yeah, I think that it was interesting to just hear them sort of grapple with this notion that, does Donald Trump know what happens to the people that he ends up targeting? And I think, you can't really ignore that. So, he does this little dance and is very careful in the way that he words a lot of the things. But, we've seen this time and time again, especially in this New York trial where he's targeted members of the court staff, for example, who've been on the receiving end of a lot of vitriol from his followers. And, one of the January 6th defendants actually went to Obama's house just a few months ago after Donald Trump posted Obama's address on his social media platform. The judge in this case, Judge Chutkin, has received threats herself from a woman who was in Texas and has now been charged in connection with that case. So there's a very real world threat going on here as a result of what Donald Trump posts on his social media accounts. But it really is just tricky for them to grapple with in terms of the First Amendment considerations.
All right, Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Well, Hamas leaders say they are nearing a truce agreement with Israel to secure the release of Israeli hostages being held in Gaza. The group didn't offer any additional details, though, about the negotiations. President Biden was asked about the potential deal yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Mr. President, is a hostage deal near? I believe so, but I'm not prepared to talk to you. Believe so? Yes. Thank you. How soon?
It comes as fighting intensifies between Israel and Hamas. Heavy gunfire has erupted around the Indonesian hospital, prompting the World Health Organization to begin evacuations of the facility. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Well, good morning. A diplomat with knowledge of those hostage talks telling NBC News this morning that an announcement on a hostage deal may be imminent. Now, the Qatari Foreign Ministry making a series of announcements this morning in a news conference saying that negotiations have reached a critical and final stage, that we do not have a final agreement on the truce yet, but saying that an announcement of the details will be made as soon as they are reached. Meanwhile, multiple news organizations quoting sources from Hamas and Israeli sources outlining what a deal might look like. And I'm just going to look down to set out that outline for you. The idea, according to those reports, are a multi-day ceasefire with at least 50 Israeli and international hostages freed in waves, with more to follow, and Palestinians detained in Israel, women and children, released in exchange. All of this news this morning comes as the fighting continues in Gaza, in particular around the Indonesian hospital, where there is continued fighting and Israeli tanks and many patients and doctors still trapped there. We've seen pictures of children being evacuated from the Indonesian hospital to the south, but still there are many still there. So hopes this morning, real hopes, that the president yesterday saying that he is crossing his fingers, showing that he is crossing his fingers. So hopes, but at the same time, there is still continued fighting inside Gaza.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, you could call it maybe the nightmare before Thanksgiving. From travel problems to planning a big dinner, sometimes dealing with family, the holidays can be a stressful time of year. Well, later this hour, we will get some tips on how to deal with it all. First, though, after the break, freeway fallout will take you to Los Angeles, where police are searching for a person of interest after a massive fire that shut down a major interstate. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Police are asking for the public's help identifying a person of interest in that massive fire that shut down a Los Angeles freeway. Their request comes as the highway reopens just in time for the Thanksgiving travel rush. Here's NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz with more.
An urgent search for the person who intentionally started this massive inferno under a Los Angeles freeway.
We still are looking forward to anyone that wishes to come forward with any information around this suspect.
CAL FIRE releasing these images over the weekend of a person of interest in the arson that caused one of the city's busiest highways to shut down, creating a logistical nightmare for drivers and business owners in downtown LA and beyond. Authorities describing the suspect as an approximately 6-foot-tall man, weighing between 170 to 190 pounds, black hair, wearing a black hoodie, blue shorts, and a knee brace. They say he also appears to have a visible burn on his left leg. As the manhunt continues, for many residents, a welcome Thanksgiving surprise.
The good news is there was more good news.
Just in time for holiday travel, overnight, the damaged stretch of Interstate 10 reopening, days and even weeks earlier than previously expected.
You know, it was a week or so ago that we were here, not knowing if we would be here at this moment announcing the reopening for 6 more months.
Governor Gavin Newsom sharing the news of the expedited timeline on Sunday, alongside local officials and Vice President Kamala Harris, who praised the construction teams working around the clock over the last 8 days.
The work that happened here is extraordinary, and the estimates were that this was going to take a long time. There were some who said that a 3 to 4 week estimation was ambitious.
Officials say the repairs could cost an estimated $3 million and will be covered by federal funds. Authorities are also investigating the private company that leases the area where the fire started, with state officials looking into how they manage the property. Now, as travelers hit the road this holiday week,
we wouldn't have to wait till Thursday to give thanks. To give thanks for the opening before the Thanksgiving holiday of the I-10.
A massive sigh of relief in a city already notorious for traffic.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, let's get you international headlines now, starting with a new $100 million aid package for Ukraine from the U.S. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. On Monday, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin made a surprise visit to Kyiv, where he also announced a new $100 million aid package for Ukraine. Now, this new package includes artillery shells, anti-aircraft missiles, small arms ammunition, and Javelin and AT-4 launchers. At a press conference, Austin said the new package will make sure that Ukraine troops, quote, have the means they'll need for successful fighting in the winter time. Vladimir Zelensky called Austin's visit a very important signal for Ukraine, especially at the time the world's attention is drawn to the war between Israel and Hamas. Now let's go to India, where 41 workers have been trapped in a tunnel that caved in after a landslide for the past 9 days. On Monday, rescuers drilled a pipe through the debris into the tunnel, through which they slipped some food and a camera that showed they are still alive. The footage shows the men, who are still wearing safety helmets and jackets, smile and wave at the camera. Their colleagues and families say they are delighted to see their friends after so many days, but now are waiting to see them in the flesh. And let's end this short tour of the world in Barcelona, where on Monday, Colombian pop star Shakira agreed to pay a $7 million fine over tax fraud allegations. Shakira was accused of failing to pay more than $15 million in Spanish income tax between 2012 and 2014. By accepting the deal, she avoids a trial and the risk of a 3-year prison sentence. In a statement, the singer said she was ready to defend her innocence, but decided to prioritize her career and kids because, and I quote, winning is not a victory if the price is that they rob you of so many years of your life. Back to you.
Wow. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a new clue that could hint at a major health problem. Up next, what researchers are saying about a link between a certain type of fat and Alzheimer's disease. Plus, it's a shared struggle for many young people, a fear of rejection or failure. We'll tell you what parents can do to help their kids deal with these emotions. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with information about a new study that shows a certain type of belly fat may be linked to a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. We're talking about what's called visceral fat. It can build up around the organs. According to the study, which will be presented at the annual meeting of the Radiological Society of North America in Chicago next week, MRI scans show it's associated with changes in the brain. For more, we are joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, always great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us on a holiday week. All right, so help us understand exactly what visceral fat is, and then also, I mean, it seems surprising to me that being linked to your brain, but just kind of how that works.
I know, right? So, you know those, I don't know if you remember those commercials, like if you can pinch more than an inch. Do you remember that?
Yes,
those?
yeah.
That refers to what's called the subcutaneous fat, which is the fat that's right under the skin. That is not what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about the visceral fat, which is below the abdominal muscles. You can't see it, but it essentially encases your internal organs. And a little bit is okay. It actually protects your organs, but too much is not okay. And we've known for a long time that visceral fat increases the risk of heart disease and diabetes and hypertension. And if you think, we talk a lot that there's this connection between cardiovascular disease as well as cognitive health and your mental health. The theory here is that that visceral fat increases inflammation. It also increases insulin. And those two things can actually be an issue with the accumulation of those proteins in the brain that are called amyloid. You know, those are characteristic of Alzheimer's, that it prevents breakdown of those amyloid plaques. That's the hypothesis. That's what these researchers are looking at. Nothing definitive, but that's what they're looking at.
So how can you tell if you have this, if it's not really something that you can see? And is the difference between it and just like a little bit of a normal type of belly fat obvious?
So usually the easiest way to think of it is like, you know how we sort of have that middle age spread. You know how people gain weight and they gain it in their bellies, and you can kind of see that.
Right.
Especially I feel like in men it's easier to see because they naturally have more lean muscle mass. And so when you get older, you get that sort of around the middle. You can measure it. You can take a tape measure and you can measure right above the pelvic bones right here. greater than 35 inches for women or greater than 40 inches for men is considered a risk factor. You would really technically need to do an MRI of your belly to see that, because you can actually have a normal BMI. You can be thin and have excess visceral fat, but for most people, it's just going to be that typical middle-age weight gain in the middle area. That's where you're going to notice it.
So what do you do about this?
You lose visceral fat the way you lose any kind of fat, and that is with diet and with exercise. There's no magic. It's not like you have to do more crunches, or it's not that. It's really about losing weight. And when you lose weight, you do lose that visceral fat. So it's diet and exercise the old-fashioned way.
Wow, it feels like we've learned a lot about Alzheimer's in the last few years, which in some ways is
we have, and you always remember like what happened. What's good for the heart is good for your brain.
There you go.
Easy way to think of it.
Dr. Azar, thank you so much. All right, well, now it's time for our weekly mental health check-in, and we have tips to help get you through the stress of the holidays, plus what to know if your child is having trouble handling their feelings. Let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards for more on this. She is the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, always great to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So let's start with holiday stress. So we are just 2 days away from Thanksgiving, and for some it can come with a lot of stress, a lot of worries. You know, you're hosting, you've got family maybe you haven't seen in a while. What are some tips for handling those feelings and still trying to enjoy yourself?
Good morning, Savannah. We're there. The holidays have come, and with that, sometimes there's a lot of stress. And, you know, the American Psychological Association did a recent poll, and 1 out of 3 Americans expect to be more stressed this year than they were last year. And that can come for a lot of different reasons. But in order to manage that stress, I think there's 3 things important to highlight. One is make sure that you're considering attending therapy, talking about those feelings, talking about that stress, and understanding why you feel that way. Another is to unplug. Now, I'd like to say enough said with that. Everyone knows what that means, but it's obviously easier said than done. So very important to try to put down the phone, put down the emails, and be intentional with the time that you're spending with others. And most importantly, probably go outside, get fresh air, get sun, get exercise, because we know all of that is really important for mental health and will help us through some of those stressful moments during the holidays.
Really, really good tips there. Okay, this other one that we're talking about with kids and handling their emotions, I think, you know, of course, they need help from adults sometimes, but there is something specific called rejection-sensitive dysphoria, I think is that how you say it? How can parents spot if their kids have this disorder, if it's a little bit more than just, you know, normal feelings of anxiety or stress being young? What can a parent do to identify it and help?
So rejection-sensitive dysphoria, an important concept that is evolving. I want to highlight the fact that this is not in what we call our DSM, our Diagnostics and Statistics Manual that we use to make diagnoses in mental health, but research is ongoing. The reason research is ongoing is because this can be, in kids, an oversized reaction to what's perceived as a minor slight. And I highlight perceived because sometimes there hasn't been any negative energy, there haven't been negative comments, but to the person, especially to kids, it's perceived that way. And it's really hard for them to let it go. So parents are getting education about what to do, what they say, quiet the brain, how to really understand what their children are experiencing, when they need additional support. Cognitive behavioral therapy is one of the things that we use to highlight that. But it's important because there is a link with ADHD or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And so understanding this rejection-sensitive dysphoria will really help us study ADHD and interventions for that.
Wow, that's really good to hear. Finally, doctor, this is interesting. Music therapy. This is growing in popularity. People turning to that to help their physical and mental health. What is it and who can this help?
So important to understand, music therapy is an evidence-based therapy. We've studied it enough to know that it works. Some people have heard of other speech therapy, physical therapy. Musical therapy is something else that can be used for a range of disorders, anything from dementia to depression to helping women kind of cope with pain and stress during childbirth. And what it is, there can be active parts of it. You can learn how to play an instrument and working with a therapist, which can be really peaceful and helpful for some. You can listen to therapy. You can listen to music to help with that therapy, which helps people calm the brain as well. But most importantly, we know that music can trigger memories, even if it's not associated with those memories. So a lot of people have found it helpful to really sit and understand prior memories and to get back to a calm place.
Absolutely. Dr. Erica Richards, thank you very much.
Thanks, Savannah.
Coming up, more Americans dealing with debt. When we come back, the new study shedding light on a growing problem, plus how you can keep your finances in check this holiday season. And it's a time to give thanks and keep your elbows off the table. Does sound like my mom. We'll get a lesson in proper dining etiquette this Thanksgiving. That's next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Well, with Thanksgiving almost here and holiday shopping already underway, Americans say they're feeling the pressure financially. That is according to a new report by the Lending Club. That's a financial services company. It found 60% of adults say they are living paycheck to paycheck heading into the holidays. Let's bring in Caleb Silver for more on this, our friend and editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So hearing that number, 60% living paycheck to paycheck, also kind of the inverse of that stat is 4 in 10 consumers consider themselves worse off than last year. With inflation cooling, or at least we've kind of started to see that, and interest rates, at least a pause in the hikes, does it surprise you to hear stats like that?
Yeah, because money has gotten more expensive over the last year and a half through all these interest rate hikes. So it's credit card debt, it's rent. Rent has gone up month after month. Food prices are still high. They've come down just a little bit, or at least they've stopped accelerating. So all the necessities, think about it, about a third of our paychecks usually go to housing. With rents rising, mortgage rates rising, that's now a little bit more than a third 1/3, that puts stress on everything else. And as you go into this holiday season where we're expected to buy, then people feel that stress because they feel the pressure to spend money on loved ones when in fact they don't have to, but it is a thing we get ourselves into every single season.
So consumer spending is such a driver of the economy. Does understanding that people are living this way and how that may make them react over the next few months into the holiday season say anything about the overall health of the economy?
Yeah, I mean, if consumers pull back on spending, that is 70% of GDP, so that could slow down the economy. That said, consumers rarely pull back on spending, and a big deal that's happened in the last couple of months, gas prices are way down. Gas prices is that psychological thing people see that makes them pull back on spending in other places, even though rent and food prices are high, too.
So what we know so far about how people may spend, a little bit of it we're getting from this Deloitte survey. It found that spending this week is expected to jump 13%. Shoppers expected to spend an average of $567 as they're doing that holiday shopping you're talking about for family members, for friends. What impact could that have on families that are already feeling strapped for cash? I mean, are you concerned about people being able to afford these expenses and then what it ultimately means for credit card debt?
Yeah, well, they're just going to pile it onto their credit card debt. And a lot of people in that survey also said, only 23% said they plan to pay it off. So people overspending without a plan to pay it off, that's never a good thing. And we also hear these reports, and we see it out of Investopedia, people looking how to tap their savings, how to tap their 401k to get some extra cash. That is a no-no, my friend. You can't be doing that, especially around the holiday season.
Give us some more tips, maybe some more no-nos.
Yeah.
How should we budget?
Well, the yeses are have a plan, stick to it, have that number in mind, and challenge yourself to come in or below that number when you're spending. Comparison shop. You know, you can always get a better deal. Every time you look at something, whether it's off of Instagram or anywhere else, you get that discount code. Use it, but also comparison shop. You can get better deals. We also talk about these online coupons and store deals you see out there. Use those, and rewards cards. Get paid to shop by earning rewards, or use your rewards from prior shopping to buy your gifts. That's a great way to not spend that extra money because you already earned it.
Great tips. Thanks for the yeses. Caleb Silver, happy Thanksgiving. We appreciate you being here with us this week. Well, let's get you some more financial headlines now. Amazon is launching new generative AI training courses for free. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, so Amazon is launching a program to train millions of workers in AI skills as it seeks an edge in a battle for talent with Microsoft, Google, and others. The Wall Street Journal says the program, called AI Ready, aims to train at least 2 million people by 2025 on basic to advanced skills. Now, the training will be offered through 8 online courses for beginners and those with more experience. They are free to access online through an Amazon learning site and are available for non-Amazon employees. A Senate panel has issued a subpoena to Live Nation and Ticketmaster for documents related to ticket prices and fees. Ticketmaster came under fire last year following the botched ticket sales for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. The subpoena from the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations would require Live Nation, which owns Ticketmaster, to turn over documents and communications related to ticket prices, financial data regarding fees, the ticket resale business, and its relationship with artists and venues. And Krispy Kreme has a sweet treat for Buddy the Elf. The chain is celebrating the 20th anniversary of the classic holiday movie with the first ever Elf donut collection. Starting tomorrow, Krispy Kreme will offer 3 new Elf-inspired donuts, marking memorable moments in the film. A 6-pack of the special donuts will be available at stores and select supermarkets, including Kroger, Publix, and Walmart. Savannah.
All right,
I love that movie, and I can't wait to try one of those.
I know, and I can't wait to get that in the rotation. The movie. It's time. All right, Silvana.
I started already.
I love it. Thank you so much. Well, speaking of the holidays, in a couple days, people all across the country, of course, are going to be getting together to celebrate Thanksgiving. Whether you are a guest or a host, though, there are certain etiquette rules you need to know to avoid any awkward situations. Joining us now to discuss those rules is Mr. Manners himself, Thomas Farley. He writes the Mealtime with Mr. Manners column for NBC Today. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm excited for you to take us to Manners School. So tell us, let's start with this. Once you've decided that you're going to be heading to somebody's house for Thanksgiving, what is the timing on RSVP? And, you know, because I'm hosting, for example, and I've had some squishy, like, oh, I might be able to be there. Oh, and I might bring somebody, all that kind of stuff. So when should somebody tell you for sure if they're coming and if they're bringing a guest?
Yes, Savannah. So by now, here we are. It's Tuesday before Thanksgiving. If you don't know who's coming, this is a problem for sure. Your guests, your invited guests, should be letting you know as soon as possible within the time frame that they've gotten that invite, 24 hours, 48 hours later. There's so much cooking and shopping and planning for the Thanksgiving meal. Unexpected guests or surprise pop-ins can create problems. So as a guest, just be thankful you're not doing the cooking and get those RSVPs in right away.
All right, and what about coming on time? And then the big one, and people always ask me this. See, I love to host, so I don't mind, and I kind of like everything to look the way I want it to look, so I don't always love, actually, when people bring things. But what should people bring that is kind of something nice for most hosts that they're going to be happy to have?
Yes, and I'm so glad you're asking about that, because we think, well, this is great. This is Thanksgiving. We're having a nice meal. Don't forget the host. So 2 things. Don't come empty-handed. You're going to come double-handed. So one is a gift for the host himself or herself, a bottle of wine, something the host can enjoy after the celebration is over. This is your thank you to them. The second thing that should be in your hand is some sort of dish that can contribute to the meal, not just for yourself, but for others as well, something to share in the spirit of Thanksgiving, in the true spirit of Thanksgiving. And if you've got a dietary restriction, this is a great way to ensure that you've got something that you can eat, and maybe you turn on others to your own dietary likes and dislikes. But definitely come with something in each hand, and do not show up late. As you know, Savannah, as a host, this is a holiday that requires all sorts of different tempo in the kitchen. You're showing up late. It's really throwing things off. So this is not the holiday to come fashionably late.
Yes, tempo in the kitchen makes me sound so professional. And thank you. I love the double-handed tip. I assume the people who love me are watching my show, and they've just heard you say that. So there you go. Thomas, let's move now to hosting. One of the big things when preparing a dinner, whether it's Thanksgiving dinner or any, is thinking about allergies, diet restrictions, things like that for people who are coming over to your home. Walk through the responsibility it is of the host to accommodate specific requests.
Yes. So this has gotten more and more difficult as the years gone by, and as the dietary restrictions have rocketed. You know, time was maybe someone just had an allergy. Now everybody's got some sort of dietary restriction. It's pretty certain thing that the Pilgrims were not going gluten-free at the first Thanksgiving. But as a host, you really should be asking your guests, are there any dietary restrictions that I should know about, particularly allergies? The nice thing I feel about Thanksgiving in particular, because it's we think about the turkey, of course, but because it's such a vegetable-friendly holiday, vegetables pretty much suit just about every dietary restriction. It suits for the vegans, it suits for the pescatarians, it suits for the vegetarians. So as long as you've got a nice, adequate sampling of vegetables at your meal, you should be covering just about everyone. And then someone who's macrobiotic or someone who's a locavore, they may simply be on their own, because there are only so many individuals you can accommodate.
Unless you're like me and you cover most of your vegetables in cheese, in which case you need to think about that. Thomas, we just have a few moments left, but of course, one of the big issues is table talk, politics, money, things like that. Is it still taboo to have those conversations, especially with so much going on in the world, or is there a way to do it and do it nicely?
So 2 solutions for that. Number 1 is the host have table cards. So if there are always 2 guests who are constantly locking horns, you ensure they're not seated next to one another. Secondly, as a host, designate what I call the caucus room. This is the separate area of the house or the home where the people who want to talk politics, which I think is important as long as it can be done respectfully, they can chat away from the earshot without holding everyone else captive to their political conversation.
I love the graphic that we just had up. Some funny tips there. Like, I'm going to tell people, take it outside. All right, Thomas P. Barley, thank you very much, Mr. Manners. We appreciate it, and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Savannah.
Well, coming up, music to our ears and our hearts. When we come back, I'll take you to Chicago for a sweet surprise for a beloved music teacher. You're watching Morning News Now.
stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Well, NASA has released a new image from the James Webb Telescope showing never-before-seen details of the Milky Way galaxy. The image shows an area called Sagittarius C. It's an active region of star formation located about 300 light years from the center of the galaxy. 500,000 stars are visible in this picture. Isn't that amazing? Well, it includes baby stars that are still forming. Scientists think they can use the huge amounts of information in the image to learn more about the origin of the universe. So that's just mind-blowing. All right, well now, what better way to celebrate the season of giving than by ending this hour with a heavy dose of kindness? You are about to meet Anne Gray. She is a Chicago music teacher who has been instrumental, if you will, in inspiring her students to find their voice and dream big. With a little bit of help, I was able to pull off an epic surprise for both her and her students, making it a day we all won't forget. Take a look.
You can't build an ensemble if you're not being kind to each other. So that's a big expectation in here, is that students are treating each other with kindness.
Very good. For nearly 20 years, Anne Gray has been teaching music at Franklin Fine Arts Center in Chicago.
Tell me why music? To actually get to teach it in a classroom setting like this, what drew you to that?
Music, quite frankly, is like the joy part of the day for a lot of kids, and they're always happy to be here.
1, 2, 3, 4. Students from kindergarten to 8th grade learn how to play the ukulele and the drums, instruments secured through Mrs. Gray's grant writing and fundraising. There you go. You got it. That's right? Yeah. What?
Music education, just in general, is so powerful. It really gets at everything. Discipline, learning how to work hard is an important skill, and if you are learning that skill while you're doing something you enjoy, all right, you know, it shows you that work can be meaningful. I'm seeing kids' confidence go up in my classroom.
And the music teacher's impact is hitting all the right notes.
What is it about Mrs. Gray that makes her stand out?
When she has students, she can instantly see their potential. She sees them as their authentic selves.
She encourages students to feel like a literal rock star, and then she just cheers them on with everything she has.
One saying she taught me when I was in 3rd grade, and I still remember, she's like, kindness is always the way to live.
She encourages me by always saying I got this whenever I'm doubting myself.
She helps kids like us find our voice.
It's funny when they don't realize they're really good at something, and they find that is my favorite thing about my job, is that moment when that realization happens that I'm good at this. This is really awesome.
So we're not only here to highlight how great Mrs. Gray is, we've also got a little something for her. And we've got about 200 of her students gathered in the auditorium. Let's go surprise her.
Our cafetorium turns into... Mrs. Gray thought she was giving me a tour of the school, but... You might be kind of confused what's going on. So first we want to play a message from our friend that might help explain it a little bit.
Hello, everybody at Franklin Fine Arts. My name is Adam Sandler. Hello. Yeah. I just want to tell you I love you. Miss Gray, congratulations on being such a great lady. Wish the world had only Miss Grays in this world. You're awesome. You're about to watch a movie called Leo before anybody. I think I'm in it. Have a good time. Congratulations, Miss Gray. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Our sponsor, the Netflix film Leo, heard about how fabulous you are and all the incredible work that you're doing in your classroom. So, how does $5,000? Maybe some new instruments, new things for all the fabulous students that are in your classroom?
We're getting some new amps, kids.
School's out, and now you get to watch a movie. Bring out the popcorn. What does today mean to you?
It's an amazing surprise, and I can't say thank you enough. I don't know how to do this without crying. I guess it just means a lot for the kids to be acknowledged, because, you know, it's them. Everything's for them. So I'm really grateful.
Well, Mrs. Gray said, as you heard, she plans to get new amps, but also guitars and uniforms for her choir. We had so much fun at Franklin Fine Arts. We met some incredible other teachers and students, including Mrs. Gray's own kids. 2 of them go there, Magnus and Vera, who told me it's nice to have their mom as their teacher, too. And they are very young and very talented at music. It was really impressive. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But stick with us because the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for joining me this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the big Thanksgiving getaway is underway, with millions taking planes, trains, and automobiles for the holidays. But severe weather conditions are threatening those travel plans. We'll show you how you can get ahead and avoid the worst of it. Also this morning, Hamas says it's close to a truce agreement with Israel, echoing similar comments from U.S. officials. Reports suggest the deal to pause fighting could include the swapping of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, mainly women and children on both sides. The potential agreement comes as Israeli forces continue to bombard the entire Gaza Strip. And as the death toll soars in Gaza, the UN Secretary General says he's never seen anything like it before.
What is clear is that we have had, in a few weeks, thousands of children killed. We are witnessing a killing of civilians that is unparalleled and unprecedented in any conflict since I am Secretary General.
We've got the very latest from the ground. Hirings and firings. It's been a volatile few days for ChatGPT owner OpenAI. We'll take a closer look at the boardroom drama that led to a revolt at the tech firm. Plus, we're getting new insight into Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's relationship. On the same day, the football stars, Kansas City Chiefs, lost in a Super Bowl rematch against his brothers, Philadelphia Eagles. We will bring you all the latest there, but we're going to get started this morning with the big Thanksgiving travel getaway. A record 55 million Americans are hitting the roads and skies for the holiday, but the latest forecast is showing that holiday travel could be on a collision course with severe weather. That's not what you want to hear. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at Chicago's O'Hare Airport with the latest. Maggie, how are flights looking so far?
Hey, Savannah, good morning from a busy O'Hare. So far, it seems like the weather is having a minimal impact on flights, which is obviously good news. FlightAware, just at last check, reporting under 400 delays nationwide and fewer than 100 cancellations. That being said, those numbers obviously could climb throughout the day. The severe storms wreaking havoc down south, those are now moving east, and officials are pleading with people flying and driving to basically allow extra time and have a backup plan, knowing how easily severe weather can throw a paralyzing wrench into holiday travel. This morning, with the Thanksgiving travel rush ramping up, Mother Nature is impacting holiday plans with bad weather nationwide. A string of tornadoes hitting the Gulf Coast overnight. In central Louisiana, a twister spawning half-dollar-sized hail, while 3 people had to be rescued from a home destroyed by severe weather. South of Jackson, Mississippi, strong winds and drenching rain pummeled a highway, making driving dangerous. That weather system now heading up the East Coast. New York City already issuing a travel warning, expecting wet and windy conditions in the Big Apple over the next 48 hours. For many, the timing couldn't be worse as they try to get home for the holiday.
We got here 3 hours early. We was basically here asleep, waiting for the plane.
With the FAA expecting 2.6 million people to fly every day this week.
Well, demand is growing.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg telling NBC's Tom Costello storms could throw a major wrench into an already stressed system.
We are seeing some weather systems that could play a role and affect flights, so it's going to be especially important to build a little bit of cushion into your plans.
The same advice applies on the roads. With gas prices down almost 40 cents from a year ago, more than 49 million Americans are expected to drive for Thanksgiving, including friends Catherine and Jordan, traveling an hour outside Chicago to see family. So you're making the drive Wednesday night. Do you expect the roads to be busy?
I do, especially because I'm going on 55, and typically that traffic is just bad all of the time.
Would you ever chance it and drive on Thanksgiving?
Honestly, maybe, because it might be less busy.
Yeah. Her friend added that would be risky, though. You might make mom mad if you cut it too close. That being said, AAA says that she might be right. The peak travel days are today and tomorrow, with Sunday slated actually to be the busiest of them all. And so all of that being said, experts, as always, have some tips for traveling in severe weather. If you're flying, they recommend checking to see whether your airline has what's called a weather waiver, allowing you to move your flight around the storm. Also, if you're driving, try and map your route around the storm's timing, and then try to also have a backup route, an alternate, just in case. And then check other modes of transportation, like trains or buses, to basically come up with a plan B in case your plan A falls through. Savannah.
That's great advice. All right, Maggie, wow, it is really busy there already. Thank you so much. Well, our holiday storm track continues with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She's going to get us the forecast over the next few days. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And yeah, we are looking at that high impact storm right now. We're looking at heavy rain falling. That's the biggest culprit with this storm, but also looking at the chance for some wintry weather. We're seeing that now where you see the blues, the purples, the pinks. That's indicating where that wintry weather is falling. And then on the tail end of the system, we're looking at the chance for severe storms once again, mainly this morning through portions of the northern Gulf Coast, Alabama, into the panhandle of Florida, then eventually into portions of the Carolinas and southern Virginia. So as we go throughout the next couple of hours, we're looking at the chance for really gusty thunderstorms, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well, especially where you see that yellow area, so Montgomery to Mobile. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms. That includes Pensacola as well. But notice this green goes all the way up to southern Virginia, and that's because we're looking at the chance for some strong storms even up there. Maybe not quite as strong as what we may see in the Gulf Coast states, but still some strong gusty storms. So we have the rain, we have that severe weather risk. We also have the chance of winter weather. So we're seeing some of that in places. We do have winter advisories, winter weather advisories. That's in the white. So for portions of New England into the interior parts of the Northeast, also parts of the upper Midwest into the Appalachians, we're looking at the chance for some wintry weather. Lots of rainfall, though. That's the big takeaway with the storm. 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain in some spots. That's on top of some grounds that are already saturated. So we could see some very localized flooding. We're not expecting widespread flooding, but still could see some ponding on the roadways as you're out and about in the roadways. We could see some low clouds as well. That affects air travel. And lots of bright colors here telling us that we will see a lot of rain, especially along the East Coast. Ice. This is a big one when you're traveling. I hate traveling with ice, and this makes it really, really difficult. Where you see the purple here, that's where we're expecting some ice, and that's going to make it especially difficult as we're traveling today, especially later on today. And then snowfall could see up to 8 inches in some spots. That's where you see the purples and the pinks corresponding on that legend there. So parts of Maine into parts of Vermont and New England could see some higher amounts of snow. Let's talk about air travel because we're looking at the chance of some delays. I know that we're seeing really good conditions right now, but as we go throughout the day and this kind of moves into the Northeast, we're looking at Detroit, D.C., Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta, likely to see some delays there. Possible delays in New York City, also Philadelphia, especially later on this evening. Now, we're going to see that rain moving in later on this morning, but it's really going to take hold and become heavy as we go throughout the evening and overnight hours. That will extend into the early part of Wednesday. So we could see some impacts tomorrow as well, especially in the morning in Boston and New York City. That is likely there. Maine's going to be really tough tomorrow morning. And then likely delays in Philadelphia, D.C., Raleigh, also Charlotte. But it'll clear out later on Wednesday. So we start to improve. This is the map for tomorrow. Notice we're pretty quiet throughout the middle of the country. It's chilly, it's breezy, but we do have some lingering showers in the morning hours in New England, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, also along the Gulf Coast states. It looks like the Southeast, you could see some rain lingering a little bit later on Wednesday. Another storm system comes into play in the Northwest on Wednesday. That's going to be soggy. And then we do want to get to this because this is important. We're looking at mostly sunny skies for the parade, the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. But we're going to be watching the wind, Savannah, because it's going to be breezy. Looks like sustained at 15 miles per hour, but we're going to have to watch the winds gusting. So we'll be watching that over the next day and a half.
Ooh, that is never good.
I know.
Windy on that day.
It's the worst thing.
Yeah, it really is. All right, Michelle Grossman, thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Well, according to AAA, this year marks the 3rd highest Thanksgiving travel forecast in 23 years. So whether you're flying or hitting the roads, we've got everything you need to know for how to prepare for your trip. AAA spokesperson Aixa Diaz joins us now. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. So tomorrow, I understand, is expected to be the busiest day on the road during this holiday travel period. So what can people do to try to help minimize their holiday traffic frustrations?
Yeah, and Savannah, when I look at that weather map, I feel so terrible for people hitting the road tomorrow. It is expected to be the busiest day, and now you have a lot of bad weather for many people across the country. And AAA also projects that 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. are the worst times to be on the roads on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, because that's when holiday travelers mix with commuters on the roads. Keep in mind, many people work on Wednesday. So that's just creating a recipe for a big mess. We advise hit the road early and be aware of what's happening along your route. So don't sort of just hit the road and not really understand that there could be construction, there could be delays. So check with those DOT notifications, traffic apps, and use 511 as a resource. Also slow down and move over. That means if you see an emergency vehicle on the side of the road or someone having their car repaired or serviced on the side of the road, give them room to do their jobs, slow down and move over if you can safely.
Yes, you'll also get a ticket for that in a lot of states if you don't actually move over. So important reminder. So I know we're also expecting the highest number of Thanksgiving air travelers since 2005. Why do we think it is that more people are getting on an airplane?
Demand for air travel has just continued to go up year after year since the pandemic in 2020. What we're seeing is that people want to get away, see family, see friends, and it's been a significant jump from last year. We're seeing a 6% jump in Thanksgiving air travel compared to 2022. So we're projecting 4.7 million people will be traveling, and those are round trips. When TSA counts numbers, they're counting each time someone goes through security, but we're just looking at the actual trip, and 4.7 million people flying over the 5-day holiday period. AAA looks at Wednesday through Sunday, so that's not even including the people who are leaving today or maybe coming back on Monday.
What days are expected to be the busiest and most expensive is the other question to fly during the Thanksgiving holiday, although hopefully people have already figured this out. But
they've already hopefully figured it out. And sometimes there are some last minute deals to be had. But generally speaking, these are the days. Tuesday and Wednesday are the most expensive to fly. And what I was seeing, I was kind of checking some last minute flights to see maybe if I want to fly to my destination instead of driving. And what I'm seeing is that flights going to my destination ahead of Thanksgiving aren't so bad. It's that Sunday ticket coming back that's just through the roof. So that rules that out for me. So I'll be leaving Thursday morning. That's also a good time to leave. If you leave on Thanksgiving Day itself, early in the morning, whether it's a flight or driving, you're going to encounter less people out there on the roads and at the airports.
Also, what about as you're looking ahead to the rest of the holiday season? What are we thinking in terms of pricing? We just have a few moments, but is it looking good or bad?
Yeah, well, you know what? You can find some last minute deals if you're flexible, but if you want those nonstop trips or if you want to have some premium seating, you're going to have to pay more.
All right. Aixa Diaz, thank you very much and happy holidays to you.
Same.
Let's stay on this because a record 30 million people are expecting to fly over this Thanksgiving holiday, as we were just talking about. So what does it take to cover all those miles in the sky? I love this. We're getting an inside look at the day in the life of a plane. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello and his crew. I'm assuming, Tom, you had to start early and go late for this because a plane doesn't need sleep. So tell us what you found out. I know you're at Reagan National Airport this morning.
Yeah. That's right. A plane doesn't need sleep, but I do. But the bottom line is we did about 19 and a half hours. We started very early on one plane. We went very late. Listen, American has 1,500 planes. They fly 6,000 flights a day. The crews, they come off, they go on, but we decided to stay on board the entire day. Good morning. How you doing? 5 a.m. in Baltimore. And American Airlines first officer Jared Ziobro is prepping the flight deck.
Every flight we're out here testing, making sure every system works properly.
Flight crews will come and go, but planes get very little downtime.
Group 2 customers are welcome to board.
This plane came in last night at 11 o'clock, spent the night in Baltimore, and it's got a very long day ahead.
Biggest priority is just being ready for our passengers and staying in the pleasant mood.
It's still dark as Flight 1403 pushes back from the gate, then lifts off the runway just as dawn breaks. Thousands of flying miles lie ahead. Baltimore Washington Airport to Dallas Fort Worth, then DFW to Miami, Miami to New York LaGuardia, and returning back to Miami before the day is done. John Krikorian and John Urso beating the rush to Hawaii.
There's a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of stress.
3 hours later, we touch down early in Dallas. Like clockwork, passengers deplane, the crew moves to another flight. And with the clock ticking, baggage handlers start loading up for the next flight. A typical narrow-body plane holds about 280 pieces of luggage. They've got 45 minutes on a domestic flight. to turn it before it has to go back out again. With planes flying full this week, American's chief operating officer says there's a constantly evolving backup plan for every flight and airport should weather-related delays start to ripple across the system.
Put a lot of energy, a lot of technology, a lot of things in place to make sure that we can manage the unexpected.
Flight 469 service Miami.
10:25 a.m. we're off to Miami. While passengers work, watch, and rest in the back, the crew encounters heavy rain in Florida. We land 11 minutes late. The cleaning staff, then catering, quickly move in. Next stop, New York with a full flight. Every day, American goes through 1 million cans of soda, 500,000 cookies, and 350,000 bags of pretzels. The sun has already set as we land in New York, then reboard for the flight back to Miami.
The boarding process is very hectic just because of luggage. Everyone wants to bring gifts.
Alessandro Tomas plans to work from her parents' home over Thanksgiving.
I don't like to call it a vacation because I will be working from my childhood bedroom.
But first, Miami is socked in with more rain.
It's like a whole weather system right there.
Our plane is able to land, ending a long day, 5 stops, 4,500 miles, and it all starts again tomorrow. Yeah, it's a very long day. Listen, you know, those planes out there, they cost a lot of money. The airline is not making any money if they sit out on the ramp, only when they're in the air. And that's why they've got to keep them moving. As I said, 45 minutes to turn a plane. If they come in on a red eye, in other words, coast to coast, that means it's possible that plane will have been flying every hour of a 24-hour period, trying to make sure that the airline is making money and moving passengers as fast as possible. Back to you guys.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Tom, thanks for putting in the hard work for us, and happy Thanksgiving. Well, turning now to the war between Israel and Hamas, the group says they are close to reaching a deal to release hostages from Gaza. But few details have been released this morning in hopes that the agreement will be finalized soon. It comes as another hospital in Gaza becomes the center of intense fighting. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest here. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. And a diplomat with knowledge of those hostage talks tells NBC News this morning that an announcement may be imminent. Now, Qatar, which has been mediating those talks and would likely make that announcement, saying this morning, we do not have a final agreement on a truce yet, but negotiations have reached a critical and final stage.
This morning, a breakthrough in the hostage negotiations is closer than it's ever been, U.S. officials say.
Mr. President, is a hostage deal near? I believe so, but I'm not prepared to talk to you. Believe so? Yes. Thank you.
Multiple news reports quoting Hamas and Israeli officials are this morning outlining a possible deal. A multi-day ceasefire with at least 50 Israeli and international hostages freed in waves, with more to follow, and Palestinians detained in Israel, women and children, released in exchange. After a late-night meeting with Israel's Prime Minister and War Cabinet, the families of hostages emerging frustrated without news.
There was no new information given. They can't give any new information because this is, it might jeopardize any effort that they're doing.
This morning, Hamas saying it's close to reaching a truce agreement, but Israel not commenting. Inside Gaza, children evacuated to a hospital in the south overnight from a hospital in the north, surrounded by fighting and Israeli tanks. Large numbers of patients and doctors remain trapped amid a still rising death toll in Gaza. We met Saif O'Day, who was working in Israel on October 7th and is unable to get back to Gaza. 10 days ago, he lost contact with his wife and 3 daughters, Celine, 3, Sarah, 7, and Suha, 8. He's terrified they won't survive. 2 of my daughters witnessed 2 wars. This is the second war while they're still children, he cries. The White House urging Israeli caution in Gaza, but again echoing its support for Israel's government when asked about protesters using the term genocide.
Israel's trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. So when if we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately.
Back to those hostage talks, Savannah. They could yet fall down, of course. Over the past few weeks, NBC News has been told that they revolve around the release of civilians and that they involve the proposal for humanitarian aid, including fuel. But of course, there in the US, with Thanksgiving coming up, the prospect potentially of hostages being released, that would be a happy moment, Savannah.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you very much. Well, now to the tech revolt that could potentially rock the artificial intelligence industry. The nonprofit that started ChatGPT is in chaos after more than 700 employees threatened to quit. That is most of the employees. This is after their former co-founder and CEO was picked up by Microsoft. For more on what all of this means to you, here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans.
At the hottest company in the hottest sector of technology, the co-founders are out, the board under fire, and hundreds of its employees are threatening to quit. 4 days ago, 38-year-old Sam Altman was at the helm of OpenAI, the company at the forefront of fast-moving artificial intelligence, technology that could change the way the world works.
Altman's the Zuckerberg to social media, Musk to electric vehicles. He's the golden child.
The board fired Altman without elaborating, blaming transparency issues. Writing to employees, his removal was, quote, necessary to preserve the board's ability to execute its responsibilities and advance the mission of this organization.
4 board members of a company with 700 people essentially control a technology that could change every aspect of our lives. What, does Washington need to be involved here?
I mean, this is probably the biggest example of disaster of corporate governance that I've seen in 25 years.
But what looks like disaster for OpenAI could turn into a boon for others. Microsoft, a heavy investor in OpenAI, moved quickly, hiring Altman and his generals. And amid an AI arms race for talent, hundreds of employees signed an open letter threatening to resign. Amazon, Google, and Apple working quickly to poach top tech talent with offers in the tens of millions of dollars. The hope for AI, think drug development and testing, curing cancer, modeling climate change and weather, making battlefields less deadly for civilians. But already there has been a downside. AI has been used as a tool for weaponizing disinformation, impersonation fraud, deepfakes, online harassment, and has the potential to replace millions of jobs.
Our thanks to Christine Romans for that report. Well, coming up, pledging more support. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin makes a surprise visit to Ukraine as the United States readies a new package of military aid for the country. Details of that up next.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak are emerging from here.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Let's get you some international headlines. An Italian court has sentenced more than 200 people in a historic mafia trial. Claudio Lavanga joins us now with that from Rome with more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. Let's start here in Italy, where on Monday, as you mentioned, a court sentenced more than 200 mobsters in what became the country's largest mafia trial in more than 3 decades. Now, all the defendants were affiliated to the 'Ndrangheta, the organized crime syndicate from the southern region of Calabria. This is how you pronounce it, actually. Considered the most powerful and violent mafia group in Italy. They were convicted of mafia association, extortion, bribery, and 5 murders, and sentenced to a total of 2,200 years in prison. As you may expect from a big mafia trial like this, many of the defendants had colorful nicknames, including the Wolf, Fatso, Sweetie, and Lamb Thigh. Now let's go to Zimbabwe, where a deadly outbreak of cholera may have killed 150 people since February. Since the start of the outbreak, the country's health ministry has recorded more than 8,000 suspected cholera cases, and the Red Cross warned that there have been more than 500 cases a week since late October, the highest rate since February. Now, the Red Cross said cholera is a waterborne disease caused by poor hygiene, lack of awareness, but also religious practices in which self-proclaimed prophets order sect members to rely on prayer and items such as holy water rather than seek medical treatment. And let's end this tour of the world in Hong Kong, where Disney's World of Frozen opened its gates to the public. It's the first ever theme park dedicated to the Frozen media franchise, one of the most successful in Disney history. Children and those young at heart, of course, will all be able to immerse themselves in the fictional kingdom of Arendelle and visit the North Mountain, Elsa's Ice Palace, the snowflake-topped ice fountain, and the clock tower, where Anna and the Prince sing "Love is an Open Door" in the first Frozen movie. Cast members playing Elsa, Anna, and Kristoff will walk around interactive with guests. Well, I'm sure they will give a warm welcome that will melt the heart of Frozen fans.
Claudio, you sounded like a Frozen fan yourself there. You had a lot of those details on lock.
Never watched it, but
okay.
I will.
Thank you very much, Claudio. All right, let's switch gears now. As the fighting rages on between Israel and Hamas, the division on college campuses is growing too. At Cornell University, the tension between student groups supporting Israel and student groups supporting Palestine has reached a breaking point. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke to the two groups separately about the divide, and she joins us now. Hey, Antonia, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. For weeks now, on college campuses across the country, there has been immense heartbreak and pain as students who are directly affected by the fighting in Israel and in Gaza try to at times have conversations, but more often right now, they are retreating into their own communities and circles. And what we hear from students who are Jewish and have connections to Israel, and to students who are Muslim and have connections to Palestine, is that it's simply too early to come to a table and to think about peace or dialogue. Take a look.
For weeks now, Cornell University's campus has been divided. Heartbreak over the war in Israel and Gaza is transforming campus life.
We're getting threats on campus, so it's like, how can you mourn?
We asked students from the Jewish organization Hillel and Students for Justice in Palestine if they wanted to meet together. Both groups declined.
If you have family and friends in the region, it's not an intellectual exercise to debate and discuss.
I don't know what both sides sounds like. I don't know what both sides looks like. I don't even think it's possible in this moment.
Jewish students like Zoe and Simone, who are the descendants of Holocaust and pogrom survivors, say they've been horrified by people tearing down the posters of hostages.
Every time I see one of them ripped or vandalized, it's like a knife into my chest. I saw one on campus just as I was walking home from class one day, and they were crossed out the name of the 4 people in the picture, and they're a family of 4 taken by Hamas terrorists, and it said "Free Palestine." Palestine is not going to be freed by vandalizing hostage posters.
Palestinian students like Milak say some classmates have denied her people even exist. She says her grandparents were expelled from their homes in 1948, and her relatives now live in Rafah City and the 75-year-old Jabalia refugee camp.
My family is still there, and like I grew up hearing the stories of like what Israeli militia did to them, like the family members that they killed and how they got away with it. And one of my aunts, she witnessed a bomb, Israeli airstrike drop in front of a bus right in front of her. And it's been hard to reach out to them with service being cut out so frequently. It's hard for them to get access to water, food, electricity.
My cousin is a paratrooper in the Israeli Defense Forces. He's 20 years old, and within the first day of the war, 20 of his friends were killed or taken hostage.
How would you describe the climate right now, what you're seeing, what you're hearing on campus?
I've noticed a lot more stares, a lot more unease just around me being around. There was an instance where I noticed someone taking a video of me from his car, and like he wasn't even really trying to hide it. I wasn't doing anything. I was just walking out of Friday prayer.
It's been immensely challenging to be in this campus when I'm seeing my peers march down the streets where we have to walk to get to class every day, chanting things like "from the river to the sea," which we've seen as really a call for genocide or an ethnic cleansing of Jewish people.
Our coalition, our individual organizations all came together and condemned anti-Semitism because we utterly believe anti-Semitism is abhorrent and has a deeply violent history.
Some of those classmates tell me that some of the chants and phrases, like "from the river to the sea," to mean the extermination of Jews. What do you have to say to them?
Okay. Everybody in this vicinity, regardless of religion, of race, of ethnicity, should live free under one state, under one secular state with equal citizenship. That's what it meant. And the question I have to ask people then, where is it from the river to the sea Palestinians shouldn't be safe?
I want peace in the Middle East too, just as much as anyone else. My problem is with that slogan in specific, not whatever message anyone thinks they're sharing with it, because Hamas has used it. It's been appropriated by a terrorist organization. So you can't say it anymore and think that it means peace.
What would you say to a Palestinian person who said that when they hear the word Zionist or Zionism, that they think it means me and my family need to leave the region, that we have to leave our homes?
So the definition of Zionism, right, is the self-determination of the Jewish people to their ancestral homeland. Saying that we have a right to a land and a right to exist as a people is not saying we're agree with the right-wing government in Israel right now.
Cornell has released several statements in response to student fears, increasing security and promising new programs to fight anti-Semitism and to bring in experts in Jewish history.
The university is taking it very seriously, right? We've seen support on a federal and a state level, which is really comforting, really nice.
As people who are Muslim or Arab on campus, we see the administration clearly has a bias.
Cornell's initial statement did not mention Islamophobia or Palestinian people. They tell NBC News they condemn all forms of discriminatory bias.
What would it take to bring the temperature on campus down to maybe just slightly open the door to either healthier dialogue or more dialogue here on campus?
I would really encourage students who are interested in dialogue to reach out to me, to each other. I think it's something that's really scary and really hard.
For no one on this campus to use the slogan "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" again. I think it's just too painful for Jewish students to hear.
Until I can be seen as a human, and until my humanity of being a Muslim, of being a Palestinian, is seen first, then it's hard to have a conversation.
I already know going in, if that's the first question I'm being asked, that I condemn the killing of innocent civilians, that I'm not a terrorist, that they can't see past my scarf.
You know, Savannah, what really struck me in my time on Cornell's campus is just how much language and the different meanings these words hold to people of different communities impacts this debate and makes it really hard for people to sit down and just have a conversation about their pain. Simple things like what Zionism means, what from the river to the sea represents to people. They truly have such different cultural contexts. And so long as people believe that their own classmates, the people who live in the room down the hall from them, don't want them to exist or don't respect their humanity, it's really hard to see a path forward. And I think college campuses, in a way, are, of course, representing what's happening all across our country and the world right now.
Absolutely, such a microcosm. Great conversations. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. Good to have you here with us. Well, coming up, it's been 60 years since the assassination of JFK, and we're taking a look back at the moment that shook the world through the eyes of a Secret Service member who witnessed the incident. That is up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Another package of U.S. military aid is heading to Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced the $100 million presidential drawdown for Ukraine during a surprise visit to Kyiv, saying the U.S. is committed to helping Ukraine defend itself and to deter Russian aggression over the long term. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News.
I wanted to reassure the leadership that the United States of America will continue to support Ukraine. And so, you know, we talked about the things that we're going to continue to do to make sure that they have what they need to be successful on the battlefield.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez in Washington. Hi, Gabe. Thanks for joining us on this. So what do we know about what is in this new package?
Hi there, Savannah. Good morning. Well, as you said, the U.S. has given tens of billions of dollars in security aid to Ukraine, but this is the smallest security aid package announced so far. Still $100 million, and it's set to include several things, including additional ammunition, a high-mobility artillery rocket system, and also demolition munitions to clear obstacles. But this is all meant to help Ukraine as the country heads into this difficult offensive against Russia over the winter months. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making this surprise visit to Kyiv as he tries to rally support really around the world. And there you see some of that new security assistance for Ukraine, the ammunition that I mentioned, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, and also Javelin and AT-4 anti-armor systems. All this is all things that the Defense Secretary says will be critical to Ukraine as it fights in the upcoming months. Savannah.
Gabe, we know Secretary Austin also sat down with Ukrainian President Zelensky along with several senior leaders to discuss this continuing need for military support. Do we have any idea of how those conversations went and what else we're going to see from the Secretary during this visit?
Well, there you see that video, the handshakes and all smiles there from Secretary Lloyd Austin, and this all comes as President Zelensky has been making the rounds, trying to get the world to try to battle against war fatigue. Of course, with all the attention on the Israel-Hamas war at the highest levels, really around the world, there has been this sense that less attention has been paid to the Ukraine-Russia war over the last several months. So this has been part of President Zelensky trying to keep this war as top of mind. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making that surprise visit to Kyiv to signal the U.S.'s staunch support for Ukraine. Savannah.
Gabe, this is Secretary Austin's second trip actually to Kyiv, but of course it comes under far different circumstances, a different backdrop than his first, now that we're more than a year and a half into this war. And some European countries like Poland have started scaling back support, saying that they need to maintain resources to defend themselves. What is the White House saying about any type of cracks in support for Ukraine?
Well, yeah, and as I mentioned, there has been some war fatigue really around the world. You mentioned Poland, but also here domestically, especially among some Republicans in Congress who have been very skeptical of the White House's supplemental funding request, asking for more funding, not just for Ukraine, but also for the Israel-Hamas war, tying it to some other domestic priorities that the White House argues is essential to national security, including border funding and also funding for the Indo-Pacific and more funding for Taiwan as it faces a growing threat from China. So this all comes as the White House tries to signal its strong support for Ukraine and trying to convince the skeptical Republicans to back that supplemental funding request and to battle against that war fatigue, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much. Well, tomorrow will mark 60 years since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas. There are now only 2 Secret Service members still living who witnessed this historic event. One of those men, Clint Hill, sat down with NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff to reflect on that day.
Hey there. The Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy was Clint Hill, a then 31-year-old man. He was just feet away from the president when he was assassinated on that fateful day in Dallas. As the years pass by and new theories emerge about the events of that day, he is more determined than ever to set the record straight. 60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes. How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history. There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book, 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination. What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise. You said, I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us. I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people will read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by new claims made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis, writing about new recollections of that day, leading to new questions about the Warren Commission report. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the two of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you.
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered. What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe, and I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. It would have been much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experiences I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
To this day, Clint Hill believes if he had moved faster, he could have taken those bullets and saved President Kennedy's life. While he can't turn back time, he does feel that it's his duty to set the record straight about the facts of the assassination while he's still alive to do it. But ultimately, while he's made such a huge contribution to American history and society, he says his happiness with his wife, Lisa, is what he is most proud of. Back to you.
Oh, all right, Jacob, thank you so much. Well, coming up, it may have been a disappointing loss yesterday for Travis Kelce's Kansas City Chiefs, but the football star is revealing new details about his romance with Taylor Swift. More up next.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? check for all this damage to
Welcome back. Well, we have, of course, been following the budding romance between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and now the Chiefs tight end is revealing new details about their relationship. He opened up in a new interview with the Wall Street Journal before taking the field last night in a Monday Night Football Super Bowl rematch against big brother Jason and his Philadelphia Eagles. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. So we've gotten used to seeing Taylor Swift in the stands, cheering on Travis Kelce at his games. But last night, the superstar was more than 5,000 miles away, performing her rescheduled show in Brazil, as we're learning more about how their budding romance became a reality in a revealing new interview with the star tight end.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game, but Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory. The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis in a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance.
There's Donna Kelce, who, well, she may have an empty seat somewhere in that suite.
Notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
And this morning, fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelce, who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit, got to see her with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelce now clarifying, he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars.
Okay, so back to the game. Overnight, the Eagles having some fun, and they posted a friendship bracelet on Instagram after their win with the caption, "In our winning era."
Oh, that is just a low blow. Come on,
Their
guys.
marketing team was ready for that.
All right, Emily, thank you so much. Thanks. Let's get you financial headlines now. Citigroup has begun a new round of job cuts. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Citigroup starting a major round of layoffs and management overhaul. The bank isn't saying how many employees are due to be cut and hasn't set a target for total layoffs. Bloomberg reporting Citi has cut roughly 10% of senior manager roles. It's been a tough year for Wall Street banks, which have struggled with a slump in deal making, the uncertain economy, and higher interest rates. Bonuses in the financial industry are expected to be flat or down this year. Hotel workers in Las Vegas have voted overwhelmingly to approve a new 5-year contract with casino giant Caesars. This signals an end to a long labor dispute that brought the threat of a historic strike to the Strip. The Culinary Workers Union is also expected to approve contracts with Wynn Resorts and MGM later this week. The deals were reached earlier this month, just hours before the union would have walked out at 18 hotels and casinos, including the Bellagio, MGM, Grand, and Caesars Palace. The contracts cover more than 35,000 workers. And Hertz is teaming with charging network EVgo to offer renters of electric vehicles 1 year of discount charging with no monthly subscriptions or charge fees. It's like a discount gas card, except for EVs. Now, renters can sign up online or scan a QR code at Hertz locations and set up an EVgo account from now through next November. Then you can use any of EVgo's more than 950 charging stations across the country, Savannah.
All right, awesome. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, what are the chances? Meet the real girl who has a string of things in common with next year's American Girl Doll of the Year. That's up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, if you're one of those people who saw this and was skeptical when Snoop Dogg posted that he was, quote, giving up smoke last week, you were right. On Monday, Snoop posted a follow-up message sharing an ad with the caption, "I'm done with smoke. I'm going smokeless with Solo Stove." Solo Stove is a company that makes smokeless fire pits, and it's now released a limited edition fire pit called the Snoop Stove, describing it as hot enough to make the dog father go smokeless. Snoop's personal brand, of course, is forever linked with smoking, and he is known for smoking weed with celebrities on his YouTube show. One fan posted on X that he had the world's stoners questioning their life choices for this ad. Well, there you go. Finally this hour, a happy accident. The 2024 American Girl Doll of the Year has a surprise connection to a Minnesota toddler, and it all happened by coincidence. NBC News reporter Eva Anderson from our affiliate station KARE 11 in Minneapolis has the story.
Do you want to make an ice cream cone with Mom?
Lila Minetti.
Is that good?
Want a bite? Has many talents. The tiny tot runs an ice cream shop.
He licks out.
And gives expert embraces.
I can do a picture.
She even provides medical care to her top customers.
She likes to play doctor a lot. We think she's going to be Dr. Lila.
So you'd think it'd be no surprise that Lila Minetti is American Girl Doll's 2024 Girl of the Year.
Wow, Lila, you did such a great job working with Hollyhock.
I got a text from my mom that was just like, check this out. It was a link to a doll that was named Lila Minetti. I thought she just customized a doll on the website. And then I Googled it. She's like, you should check this out. You should Google it. They had named this Girl of the Year Lila Minetti.
This is the look.
Here's a catch. The 2024 Girl of the Year namesake doll of this tender toddler has zero connection to this Minnesota family. And that's where the story gets weirder.
Do you want Mama to get it?
Guess where this doll is from?
The point when we saw that the doll was from St. Paul, Minnesota, it started to get a little bit more strange.
She likes that.
She likes that picture. Good job.
I'm like, there's no way they could have found a name like that without finding my family.
American Girl confirmed with KARE 11 there was no spying on the real Lila Minetti to create the toy Lila Minetti. The doll's backstory and name were written by an author. And to celebrate the apparent coincidence,
Lila!
What's that?
Oh my goodness!
Lila, look, it's Lila.
The company sent over her tiny twin.
Your name's Lila too.
That's Lila.
The shock still hasn't worn off.
It's just crazy to see the name in print like this. This is absolutely nuts.
And the doll's journal is a map of their own surroundings.
Picture of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Right? A little map here.
The real Lila may eventually take up the hobbies of the doll's character. A horseback rider, a gymnast, endless learning opportunities.
What's that?
That's a puppy.
So whether she stays an ice cream scooper, or a physician, or a skilled stylist,
You're Girl of the Year.
the future's bright.
2024.
Our thanks to Eva Anderson for that reporting. The doll is available for purchase now, and its accompanying novel, Lila Goes for Gold, hits shelves January 2nd. Isn't that sweet? Well, thank you very much for being with me today. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. There's a live look at our Christmas tree right here in our backyard. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, the holiday getaway officially underway with millions of people heading out of town for Thanksgiving.
We are seeing more people flying than ever with fewer cancellations than we have seen in years. Mother Nature, of course, is the X factor in all of this.
So what does Mother Nature have in store? We have team coverage, including a strong storm system that could put a damper on your plans. Also this morning, a desperate plea from the families of hundreds of hostages being held captive in Gaza as Israel and Hamas negotiate over their release. Meanwhile, the Israeli military expands its ground assault to the north, focusing on a new hospital packed with patients. We'll bring you the latest. Plus, more Americans feeling the pressure financially, with a majority saying they are living paycheck to paycheck. The new report on a sad reality and how you can stay on budget this holiday season. And a reminder to mind your manners this Thanksgiving. What you need to know about the proper etiquette ahead of the holiday, whether you're a host or a guest, and what you should and shouldn't talk about at the dinner table. I think if you're the host, you get to make the rules, right? Isn't that how it works? Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off today. Thank you for joining me. We're going to get started with that severe weather that is threatening to upend the Thanksgiving travel rush. The U.S. is expected to see a record-breaking number of travelers this Thanksgiving as millions of Americans prepare to spend the holiday with family and friends. But a powerful storm system moving east over the next few days could create major issues during this already hectic time. It's expected to bring heavy rain and strong winds to the eastern half of the country. We have got your forecast with Michelle coming up in just a moment, but first we're going to get started with what travelers can expect in our nation's airports. We find NBC News reporter Julia Jester at Reagan National Airport with the latest on that. Julia, good morning. Happy almost Thanksgiving. Thanks for being with us. So what are airports expecting and how are they expected to be affected, but also how are they preparing?
Good morning, Savannah. As you just mentioned, there is a weather wonderland happening across the East Coast and other parts of the country that could really impact travel here in D.C. as well as other major airport hubs like Atlanta, Chicago, New York City, which has a travel warning due to heavy rainfall and winds. Chicago and seeing some Midwest potential weather that could disrupt that hub. And airports across the country have been preparing for this travel surge for months. You might remember last winter, Christmas holiday season, airlines, especially Southwest, got into some deep trouble because they were vastly disrupted by weather. So airports across the U.S. have been investing in weather prediction technology as well as de-icing equipment. Airlines have also been beefing up staffing and training. The Federal Aviation Administration has been making sure that it has been training and recruiting air traffic controllers to really streamline the process to avoid delays and cancellations. Savannah.
Oh, yes, we all remember the great Southwest meltdown. Let's hope nothing quite that bad happens. So tell us, what can flyers do to try to help make their travel as seamless as possible? What should we keep in mind?
Great question. The airports, the airlines, TSA are all advising travelers to be prepared and be patient. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg had this message ahead of the busy Thanksgiving holiday travel season.
We want everyone to be prepared for changes due to weather, and travelers should be checking with their airline directly for the most up-to-date information about their flights, including any delays or cancellations.
And with these preparations that travelers can do, that includes everything from making sure that if you have TSA pre-check, that is indicated on your boarding pass, so there are no surprises when you get in line. It means taking those extra steps when you're packing to make sure that you're not packing anything in your carry-on that needs to be checked, because those little actions can really create a backup at the airport in terms of those security lines. And make sure you give yourself time to get to the airport early and have a backup plan to the backup plan, whether that is knowing alternatives for potentially driving or taking a train. Savannah?
I know TSA is expecting this to be their busiest holiday season ever, so little things like making sure your toiletries aren't in your carry-on and stuff like that can help us all. Julia, thank you very much. Happy holidays. Well, let's keep our Turkey Day travel coverage going with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's here with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And as Julia mentioned, we do kind of have it all. We have a big storm system. It's an impactful one today. We're looking at some wintry weather, some ice even, where you see the pinks and purples. Then we have some heavy rain falling from the Great Lakes all the way down to the southeast. Those darker colors, the brighter colors, showing us where the heaviest rain is falling. So there is quite a lot of heavy rain falling. To the southern tail, we're looking at the chance for severe weather once again. We had some severe weather yesterday, some wind reports, some tornado reports. We could see that once again in portions of the northern Gulf. I'll show you that in just a minute, but it's making its way towards the northeast into the mid-Atlantic. You can even see in Pennsylvania, we're looking at some wintry weather as well. So as we zoom in a little closer, we're looking at all that heavy rain. This is kind of pulling off the Gulf. So we're going to see that rain in place all day long. And in terms of the severe weather, we're looking at the chance for severe storms wherever you see this green. So from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to the southeast, and especially where you see that yellow, that's where we're expecting the likelihood for some strong storms. That includes Montgomery, Mobile, down to Pensacola. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour with any of these storms. A few tornadoes are possible as well. Low chance for hail, but we still could see some, and also that heavy rain, heavy downpours that could lead to a little bit of flash flooding throughout the day. That's going to cause some problems in the air. We're expecting some delays, likely in Detroit, Chicago, wherever you see the red icon. D.C., Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta. Could see some likely delays in Nashville, even Philly, New York, because we're going to see this really overtaking the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic over the next couple of hours. We're starting to cloud up, and then we'll see that rain coming. Now, as we go throughout time here, this is a setup. Big area of low pressure. It's a long, cold front. It has a lot of moisture with it, and it's moving off to the north and east. There's that wintry weather we're expecting to the interior parts of the Northeast and also New England. Lots of heavy rain on the warm side of this system. It's going to move off to the north and east pretty quickly. That's the good news. So today, big impact. Tomorrow, not so much. Back behind it, though, we're going to have breezy conditions, really chilly conditions. We do have the chance for some lingering showers and snow showers in portions of New England, but then it's really out of here on Wednesday. So improving conditions for so many of us. But look at all this rainfall. This is a lot, and a lot of the grounds are saturated here. So we could see a little bit of flooding, not widespread, but localized. Again, where you see those oranges and reds, that's especially where we're looking at the chance for some really heavy rain. We're expecting ice too. This is the worst when we're trying to travel because it's slick. It kind of just sits on top of the roadways. You really cannot drive on that. So we're looking at where you see the purple. That's a likelihood of seeing icy glaze, and there is the snow, especially in portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, into Maine. We could see over 8 inches in some spots in northern New England, which, I don't know, I feel like that might be a good thing for those New Englanders, right? And then by Wednesday, we're looking at cool and breezy conditions back through the Tennessee Valley, the south central states, into the northern plains, soggy northwest. So that will be our next storm. But Wednesday, Savannah looking better, and Thursday, we're pretty quiet. We're going to be breezy in some conditions, but we'll talk about that next hour.
Yes, we will, and talk about the return home, right, on Sunday. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. In a bit. Well, President Biden celebrated his 81st birthday yesterday at the White House with some feathered friends. He carried out the White House's annual Thanksgiving tradition of pardoning 2 lucky turkeys. They were named Liberty and Belle. They hail from Minnesota, and Biden says they love Honeycrisp apples, ice hockey, and the city of Bloomington's famous Mall of America. These birds really got the VIP treatment ahead of their White House visit. As per usual, they shared a luxurious room at the Willard Hotel in Washington. This presidential tradition began back in 1947 with President Harry Truman. Well, a major shakeup in Silicon Valley is rocking the tech industry this morning. The man who became the face of ChatGPT was kicked out of the company he founded, but then quickly hired by Microsoft. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has the latest.
Sam Altman, the face of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, in a messy boardroom ouster.
Altman's the Zuckerberg to social media, Musk to electric vehicles. He's the golden child.
And he's out at OpenAI, the company he co-founded, the board vaguely blaming transparency. Altman and his co-founder then scooped up by OpenAI's biggest investor, Microsoft, with most of the 700 OpenAI employees vowing to walk too.
This is probably the biggest example of disaster of corporate governance that I've seen in 25 years. It's going to raise eyebrows in the Beltway. It's going to raise eyebrows in Brussels and the EU, just given how important this technology is.
It's a boardroom drama that crystallizes the push and pull in Silicon Valley, the rush to commercialize AI versus the need to go slowly to protect society from unintended consequences. OpenAI's ChatGPT is a tool that can be used to write a best man speech, a holiday recipe, even help research on a midterm paper. It even has the potential to be a new industrial revolution. Think drug development and testing, curing cancer, even tackling climate change. There's downside, though. AI has been a tool for weaponizing disinformation, impersonation fraud, deepfakes, online harassment, and consumer scams, with the potential for untold millions of jobs replaced by this technology.
It's a new frontier controlled by a small group of people, and the drama and dissent show there's no real agreement over how to proceed with a technology that is changing more rapidly than Congress's ability to understand it and regulate it. Back to you.
All right, Christine Romans, thank you so much. Well, for more on this tech revolt we're seeing, we are joined by futurist and founder of tech education company Way, Sinead Bovell. Sinead, thanks so much for being with us again this morning. So as Christine just mentioned there, hundreds of employees are threatening to resign if Altman isn't reinstated. The former president, Greg Brockman, had quit after he had been pushed out. They'd also like to see him back. First, just tell us, why has this decision provoked such a strong response from employees?
Right. Well, you can see that employees really believe first and foremost in Sam Altman as a leader. OpenAI is at the frontier of AI innovation in this decade, and Sam Altman is a big reason for that. And so you can see that that's where employees' vision and that's where employees' loyalty lies. A big portion of the recruiting efforts at OpenAI, why they've been able to pull in such strong talent, is because of Sam. Why they've been able to get the investments that they have, again, is because of Sam. So employees really believe in him. They believe in him as a leader, and they believe he is integral to the success of OpenAI. And if he's not there, they're willing to walk.
Do employees feel that they understand why he was pushed out?
Not entirely. And that is a big question mark in this corporate drama more broadly. The board, at least publicly, hasn't come out and stated why exactly or anything specific relating to Sam Altman's actions. We do know that at an all-hands meeting on Saturday, the chief scientist did state that Sam's actions potentially threatened the duty of the board and their mission to carry out and build out advanced artificial intelligence in the best interest of humanity. So we have these kind of high-level takes, but we don't have a specific reason or a specific event that the board seems to be making their decision off of.
So the number of employees that have signed this document saying, you know, we will walk out if this isn't rectified, it seems to be most of the company, actually. Does something like that mean that there is actually a chance we could see Altman return to OpenAI if the board understands just how severe this walkout might be?
Yeah, and there are a few reasons why this might be the case. We know Microsoft, who has tentatively assigned or hired Sam and Greg, has also been quite clear that that isn't concrete. And so it does seem like negotiations are still happening for Sam and Greg to move back to OpenAI. And I do think with over 90% of employees at OpenAI threatening to leave, that is existential for the company. So if OpenAI as a company and if the board wants to see OpenAI continue, reinstating Sam and Greg seems to be integral to that. But again, the board's mission is not necessarily to the commercial success of OpenAI. We know that OpenAI was originally founded as a nonprofit with the goal to bring out the most advanced AI humanity has ever seen, but for the benefit of humanity and ensuring that AI systems remain safe. And so that's where first and foremost their duty and obligation lies from their perspective. But I do think it's possible we see a return from Greg and Sam.
And Sinead, quickly before I let you go, putting a pin in the potential return, in the time being, Emmett Shear, co-founder and former CEO of a very popular video platform called Twitch, confirmed that he would be this interim CEO of OpenAI. What do we know about him, and does that kind of calm the backlash we're seeing from employees? We just have a few moments, but what do you think?
I'm going to say that it doesn't calm the backlash. Employees stated in their kind of walkout letter that moving CEO Mira Murati as the temporary CEO and putting in this new CEO from Twitch was against what they believe is the best interest of the company. We do know that he was the CEO of Twitch, which is a successful company. However, the leadership skills of any company don't necessarily qualify to lead an AI company, because this technology is going to change the world. So it comes with an entirely different responsibility. And so we don't yet know if Shear has that capability.
Sinead Bovell, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Well, now let's head to Washington, where a federal appeals court is weighing whether a gag order imposed on former President Donald Trump is constitutional. This is in the criminal case accusing him of trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Lawyers for Trump and the Justice Department squared off in a hearing on the order Monday. The gag order bars Trump from disparaging witnesses, prosecutors, and court officers in the federal election interference case. Special counsel Jack Smith's team argued the order is needed to keep people safe. Trump's team argued it violates his free speech and ability to campaign for president. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. He's also the author of Sedition Hunters: How January 6th Broke the Justice System, a fairly new and fabulous book. Ryan, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. So earlier this month, the gag order was put on hold until these arguments could be heard. So walk us through how each side made their case and any indication of which way it looks like this is possibly headed.
Yeah, I think the most likely outcome is probably a slightly narrower gag order in scope, maybe opening up the ability for Trump to criticize the special counsel a little bit more, but really focusing on the threats against people who are testifying in this case overall. What the judges were sort of discussing here, as you'll hear in a moment, was as this gets closer to the election, they don't know why the court should have to wait for something to happen, given all of the indicators that we've seen about what happens to people who Donald Trump targets. Take a listen.
As this trial approaches, the atmosphere is going to be increasingly tense. Why does the district court have to wait and see and wait for the threats to come, rather than taking a reasonable action in advance?
He's a high-profile public figure who posts lots and lots and lots of followers. He's expressing his views, as the First Amendment allows.
When the defendant engaged in repeated inflammatory personal attacks on someone, there's a causal link between that person then receiving harassment, threats, and intimidation.
The order is unprecedented, and it sets a terrible precedent for future restrictions on core political speech.
And we have just seen this in cases after case after case where people who Donald Trump target do end up at the the back end of all of these threats. He is aware, I think, of what happens to people that he targets, and that's sort of part of it. So it is this really tricky question of what exactly they can restrict, what exactly they have to allow Donald Trump to say because of the First Amendment. It's a really, really tricky case for the appeals court to hear here, and that's why it's this really unusual event, but this is a really unusual trial.
Ryan, what stuck out to you in the judge's questioning here of both sides, and did any of it kind of express just how concerned they were about the threat of political violence in light of commentary like this?
Yeah, I think that it was interesting to just hear them sort of grapple with this notion that, does Donald Trump know what happens to the people that he ends up targeting? And I think, you can't really ignore that. So, he does this little dance and is very careful in the way that he words a lot of the things. But, we've seen this time and time again, especially in this New York trial where he's targeted members of the court staff, for example, who've been on the receiving end of a lot of vitriol from his followers. And, one of the January 6th defendants actually went to Obama's house just a few months ago after Donald Trump posted Obama's address on his social media platform. The judge in this case, Judge Chutkin, has received threats herself from a woman who was in Texas and has now been charged in connection with that case. So there's a very real world threat going on here as a result of what Donald Trump posts on his social media accounts. But it really is just tricky for them to grapple with in terms of the First Amendment considerations.
All right, Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Well, Hamas leaders say they are nearing a truce agreement with Israel to secure the release of Israeli hostages being held in Gaza. The group didn't offer any additional details, though, about the negotiations. President Biden was asked about the potential deal yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Mr. President, is a hostage deal near? I believe so, but I'm not prepared to talk to you. Believe so? Yes. Thank you. How soon?
It comes as fighting intensifies between Israel and Hamas. Heavy gunfire has erupted around the Indonesian hospital, prompting the World Health Organization to begin evacuations of the facility. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Well, good morning. A diplomat with knowledge of those hostage talks telling NBC News this morning that an announcement on a hostage deal may be imminent. Now, the Qatari Foreign Ministry making a series of announcements this morning in a news conference saying that negotiations have reached a critical and final stage, that we do not have a final agreement on the truce yet, but saying that an announcement of the details will be made as soon as they are reached. Meanwhile, multiple news organizations quoting sources from Hamas and Israeli sources outlining what a deal might look like. And I'm just going to look down to set out that outline for you. The idea, according to those reports, are a multi-day ceasefire with at least 50 Israeli and international hostages freed in waves, with more to follow, and Palestinians detained in Israel, women and children, released in exchange. All of this news this morning comes as the fighting continues in Gaza, in particular around the Indonesian hospital, where there is continued fighting and Israeli tanks and many patients and doctors still trapped there. We've seen pictures of children being evacuated from the Indonesian hospital to the south, but still there are many still there. So hopes this morning, real hopes, that the president yesterday saying that he is crossing his fingers, showing that he is crossing his fingers. So hopes, but at the same time, there is still continued fighting inside Gaza.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, you could call it maybe the nightmare before Thanksgiving. From travel problems to planning a big dinner, sometimes dealing with family, the holidays can be a stressful time of year. Well, later this hour, we will get some tips on how to deal with it all. First, though, after the break, freeway fallout. We'll take you to Los Angeles, where police are searching for a person of interest after a massive fire that shut down a major interstate. We'll be right back.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Police are asking for the public's help identifying a person of interest in that massive fire that shut down a Los Angeles freeway. Their request comes as the highway reopens just in time for the Thanksgiving travel rush. Here's NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz with more.
An urgent search for the person who intentionally started this massive inferno under a Los Angeles freeway.
We still are looking forward to anyone that wishes to come forward with any information around this suspect.
CAL FIRE releasing these images over the weekend of a person of interest in the arson that caused one of the city's busiest highways to shut down, creating a logistical nightmare for drivers and business owners in downtown LA and beyond. Authorities describing the suspect as an approximately 6-foot-tall man, weighing between 170 to 190 pounds, black hair, wearing a black hoodie, blue shorts, and a knee brace. They say he also appears to have a visible burn on his left leg. As the manhunt continues, for many residents, a welcome Thanksgiving surprise.
The good news is there was more good news.
Just in time for holiday travel, overnight, the damaged stretch of Interstate 10 reopening, days and even weeks earlier than previously expected.
You know, it was a week or so ago that we were here, not knowing if we would be here at this moment announcing the reopening for 6 more months.
Governor Gavin Newsom sharing the news of the expedited timeline on Sunday, alongside local officials and Vice President Kamala Harris, who praised the construction teams working around the clock over the last 8 days.
The work that happened here is extraordinary, and the estimates were that this was going to take a long time. There were some who said that a 3 to 4 week estimation was ambitious.
Officials say the repairs could cost an estimated $3 million and will be covered by federal funds. Authorities are also investigating the private company that leases the area where the fire started, with state officials looking into how they manage the property. Now, as travelers hit the road this holiday week,
we wouldn't have to wait till Thursday to give thanks. To give thanks for the opening before the Thanksgiving holiday of the I-10.
A massive sigh of relief in a city already notorious for traffic.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, let's get you international headlines now, starting with a new $100 million aid package for Ukraine from the U.S. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. On Monday, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin made a surprise visit to Kyiv, where he also announced a new $100 million aid package for Ukraine. Now, this new package includes artillery shells, anti-aircraft missiles, small arms ammunition, and Javelin and AT-4 launchers. At a press conference, Austin said the new package will make sure that Ukraine troops, quote, have the means they'll need for successful fighting in the winter time. Vladimir Zelensky called Austin's visit a very important signal for Ukraine, especially at the time the world's attention is drawn to the war between Israel and Hamas. Now let's go to India, where 41 workers have been trapped in a tunnel that caved in after a landslide for the past 9 days. On Monday, rescuers drilled a pipe through the debris into the tunnel, through which they slipped some food and a camera that showed they are still alive. The footage shows the men, who are still wearing safety helmets and jackets, smile and wave at the camera. Their colleagues and families say they are delighted to see their friends after so many days, but now are waiting to see them in the flesh. And let's end this short tour of the world in Barcelona, where on Monday, Colombian pop star Shakira agreed to pay a $7 million fine over tax fraud allegations. Shakira was accused of failing to pay more than $15 million in Spanish income tax between 2012 and 2014. By accepting the deal, she avoids a trial and the risk of a 3-year prison sentence. In a statement, the singer said she was ready to defend her innocence, but decided to prioritize her career and kids because, and I quote, "Winning is not a victory if the price is that they rob you of so many years of your life." Back to you.
Wow. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a new clue that could hint at a major health problem. Up next, what researchers are saying about a link between a certain type of fat and Alzheimer's disease. Plus, it's a shared struggle for many young people, a fear of rejection or failure. We'll tell you what parents can do to help their kids deal with these emotions. This is Morning News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with information about a new study that shows a certain type of belly fat may be linked to a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. We're talking about what's called visceral fat. It can build up around the organs. According to the study, which will be presented at the annual meeting of the Radiological Society of North America in Chicago next week, MRI scans show it's associated with changes in the brain. For more, we are joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, always great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us on a holiday week. All right, so help us understand exactly what visceral fat is, and then also, I mean, it seems surprising to me that being linked to your brain, but just kind of how that works.
I know, right? So, you know those, I don't know if you remember those commercials, like if you can pinch more than an inch. Do you remember that?
Yes, yeah.
That refers to what's called the subcutaneous fat, which is the fat that's right under the skin. That is not what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about the visceral fat, which is below the abdominal muscles. You can't see it, but it essentially encases your internal organs. And a little bit is okay. It actually protects your organs, but too much is not okay. And we've known for a long time that visceral fat increases the risk of heart disease and diabetes and hypertension. And if you think, we talk a lot that there's this connection between cardiovascular disease as well as cognitive health and your mental health. The theory here is that visceral fat increases inflammation. It also increases insulin. And those two things can actually be an issue with the accumulation of those proteins in the brain that are called amyloid. You know, those are characteristic of Alzheimer's, that it prevents breakdown of those amyloid plaques. That's the hypothesis. That's what these researchers are looking at. Nothing definitive, but that's what they're looking at.
So how can you tell if you have this, if it's not really something that you can see? And is the difference between it and just like a little bit of a normal type of belly fat obvious?
So usually the easiest way to think of it is like, you know how we sort of have that middle age spread. You know how people gain weight and they gain it in their bellies, and you can kind of see that.
Right.
Especially, I feel like in men, it's easier to see because they naturally have more lean muscle mass. And so when you get older, you get that sort of around the middle. You can measure it. You can take a tape measure, and you can measure right above the pelvic bones right here. Greater than 35 inches for women or greater than 40 inches for men is considered a risk factor. You would really technically need to do an MRI of your belly to see that, because you can actually have a normal BMI. You can be thin and have excess visceral fat, but for most people, it's just going to be that typical middle age weight gain in the middle area. That's where you're going to notice it.
So what do you do about this?
You lose visceral fat the way you lose any kind of fat, and that is with diet and with exercise. There's no magic. It's not like you have to do more crunches, or it's not that. It's really about losing weight. And when you lose weight, you do lose that visceral fat. So it's diet and exercise the old-fashioned way.
Wow, it feels like we've learned a lot about Alzheimer's in the last few years, which in some ways is
we have, and you always remember like what happened. What's good for the heart is good for your brain.
There you go.
Easy way to think of it.
Dr. Azar, thank you so much. All right, well, now it's time for our weekly mental health check-in, and we have tips to help get you through the stress of the holidays, plus what to know if your child is having trouble handling their feelings. Let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards for more on this. She is the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, always great to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So let's start with holiday stress. So we are just 2 days away from Thanksgiving, and for some it can come with a lot of stress, a lot of worries. You know, you're hosting, you've got family maybe you haven't seen in a while. What are some tips for handling those feelings and still trying to enjoy yourself?
Good morning, Savannah. We're there. The holidays have come, and with that, sometimes it's a lot of stress. And, you know, the American Psychological Association did a recent poll, and 1 out of 3 Americans expect to be more stressed this year than they were last year. And that can come for a lot of different reasons. But in order to manage that stress, I think there's 3 things important to highlight. One is make sure that you're considering attending therapy, talking about those feelings, talking about that stress, and understanding why you feel that way. Another is to unplug. Now, I'd like to say enough said with that. Everyone knows what that means, but it's obviously easier said than done. So very important to try to put down the phone, put down the emails, and be intentional with the time that you're spending with others. And most importantly, probably go outside, get fresh air, get sun, get exercise, because we know all of that is really important for mental health and will help us through some of those stressful moments during the holidays.
Really, really good tips there. Okay, this other one that we're talking about with kids and handling their emotions, I think, you know, of course, they need help from adults sometimes, but there is something specific called rejection-sensitive dysphoria, I think is that how you say it? How can parents spot if their kids have this disorder, if it's a little bit more than just, you know, normal feelings of anxiety or stress being young? What can a parent do to identify it and help?
So rejection-sensitive dysphoria, an important concept that is evolving. I want to highlight the fact that this is not in what we call our DSM, our Diagnostics and Statistics Manual that we use to make diagnoses in mental health, but research is ongoing. The reason research is ongoing is because this can be, in kids, an oversized reaction to what's perceived as a minor slight. And I highlight perceived because sometimes there hasn't been any negative energy, there haven't been negative comments, but to the person, especially to kids, it's perceived that way. And it's really hard for them to let it go. So parents are getting education about what to do, what they say, quiet the brain, how to really understand what their children are experiencing, when they need additional support. Cognitive behavioral therapy is one of the things that we use to highlight that. But it's important because there is a link with ADHD or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And so understanding this rejection-sensitive dysphoria will really help us study ADHD and interventions for that.
Wow, that's really good to hear. Finally, doctor, this is interesting. Music therapy. This is growing in popularity. People turning to that to help their physical and mental health. What is it and who can this help?
So important to understand, music therapy is an evidence-based therapy. We've studied it enough to know that it works. Some people have heard of other speech therapy, physical therapy. Musical therapy is something else that can be used for a range of disorders, anything from dementia to depression to helping women kind of cope with pain and stress during childbirth. And what it is, there can be active parts of it. You can learn how to play an instrument and working with a therapist, which can be really peaceful and helpful for some. You can listen to therapy. You can listen to music to help with that therapy, which helps people calm the brain as well. But most importantly, we know that music can trigger memories, even if it's not associated with those memories. So a lot of people have found it helpful to really sit and understand prior memories and to get back to a calm place.
Absolutely. Dr. Erica Richards, thank you very much.
Thanks, Savannah.
Coming up, more Americans dealing with debt. When we come back, the new study shedding light on a growing problem, plus how you can keep your finances in check this holiday season. And it's a time to give thanks and keep your elbows off the table. Does sound like my mom. We'll get a lesson in proper dining etiquette this Thanksgiving. That's next on Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, with Thanksgiving almost here and holiday shopping already underway, Americans say they're feeling the pressure financially. That is according to a new report by the Lending Club. That's a financial services company. It found 60% of adults say they are living paycheck to paycheck heading into the holidays. Let's bring in Caleb Silver for more on this, our friend and editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So hearing that number, 60% living paycheck to paycheck, also kind of the inverse of that stat is 4 in 10 consumers consider themselves worse off than last year. With inflation cooling, or at least we've kind of started to see that, and interest rates at least a pause in the hikes, does it surprise you to hear stats like that?
Yeah, because money has gotten more expensive over the last year and a half through all these interest rate hikes. So it's credit card debt, it's rent. Rent has gone up month after month. Food prices are still high. They've come down just a little bit, or at least they've stopped accelerating. So all the necessities, think about it, about a third of our paychecks usually go to housing. With rents rising, mortgage rates rising, that's now a little bit more than a third. That puts stress on everything else. And as you go into this holiday season where we're expected to buy, then people feel that stress because they feel the pressure to spend money on loved ones when in fact they don't have to, but it is a thing we get ourselves into every single season.
So consumer spending is such a driver of the economy. Does understanding that people are living this way and how that may make them react over the next few months into the holiday season say anything about the overall health of the economy?
Yeah, I mean, if consumers pull back on spending, that is 70% of GDP. So that could slow down the economy. That said, consumers rarely pull back on spending. And a big deal that's happened in the last couple of months, gas prices are way down. Gas prices is that psychological thing people see that makes them pull back on spending in other places, even though rent and food prices are high, too.
So what we know so far about how people may spend, a little bit of it we're getting from this Deloitte survey. It found that spending this week is expected to jump 13%. Shoppers expected to spend an average of $567 as they're doing that holiday shopping you're talking about for family members, for friends. What impact could that have on families that are already feeling strapped for cash? I mean, are you concerned about people being able to afford these expenses and then what it ultimately means for credit card debt?
Yeah, well, they're just going to pile it onto their credit card debt. And a lot of people in that survey also said, only 23% said they plan to pay it off. So people overspending without a plan to pay it off, that's never a good thing. And we also hear these reports, and we see it out in Investopedia, people looking how to tap their savings, how to tap their 401k to get some extra cash. That is a no-no, my friend. You can't be doing that, especially around the holiday season.
Give us some more tips, maybe some more no-nos.
Yeah.
How should we budget?
Well, the yeses are have a plan, stick to it, have that number in mind, and challenge yourself to come in or below that number when you're spending. Comparison shop. You know, you can always get a better deal. Every time you look at something, whether it's off of Instagram or anywhere else, you get that discount code. Use it, but also comparison shop. You can get better deals. We also talk about these online coupons and store deals you see out there. Use those, and rewards cards. Get paid to shop by earning rewards, or use your rewards from prior shopping to buy your gifts. That's a great way to not spend that extra money because you already earned it.
Great tips. Thanks for the yeses. Caleb Silver, happy Thanksgiving. We appreciate you being here with us this week. Well, let's get you some more financial headlines now. Amazon is launching new generative AI training courses for free. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, so Amazon is launching a program to train millions of workers in AI skills as it seeks an edge in a battle for talent with Microsoft, Google, and others. The Wall Street Journal says the program, called AI Ready, aims to train at least 2 million people by 2025 on basic to advanced skills. Now, the training will be offered through 8 online courses for beginners and those with more experience. They are free to access online through an Amazon Learning site and are available for non-Amazon employees. A Senate panel has issued a subpoena to Live Nation and Ticketmaster for documents related to ticket prices and fees. Ticketmaster came under fire last year following the botched ticket sales for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. The subpoena from the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations would require Live Nation, which owns Ticketmaster, to turn over documents and communications related to ticket prices, financial data regarding fees, the ticket resale business, and its relationship with artists and venues. And Krispy Kreme has a sweet treat for Buddy the Elf. The chain is celebrating the 20th anniversary of the classic holiday movie with the first ever Elf donut collection. Starting tomorrow, Krispy Kreme will offer 3 new Elf-inspired donuts, marking memorable moments in the film. A 6-pack of the special donuts will be available at stores and select supermarkets, including Kroger, Publix, and Walmart. Savannah.
All right,
I love that movie, and I can't wait to try one of those.
I know, and I can't wait to get that in the rotation. the movie. It's time. All right, Savannah.
I started already.
I love it. Thank you so much. Well, speaking of the holidays, in a couple days, people all across the country, of course, are going to be getting together to celebrate Thanksgiving. Whether you are a guest or a host, though, there are certain etiquette rules you need to know to avoid any awkward situations. Joining us now to discuss those rules is Mr. Manners himself, Thomas Farley. He writes the Mealtime with Mr. Manners column for NBC Today. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm excited for you to take us to Manners School. So tell us, let's start with this. Once you've decided that you're going to be heading to somebody's house for Thanksgiving, what is the timing on RSVP? And, you know, because I'm hosting, for example, and I've had some squishy, like, oh, I might be able to be there. Oh, and I might bring somebody, all that kind of stuff. So when should somebody tell you for sure if they're coming and if they're bringing a guest?
Yes, Savannah. So by now, here we are. It's Tuesday before Thanksgiving. If you don't know who's coming, this is a problem for sure. Your guests, your invited guests, should be letting you know as soon as possible within the time frame that they've gotten that invite, 24 hours, 48 hours later. There's so much cooking and shopping and planning for the Thanksgiving meal. Unexpected guests or surprise pop-ins can create problems. So as a guest, just be thankful you're not doing the cooking and get those RSVPs in right away.
All right. And what about coming on time? And then the big one, and people always ask me this. See, I love to host, so I don't mind. And I kind of like everything to look the way I want it to look. So I don't always love, actually, when people bring things. But what should people bring that is kind of something nice for most hosts that they're going to be happy to have?
Yes, and I'm so glad you're asking about that, because we think, well, this is great. This is Thanksgiving. We're having a nice meal. Don't forget the host. So 2 things. Don't come empty-handed. You're going to come double-handed. So one is a gift for the host himself or herself, a bottle of wine, something the host can enjoy after the celebration is over. This is your thank you to them. The second thing that should be in your hand is some sort of dish that can contribute to the meal, not just for yourself, but for others as well, something to share in the spirit of Thanksgiving, in the true spirit of Thanksgiving. And if you've got a dietary restriction, this is a great way to ensure that you've got something that you can eat, and maybe you turn on others to your own dietary likes and dislikes. But definitely come with something in each hand and do not show up late. As you know, Savannah, as a host, this is a holiday that requires all sorts of different tempo in the kitchen. If you're showing up late, it's really throwing things off. So this is not the holiday to come fashionably late.
Yes, tempo in the kitchen makes you sound so professional. And thank you. I love the double-handed tip. I assume the people who love me are watching my show, and they've just heard you say that. So there you go. Thomas, let's move now to hosting. One of the big things when preparing a dinner, whether it's Thanksgiving dinner or any, is thinking about allergies, diet restrictions, things like that for people who are coming over to your home. Walk through the responsibility it is of the host to accommodate specific requests.
Yes. So this has gotten more and more difficult as the years gone by, and as the dietary restrictions have rocketed. You know, time was maybe someone just had an allergy. Now everybody's got some sort of dietary restriction. It's pretty certain thing that the Pilgrims were not going gluten-free at the first Thanksgiving. But as a host, you really should be asking your guests, are there any dietary restrictions that I should know about, particularly allergies? The nice thing I feel about Thanksgiving in particular, because it's we think about the turkey, of course, but because it's such a vegetable-friendly holiday, vegetables pretty much suit just about every dietary restriction. It suits for the vegans, it suits for the pescatarians, it suits for the vegetarians. So as long as you've got a nice, adequate sampling of vegetables at your meal, you should be covering just about everyone. And then someone who's macrobiotic or someone who's a locavore, they may simply be on their own, because there are only so many individuals you can accommodate.
Unless you're like me and you cover most of your vegetables in cheese, in which case you need to think about that. Thomas, we just have a few moments left, but of course, one of the big issues is table talk, politics, money, things like that. Is it still taboo to have those conversations, especially with so much going on in the world, or is there a way to do it and do it nicely?
So 2 solutions for that. Number 1 is the host have table cards. So if there are always 2 guests who are constantly locking horns, you ensure they're not seated next to one another. Secondly, as a host, designate what I call the caucus room. This is the separate area of the house or the home where the people who want to talk politics, which I think is important as long as it can be done respectfully, they can chat away from the earshot without holding everyone else captive to their political conversation.
I love the graphic that we just had up. Some funny tips there. Like, I'm going to tell people, take it outside. All right, Thomas P. Farley, thank you very much, Mr. Manners. We appreciate it, and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Savannah.
Well, coming up, music to our ears and our hearts. When we come back, I'll take you to Chicago for a sweet surprise for a beloved music teacher. You're watching Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, NASA has released a new image from the James Webb Telescope showing never-before-seen details of the Milky Way galaxy. The image shows an area called Sagittarius C. It's an active region of star formation located about 300 light years from the center of the galaxy. 500,000 stars are visible in this picture. Isn't that amazing? Well, it includes baby stars that are still forming. Scientists think they can use the huge amounts of information in the image to learn more about the origin of the universe. So that's just mind-blowing. All right, well now, what better way to celebrate the season of giving than by ending this hour with a heavy dose of kindness? You are about to meet Anne Gray. She is a Chicago music teacher who has been instrumental, if you will, in inspiring her students to find their voice and dream big. With a little bit of help, I was able to pull off an epic surprise for both her and her students, making it a day we all won't forget. Take a look.
You can't build an ensemble if you're not being kind to each other. So that's a big expectation in here, is that students are treating each other with kindness.
Very good. For nearly 20 years, Anne Gray has been teaching music at Franklin Fine Arts Center in Chicago.
Tell me why music? To actually get to teach it in a classroom setting like this, what drew you to that?
Music, quite frankly, is like the joy part of the day for a lot of kids, and they're always happy to be here.
1, 2, 3, 4. Students from kindergarten to 8th grade learn how to play the ukulele and the drums, instruments secured through Mrs. Gray's grant writing and fundraising. There you go. You got it. That's right? Yeah. What?
Music education, just in general, is so powerful. It really gets at everything. Discipline, learning how to work hard is an important skill, and if you are learning that skill while you're doing something you enjoy, all right, you know, it shows you that work can be meaningful. I'm seeing kids' confidence go up in my classroom.
And the music teacher's impact is hitting all the right notes.
What is it about Mrs. Gray that makes her stand out?
When she has students, she can instantly see their potential. She sees them as their authentic selves.
She encourages students to feel like a literal rock star, and then she just cheers them on with everything she has.
One saying she taught me when I was in 3rd grade, and I still remember, she's like, kindness is always the way to live.
She encourages me by always saying I got this whenever I'm doubting myself.
She helps kids like us find our voice.
It's funny when they don't realize they're really good at something, and they find that is my favorite thing about my job, is that moment when that realization happens that I'm good at this. This is really awesome.
So we're not only here to highlight how great Mrs. Gray is, we've also got a little something for her. And we've got about 200 of her students gathered in the auditorium. Let's go surprise her.
Our cafetorium turns into...
Mrs. Gray thought she was giving me a tour of the school, but...
You might be kind of confused what's going on. So first we want to play a message from our friend that might help explain it a little bit.
Hello, everybody at Franklin Fine Arts. My name is Adam Sandler. Hello. Yeah. I just want to tell you I love you. Miss Gray, congratulations on being such a great lady. Wish the world had only Miss Grays in this world. You're awesome. You're about to watch a movie called Leo before anybody. I think I'm in it. Have a good time. Congratulations, Miss Gray. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Our sponsor, the Netflix film Leo, heard about how fabulous you are and all the incredible work that you're doing in your classroom. So, how does $5,000? Maybe some new instruments, new things for all the fabulous students that are in your classroom?
We're getting some new amps, kids.
School's out, and now you get to watch a movie. Bring out the popcorn. What does today mean to you?
It's an amazing surprise, and I can't say thank you enough. I don't know how to do this without crying. I guess it just means a lot for the kids to be acknowledged, because it's them. Everything's for them. So I'm really grateful.
Well, Mrs. Gray said, as you heard, she plans to get new amps, but also guitars and uniforms for her choir. We had so much fun at Franklin Fine Arts. We met some incredible other teachers and students, including Mrs. Gray's own kids. 2 of them go there, Magnus and Vera, who told me it's nice to have their mom as their teacher, too. And they are very young and very talented at music. It was really impressive. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But stick with us because the news continues. Good morning, and thank you for joining me this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the big Thanksgiving getaway is underway, with millions taking planes, trains, and automobiles for the holidays. But severe weather conditions are threatening those travel plans. We'll show you how you can get ahead and avoid the worst of it. Also this morning, Hamas says it's close to a truce agreement with Israel, echoing similar comments from U.S. officials. Reports suggest the deal to pause fighting could include the swapping of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, mainly women and children on both sides. The potential agreement comes as Israeli forces continue to bombard the entire Gaza Strip. And as the death toll soars in Gaza, the UN Secretary General says he's never seen anything like it before.
What is clear is that we have had, in a few weeks, thousands of children killed. We are witnessing a killing of civilians that is unparalleled and unprecedented in any conflict since I am Secretary General.
We've got the very latest from the ground. Hirings and firings. It's been a volatile few days for ChatGPT owner OpenAI. We'll take a closer look at the boardroom drama that led to a revolt at the tech firm. Plus, we're getting new insight into Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's relationship. On the same day, the football stars, Kansas City Chiefs, lost in a Super Bowl rematch against his brothers, Philadelphia Eagles. We will bring you all the latest there, but we're going to get started this morning with a big Thanksgiving travel getaway. A record 55 million Americans are hitting the roads and skies for the holiday, but the latest forecast is showing that holiday travel could be on a collision course with severe weather. That's not what you want to hear. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at Chicago's O'Hare Airport with the latest. Maggie, how are flights looking so far?
Hey, Savannah, good morning from a busy O'Hare. So far, it seems like the weather is having a minimal impact on flights, which is obviously good news. FlightAware, just at last check, reporting under 400 delays nationwide and fewer than 100 cancellations. That being said, those numbers obviously could climb throughout the day. The severe storms wreaking havoc down south, those are now moving east, and officials are pleading with people flying and driving to basically allow extra time and have a backup plan, knowing how easily severe weather can throw a paralyzing wrench into holiday travel. This morning, with the Thanksgiving travel rush ramping up, Mother Nature is impacting holiday plans with bad weather nationwide. A string of tornadoes hitting the Gulf Coast overnight. In central Louisiana, a twister spawning half-dollar-sized hail, while 3 people had to be rescued from a home destroyed by severe weather. South of Jackson, Mississippi, strong winds and drenching rain pummeled a highway, making driving dangerous. That weather system now heading up the East Coast. New York City already issuing a travel warning, expecting wet and windy conditions in the Big Apple over the next 48 hours. For many, the timing couldn't be worse as they try to get home for the holiday.
We got here 3 hours early. We was basically here asleep, waiting for the plane.
With the FAA expecting 2.6 million people to fly every day this week.
Well, demand is growing.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg telling NBC's Tom Costello storms could throw a major wrench into an already stressed system.
We are seeing some weather systems that could play a role and affect flights, so it's going to be especially important to build a little bit of cushion into your plans.
The same advice applies on the roads. With gas prices down almost 40 cents from a year ago, more than 49 million Americans are expected to drive for Thanksgiving, including friends Catherine and Jordan, traveling an hour outside Chicago to see family. So you're making the drive Wednesday night. Do you expect the roads to be busy?
I do, especially because I'm going on 55, and typically that traffic is just bad all of the time.
Would you ever chance it and drive on Thanksgiving?
Honestly, maybe, because it might be less busy.
Yeah. Her friend added that would be risky, though. You might make mom mad if you cut it too close. That being said, AAA says that she might be right. The peak travel days are today and tomorrow, with Sunday slated actually to be the busiest of them all. And so all of that being said, experts, as always, have some tips for traveling in severe weather. If you're flying, they recommend checking to see whether your airline has what's called a weather waiver, allowing you to move your flight around the storm. Also, if you're driving, try and map your route around the storm's timing, and then try to also have a backup route, an alternate, just in case. And then check other modes of transportation, like trains or buses, to basically come up with a plan B in case your plan A falls through. Savannah.
That's great advice. All right, Maggie, wow, it is really busy there already. Thank you so much. Well, our holiday storm track continues with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She's going to get us the forecast over the next few days. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And yeah, we are looking at that high impact storm right now. We're looking at heavy rain falling. That's the biggest culprit with this storm, but also looking at the chance for some wintry weather. We're seeing that now where you see the blues, the purples, the pinks. That's indicating where that wintry weather is falling. And then on the tail end of the system, we're looking at the chance for severe storms once again, mainly this morning through portions of the northern Gulf Coast, Alabama, into the panhandle of Florida, then eventually into portions of the Carolinas and southern Virginia. So as we go throughout the next couple of hours, we're looking at the chance for really gusty thunderstorms, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well, especially where you see that yellow area, so Montgomery to Mobile. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms. That includes Pensacola as well. But notice this green goes all the way up to southern Virginia, and that's because we're looking at the chance for some strong storms even up there. Maybe not quite as strong as what we may see in the Gulf Coast states, but still some strong gusty storms. So we have the rain, we have that severe weather risk. We also have the chance of winter weather. So we're seeing some of that in places. We do have winter advisories, winter weather advisories. That's in the white. So for portions of New England into the interior parts of the Northeast, also parts of the upper Midwest into the Appalachians, we're looking at the chance for some wintry weather. Lots of rainfall, though. That's the big takeaway with the storm. 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain in some spots. That's on top of some grounds that are already saturated, so we could see some very localized flooding. We're not expecting widespread flooding, but still could see some ponding on the roadways as you're out and about in the roadways. We could see some low clouds as well. That affects air travel. And lots of bright colors here telling us that we will see a lot of rain, especially along the East Coast. Ice. This is a big one when you're traveling. I hate traveling traveling with ice, and this makes it really, really difficult. Where you see the purple here, that's where we're expecting some ice, and that's going to make it especially difficult as we're traveling today, especially later on today. And then snowfall could see up to 8 inches in some spots. That's where you see the purples and the pinks corresponding on that legend there. So parts of Maine into parts of Vermont and New England could see some higher amounts of snow. Let's talk about air travel because we're looking at the chance of some delays. I know that we're seeing really good conditions right now, but as we go throughout the day and this kind of moves into the Northeast, we're looking at Detroit, D.C., Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta, likely to see some delays there. Possible delays in New York City, also Philadelphia, especially later on this evening. Now, we're going to see that rain moving in later on this morning, but it's really going to take hold and become heavy as we go throughout the evening and overnight hours. That will extend into the early part of Wednesday, so we could see some impacts tomorrow as well, especially in the morning in Boston and New York City. That is likely there. Maine's going to be really tough tomorrow morning. And then likely delays in Philadelphia, D.C., Raleigh, also Charlotte. But it'll clear out later on Wednesday. So we start to improve. This is the map for tomorrow. Notice we're pretty quiet throughout the middle of the country. It's chilly, it's breezy, but we do have some lingering showers in the morning hours in New England, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, also along the Gulf Coast states. It looks like the Southeast, you could see some rain lingering a little bit later on Wednesday. Another storm system comes into play in the Northwest on Wednesday. That's going to be soggy. And then we do want to get to this because this is important. We're looking at mostly sunny skies for the parade, the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. But we're going to be watching the wind, Savannah, because it's going to be breezy. Looks like sustained at 15 miles per hour, but we're going to have to watch the winds gusting. So we'll be watching that over the next day and a half.
Ooh, that is never good.
I know.
It's windy on that day.
It's the worst thing.
Yeah, it really is. All right, Michelle Grossman, thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Well, according to AAA, this year marks the 3rd highest Thanksgiving travel forecast in 23 years. So whether you're flying or hitting the roads, we've got everything you need to know for how to prepare for your trip. AAA spokesperson Aixa Diaz joins us now. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. So tomorrow, I understand, is expected to be the busiest day on the road during this holiday travel period. So what can people do to try to help minimize their holiday traffic frustrations?
Yeah, and Savannah, when I look at that weather map, I feel so terrible for people hitting the road tomorrow. It is expected to be the busiest day, and now you have a lot of bad weather for many people across the country. And AAA also projects that 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. are the worst times to be on the roads on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, because that's when holiday travelers mix with commuters on the roads. Keep in mind, many people work on Wednesday. So that's just creating a recipe for a big mess. We advise hit the road early and be aware of what's happening along your route. So don't sort of just hit the road and not really understand that there could be construction, there could be delays. So check with those DOT notifications, traffic apps, and use 511 as a resource. Also slow down and move over. That means if you see an emergency vehicle on the side of the road or someone having their car repaired or serviced on the side of the road, give them room to do their jobs, slow down and move over if you can safely.
Yes, you'll also get a ticket for that in a lot of states if you don't actually move over. So important reminder. So I know we're also expecting the highest number of Thanksgiving air travelers since 2005. Why do we think it is that more people are getting on an airplane?
Demand for air travel has just continued to go up year after year since the pandemic in 2020. What we're seeing is that people want to get away, see family, see friends, and it's been a significant jump from last year. We're seeing a 6% jump in Thanksgiving air travel compared to 2022. So we're projecting 4.7 million people will be traveling, and those are round trips. When TSA counts numbers, they're counting each time someone goes through security, but we're just looking at the actual trip, and 4.7 million people flying over the 5-day holiday period. AAA looks at Wednesday through Sunday, so that's not even including the people who are leaving today or maybe coming back on Monday.
What days are expected to be the busiest and most expensive is the other question to fly during the Thanksgiving holiday, although hopefully people have already figured this out. But
they've already hopefully figured it out. And sometimes there are some last minute deals to be had. But generally speaking, these are the days. Tuesday and Wednesday are the most expensive to fly. And what I was seeing, I was kind of checking some last minute flights to see maybe if I want to fly to my destination instead of driving. And what I'm seeing is that flights going to my destination ahead of Thanksgiving aren't so bad. It's that Sunday ticket coming back that's just through the roof. So that rules that out for me. So I'll be leaving Thursday morning. That's also a good time to leave. If you leave on Thanksgiving Day itself, early in the morning, whether it's a flight or driving, you're going to encounter less people out there on the roads and at the airports.
Also, what about as you're looking ahead to the rest of the holiday season? What are we thinking in terms of pricing? We just have a few moments, but is it looking good or bad?
Yeah, well, you know what? You can find some last minute deals if you're flexible, but if you want those nonstop trips or if you want to have some premium seating, you're going to have to pay more.
All right, Aixa Diaz, thank you very much, and happy holidays to you.
Same.
Let's stay on this because a record 30 million people are expecting to fly over this Thanksgiving holiday, as we were just talking about. So what does it take to cover all those miles in the sky? I love this. We're getting an inside look at the day in the life of a plane. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello and his crew. I'm assuming, Tom, you had to start early and go late for this because a plane doesn't need sleep. So tell us what you found out. I know you're at Reagan National Airport this morning.
Yeah. That's right. A plane doesn't need sleep, but I do. But the bottom line is we did about 19 and a half hours. We started very early on one plane. We went very late. Listen, American has 1,500 planes. They fly 6,000 flights a day. The crews, they come off, they go on, but we decided to stay on board the entire day.
Good morning. How you doing? Good morning.
5 a.m. in Baltimore. And American Airlines First Officer Jared Ziobro is prepping the flight deck.
Every flight we're out here testing, making sure every system works properly.
Flight crews will come and go, but planes get very little downtime.
Group 2 customers are welcome to board.
This plane came in last night at 11 o'clock, spent the night in Baltimore, and it's got a very long day ahead.
Biggest priority is just being ready for our passengers and staying in the pleasant mood.
It's still dark as Flight 1403 pushes back from the gate, then lifts off the runway just as dawn breaks. Thousands of flying miles lie ahead. Baltimore-Washington Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth, then DFW to Miami, Miami to New York LaGuardia, and returning back to Miami before the day is done. John Krikorian and John Urso beating the rush to Hawaii.
There's a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of stress.
3 hours later, we touch down early in Dallas. Like clockwork, passengers deplane, the crew moves to another flight. And with the clock ticking, baggage handlers start loading up for the next flight. A typical narrow-body plane holds about 280 pieces of luggage. They've got 45 minutes on a domestic flight to turn it before it has to go back out again. With planes flying full this week, American's chief operating officer says there's a constantly evolving backup plan for every flight and airport should weather-related delays start to ripple across the system.
Put a lot of energy, a lot of technology, a lot of things in place to make sure that we can manage the unexpected.
Flight 469, service to Miami.
10:25 a.m., we're off to Miami. While passengers work, watch, and rest in the back, the crew encounters heavy rain in Florida. We land 11 minutes late. The cleaning staff, then catering, quickly move in. Next stop, New York with a full flight. Every day, American goes through 1 million cans of soda, 500,000 cookies, and 350,000 bags of pretzels. The sun has already set as we land in New York, then reboard for the flight back to Miami.
The boarding process is very hectic just because of luggage. Everyone wants to bring gifts.
Alessandro Tomas plans to work from her parents' home over Thanksgiving.
I don't like to call it a vacation because I will be working from my childhood bedroom.
But first, Miami is socked in with more rain.
It's like a whole weather system right there.
Our plane is able to land, ending a long day, 5 stops, 4,500 miles, and it all starts again tomorrow. Yeah, it's a very long day. Listen, you know, those planes out there, they cost a lot of money. The airline is not making any money if they sit out on the ramp, only when they're in the air. And that's why they've got to keep them moving. As I said, 45 minutes to turn a plane. If they come in on a red eye, in other words, coast to coast, that means it's possible that plane will have been flying every hour of a 24-hour period, trying to make sure that the airline is making money and moving passengers as fast as possible. Back to you guys.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Tom, thanks for putting in the hard work for us, and happy Thanksgiving. Well, turning now to the war between Israel and Hamas, the group says they are close to reaching a deal to release hostages from Gaza. But few details have been released this morning in hopes that the agreement will be finalized soon. It comes as another hospital in Gaza becomes the center of intense fighting. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest here. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. And a diplomat with knowledge of those hostage talks tells NBC News this morning that an announcement may be imminent. Now, Qatar, which has been mediating those talks and would likely make that announcement, saying this morning, we do not have a final agreement on a truce yet, but negotiations have reached a critical and final stage.
This morning, a breakthrough in the hostage negotiations is closer than it's ever been, U.S. officials say.
Mr. President, is a hostage deal near? I believe so, but I'm not prepared to talk to you. Believe so? Yes. Thank you.
Multiple news reports quoting Hamas and Israeli officials are this morning outlining a possible deal. A multi-day ceasefire with at least 50 Israeli and international hostages freed in waves, with more to follow, and Palestinians detained in Israel, women and children, released in exchange. After a late-night meeting with Israel's Prime Minister and War Cabinet, the families of hostages emerging frustrated without news.
There was no new information given. They can't give any new information because this is, it might jeopardize any effort that they're doing.
This morning, Hamas saying it's close to reaching a truce agreement, but Israel not commenting. Inside Gaza, children evacuated to a hospital in the south overnight from a hospital in the north, surrounded by fighting and Israeli tanks. Large numbers of patients and doctors remain trapped amid a still rising death toll in Gaza. We met Saif O'Day, who was working in Israel on October 7th and is unable to get back to Gaza. 10 days ago, he lost contact with his wife and 3 daughters, Celine, 3, Sarah, 7, and Suha, 8. He's terrified they won't survive. 2 of my daughters witnessed 2 wars. This is the second war while they're still children, he cries. The White House urging Israeli caution in Gaza, but again echoing its support for Israel's government when asked about protesters using the term genocide.
Israel's trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. So when we're going to start, if we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately.
Back to those hostage talks, Savannah. They could yet fall down, of course. Over the past few weeks, NBC News has been told that they revolve around the release of civilians and that they involve the proposal for humanitarian aid, including fuel. But of course, there in the US, with Thanksgiving coming up, the prospect potentially of hostages being released, that would be a happy moment. Savannah.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you very much. Well, now to the tech revolt that could potentially rock the artificial intelligence industry. The nonprofit that started ChatGPT is in chaos after more than 700 employees threatened to quit. That is most of the employees. This is after their former co-founder and CEO was picked up by Microsoft. For more on what all of this means to you, here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans.
At the hottest company in the hottest sector of technology, the co-founders are out, the board under fire, and hundreds of its employees are threatening to quit. 4 days ago, 38-year-old Sam Altman was at the helm of OpenAI, the company at the forefront of fast-moving artificial intelligence, technology that could change the way the world works.
Altman's the Zuckerberg to social media, Musk to electric vehicles. He's the golden child.
The board fired Altman without elaborating, blaming transparency issues. Writing to employees, his removal was, quote, necessary to preserve the board's ability to execute its responsibilities and advance the mission of this organization.
4 board members of a company with 700 people essentially control a technology that could change every aspect of our lives. What does Washington need to be involved here?
I mean, this is probably the biggest example of disaster of corporate governance that I've seen in 25 years.
But what looks like disaster for OpenAI could turn into a boon for others. Microsoft, a heavy investor in OpenAI, moved quickly, hiring Altman and his generals. And amid an AI arms race for talent, hundreds of employees signed an open letter threatening to resign. Amazon, Google, and Apple working quickly to poach top tech talent with offers in the tens of millions of dollars. The hope for AI, think drug development and testing, curing cancer, modeling climate change and weather, making battlefields less deadly for civilians. But already there has been a downside. AI has been used as a tool for weaponizing disinformation, impersonation fraud, deep fakes, online harassment, and has the potential to replace millions of jobs.
Our thanks to Christine Romans for that report. Well, coming up, pledging more support. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin makes a surprise visit to Ukraine as the United States readies a new package of military aid for the country. Details of that up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get you some international headlines. An Italian court has sentenced more than 200 people in a historic mafia trial. Claudia Lovanca joins us now with that from Rome with more. Hey, Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. Let's start here in Italy, where on Monday, as you mentioned, a court sentenced more than 200 mobsters in what became the country's largest mafia trial in more than 3 decades. Now, all the defendants were affiliated to the 'Ndrangheta, the organized crime syndicate from the southern region of Calabria. This is how you pronounce it, actually. Considered the most powerful and violent mafia group in Italy. They were convicted of mafia association, extortion, bribery, and 5 murders, and sentenced to a total of 2,200 years in prison. As you may expect from a big mafia trial like this, many of the defendants had colorful nicknames, including the Wolf, Fezzo, Sweetie, and Lamb Thigh. Now let's go to Zimbabwe, where a deadly outbreak of cholera may have killed 150 people since February. Since the start of the outbreak, the country's health ministry has recorded more than 8,000 suspected cholera cases, and the Red Cross warned that there have been more than 500 cases a week since late October, the highest rate since February. Now, the Red Cross said cholera is a waterborne disease caused by poor hygiene, lack of awareness, but also religious practices in which self-proclaimed prophets order sect members to rely on prayer and items such as holy water rather than seek medical treatment. And let's end this tour of the world in Hong Kong, where Disney's World of Frozen opened its gates to the public. It's the first ever theme park dedicated to the Frozen media franchise, one of the most successful in Disney history. Children and those young at heart, of course, will all be able to immerse themselves in the fictional kingdom of Arendelle and visit the North Mountain, Elsa's Ice Palace, the snowflake-topped ice fountain and the clock tower, where Anna and the Prince sing "Love is an Open Door" in the first Frozen movie. Cast members playing Elsa, Anna and Kristoff will walk around interactive with guests. Well, I'm sure they will give a warm welcome that will melt the heart of Frozen fans.
Claudio, you sounded like a Frozen fan yourself there. You had a lot of those details on lock.
Never watched it, but
okay.
I will.
Thank you very much, Claudio. All right, let's switch gears now. As the fighting rages on between Israel and Hamas, the division on college campuses is growing too. At Cornell University, the tension between student groups supporting Israel and student groups supporting Palestine has reached a breaking point. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke to the two groups separately about the divide, and she joins us now. Hey, Antonia, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. For weeks now, on college campuses across the country, there has been immense heartbreak and pain as students who are directly affected by the fighting in Israel and in Gaza try to at times have conversations, but more often right now, they are retreating into their own communities and circles. And what we hear from students who are Jewish and have connections to Israel and to students who are Muslim and have connections to Palestine is that it's simply too early to come to a table and to think about peace or dialogue. Take a look.
For weeks now, Cornell University's campus has been divided. Heartbreak over the war in Israel and Gaza is transforming campus life.
We're getting threats on campus, so it's like, how can you mourn?
We asked students from the Jewish organization Hillel and Students for Justice in Palestine if they wanted to meet together. Both groups declined.
If you have family and friends in the region, it's not an intellectual exercise to debate and discuss.
I don't know what both sides sounds like. I don't know what both sides looks like. I don't even think it's possible in this moment.
Jewish students like Zoe and Simone, who are the descendants of Holocaust and pogrom survivors, say they've been horrified by people tearing down the posters of hostages.
Every time I see one of them ripped or vandalized, it's like a knife into my chest. I saw one on campus just as I was walking home from class one day, and they were crossed out the name of the 4 people in the picture, and they're a family of 4 taken by Hamas terrorists, and it said "Free Palestine." Palestine is not going to be freed by vandalizing hostage posters.
Palestinian students like Melak say some classmates have denied her people even exist. She says her grandparents were expelled from their homes in 1948, and her relatives now live in Rafah City and the 75-year-old Jabalia refugee camp.
My family is still there, and I grew up hearing the stories of what Israeli militia did to them, the family members that they killed and how they got away with it. And one of my aunts, she witnessed a bomb, Israeli airstrike, drop in front of a bus right in front of her. And it's been hard to reach out to them with service being cut out so frequently. It's hard for them to get access to water, food, electricity.
My cousin is a paratrooper in the Israeli Defense Forces. He's 20 years old, and within the first day of the war, 20 of his friends were killed or taken hostage.
How would you describe the climate right now, what you're seeing, what you're hearing on campus?
I've noticed a lot more stares, a lot more unease just around me being around. There was an instance where I noticed someone taking a video of me from his car, and he wasn't even really trying to hide it. I wasn't doing anything. I was just walking out of Friday prayer.
It's been immensely challenging to be in this campus when I'm seeing my peers march down the streets where we have to walk to get to class every day, chanting things like "from the river to the sea," which we've seen as really a call for genocide or an ethnic cleansing of Jewish people.
Our coalition, our individual organizations all came together and condemned anti-Semitism because we utterly believe anti-Semitism is abhorrent and has a deeply violent history.
Some of those classmates tell me that some of the chants and phrases, like "from the river to the sea," to mean the extermination of Jews. What do you have to say to them?
Okay. Everybody in this vicinity, regardless of religion, of race, of ethnicity, should live free under one state, under one secular state with equal citizenship. That's what it meant. And the question I have to ask people then, where is it from the river to the sea Palestinians shouldn't be safe?
I want peace in the Middle East too, just as much as anyone else. My problem is with that slogan in specific, not whatever message anyone thinks they're sharing with it, because Hamas has used it. It's been appropriated by a terrorist organization. So you can't say it anymore and think that it means peace.
What would you say to a Palestinian person who said that when they hear the word Zionist or Zionism, that they think it means me and my family need to leave the region, that we have to leave our homes?
So the definition of Zionism, right, is the self-determination of the Jewish people to their ancestral homeland. Saying that we have a right to a land and a right to exist as a people is not saying we're agree with the right-wing government in Israel right now.
Cornell has released several statements in response to student fears, increasing security and promising new programs to fight anti-Semitism and to bring in experts in Jewish history.
The university is taking it very seriously, right? We've seen support on a federal and a state level, which is really comforting, really nice.
As people who are Muslim or Arab on campus, we see the administration clearly has a bias.
Cornell's initial statement did not mention Islamophobia or Palestinian people. They tell NBC News they condemn all forms of discriminatory bias.
What would it take to bring the temperature on campus down to maybe just slightly open the door to either healthier dialogue or more dialogue here on campus?
I would really encourage students who are interested in dialogue to reach out to me, to each other. I think it's something that's really scary and really hard.
For no one on this campus to use the slogan "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" again. I think it's just too painful for Jewish students to hear.
Until I can be seen as a human, and until my humanity of being a Muslim, of being a Palestinian, is seen first, then it's hard to have a conversation.
I already know going in, if that's the first question I'm being asked, that I condemn the killing of innocent civilians, that I'm not a terrorist, that they can't see past my scarf.
You know, Savannah, what really struck me in my time on Cornell's campus is just how much language and the different meanings these words hold to people of different communities impacts this debate and makes it really hard for people to sit down and just have a conversation about their pain. Simple things like what Zionism means, what from the river to the sea represents to people. They truly have such different cultural contexts. And so long as people believe that their own classmates, the people who live in the room down the hall from them, don't want them to exist or don't respect their humanity, it's really hard to see a path forward. And I think college campuses, in a way, are, of course, representing what's happening all across our country and the world right now.
Absolutely, such a microcosm. Great conversations. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. Good to have you here with us. Well, coming up, it's been 60 years since the assassination of JFK, and we're taking a look back at the moment that shook the world through the eyes of a Secret Service member who witnessed the incident. That is up next.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Another package of U.S. military aid is heading to Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced the $100 million presidential drawdown for Ukraine during a surprise visit to Kyiv, saying the U.S. is committed to helping Ukraine defend itself and to deter Russian aggression over the long term.
I wanted to reassure the leadership that the United States of America will continue to support Ukraine. And so, you know, we talked about the things that we're going to continue to do to make sure that they have what they need to be successful on the battlefield.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez in Washington. Hi, Gabe. Thanks for joining us on this. So what do we know about what is in this new package?
Hi there, Savannah. Good morning. Well, as you said, the U.S. has given tens of billions of dollars in security aid to Ukraine, but this is the smallest security aid package announced so far. Still $100 million, and it's set to include several things, including additional ammunition, a high-mobility artillery rocket system, and also demolition munitions to clear obstacles. But this is all meant to help Ukraine as the country heads into this difficult offensive against Russia over the winter months. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making this surprise visit to Kyiv as he tries to rally support really around the world. And there you see some of that new security assistance for Ukraine, the ammunition that I mentioned, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, and also Javelin and AT-4 anti-armor systems. All this is all things that the Defense Secretary says will be critical to Ukraine as it fights in the upcoming months. Savannah.
Gabe, we know Secretary Austin also sat down with Ukrainian President Zelensky along with several senior leaders to discuss this continuing need for military support. Do we have any idea of how those conversations went and what else we're going to see from the secretary during this visit?
Well, there you see that video, the handshakes and you know, all smiles there from Secretary Lloyd Austin, and this all comes as President Zelensky has been, you know, making the rounds, trying to get the world to try to battle against war fatigue. Of course, with all the attention on the Israel-Hamas war at the highest levels, really around the world, there has been this sense that less attention has been paid to the Ukraine-Russia war over the last several months. So this has been part of President Zelensky trying to keep this war as top of mind, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making that surprise visit to Kyiv to signal the U.S.'s staunch support for Ukraine. Savannah.
Gabe, this is Secretary Austin's second trip actually to Kyiv, but of course it comes under far different circumstances, a different backdrop than his first, now that we're more than a year and a half into this war. And some European countries like Poland have started scaling back support, saying that they need to main resources to defend themselves. What is the White House saying about any type of cracks in support for Ukraine?
Well, yeah, and as I mentioned, there has been some war fatigue really around the world. You mentioned Poland, but also here domestically, especially among some Republicans in Congress who have been very skeptical of the White House's supplemental funding request, asking for more funding, not just for Ukraine, but also for the Israel-Hamas war, tying it to some other domestic priorities that the White House argues is essential to national security, including border funding and also funding for the Indo-Pacific and you know, more funding for Taiwan as it faces a growing threat from China. So this all comes as the White House tries to signal its strong support for Ukraine and trying to convince the skeptical Republicans to back that supplemental funding request and to battle against that war fatigue, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much. Well, tomorrow will mark 60 years since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas. There are now only 2 Secret Service members still living who witnessed this historic event. One of those men, Clint Hill, sat down with NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff to reflect on that day.
Hey there. The Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy was Clint Hill, a then 31-year-old man. He was just feet away from the president when he was assassinated on that fateful day in Dallas. As the years pass by and new theories emerge about the events of that day, he is more determined than ever to set the record straight. 60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes. How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history. There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book, 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination. What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas Schoolbook Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise. You said, "I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us." I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people would read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by new claims made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis writing about new recollections of that day, leading to new questions about the Warren Commission report. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the 2 of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you.
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered. What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe, and I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. Much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experience that I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
To this day, Clint Hill believes if he had moved faster, he could have taken those bullets and saved President Kennedy's life. While he can't turn back time, he does feel that it's his duty to set the record straight about the facts of the assassination while he's still alive to do it. But ultimately, while he's made such a huge contribution to American history and society, he says his happiness with his wife, Lisa, is what he is most proud of. Back to you.
Oh, all right, Jacob, thank you so much. Well, coming up, it may have been a disappointing loss yesterday for Travis Kelce's Kansas City Chiefs, but the football star is revealing new details about his romance with Taylor Swift. More up next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. Well, we have, of course, been following the budding romance between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and now the Chiefs titan is revealing new details about their relationship. He opened up in a new interview with the Wall Street Journal before taking the field last night in a Monday Night Football Super Bowl rematch against big brother Jason and his Philadelphia Eagles. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. So we've gotten used to seeing Taylor Swift in the stands, cheering on Travis Kelce at his games. But last night, the superstar was more than 5,000 miles away, performing her rescheduled show in Brazil, as we're learning more about how their budding romance became a reality in a revealing new interview with the star tight end.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game, but Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory. The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis in a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance.
There's Donna Kelce, who, well, she may have an empty seat somewhere in that suite.
Notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
And this morning, fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelsey, who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit. You got to see her a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelsey now clarifying, he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars.
Okay, so back to the game. Overnight, the Eagles having some fun, and they posted a friendship bracelet on Instagram after their win with the caption, "In our winning era."
Oh, that is just a low blow. Come on,
Their
guys.
marketing team was ready for that.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Let's get you financial headlines now. Citigroup has begun a new round of job cuts. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Citigroup starting a major round of layoffs and management overhaul. The bank isn't saying how many employees are due to be cut and hasn't set a target for total layoffs. Bloomberg reporting Citi has cut roughly 10% of senior manager roles. It's been a tough year for Wall Street banks, which have struggled with a slump in deal making, the uncertain economy, and higher interest rates. Bonuses in the financial industry are expected to be flat or down this year. Hotel workers in Las Vegas have voted overwhelmingly to approve a new 5-year contract with casino giant Caesars. This signals an end to a long labor dispute that brought the threat of a historic strike to the Strip. The Culinary Workers Union is also expected to approve contracts with Wynn Resorts and MGM later this week. The deals were reached earlier this month, just hours before the union would have walked out at 18 hotels and casinos, including the Bellagio, MGM, Grand, and Caesars Palace. The contracts cover more than 35,000 workers. And Hertz is teaming with charging network EVgo to offer renters of electric vehicles 1 year of discount charging with no monthly subscriptions or charge fees. It's like a discount gas card, except for EVs. Now, renters can sign up online or scan a QR code at Hertz locations and set up an EVgo account from now through next November. Then you can use any of EVgo's more than 950 charging stations across the country, Savannah.
All right, awesome. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, what are the chances? Meet the real girl who has a string of things in common with next year's American Girl Doll of the Year. That's up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Well, if you're one of those people who saw this and was skeptical when Snoop Dogg posted that he was, quote, giving up smoke last week, you were right. On Monday, Snoop posted a follow-up message sharing an ad with the caption, "I'm done with smoke. I'm going smokeless with Solo Stove." Solo Stove is a company that makes smokeless fire pits, and it's now released a limited edition fire pit called the Snoop Stove, describing it as hot enough to make the dog father go smokeless. Snoop's personal brand, of course, is forever linked with smoking, and he is known for smoking weed with celebrities on his YouTube show. One fan posted on X that he had the world's stoners questioning their life choices for this ad. Well, there you go. Finally this hour, a happy accident. The 2024 American Girl Doll of the Year has a surprise connection to a Minnesota toddler, and it all happened by coincidence. NBC News reporter Eva Anderson from our affiliate station KARE 11 in Minneapolis has the story.
Do you want to make an ice cream cone with Mom?
Lila Minetti.
Is that good? You want a bite?
Has many talents. The tiny tot runs an ice cream shop.
She likes out.
And gives expert embraces.
I can do a picture.
She even provides medical care to her top customers.
She likes to play doctor a lot. We think she's going to be Dr. Lila.
So you'd think it'd be no surprise that Lila Minetti is American Girl Doll's 2024 Girl of the Year.
Wow, Lila, you did such a great job working with Hollyhock.
I got a text from my mom that was just like, check this out. It was a link to a doll that was named Lila Minetti. I thought she just customized a doll on the website. And then I Googled it. She's like, you should check this out. You should Google it. They had named this Girl of the Year Lila Minetti.
This is the look.
Here's a catch. The 2024 Girl of the Year namesake doll of this tender toddler has zero connection to this Minnesota family. And that's where the story gets weirder.
Do you want Mama to get it?
Guess where this doll is from?
The point when we saw that the doll was from St. Paul, Minnesota, it started to get a little bit more strange.
She likes that. She likes that picture. Good job.
I'm like, there's no way they could have found a name like that without finding my family.
American Girl confirmed with KARE 11 there was no spying on the real Lila Minetti to create the toy Lila Minetti. The doll's backstory and name were written by an author. And to celebrate the apparent coincidence,
Lila!
What's that?
Oh my goodness!
Lila, look, it's Lila.
The company sent over her tiny twin.
Your name's Lila, too.
That's Lila.
The shock still hasn't worn off.
It's just crazy to see the name in print like this. This is absolutely nuts.
And the doll's journal is a map of their own surroundings.
Picture of Minneapolis and St. Paul. A little map here.
The real Lila may eventually take up the hobbies of the doll's character. A horseback rider, a gymnast, endless learning opportunities.
What's that?
That's a puppy.
So whether she stays an ice cream scooper, or a physician, or a skilled stylist,
Your Girl of the Year.
the future's bright.
2024.
Our thanks to Eva Anderson for that reporting. The doll is available for purchase now, and its accompanying novel, Lila Goes for Gold, hits shelves January 2nd. Isn't that sweet? Well, thank you very much for being with me today. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. There's a live look at our Christmas tree right here in our backyard. Stay with us. The news continues right now. And thank you for joining me this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the big Thanksgiving getaway is underway, with millions taking planes, trains, and automobiles for the holidays. But severe weather conditions are threatening those travel plans. We'll show you how you can get ahead and avoid the worst of it. Also this morning, Hamas says it's close to a truce agreement with Israel, echoing similar comments from U.S. officials. Reports suggest the deal to pause fighting
could include the swapping of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, mainly women and children on both sides. The potential agreement comes as Israeli forces continue to bombard the entire Gaza Strip. And as the death toll soars in Gaza, the UN Secretary General says he's never seen anything like it before.
What is clear is that we have had, in a few weeks, thousands of children killed. We are witnessing a killing of civilians that is unparalleled and unprecedented in any conflict since I am Secretary General.
We've got the very latest from the ground. Hirings and firings. It's been a volatile few days for ChatGPT owner OpenAI. We'll take a closer look at the boardroom drama that led to a revolt at the tech firm. Plus, we're getting new insight into Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's relationship. On the same day, the football stars Kansas City Chiefs lost in a Super Bowl rematch against his brothers, Philadelphia Eagles. We will bring you all the latest there, but we're going to get started this morning with a big Thanksgiving travel getaway. A record 55 million Americans are hitting the roads and skies for the holiday, but the latest forecast is showing that holiday travel could be on a collision course with severe weather. That's not what you want to hear. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at Chicago's O'Hare Airport with the latest. Maggie, how are flights looking so far?
Hey, Savannah, good morning from a busy O'Hare. So far, it seems like the weather is having a minimal impact on flights, which is obviously good news. FlightAware, just at last check, reporting under 400 delays nationwide and fewer than 100 cancellations. That being said, those numbers obviously could climb throughout the day. The severe storms wreaking havoc down south, those are now moving east, and officials are pleading with people flying and driving to basically allow extra time and have a backup plan, knowing how easily severe weather can throw a paralyzing wrench into holiday travel. This morning, with the Thanksgiving travel rush ramping up, Mother Nature is impacting holiday plans with bad weather nationwide. A string of tornadoes hitting the Gulf Coast overnight. In central Louisiana, a twister spawning half-dollar-sized hail, while 3 people had to be rescued from a home destroyed by severe weather. South of Jackson, Mississippi, strong winds and drenching rain pummeled a highway, making driving dangerous. That weather system now heading up the East Coast. New York City already issuing a travel warning, expecting wet and windy conditions in the Big Apple over the next 48 hours. For many, the timing couldn't be worse as they try to get home for the holiday.
We got here 3 hours early. We was basically here asleep, waiting for the plane.
With the FAA expecting 2.6 million people to fly every day this week.
Well, demand is growing.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg telling NBC's Tom Costello storms could throw a major wrench into an already stressed system.
We are seeing some weather systems that could play a role and affect flights. So it's going to be especially important to build a little bit of cushion into your plans.
The same advice applies on the roads. With gas prices down almost 40 cents from a year ago, more than 49 million Americans are expected to drive for Thanksgiving, including friends Catherine and Jordan, traveling an hour outside Chicago to see family. So you're making the drive Wednesday night. Do you expect the roads to be busy?
I do, especially because I'm going on 55, and typically that traffic is just bad all of the time.
Would you ever chance it and drive on Thanksgiving?
Honestly, maybe, because it might be less busy. Yeah.
Her friend added that would be risky, though. You might make mom mad if you cut it too close. That being said, AAA says that she might be right. The peak travel days are today and tomorrow, with Sunday slated actually to be the busiest of them all. And so all of that being said, experts, as always, have some tips for traveling in severe weather. If you're flying, they recommend checking to see whether your airline has what's called a weather waiver, allowing you to move your flight around the storm. Also, if you're driving, try and map your route around the storm's timing, and then try to also have a backup route, an alternate, just in case. And then check other modes of transportation, like trains or buses, to basically come up with a plan B in case your plan A falls through. Savannah.
That's great advice. All right, Maggie, wow, it is really busy there already. Thank you so much. Well, our holiday storm track continues with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She's going to get us the forecast over the next few days. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And yeah, we are looking at that high impact storm right now. We're looking at heavy rain falling. That's the biggest culprit with this storm, but also looking at the chance for some wintry weather. We're seeing that now where you see the blues, the purples, the pinks. That's indicating where that wintry weather is falling. And then on the tail end of the system, we're looking at the chance for severe storms once again, mainly this morning through portions of the northern Gulf Coast, Alabama, into the panhandle of Florida, then eventually into portions of the Carolinas and southern Virginia. So as we go throughout the next couple of hours, we're looking at the chance for really gusty thunderstorms, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well, especially where you see that yellow area, so Montgomery to Mobile. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms. That includes Pensacola as well. But notice this green goes all the way up to southern Virginia, and that's because we're looking at the chance for some strong storms even up there. Maybe not quite as strong as what we may see in the Gulf Coast states, but still some strong gusty storms. So we have the rain, we have that severe weather risk. We also have the chance of winter weather. So we're seeing some of that in places. We do have winter advisories, winter weather advisories. That's in the white. So for portions of New England into the interior parts of the Northeast, also parts of the upper Midwest into the Appalachians, we're looking at the chance for some wintry weather. Lots of rainfall, though. That's the big takeaway with the storm. 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain in some spots. That's on top of some grounds that are already saturated. So we could see some very localized flooding. We're not expecting widespread flooding, but still could see some ponding on the roadways as you're out and about in the roadways. We could see some low clouds as well. That affects air travel. And lots of bright colors here telling us that we will see a lot of rain, especially along the East Coast. Ice. This is a big one when you're traveling. I hate traveling with ice, and this makes it really, really difficult. Where you see the purple here, that's where we're expecting some ice, and that's going to make it especially difficult as we're traveling today, especially later on today. And then snowfall. Could see up to 8 inches in some spots. That's where you see the purples and the pinks corresponding on that legend there. So parts of Maine into parts of Vermont and New England could see some higher amounts of snow. Let's talk about air travel because we're looking at the chance of some delays. I know that we're seeing really good conditions right now, but as we go throughout the day and this kind of moves into the Northeast, we're looking at Detroit, D.C., Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta, likely to see some delays there. Possible delays in New York City, also Philadelphia, especially later on this evening. Now, we're going to see that rain moving in later on this morning, but it's really going to take hold and become heavy as we go throughout the evening and overnight hours. That will extend into the early part of Wednesday. So we could see some impacts tomorrow as well, especially in the morning in Boston and New York City. That is likely there. Maine's going to be really tough tomorrow morning. And then likely delays in Philadelphia, D.C., Raleigh, also Charlotte. But it'll clear out later on Wednesday. So we start to improve. This is the map for tomorrow. Notice we're pretty quiet throughout the middle of the country. It's chilly, it's breezy, but we do have some lingering showers in the morning hours in New England, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, also along the Gulf Coast states. It looks like the Southeast, you could see some rain lingering a little bit later on Wednesday. Another storm system comes into play in the Northwest on Wednesday. That's going to be soggy. And then we do want to get to this because this is important. We're looking at mostly sunny skies for the parade, the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. But we're going to be watching the wind, Savannah, because it's going to be breezy. Looks like sustained at 15 miles per hour, but we're going to have to watch the winds gusting. So we'll be watching that over the next day and a half.
Ooh, that is never good.
I know.
Windy on that day.
It's the worst thing.
Yeah, it really is. All right, Michelle Grossman, thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Well, according to AAA, this year marks the 3rd highest Thanksgiving travel forecast in 23 years. So whether you're flying or hitting the roads, we've got everything you need to know for how to prepare for your trip. AAA spokesperson Aixa Diaz joins us now. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. So tomorrow, I understand, is expected to be the busiest day on the road during this holiday travel period. So what can people do to try to help minimize their holiday traffic frustrations?
Yeah, and Savannah, when I look at that weather map, I feel so terrible for people hitting the road tomorrow. It is expected to be the busiest day, and now you have a lot of bad weather for many people across the country. And AAA also projects that 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. are the worst times to be on the roads on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, because that's when holiday travelers mix with commuters on the roads. Keep in mind, many people work on Wednesday. So that's just creating a recipe for a big mess. We advise hit the road early and be aware of what's happening along your route. So don't sort of just hit the road and not really understand that there could be construction, there could be delays. So check with those DOT notifications, traffic apps, and use 511 as a resource. Also slow down and move over. That means if you see an emergency vehicle on the side of the road or someone having their car repaired or serviced on the side of the road, give them room to do their jobs, slow down and move over if you can safely.
Yes, you'll also get a ticket for that in a lot of states if you don't actually move over. So important reminder. So I know we're also expecting the highest number of Thanksgiving air travelers since 2005. Why do we think it is that more people are getting on an airplane?
Demand for air travel has just continued to go up year after year since the pandemic in 2020. What we're seeing is that people want to get away, see family, see friends, and it's been a significant jump from last year. We're seeing a 6% jump in Thanksgiving air travel compared to 2022. So we're projecting 4.7 million people will be traveling, and those are round trips. When TSA counts numbers, they're counting each time someone goes through security, but we're just looking at the actual trip, and 4.7 million people flying over the 5-day holiday period. AAA looks at Wednesday through Sunday, so that's not even including the people who are leaving today or maybe coming back on Monday.
What days are expected to be the busiest and most expensive is the other question to fly during the Thanksgiving holiday, although hopefully people have already figured this out. But
they've already hopefully figured it out. And sometimes there are some last minute deals to be had. But generally speaking, these are the days. Tuesday and Wednesday are the most expensive to fly. And what I was seeing, I was kind of checking some last minute flights to see maybe if I want to fly to my destination instead of driving. And what I'm seeing is that flights going to my destination ahead of Thanksgiving aren't so bad. It's that Sunday ticket coming back that's just through the roof. So that rules that out for me. So I'll be leaving Thursday morning. That's also a good time to leave. If you leave on Thanksgiving Day itself, early in the morning, whether it's a flight or driving, you're going to encounter less people out there on the roads and at the airports.
Also, what about as you're looking ahead to the rest of the holiday season? What are we thinking in terms of pricing? We just have a few moments, but is it looking good or bad?
Yeah, well, you know what? You can find some last minute deals if you're flexible, but if you want those nonstop trips or if you want to have some premium seating, you're going to have to pay more.
All right. Aixa Diaz, thank you very much and happy holidays to you.
Same.
Let's stay on this because a record 30 million people are expecting to fly over this Thanksgiving holiday, as we were just talking about. So what does it take to cover all those miles in the sky? I love this. We're getting an inside look at the day in the life of a plane. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello and his crew. I'm assuming, Tom, you had to start early and go late for this because a plane doesn't need sleep. So tell us what you found out. I know you're at Reagan National Airport this morning.
Yeah. That's right. A plane doesn't need sleep, but I do. But the bottom line is we did about 19 and a half hours. We started very early on one plane. We went very late. Listen, American has 1,500 planes. They fly 6,000 flights a day. The crews, they come off, they go on. But we decided to stay on board the entire day.
Good morning. How you doing?
5 a.m. in Baltimore. And American Airlines First Officer Jared Ziobro is prepping the flight deck.
Every flight we're out here testing, making sure every system works properly.
Flight crews will come and go, but planes get very little downtime.
Group 2 customers are welcome to board.
This plane came in last night at 11 o'clock, spent the night in Baltimore, and it's got a very long day ahead.
Biggest priority is just being ready for our passengers and staying in the pleasant mood.
It's still dark as Flight 1403 pushes back from the gate, then lifts off the runway just as dawn breaks. Thousands of flying miles lie ahead. Baltimore-Washington Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth, then DFW to Miami, Miami to New York LaGuardia, and returning back to Miami before the day is done. John Krikorian and John Urso beating the rush to Hawaii.
There's a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of stress.
3 hours later, we touch down early in Dallas. Like clockwork, passengers deplane, the crew moves to another flight. And with the clock ticking, baggage handlers start loading up for the next flight. A typical narrow-body plane holds about 280 pieces of luggage. They've got 45 minutes on a domestic flight to turn it before it has to go back out again. With planes flying full this week, American's chief operating officer says there's a constantly evolving backup plan for every flight and airport should weather-related delays start to ripple across the system.
But put a lot of energy, a lot of technology, a lot of things in place to make sure that we can manage the unexpected.
Flight 469 service to Miami.
10:25 a.m. we're off to Miami. While passengers work, watch, and rest in the back, the crew encounters heavy rain in Florida. We land 11 minutes late. The cleaning staff, then catering, quickly move in. Next stop, New York with a full flight. Every day, American goes through 1 million cans of soda, 500,000 cookies, and 350,000 bags of pretzels. The sun has already set as we land in New York, then reboard for the flight back to Miami.
The boarding process is very hectic just because of luggage. Everyone wants to bring gifts.
Alessandro Tomas plans to work from her parents' home over Thanksgiving.
I don't
like to call it a vacation because I will be working from my childhood bedroom.
But first, Miami is socked in with more rain.
It's like a whole weather system right there.
Our plane is able to land, ending a long day, 5 stops, 4,500 miles, and it all starts again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a very long day. Listen, you know, those planes out there, they cost a lot of money. The airline is not making any money if they sit out on the ramp, only when they're in the air. And that's why they've got to keep them moving. As I said, 45 minutes to turn a plane. If they come in on a red eye, in other words, coast to coast, that means it's possible that plane will have been flying every hour of a 24-hour period, trying to make sure that the airline is making money and moving passengers as fast as possible. Back to you guys.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Tom, thanks for putting in the hard work for us, and happy Thanksgiving. Well, turning now to the war between Israel and Hamas, the group says they are close to reaching a deal to release hostages from Gaza. But few details have been released this morning in hopes that the agreement will be finalized soon. It comes as another hospital in Gaza becomes the center of intense fighting. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest here. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. And a diplomat with knowledge of those hostage talks tells NBC News this morning that an announcement may be imminent. Now, Qatar, which has been mediating those talks and would likely make that announcement, saying this morning, we do not have a final agreement on a truce yet, but negotiations have reached a critical and final stage.
This morning, a breakthrough in the hostage negotiations is closer than it's ever been, U.S. officials say.
Mr. President, is a hostage deal near? I believe so, but I'm not prepared to talk to you. So? Yes. Thank you.
Multiple news reports quoting Hamas and Israeli officials are this morning outlining a possible deal. A multi-day ceasefire with at least 50 Israeli and international hostages freed in waves, with more to follow, and Palestinians detained in Israel, women and children, released in exchange. After a late-night meeting with Israel's Prime Minister and War Cabinet, the families of hostages emerging frustrated without news.
There was no new information given. They can't give any new information because this is, it might jeopardize any effort that they're doing.
This morning, Hamas saying it's close to reaching a truce agreement, but Israel not commenting. Inside Gaza, children evacuated to a hospital in the south overnight from a hospital in the north, surrounded by fighting and Israeli tanks. Large numbers of patients and doctors remain trapped amid a still rising death toll in Gaza. We met Saif O'Day, who was working in Israel on October 7th and is unable to get back to Gaza. 10 days ago, he lost contact with his wife and 3 daughters, Celine, 3, Sarah, 7, and Suha, 8. He's terrified they won't survive. 2 of my daughters witnessed 2 wars. This is the second war while they're still children, he cries. The White House urging Israeli caution in Gaza, but again echoing its support for Israel's government when asked about protesters using the term genocide.
Israel's trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. So if we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately.
Back to those hostage talks, Savannah. They could yet fall down, of course. Over the past few weeks, NBC News has been told that they revolve around the release of civilians and that they involve the proposal for humanitarian aid, including fuel. But of course, there in the US, with Thanksgiving coming up, the prospect potentially of hostages being released, that would be a happy moment, Savannah.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you very much. Well, now to the tech revolt that could potentially rock the artificial intelligence industry. The nonprofit that started ChatGPT is in chaos after more than 700 employees threatened to quit. That is most of the employees. This is after their former co-founder and CEO was picked up by Microsoft. For more on what all of this means to you, here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans.
At the hottest company in the hottest sector of technology, the co-founders are out, the board under fire, and hundreds of its employees are threatening to quit. 4 days ago, 38-year-old Sam Altman was at the helm of OpenAI, the company at the forefront of fast-moving artificial intelligence, technology that could change the way the world works.
Altman's the Zuckerberg to social media, Musk to electric vehicles. He's the golden child.
The board fired Altman without elaborating, blaming transparency issues. Writing to employees, his removal was, quote, necessary to preserve the board's ability to execute its responsibilities and advance the mission of this organization. 4 board members of a company with 700 people essentially control a technology that could change every aspect of our lives. What does Washington need to be involved here?
I mean, this is probably the biggest example of disaster of corporate governance that I've seen in 25 years.
But what looks like disaster for OpenAI could turn into a boon for others. Microsoft, a heavy investor in OpenAI, moved quickly, hiring Altman and his generals. And amid an AI arms race for talent, hundreds of employees signed an open letter threatening to resign. Amazon, Google, and Apple working quickly to poach top tech talent with offers in the tens of millions of dollars. The hope for AI, think drug development and testing, curing cancer, modeling climate change and weather, making battlefields less deadly for civilians. But already there has been a downside. AI has been used as a tool for weaponizing disinformation, impersonation fraud, deepfakes, online harassment, and has the potential to replace millions of jobs.
Our thanks to Christine Romans for that report. Well, coming up, pledging more support. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin makes a surprise visit to Ukraine as the United States readies a new package of military aid for the country. Details of that up next.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Let's get you some international headlines. An Italian court has sentenced more than 200 people in a historic mafia trial. Claudio Levanga joins us now with that from Rome with more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, that's right. Let's start here in Italy, where on Monday, as you mentioned, a court sentenced more than 200 mobsters in what became the country's largest mafia trial in more than 3 decades. Now, all the defendants were affiliated to the 'Ndrangheta, the organized crime syndicate from the southern region of Calabria. This is how you pronounced it, actually. Considered the most powerful and violent mafia group in Italy. They were convicted of mafia association, extortion, bribery, and 5 murders, and sentenced to a total of 2,200 years in prison. As you may expect from a big mafia trial like this, many of the defendants had colorful nicknames, including the Wolf, Fezzo, Sweetie, and Lamb Thigh. Now let's go to Zimbabwe, where a deadly outbreak of cholera may have killed 150 people since February. Since the start of the outbreak, the country's health ministry has recorded more than 8,000 suspected cholera cases, and the Red Cross warned that there have been more than 500 cases a week since late October, the highest rate since February. Now, the Red Cross said cholera is a waterborne disease caused by poor hygiene, lack of awareness, but also religious practices in which self-proclaimed prophets order sect members to rely on prayer and items such as holy water rather than seek medical treatment. And let's end this tour of the world in Hong Kong, where Disney's World of Frozen opened its gates to the public. It's the first ever theme park dedicated to the Frozen media franchise, one of the most successful in Disney history. Children and those young at heart, of course, will all be able to immerse themselves in the fictional kingdom of Arendelle and visit the North Mountain, Elsa's Ice Palace, the snowflake-topped ice fountain, and the clock tower, where Anna and the Prince sing "Love is an Open Door" in the first Frozen movie. Cast members playing Elsa, Anna, and Kristoff will walk around interactive with guests. Well, I'm sure they will give a warm welcome that will melt the heart of Frozen fans.
Claudio, you sounded like a Frozen fan yourself there. You had a lot of those details on lock.
Never watched it, but
okay.
I will.
Thank you very much, Claudio. All right, let's switch gears now. As the fighting rages on between Israel and Hamas, the division on college campuses is growing too. At Cornell University, the tension between student groups supporting Israel and student groups supporting Palestine has reached a breaking point. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke to the two groups separately about the divide, and she joins us now. Hey, Antonia, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. For weeks now, on college campuses across the country, there has been immense heartbreak and pain as students who are directly affected by the fighting in Israel and in Gaza try to at times have conversations, but more often right now, they are retreating into their own communities and circles. And what we hear from students who are Jewish and have connections to Israel, and to students who are Muslim and have connections to Palestine, is that it's simply too early to come to a table and to think about peace or dialogue. Take a look.
For weeks now, Cornell University's campus has been divided. Heartbreak over the war in Israel and Gaza is transforming campus life.
We're getting threats on campus, so it's like, how can you mourn?
We asked students from the Jewish organization Hillel and Students for Justice in Palestine if they wanted to meet together. Both groups declined.
If you have family and friends in the region, it's not an intellectual exercise to debate and discuss.
I don't know what both sides sounds like. I don't know what both sides looks like. I don't even think it's possible in this moment.
Jewish students like Zoe and Simone, who are the descendants of Holocaust and pogrom survivors, say they've been horrified by people tearing down the posters of hostages.
Every time I see one of them ripped or vandalized, it's like a knife into my chest. I saw one on campus just as I was walking home from class one day, and they were crossed out the name of the 4 people in the picture, and they're a family of 4 taken by Hamas terrorists, and it said "Free Palestine." Palestine is not going to be freed by vandalizing hostage posters.
Palestinian students like Milak say some classmates have denied her people even exist. She says her grandparents were expelled from their homes in 1948, and her relatives now live in Rafah City and the 75-year-old Jabalia refugee camp.
My family is still there, and I grew up hearing the stories of what Israeli militia did to them, the family members that they killed and how they got away with it. And one of my aunts she witnessed a bomb Israeli airstrike drop in front of a bus right in front of her. And it's been hard to reach out to them with service being cut out so frequently. It's hard for them to get access to water, food, electricity.
My cousin is a paratrooper in the Israeli Defense Forces. He's 20 years old, and within the first day of the war, 20 of his friends were killed or taken hostage.
How would you describe the climate right now, what you're seeing, what you're hearing on campus?
I've noticed a lot more stares, a lot more unease just around me being around. There was an instance where I noticed someone taking a video of me from his car, and like he wasn't even really trying to hide it. I wasn't doing anything. I was just walking out of Friday prayer.
It's been immensely challenging to be in this campus when I'm seeing my peers march down the streets where we have to walk to get to class every day, chanting things like "from the river to the sea," which we've seen as really a call for genocide or an ethnic cleansing of Jewish people.
Our coalition, our individual organizations all came together and condemned anti-Semitism because we utterly believe anti-Semitism is abhorrent and has a deeply violent history.
Some of those classmates tell me that some of the chants and phrases, like "from the river to the sea," to mean the extermination of Jews. What do you have to say to them?
Okay. Everybody in this vicinity, regardless of religion, of race, of ethnicity, should live free under one state, under one secular state with equal citizenship. That's what it meant. And the question I have to ask people then, where is it from the river to the sea Palestinians shouldn't be safe?
I want peace in the Middle East too, just as much as anyone else. My problem is with that slogan in specific, not whatever message anyone thinks they're sharing with it, because Hamas has used it. It's been appropriated by a terrorist organization. So you can't say it anymore and think that it means peace.
What would you say to a Palestinian person who said that when they hear the word Zionist or Zionism, that they think it means me and my family need to leave the region, that we have to leave our homes?
So the definition of Zionism, right, is the self-determination of the Jewish people to their ancestral homeland. Saying that we have a right to a land and a right to exist as a people is not saying we're agree with the right-wing government in Israel right now.
Cornell has released several statements in response to student fears, increasing security and promising new programs to fight anti-Semitism and to bring in experts in Jewish history.
The university is taking it very seriously, right? We've seen support on a federal and a state level, which is really comforting, really nice.
As people who are Muslim or Arab on campus, we see the administration clearly has a bias.
Cornell's initial statement did not mention Islamophobia or Palestinian people. They tell NBC News they condemn all forms of discriminatory bias.
What would it take to bring the temperature on campus down to maybe just slightly open the door to either healthier dialogue or more dialogue here on campus?
I would really encourage students who are interested in dialogue to reach out to me, to each other. I think it's something that's really scary and really hard.
For no one on this campus to use the slogan "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" again, I think it's just too painful for Jewish students to hear.
Until I can be seen as a human, and until my humanity of being a Muslim, of being a Palestinian, is seen first, then it's hard to have a conversation.
I already know going in, if that's the first question I'm being asked, that I condemn the killing of innocent civilians, that I'm not a terrorist, that they can't see past my scarf.
You know, Savannah, what really struck me in my time on Cornell's campus is just how much language and the different meanings these words hold to people of different communities impacts this debate and makes it really hard for people to sit down and just have a conversation about their pain. Simple things like what Zionism means, what from the river to the sea represents to people. They truly have such different cultural contexts. And so long as people believe that their own classmates, the people who live in the room down the hall from them, don't want them to exist or don't respect their humanity, it's really hard to see a path forward. And I think college campuses, in a way, are, of course, representing what's happening all across our country and the world right now.
Absolutely, such a microcosm. Great conversations. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. Good to have you here with us. Well, coming up, it's been 60 years since the assassination of JFK, and we're taking a look back at the moment that shook the world through the eyes of a Secret Service member who witnessed the incident. That is up next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering it.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to her.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Another package of U.S. military aid is heading to Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced the $100 million presidential drawdown for Ukraine during a surprise visit to Kyiv, saying the U.S. is committed to helping Ukraine defend itself and to deter Russian aggression over the long term.
I wanted to reassure the leadership that the United States of America will continue to support Ukraine. And so, you know, we talked about the things that we're going to continue to do to make sure that they have what they need to be successful on the battlefield.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez in Washington. Hi, Gabe. Thanks for joining us on this. So what do we know about what is in this new package?
Hi there, Savannah. Good morning. Well, as you said, the U.S. has given tens of billions of dollars in security aid to Ukraine, but this is the smallest security aid package announced so far. Still $100 million, and it's set to include several things, including additional ammunition, a high-mobility artillery rocket system, and also demolition munitions to clear obstacles. But this is all meant to help Ukraine as the country heads into this difficult offensive against Russia over the winter months. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making this surprise visit to Kyiv as he tries to rally support really around the world. And there you see some of that new security assistance for Ukraine, the ammunition that I mentioned, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, and also Javelin and AT-4 anti-armor systems. All this is all things that the Defense Secretary says will be critical to Ukraine as it fights in the upcoming months. Savannah.
Gabe, we know Secretary Austin also sat down with Ukrainian President Zelensky along with several senior leaders to discuss this continuing need for military support. Do we have any idea of how those conversations went and what else we're going to see from the secretary during this visit?
Well, there you see that video, the handshakes and all smiles there from Secretary Lloyd Austin, and this all comes as President Zelensky has been making the rounds, trying to get the world to try to battle against war fatigue. Of course, with all the attention on the Israel-Hamas war at the highest levels, really around the world, there has been this sense that less attention has been paid to the Ukraine-Russia war over the last several months. So this has been part of President Zelensky trying to keep this war as top of mind, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making that surprise visit to Kyiv to signal the U.S.'s staunch support for Ukraine. Savannah.
Gabe, this is Secretary Austin's second trip actually to Kyiv, but of course it comes under far different circumstances, a different backdrop than his first, now that we're more than a year and a half into this war. And some European countries like Poland have started scaling back support, saying that they need to main resources to defend themselves. What is the White House saying about any type of cracks in support for Ukraine?
Well, yeah, and as I mentioned, there has been some war fatigue really around the world. You mentioned Poland, but also here domestically, especially among some Republicans in Congress who have been very skeptical of the White House's supplemental funding request, asking for more funding, not just for Ukraine, but also for the Israel-Hamas war, tying it to some other domestic priorities that the White House argues is essential to national security, including border funding and also funding for the Indo-Pacific and more funding for Taiwan as it faces a growing threat from China. So this all comes as the White House tries to signal its strong support for Ukraine and trying to convince the skeptical Republicans to back that supplemental funding request and to battle against that war fatigue, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much. Well, tomorrow will mark 60 years since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas. There are now only 2 Secret Service members still living who witnessed this historic event. One of those men, Clint Hill, sat down with NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff to reflect on that day.
Hey there. The Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy was Clint Hill, a then 31-year-old man. He was just feet away from the president when he was assassinated on that fateful day in Dallas. As the years pass by and new theories emerge about the events of that day, he is more determined than ever to set the record straight. 60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes. How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history. There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book, 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination. What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise. You said, I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us. I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people will read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by new claims made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis writing about new recollections of that day, leading to new questions about the Warren Commission report. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the 2 of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you?
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered. What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe, and I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. Much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experience that I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
To this day, Clint Hill believes if he had moved faster, he could have taken those bullets and saved President Kennedy's life. While he can't turn back time, he does feel that it's his duty to set the record straight about the facts of the assassination while he's still alive to do it. But ultimately, while he's made such a huge contribution to American history and society, he says his happiness with his wife, Lisa, is what he is most proud of. Back to you.
Oh, all right, Jacob, thank you so much. Well, coming up, it may have been a disappointing loss yesterday for Travis Kelce's Kansas City Chiefs, but the football star is revealing new details about his romance with Taylor Swift. More up next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, we have, of course, been following the budding romance between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and now the Chiefs tight end is revealing new details about their relationship. He opened up in a new interview with the Wall Street Journal before taking the field last night in a Monday Night Football Super Bowl rematch against big brother Jason and his Philadelphia Eagles. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. So we've gotten used to seeing Taylor Swift in the stands, cheering on Travis Kelce at his games. But last night, the superstar was more than 5,000 miles away, performing her rescheduled show in Brazil, as we're learning more about how their budding romance became a reality in a revealing new interview with the star tight end.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game, but Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory. The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis in a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance.
There's Donna Kelce, who, well, she may have an empty seat somewhere in that suite.
Notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
And this morning, fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelce, who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit. You got to see her with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelce now clarifying, he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars.
Okay, so back to the game. Overnight, the Eagles having some fun, and they posted a friendship bracelet on Instagram after their win with the caption, "In our winning era."
Oh, that is just a low blow. Come on,
Their
guys.
marketing team was ready for that.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Let's get you financial headlines now. Citigroup has begun a new round of job cuts. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Citigroup starting a major round of layoffs and management overhaul. The bank isn't saying how many employees are due to be cut and hasn't set a target for total layoffs. Bloomberg reporting Citi has cut roughly 10% of senior manager roles. It's been a tough year for Wall Street banks, which have struggled with a slump in deal making, the uncertain economy, and higher interest rates. Bonuses in the financial industry are expected to be flat or down this year. Hotel workers in Las Vegas have voted overwhelmingly to approve a new 5-year contract with casino giant Caesars. This signals an end to a long labor dispute that brought the threat of a historic strike to the Strip. The Culinary Workers Union is also expected to approve contracts with Wynn Resorts and MGM later this week. The deals were reached earlier this month, just hours before the union would have walked out at 18 hotels and casinos, including the Bellagio, MGM, Grand, and Caesars Palace. The contracts cover more than 35,000 workers. And Hertz is teaming with charging network EVgo to offer renters of electric vehicles 1 year of discount charging with no monthly subscriptions or charge fees. It's like a discount gas card, except for EVs. Now, renters can sign up online or scan a QR code at Hertz locations and set up an EVgo account from now through next November. Then you can use any of EVgo's more than 950 charging stations across the country, Savannah.
All right, awesome. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, what are the chances? Meet the real girl who has a string of things in common with next year's American Girl Doll of the Year. That's up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, if you're one of those people who saw this and was skeptical when Snoop Dogg posted that he was, quote, giving up smoke last week, you were right. On Monday, Snoop posted a follow-up message sharing an ad with the caption, "I'm done with smoke. I'm going smokeless with Solo Stove." Solo Stove is a company that makes smokeless fire pits, and it's now released a limited edition fire pit called the Snoop Stove, describing it as hot enough to make the dog father go smokeless. Snoop's personal brand, of course, is forever linked with smoking, and he is known for smoking weed with celebrities on his YouTube show. One fan posted on X that he had the world's stoners questioning their life choices for this ad. Well, there you go. Finally this hour, a happy accident. The 2024 American Girl Doll of the Year has a surprise connection to a Minnesota toddler, and it all happened by coincidence. NBC News reporter Eva Anderson from our affiliate station KARE 11 in Minneapolis has the story.
Do you want to make an ice cream cone with Mom?
Lila Minetti.
Is that good? Want a bite?
Has many talents. The tiny tot runs an ice cream shop.
She likes out.
And gives expert embraces.
I can do pictures.
She even provides medical care to her top customers.
She likes to play doctor a lot. We think she's going to be Dr. Lila.
So you'd think it'd be no surprise that Lila Minetti is American Girl Doll's 2024 Girl of the Year.
Wow, Lila, you did such a great job working with Hollyhock.
I got a text from my mom that was just like, check this out. It was a link to a doll that was named Lila Minetti. I thought she just customized a doll on the website. And then I Googled it. She's like, you should check this out. You should Google it. They had named this Girl of the Year Lila Minetti.
This is the look.
Here's a catch. The 2024 Girl of the Year namesake doll of this tender toddler has zero connection to this Minnesota family. And that's where the story gets weirder.
Do you want Mama to get it?
Guess where this doll is from?
The point when we saw that the doll was from St. Paul, Minnesota, it started to get a little bit more strange. She likes that. She likes that picture. Good job.
I'm like, there's no way they could have found a name like that without finding my family.
American Girl confirmed with KARE 11 there was no spying on the real Lila Minetti to create the toy Lila Minetti. The doll's backstory and name were written by an author. And to celebrate the apparent coincidence,
Lila!
What's that?
Oh my goodness!
Lila, look, it's Lila.
The company sent over her tiny twin.
Your name's Lila too. That's Lila.
The shock still hasn't worn off.
It's just crazy to see a name in print like this.
Really
this is absolutely nuts.
And the doll's journal is a map of their own surroundings.
Picture of Minneapolis and St. Paul. A little map here.
The real Lila may eventually take up the hobbies of the doll's character. A horseback rider, a gymnast, endless learning opportunities.
What's that? That's a puppy.
So whether she stays an ice cream scooper, or a physician, or a skilled stylist,
You're Girl of the Year.
the future's bright.
2024.
Our thanks to Eva Anderson for that reporting. The doll is available for purchase now, and its accompanying novel, Lila Goes for Gold, hits shelves January 2nd. Isn't that sweet? Well, thank you very much for being with me today. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. There's a live look at our Christmas tree right here in our backyard. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, November 21st. Diplomatic breakthrough. Israel and Hamas have reportedly reached a tentative deal that would release dozens of Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. We have reporters on the ground following this major development.
Full forecast. Severe weather is on the way for millions of Americans, about to hit the roads and the skies for Thanksgiving travel. More on the warnings from officials to have a backup plan in place.
Consumer Alert, the head of the Federal Communications Commission, is out with a big announcement this hour that could potentially lower your cable bill. What we know about the agency's new campaign to kill junk fees.
Prim and proper, saying please and thank you, are habits that most parents try to instill early on. Well, we've got an etiquette expert here with tips for teaching your child good manners.
That's going to be
for all of us,
a
right?
great conversation ahead of this whole Thanksgiving get-together for sure.
There you go.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're glad to have you with us. We're going to start with breaking news out of the Middle East. Sources are telling NBC News negotiations have just reached a tentative deal to release some of the hostages believed to be held by Hamas militants inside Gaza.
They say the Israeli government still needs to approve the agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to hold special cabinet meetings today, but the sources stress that the talks are still fragile and could fall apart at any moment. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is live in Tel Aviv for us. Hi, David. Thanks for joining us. So if a deal is reached today, I mean, that would mark the most significant diplomatic breakthrough since this war began back on October 7th. Lay out what we know right now about the tentative agreement.
Yeah, Savannah, Vicki, what we know about this tentative deal right now is that it would involve the exchange of around 50 Israeli hostages, mostly women and children, for around 150 Palestinian prisoners currently being held by the Israeli government. That would be the kind of core of the exchange. In addition, this would potentially involve a pause in hostilities of about 4 to 5 days, which would also allow the entry of some 300 to 400 aid trucks per day in that pause into Gaza. There are some additional components as well, such as the pausing of overhead drone flights by the Israelis, which would allow Hamas to consolidate these hostages without being seen. But that's essentially the core of the agreement. As you said, this still needs to be approved by the Israeli government. It has to go through 3 layers of approval. So everyone here tonight is really anxiously awaiting the results of those meetings. Back to you.
David, a couple questions. Do you have a timeline on when we might see the resolution of this? And also tell us what the family members are saying. I know you've been talking with some of the family members of the hostages.
These meetings are supposed to be taking place in the next few hours, starting in about an hour local. And then, so by the end of tonight, we should have an answer one way or the other. And yeah, we're in what's informally known as Hostage Square, which is the place where families of hostages have been convening since October 7th. One really important thing to remember is that even if this deal goes through, a lot of hostages will likely be excluded. That includes, for example, adult male civilians. We spoke to one family member of a 22-year-old man who's currently being held hostage by Hamas. He has health issues, which could potentially be very serious if left untreated. This is what she had to say.
It's complicated because they do have the kids and the mothers, but also sick people that must get help now. And it's really hard for us, but we're waiting for all of them to come back.
No. One of the things that's being said about these negotiations is that this round of this pause could potentially lead to further negotiations and further hostage releases. Someone like that could conceivably be part of one of those subsequent releases, but that all remains to be seen.
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Hostage Square today. Thank you so much, David.
Yes, thank you. Well, right now we are tracking a weather system threatening holiday travel plans for millions of Americans. You're going to see here on your screen the system is pushing its way towards the East Coast right now, and it could not really come at a worse time.
Yeah, AAA is predicting a record-breaking 55 million people will hit the roads and the skies. The holiday travel rush started on Friday, with today and tomorrow shaping up to be the busiest ahead of Thanksgiving. And now forecasters are expecting snow, rain, and severe thunderstorms in some states. Major airports also bracing for the impact of that weather. We're covering this from all angles. We've got NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns here in studio tracking the storms that could disrupt travel plans. But first, let's go to Julia Jester, who joins us from Reagan National Airport in D.C. Julia, good to see you. So what are you seeing there in D.C. today? What are travelers worried about most in terms of getting home at this point?
Well, Vicki, I don't want to jinx anyone, but travelers here have been pretty calm. They were pleasantly surprised, given this stormy weather, that their airport journeys so far have been smooth. They heeded the call to arrive 2 hours early, which definitely helped with stress levels. But not every passenger today has been so lucky. There are more than 1,200 delays nationwide, only about 21 canceled flights so far, but that number could stack up as storms move throughout the United States. The FAA is warning that clouds and wind could impact areas like Boston, Chicago, D.C., Baltimore, and tri-state area airports. And the thunderstorms and severe weather could cause delays in Charlotte and Atlanta. And Atlanta is the busiest travel hub this season. Now, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says that the airline industry is more prepared this holiday season than last, but warned that Mother Nature is the, quote, X factor. Here's a bit more on what he had to say about that.
Well, the big concern this week is weather. We are seeing some weather systems that could play a role and affect flights. So it's going to be especially important to build a little bit of cushion into your plans and to closely watch for updates from your airline.
Building that cushion is key. Give yourself a little bit of extra time to avoid any surprises.
Somehow I'm always the one who plans to do that and then is running through the airport. I feel like
The
me
X
very on
factor.
time. Yeah, I'm the X factor, right? All right. Julia, according to AAA, 49 million people are expected to be flying this year. I mean, that is the highest number of travelers since 2005. I mean, forget since COVID, since 2005. How's TSA preparing for that rush for so many people to go through security?
Yeah, TSA is supposed to average about 2.5 million passengers every day this week, building to a crescendo of a record-breaking nearly 3 million on Sunday. And the TSA administrator says that the agency is prepared for the deluge of passengers. He said the goal is for wait times to be under 30 minutes for standard screening passengers and under 10 minutes for TSA pre-check. And here at DCA, they're really holding to those times pretty well. So between the TSA being prepared and the FAA taking extra steps to get passengers where they need to go, hopefully this season will be a bit smoother. Savannah, Vicki.
All right, NBC News reporter Julia Jester live at DCA for us. I was just there yesterday. Things were smooth sailing. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, and you were here yesterday and here again,
Yes.
so good for you. All right, and thanks, Julia. Let's bring in now Bill Cairns, of course, who's tracking this severe weather for us. Bill, where's the storm at now, and what do we think in the next 48 hours or so?
Yeah, we always said today would be the worst, and if we're not hearing any misery problems out there now, this is good. I mean, this could be great, so let's not jinx it, but we still have the worst to go later this afternoon. Yesterday, we had tornadoes. They were in very rural areas. We didn't hear about anything damaged besides trees. So that's fantastic. So we're talking Mississippi, Louisiana. Those were the areas yesterday. Now we're watching these storms over areas of the panhandle of Florida, in between Pensacola, Panama City. So far, so good. No watches even. So if we get any severe weather, very isolated. But this huge shield of rain, this is what we thought would cause the most delays on the roads and the airports. But look at all the green at all the major hubs. I've only seen about 365 delays, so, you know, coast to coast, which is like very good, and only 5 cancellations. And those are like mechanical related, not weather related. So far, if you head to the airport today and you risked it, it's paying off. So this is the rain shield later on. This is 4 o'clock this afternoon. All the yellow is heavy rain. So it's not going to be fun driving through this area. And the airports, I think the delays will build, especially because of the volume and the rain. Once we get that into Raleigh and Richmond and D.C., Philadelphia, and New York, this will be later on this evening, not for this afternoon. And then Boston, it looks like later on today. And as far as the roads go, obviously, it's got to take your time. Windshield wipers will be going, high speed all the way through I-95 and also down 81 heading through the Appalachians. This is at noon on Wednesday. The rain exits Boston, all done New York, all done in the mid-Atlantic, exiting the Outer Banks. So if you're traveling on Wednesday and you could travel a little later in the day, it'll be dry, it'll be windy, it'll be sunny, it should be just fine. Early in the day, we could have some airport problems in Boston. And because of those high winds, maybe a little bit there in the mid-Atlantic. But, today's the day, guys. If we can get through this, we should be just good to go right through the holiday weekend.
Okay, we love to hear that. And leave yourself some extra time, like you were saying, Bill, just to be safe. We don't want people speeding on the roads.
No, definitely not.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute. And U.S. drivers might have something extra to be thankful for this year. Gas expected to hit its lowest Thanksgiving Day price since 2020.
Well, that is very good news. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, the national average for regular is on track to fall to $3.25 by Thanksgiving. Talk about what's behind this price drop and the good news for drivers this weekend.
Well, Vicki and Savannah, good morning. An analyst at Gas Buddy said that the price drop reflects weaker demand this season and called the decline in oil prices the icing on the cake. But even with lower prices, a Gas Buddy survey showed that 20% of people said they wouldn't travel this holiday season due to other areas of inflation. Meanwhile, X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, sued Media Matters in a federal court Monday. It was in response to the organization's research that found some ads appeared next to anti-Semitic content on X. The report led to a host of major advertisers withdrawing from the social media giant, including Apple, IBM, and our parent company, Comcast. The Media Matters president responded to the suit, saying he looks forward to winning in court. And the U.S. Postal Service is raising shipping prices in January. Ground Advantage prices will go up by nearly 5.5%, while Priority Mail Service and Express Service will jump to just under 6%. USPS says it's also considering other price adjustments. So, guys, get those holiday gifts out in the mail before they raise them all.
Yeah. Also something I'm not good at.
Okay.
Doing that on time. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Coming up, the Federal Communications Commission is making a big push to crack down on cable companies. How much you can save from this new ban on junk fees. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Welcome back. 4 people are hurt after a gunman opened fire at a Walmart in Ohio. It happened last night in Beaver Creek. It's about 15 minutes east of Dayton.
Now, police say the gunman died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Even though there is no ongoing threat to the public, shoppers were absolutely left in shock.
I was literally just shopping for Thanksgiving stuff, and this guy walked right past me with an assault rifle. And he started shooting. I'm so lucky to be alive. He literally walked right past me.
Can you even imagine? You heard the emotion in her voice. We have NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus with us now. Adrian, what do we know about the 4 survivors at this point?
Well, Vicki, we heard from investigators a short time ago telling us at least 3 of the 4 who were shot are listed in critical condition. The 4th person has non-life-threatening injuries. Investigators have only identified this shooter as a male. The motive at this hour is still unclear. Investigators also telling us the shooter ended his own life.
We can't confirm that the shooter has died. It appears as though he's died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There were no rounds or return fire fired by officers of the Beaver Creek Police Department. We have no motive yet, no information on what he may have been thinking.
Adrian, obviously a lot still to learn here, but what about from Walmart? Are we hearing from them? How are they responding?
Walmart did release a statement, and I'd like to share it with you. It reads in part, "We're heartbroken by what happened at our Beaver Creek, Ohio store. This remains a developing situation, and we're working closely with investigators on the scene." We also heard from that shopper who said she was lucky to be alive. That was her account of what happened. She shared that video with us on social media. But for that shopper and so many others, this Thanksgiving holiday takes on a new meaning, especially the word gratitude, as the shopping center where they were going to purchase their Thanksgiving ingredients is now a crime scene. Guys.
All right. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus, thank you for your reporting here, and also welcome to NBC News. Good to have you with us.
Welcome, Adrian. Well, if you have ever tried to change your cable or satellite company and found them adding a whole bunch of extra fees onto your bill, some relief could be on the way.
Yeah, just minutes ago, actually, the head of the Federal Communications Commission announced she wants to restrict some of those surprise charges, including something called early termination fees. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky is tracking here what we call junk fees. He joins us on this. Noah, good news for some consumers here, right? Tell us what this means and how they're going to make this change.
Yeah, the big headlines today are this new proposed rule, if it takes effect, would basically prohibit any cable or satellite company from charging early termination fees, which, if you've ever tried to end or switch your company because you're moving, because of a financial situation, or you just want a different package, there's all these different things in your way. So the idea is to be pro-consumer, make it easier and make it cheaper. Also, you wouldn't have to wait till the end of a cycle to switch. You could do it the day you want to switch. So pro-consumer steps forward. FCC will introduce this next month and hopefully get that process moving.
I hear that sound is everybody cheering because this is finally happening. When could we see it take effect? What are you hearing about a timeline, Noah?
So Congress can move fast, but the agencies don't. That's the drawback of rulemaking. So this would have to go before the whole FCC commission. It will probably approve it, but then we go into a comment period where both the industry and consumers get to voice their opinions. It's a slow process, but really we're looking at probably late 2024 at the earliest. So don't stop reading the fine print on your contracts just yet.
Got it.
This fight's been going on for a while to get rid of these junk fees in all the different places that they exist. So what's happened over the last year or so? What type of protections have we seen roll out?
So if you remember, beginning of this year, State of the Union, President Biden talked about ending junk fees. And that was really kind of a signal, not just to his administrations, but also independent agencies like the FCC and the FTC. And they've all kind of moved in unison to block a lot of these fees that you can see on your screen here. Banking fees, event ticket fees, Airbnb. You go down the list, all these annoying fees that we have, they've taken a real pro-consumer approach here. Now, there's been some pushback from industries that don't want government interference. So the general theme that the Biden administration and these agencies are trying to do, they're not trying to limit what can be charged. The main idea here is to make it at least transparent so consumers can make educated decisions.
And you know up front, because there's nothing worse than going to pay the bill and then you see all these extra charges like at the hotel and other places.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you've done great reporting on that too. What is this for and do I have to pay it?
Exactly.
Is the question.
Thank you for keeping us updated, Noah
Sure
Pransky.
thing.
We appreciate you as always.
Thank you. And later this hour, why this holiday season shopping is expected to jump despite most Americans actually living paycheck to paycheck. We're going to dig into that after the break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tomorrow marks 60 years since President John F. Kennedy's assassination.
And today, there are only 2 surviving Secret Service members who witnessed that moment. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got an exclusive sit-down with one of them and has the story.
60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes.
How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history.
There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs. between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination.
What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. One man, one gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise.
You said, I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us. I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people will read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by a new account of the assassination made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis telling the New York Times he's, quote, beginning to doubt myself about Lee Harvey Oswald being the lone gunman. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the 2 of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you?
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered.
What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe. And I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. Much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experience that I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
What a look back. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Do it in all those places you see on your screen. Stay with us. Your news continues after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thank you for being with us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Cameras and audio recording devices, they're banned from the courtroom during the trial of the man accused of stabbing and killing 4 University of Idaho students. The judge says having those devices in the courtroom could jeopardize Bryan Kohberger's right to a fair trial. But the court will operate a YouTube live stream so the public can observe the proceedings. The prosecutor says he intends to seek the death penalty. Kohberger has pleaded not guilty to the murder charges.
Well, according to a new Gallup poll, look at this on your screen. Americans are more concerned about certain crimes than they have been in decades. It shows 40% of Americans are afraid to walk alone at night. 28% worried they will be murdered. It also found that half of U.S. adults are concerned their car will be stolen or broken into. 72% of Americans are worried they might fall victim to identity theft. This comes, though, as violent crime has decreased nationwide.
The FDA says drug ads on TV and radio must be more upfront about side effects. The agency outlined new standards yesterday, including a requirement that information must be presented in consumer-friendly language and terminology that's readily understandable. The ads also have to include a text message that is displayed long enough to be read easily.
Well, as lawmakers on Capitol Hill consider giving more aid packages to Israel and Ukraine, Americans appear to be divided over whether to provide additional money and support.
Our latest NBC News national poll shows most U.S. voters are in favor of giving more funding to foreign countries, but a greater share of them support increasing security at the southern U.S. border. NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now. Jonathan, good to see you. So break down the numbers for us. One of the biggest divides we are seeing is what younger voters want versus older voters.
There's a huge generational imbalance in terms of particularly looking at support for foreign adventure, I guess not adventures, but foreign spending by the United States. We're seeing younger voters much less likely to support Israel, much more likely to support aid for Gaza. And in particular, I mean, what's sort of, I think, troubling for lawmakers and may make this very difficult is you have majorities of Americans who want to see more funding for humanitarian aid for Gaza, more funding for Israel, more funding for Ukraine, but they are split at a partisan level. And so that's going to be interesting to watch, with Republicans favoring some things, Democrats favoring others.
Absolutely. Jonathan, what else from our recent polling really stood out to you?
Yeah, so that partisan split, I want to get down into that just a little bit more, which is, you know, if you look and see that, for instance, funding for Israel, 55% of Americans support more funding for Israel, but 66% of Republicans support that, 45% of Democrats. You see Republicans much more in favor of that. Conversely, you see for funding, Ukraine, also 55% of Americans support that. But it's reversed, where you've got 77% of Democrats in support of that, 35% of Republicans. The challenge for Congress and for the Biden administration is to figure out how to take, these issues where a majority of Americans support something, but they are, inverse reflections of each other in the two parties, and get all of that moving through and on to the places that they want to get it.
Absolutely. Interesting stuff, especially that generational divide. I know on a few things that came out of our polls. All right, Jonathan Allen, always good to see you. Thank you so much.
Savannah, every year in the U.S., about 43,000 people die in traffic-related accidents. This is according to the National Traffic Safety Administration. One of the biggest factors behind that number is speed. Scott Friedman from our Dallas affiliate traveled to Canada, where they are redesigning roads to create safer, more pedestrian-friendly spaces and to force people to slow down.
On the roads in Dallas,
another deadly morning rush hour commute.
Deadly crashes around the city reported so often they start to seem normal.
An 18-wheeler comes crashing over the highway.
Driving here,
look at this SUV. Oh my gosh.
It can feel like you're caught in a drag race.
Guy in the left-hand lane just flying here. Look at this.
We clocked cars on roads with a history of high-speed crashes and saw extreme speeds.
100, lane 2, 112.
Almost 50 miles an hour over the limit. And on city streets, we saw freeway speeds.
63 right here.
We analyzed federal data and found over 5 years, Dallas had the highest traffic fatality rate among America's 10 largest cities. And speed was the #1 factor in deadly wrecks.
The numbers are too high. And now my mom is one of those numbers.
Reina Salazar was heading home from work when police say a teenager who had been drinking slammed into her at high speed.
That's been the hardest part, learning, coming to terms with the fact that she's no longer here.
On this residential Dallas street, witnesses say a driver punched his accelerator, crashing into Max Kayham's SUV, breaking his sternum, shattering his wrist.
That is one thing I do remember is the high RPMs as he was hitting me. I can still hear that sound.
You have to make a choice of whether it's more important to save lives or to facilitate fast car traffic.
Road safety researcher David Zipper says part of the problem is road design. Wide, straight lanes that give a false sense it's safe to drive fast.
They're driving that fast because they feel like the road is inviting them to do that.
Zipper points to Canadian and European cities with lower death rates, narrower lanes to slow drivers, and intersections rebuilt to protect people. To see, we went to Edmonton, Canada.
Everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped.
For us.
Right? So it's so safe for you. There is no conflict between pedestrian and vehicle.
In Edmonton, people cross some roads diagonally as traffic lights stop cars in all directions and prohibit right-hand turns on red. Edmonton is also removing traffic lanes and installing speed calming devices that narrow streets.
Just the narrowing of the road by this curb extension just makes people a little bit more subconscious or conscious about, okay, I better slow down.
By population, the city of Dallas is 18% bigger than Edmonton. But last year, it had 228 traffic deaths compared to Edmonton's 14. After Edmonton adopted a Vision Zero safety plan in 2015, including automated speed enforcement, traffic deaths dropped 50% and injuries 30%. Lessons that might help more cities.
Look at how fast that guy just passed us.
Slow down and save lives. Scott Friedman, NBC News, Dallas.
Well, despite a growing environmental crisis, half of U.S. adults say they most likely would not consider buying an electric vehicle. That's according to the Pew Research Center. Price and infrastructure, like chargers, as you're going to see over here, those are a couple reasons why people are hesitant. The average price of one EV has dropped more than $12,000, but they still cost thousands more than a hybrid car or a gas-powered car. CNBC reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now on this. Hey, Phil, so even with a price decrease, electric vehicle sales slowing down, why do we think that is? I just laid out a couple of those pricing reasons, but what are you hearing from people?
Two factors here, Savannah. First is the price difference. If you look at the average price paid for an electric vehicle last month, it was about $52,000. The average price paid for a gas-electric hybrid, which you don't have to plug in, is about $41,000. I mean, that's a $10,000 difference, and we've seen a greater rotation by buyers towards hybrids as opposed to EVs. So price is a big part of it. And the other part of it is these concerns about charging infrastructure. It's great if you're charging at home, which is what most people do. You take an EV on a longer trip, you're not as pleased with what the options are.
And what about automakers? What are they doing to try to make these vehicles more affordable?
Well, they will be coming out with more lower-priced EVs over the next 5 to 7 years. But it takes time. A big part of that is you have to have the infrastructure. You have to put the battery manufacturing in the United States, which is what they're in the process of doing. And when they do that, you'll see lower-priced EV battery packs. That's a big part of allowing them to lower prices over the next several years.
And the Biden administration actually had set a goal. It was pretty lofty, I suppose, to make half of new electric new vehicle sales in the U.S. electric by 2030. Is that still possible? And then also, what is the administration and companies doing to address the concern about the charging infrastructure?
Well, they're already investing billions, allocating billions to be put into public charging infrastructure. Whether or not we see that happen soon remains to be seen, but the money is there. The other issue in terms of sales, Savannah, right now EVs are about 8.5% of all vehicles sold here in the United States. Most believe by 2030 it'll probably be 30, maybe 35%. Very few people in the auto industry think it'll be 50%.
All right, Phil LeBeau, interesting stuff. Thank you so much.
All right, well, the holiday shopping season is well underway, and consumer spending is actually expected to jump quite a bit. Analysts are projecting a 13% increase in spending for this week alone. That is an average of $565.
Well, and a new report by the Lending Club, though, found 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So how do we square those two things? Well, Caleb Silver joins us now, friend of the show and editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Caleb, always great to see you. So if inflation is cooling and we are seeing the interest rate hikes on a pause, but then we hear people are living paycheck to paycheck and they're going to spend so much more. What's this telling you about the health of the economy and the consumer?
This tells us that all those interest rate hikes from the past year and a half are catching up with us. Credit card APRs are north of 20%, and we know that credit card balances are at a record high. So we've been spending our way into this inflation, hyperspending, if you will, and we're in the spending time of year. So a lot of folks feel they're a little financially insecure this time of year because they feel the pressure to buy. They're going to feel that even more because they're going to put it on their credit cards by and large.
That's what I was going to ask you. Where does all this extra money come from, and what should people be aware of? Because it's better to have one fewer present under the tree than to get yourself into even more credit card debt at these record high APRs.
Yeah, but people can't stop themselves because there's a lot of pressure to buy, there's a lot of pressure to spend. But if you're going to do that, you got to have a plan to do that. Have a fixed dollar amount that you know you're not going to exceed. Have a plan for each person. Try to come under that if you can. There's lots of other ways where you can actually make it a little bit cheaper on yourself if you feel the need to buy gifts.
All right, give us some tips. How can people budget? How can they maybe not feel that pressure?
Yeah.
What would you recommend people do?
Yeah, the plan comes first. What am I buying? Who am I buying for? What's it cost? Then comparison shop, because you can probably get a better deal or a cheaper price. Take advantage of online coupons. Sometimes stores have those discount days or discount hours. Track that if you're looking for something specific. Use unspent gift cards. A lot of us have unspent gift cards lying around the house, or we have rewards on our own credit cards. You can use those to buy purchases. It's a great way to buy something without actually having to spend again, and then use your cash back. If you're going to use credit cards, if you're going to put it on the card, make sure you're getting cash rewards or other types of rewards you can use down the line.
And before you go, what are the best ways to pay down your credit card debt? Should you take on the ones that have the highest interest rates, or pay off the little loans first?
I'm a big believer in paying the highest ones first, because those are the ones that eat into your wealth over time. You don't want that $100 sweater costing you $150 because you missed the payment. I say take the highest stuff down first, but if you need the little victories, okay to pay some of those off, but don't forget about the high interest rate debt. That gets you in the long run.
Always great advice. Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, great to see you. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Up next, you might think of having good manners as something like knowing which fork to use, but studies show that teaching kids how to be polite will actually help them have more success. There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Okay, so it can feel like every week there is a new story about another incident of people being disrespectful to each other, another viral video. According to some behavior experts, rude speech or behaviors are on the rise.
And those experts say these behaviors stem from a lack of good manners, starting as young as just when we're kids. In fact, teaching elementary age kids the importance of being polite and acting appropriately can actually set them up for success in the future. That is according to the National Education Association. Well, founder and instructor at Old Soul Etiquette, I love that name, by the way, Mariah Grumet, thank you so much. She joins us now. Thanks for being here. So people have different ideas about what good manners can mean, right? Like we were even just talking in our meeting before the show. In the South, you say, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, but then sometimes that feels formal or maybe even rude to some other people. So what's just a good baseline for good manners?
I say it's about making the intentional decision to put others' needs before yours. So it's about kindness and respect, consideration, but it's really about that intentional decision you make.
Sometimes that sounds so basic, and yet, as we are seeing with the research and seeing on these viral videos, that is not common sense. Parents can start teaching manners very, very early. Talk about, you know, some of your favorite examples. Where can we start incorporating those lessons with our children?
Early as 2 years old, if you think about the basics, hello and goodbye, greetings, lifelong skill, please and thank you, displaying gratitude, learning how to share, all of those things when you start inside the home, it allows the parents or guardians to really be able to control the narrative on what manners are really about and allows them to lead by example before the children go out in the world and are influenced by so many other factors.
Yes. I love
Isn't that important?
Yeah, totally
modeling that.
Absolutely. You can't tell your kid something and then do something
every little thing, right? Even like your phone behavior or like how you feel about your body image, all that kind of stuff. They soak it up. How can we're talking about how this can benefit beyond just, you know, people thinking you're nice or polite. It can even lead to success, that type of thing. How does it benefit kids in the long run?
It builds a strong foundation of confidence. It gives them a sense of knowing what to do. And if they approach situations with that sense of knowingness, they will be able to be the best version of themselves, all while being, you know, polite and respect to others. So it really creates that strong foundation.
I have to say, I really felt that when we moved from the West Coast to the East Coast, where things feel a little more formal. I was just surprised at all the kids that looked me in the eye when they talked to me, and they're like, you know, using the proper formal terms, and it makes you interact with them in a more positive way. So I can imagine that leads into adulthood. What about when your kids have friends over, or maybe you have relatives coming into town with kids, and they misbehave or aren't exactly as polite as you'd like them to be? What's the manners for the adult? What are the manners for the adults to intervene or not?
So as someone that is not their parent or guardian, not your place to say something, unless, of course, it's an extreme situation or somebody's not safe. So in that case, you use that as a teaching example for your children. I like to think of teaching manners as a form of empowerment rather than punishment. So coming from a place of being proactive instead of reactive. But in that case, you have to be reactive. So use that as an example. How would we handle this situation? Use it as a teaching moment.
So when you have family and stuff, let's say over on Thanksgiving.
Someone's jumping on the couch.
Get it? Don't say anything? If it's not your kid?
If it's not your child, well, family maybe it's a little bit gray. Depends on the family dynamic and the culture, of course. But typically, we say it's poor manners to point out poor manners, unless you're in a position to do so as someone's parent or guardian or mentor.
Yeah. Okay. Unless safety is involved, which
of course,
yes,
of course.
Yes. Right. Okay. That's a good note. What about teenage years? There can kind of be a backslide, let's maybe call it, in manners, especially when it comes to the child-parent relationship, right? How do you handle that?
Take the time to explain to them what manners are really about. Take the time to, again, use that empowerment focus instead of punishment, and teach them about how these resources can really get them ahead and help them put their best foot forward.
Yeah, I think you do better in the workplace if you have better manners. That just makes sense.
For sure. But there is something about those teenagers that gets thorny.
Yeah,
you know?
it does.
But
it can.
It's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
We love this. This was a great conversation. Founder and instructor at Old School Etiquette, Mariah Grumet. Thank you so much, Mariah. That was so fun.
It was fun. Thank you for being here. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Well, football star Travis Kelce is opening up about his relationship with pop icon Taylor Swift. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda shares new details from Kelce's interview with the Wall Street Journal about how their budding romance became a reality.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game. But Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory. The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis in a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance, notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
Fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelce, who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit. Got to sit with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelce now clarifying, he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
All right, well, American Girl's Doll of the Year is turning the spotlight on one toddler from Minnesota. Eva Anderson from our NBC affiliate CARE spoke to the girl's family about the incredible coincidence that this year's doll shares both her name and her home state.
Do you want to make an ice cream cone with Mom?
Lila Minetti.
Is that good? You want to bite?
Has many talents. The tiny tot runs an ice cream shop.
She likes out.
And gives expert embraces.
I can do pictures.
She even provides medical care to her top customers.
She likes to play doctor a lot. We think she's going to be Dr. Lila.
So you'd think it'd be no surprise that Lila Minetti is American Girl Doll's 2024 Girl of the Year.
Wow, Lila, you did such a great job working with Hollyhock.
I got a text from my mom that was just like, check this out. It was a link to a doll that was named Lila Minetti. I thought she just customized a doll on the website. And then I Googled it. She's like, you should check this out. You should Google it. They had named this Girl of the Year Lila Minetti.
This is the look.
Here's a catch. The 2024 Girl of the Year namesake doll of this tender toddler has zero connection to this Minnesota family. And that's where the story gets weirder.
Do you want Mama to get it?
Guess where this doll is from?
The point when we saw that the doll was from St. Paul, Minnesota, it started to get a little bit more strange. She likes that one. She likes that picture. Good job.
I'm like, there's no way they could have found a name like that without finding my family.
American Girl confirmed with Care 11 there was no spying on the real Lila Minetti to create the toy Lila Minetti. The doll's backstory and name were written by an author. And to celebrate the apparent coincidence,
Lila!
What's that?
Oh my goodness!
Lila, look, it's Lila.
The company sent over her tiny twin.
Your name's Lila too.
The shock still hasn't worn off.
It's just crazy to see the name in print like this.
Really
this is absolutely nuts.
And the doll's journal is a map of their own surroundings.
Picture of Minneapolis and St. Paul. A little map here.
The real Lila may eventually take up the hobbies of the doll's character. A horseback rider, a gymnast, endless learning opportunities.
What's that? That's a puppy.
So whether she stays an ice cream scooper, or a physician, or a skilled stylist,
Your Girl of the Year.
the future's bright.
2024.
So cool. Our thanks to Eva Anderson from CARE. Can you imagine? Like the American Girl Doll of the Year is you, basically.
I know.
So
Do your
cute.
girls have those?
They are like
those?
just past that little age, but they did definitely.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
There you go. All right, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey everyone, we're so glad you're with us this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, November 21st. Tentative agreement. Israel and Hamas are close to finalizing a plan that would pause the fighting and release hostages. The details of the deal that could be the biggest diplomatic breakthrough since the war began.
Senseless shooting. A gunman opened fire inside an Ohio Walmart. What we know about the 4 people who were hurt and the suspect who police say turned the gun on himself.
Severe storms. A record 55 million Americans are expected to hit the roads and skies to see loved ones this upcoming holiday. But will bad weather get in the way? Our meteorologist is here with your full Thanksgiving week forecast.
Doctor's orders. Winter is coming, which means it's time to bundle up and protect yourself from sicknesses like the flu, RSV, and COVID. How to boost your immune system in order to stay healthy this season.
All those fruits with the vitamin C, I'm all ears.
Exactly, especially since we're fully in the holiday time now.
I know. Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with breaking news about a potential diplomatic breakthrough between Israel and Hamas. Right now, members of Israel's government are meeting, and as we await word on a tentative deal to release some of the hostages believed to be held by Hamas militants in the Gaza Strip.
Sources familiar with the talks are telling NBC News negotiators have reached an agreement, but they say Israeli government officials still need to sign off on it. Earlier today at the White House, President Biden told reporters that a hostage deal is, as he put it, very close. NBC News national correspondent David Noriega is live in Tel Aviv for us with the latest here. Hi, David. So what else are you learning about this tentative deal? Where do things stand right now?
Hi, Savannah, Vicky. Here's what we know about the details of the deal so far. It would involve the exchange of around 50 Israeli hostages, which are mostly women and children, for around 150 Palestinians currently being held prisoner by the Israeli government. That's sort of the core exchange in the deal. It would also potentially involve a pause in hostilities of about 4 to 5 days, which would allow the entry of some 300 to 400 humanitarian aid trucks into Gaza per day of that pause. That would also allow Hamas to consolidate and transfer the hostages. As you said, this still needs to be approved by the Israeli government, so a lot hangs in the balance here. People here in Tel Aviv tonight are anxiously waiting the results of those meetings.
David, we know you have been there in that so-called hostage square area speaking with family members, and you said these negotiations could continue for yet another few hours. What's your sense of the timeline on when this exchange could happen?
The full Israeli government, so all the cabinet ministers, are scheduled to be meeting right now, currently as we speak, to vote on the final approval of this deal. So we might hear word one way or the other quite soon, just in the next couple of hours. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be approved. In fact, there have already been some indications of dissension within the governing coalition. Specifically, a sort of member of the far right, hard right faction of the governing coalition has publicly expressed opposition to the terms of this deal, essentially saying that Israel should not agree to a deal unless it is purely on its own terms, that this deal basically gives too much to Hamas. However, that faction by itself doesn't have the numbers to sink this deal, but still, this is not necessarily going to happen, as smoothly as we might hope. There's a lot that still remains to be seen, and like I said, a lot that hangs in the balance.
All right, we hope they get to a decision soon.
Absolutely.
NBC News national correspondent David Noriega. David, thank you.
Well, Thanksgiving is, of course, just 2 days away, and millions of Americans are headed home for the holidays. But there is a storm threatening some travel plans. Forecasters are keeping a close eye on the weather system that you're looking at right here, making its way towards the East Coast.
That is not good news. For the record, 55 million people who are expected to drive or fly this holiday season. The travel rush started on Friday, but today and tomorrow, those are expected to be the busiest days on the roads and in the skies, according to AAA. We have this covered from all angles for you. We got NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns here in the studio tracking the storms that could disrupt some travel plans. But first, we're going to head to NBC News reporter Julia Jester joining us from Reagan National Airport in D.C. Good to see you, Julia. So earlier you were saying, hey, things are going pretty smooth, so we'll just keep our fingers crossed. How are things now?
Still smooth so far. Here in the Washington area, this heavy rainfall has not caused too many delays, but other airports around the country, not quite as lucky. There are about 1,600 delays so far today, with Denver top of the list right now with almost 100 of those. And we talked to folks here, and they are pretty relieved that the big board of flights is not a sea of red cancellations and travel disruptions. We met a family heading to Orlando, which according to AAA is the top destination this holiday. And the dad we spoke to said that they came prepared. They haven't traveled during Thanksgiving in more than a decade, but they had extra devices and games for the kids in case of any travel woes. Here's what he told us about his airport experience today.
We were a little nervous with the weather coming through and seeing reports about weather coming across the country, but plane's on time for now, and the drive to the airport was easy, so fingers crossed. We kind of go into this knowing that it's going to be a real busy travel time, but this is the time that worked for our family, and we're excited to go on the adventure.
And a big sense of passengers' calm, arriving early. Most of the passengers we talked to got here 2 hours early to be safe rather than sorry. Vicki, Savannah?
There you go. All right. I think every hour between now and Thanksgiving or until the travel home, we're going to ask for any tips you've got to make sure that people get through these airports as smoothly as possible. What can you tell us?
Well, you just heard the big one. It is arriving early. You've invested in the airfare costs. Invest a little extra time so that you're not stuck in traffic congestion getting to the airport or TSA screening lines that are endlessly long. And speaking of TSA, make sure you know what to pack in your checked bags versus your carry-on. Plan ahead. It's Thanksgiving season, those holiday jams and gravy, that all's got to get in the checked bag. Nothing slows down a line like having to unpack and repack your suitcase. And be ready to have an alternative plan, a plan B. If your flight's delayed or canceled, have a contingency plan, whether that involves a train or driving, and be prepared. Download your airline's app, check the flight status before you come to the airport. And the last one I'll add is be kind. Everyone's stressed out traveling, and the airline workers are pretty bombarded with travelers this season. So a little patience goes a long way.
Definitely. Absolutely. Julia Jester, thank you. Those snacks go a long way to prevent the hangriness of it all.
All right, let's bring in Bill Cairns now, who's tracking the severe weather threat for us.
I want to travel with Vicky. She she'd be like pulling the snacks out of the bag for
100%.
me.
Yeah, we'll be on time.
Always.
We'll be well fed.
Yes, that'd be great.
Hope you like jerky.
You can take care of us.
High protein snacks. That's Vicky's thing. All right, Bill, where's the storm headed? What are we going to see in the next couple days?
So as we've been saying, there's not a lot of cancellations. The weather has been cooperating. You get ice, you get snow, you're going to have problems. If you get really windy conditions, you're going to get a lot of huge delays, especially if they have to close down runways. But plain old rain without a lot of wind, we're seeing that's not causing a lot of issues so far. We have no severe thunderstorms right now. We could get some isolated strong storms down around the panhandle of Florida and in the southern areas of Alabama, but that's about it, and maybe even in Georgia too. So as far as the rain goes, we're watching the heaviest of it now through the Appalachians up around D.C. Eventually, this will be making its way into Philadelphia and New York City. But look at all the green. There's no significant delays at the major hubs. If we're going to have issues, it'll be during the evening rush hour, I-95 from Richmond to D.C. to Baltimore northwards. That's when the heavy rain will be right over that region. And then as we head through tonight, that's when it moves up from New York City into Boston for the evening hours. So that's why we have red possibility of likely delays with that heavier rain this afternoon. Right now, we're doing just fine. And of course, driving on the roads at that same time, I-95, 81, heading through the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Those are all areas. Windshield wipers will be on high. It'll probably be a little slower than normal, and hopefully not too many accidents to delay you. By the time we get to Wednesday at noon, it's just about gone. A little left over in areas in New Hampshire. Maine's going to be a little messy, and then the Outer Banks will be clearing out. It'll be a little windy, so we'll get some delays Wednesday afternoon, but it's not going to be horrible. That's why we only have yellow for possible delays. Tomorrow should be better than what we have out there today. Today looks kind of great, so that's not a bad problem at all. So here's how the forecast looks for your Wednesday. Notice the middle of the country, you're perfect, no problems. A little bit of wet weather in the Pacific Northwest, and then Thanksgiving Day, a little bit of snow for our friends in Wyoming and Idaho and southern Montana, but otherwise, Thanksgiving Day looks perfect. Not too cold and enjoyable for anything outdoors, too.
All right. All things considered, not so bad.
Thumbs up.
Not too bad.
Yeah. All right. Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bill. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Home sales in October dropped to a new 13-year low. They were down 14.6% from the year before. This all according to the National Association of Realtors.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom, great to have you. So this comes as home prices also rose last month. I mean, why are we still seeing these soaring prices decimate the housing market? Are there other factors that are causing sales to plunge right now between that and interest rates?
Oh, absolutely, Savannah, Vicky. There's also, by the way, the problem of low inventory, right? I mean, mortgage rates during the same period rose sharply towards 8%, and people who currently own their homes are likely unwilling, yes, to move and jeopardize the low rate that they're already locked into for those mortgages. So many weird variables in housing right now. Also, Ford is putting the brakes on plans for a $3.5 billion battery plant in Michigan as the uptake on electric vehicles appears to slow down. The automaker said today it would cut production capacity at the plant by roughly 43% and reduce expected employment from 2,500 jobs to around 1,700. Ford announced plans for the plant back in February. It quickly became a political target because of its connection to a Chinese battery manufacturer. And Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's golf league hasn't even started yet, and it's already being postponed. The so-called TGL pushed its inaugural season to 2025 after the roof of the new arena that was supposed to house the golf simulator matches actually collapsed. So this is an interesting development, but one that kind of speaks to the times, ladies, right? A lot of things are going virtual these days, and even golf, traditional green graph, is moving into the indoors.
Yeah, there you go. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu, thank you so much.
Thanks, Dom. Well, we're going to talk about some chaos at the company behind ChatGPT, how the leadership change at OpenAI could impact the future of artificial intelligence for everyone. That's next. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We are continuing to follow the fallout from the sudden removal of OpenAI co-founder Sam Altman by the company's board. Now, following Altman's dismissal, get this, hundreds of OpenAI employees have now signed a letter calling for Altman's return and threatening to quit unless the board resigns.
Yeah, it's actually most of the employees of the company. Altman has since been offered a position with Microsoft to lead their growing artificial technology sector. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman joins us on this. Hi, Christine. So that might have been extended, that offer there, but there's a lot of back and forth here. This is still very fluid, right? So what would that even mean? What's the latest?
The future of OpenAI is an open question. You know, is Sam Altman and his co-founder, are they going to go to Microsoft and start this new division as Satya Nadella, the Microsoft CEO, has offered? Or are all those other people going to come over there too? Or all this pressure on the board of OpenAI, maybe they'll have to resign or change the format of that board so that Microsoft has more of a say on it. It's really unclear what's going to happen next. But what I can tell you is that I have never seen a 72-hour period in corporate America, in Silicon Valley, like this at all. And it shows you at the core of all of it is a big disagreement about how to proceed with artificial intelligence.
Tell us more about Sam Altman, because the idea that someone would be, asked to leave their company and then you get 400 or 500 people who are like, no, if he goes, I go.
I mean, that says something.
Right. That says a lot about him. Tell us about his significance to AI in general and the industry overall.
I mean, he's sort of seen as a Steve Jobs figure inside AI. I had a source yesterday who told me he's, like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg of their particular areas in the technology field. He is the guy right now, the face. He's when you have hearings on Capitol Hill. He's the guy who sat down and was trying to explain to lawmakers, trying in vain to explain to lawmakers, frankly, how all of this technology works and what the risks and the rewards are. I think what's happening at its core here is a big push and pull between going slowly and making sure that you don't have unintended consequences of rapid development of AI, and going quickly and commercialization, because some of these people are true believers, and I think Sam Altman falls in this category. They really believe you're going to make the human race smarter, healthier, better. Humanity will be better if you get this right, if you allow AI to proceed here. It's an innovation. I heard someone say to me today, it's like you used to have a whole slew of washerwomen, remember? And then they invented the washing machine. And suddenly you freed up all this capital and everyone wrote, that's this kind of life-changing innovation.
Right. I guess part of what makes it a little nuanced, though, right, is that OpenAI is a nonprofit, and this board is sort of supposed to be there to make sure AI is for the good of humanity, and those are the same people that made the decision to push him out.
It's the wonky structure of the board that is a not-for-profit board, and that's why so many of these people in that open letter are saying, look, we need to have a change here. That board needs to go, and this needs to be a more... I don't know. It could be that Microsoft, who I think is most would agree is the big winner here, there's an arms race for AI. I mean, some of these folks with these skills are getting offers of $10 million to come over to another place to help their AI strategies. All the big tech companies are doing it. Microsoft here, though, seems to be in the driver's seat for now.
Could sort of be their way of absorbing OpenAI without having to buy OpenAI. Very fascinating. I know you'll be watching this roller coaster for us. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans, thanks. Lively discussion.
Thank you. Well, the NFL, is emerging as a winner from the Hollywood strikes. The NFL's audience is growing after a big season last year. This is while TV networks struggle to keep viewers.
And they had to go somewhere, right? There are new partners like Amazon and YouTube who invested a lot of money for streaming rights for the NFL. They're already seeing their investments begin to pay off. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Julia, good to see you. So tell us about the NFL's performance this season. And I mean, this thing is doing gangbusters, these partnerships.
Yeah, I mean, if you look across the board, total NFL ratings are up 6% through week 10. And then if you look at Amazon, because this is the second year that Amazon has had rights to those Thursday night games, this year, those Thursday night games ratings are up 26%. So we're seeing growth across the board, but specifically at Amazon because they've had greater awareness of where to find those Thursday night games. And then if you look at YouTube, this is the first year that YouTube has had Sunday Ticket. They're not releasing the total subscribers to Sunday Ticket, but YouTube TV has seen an estimated nearly 50% growth in overall subscribers, and that's been partially attributed to the fact that they now have Sunday Ticket. So it's a huge demand for the NFL. Obviously, people love football. And then this year, the fact that there hasn't been as much scripted content in the fall TV season because of the strikes, that makes it even more appealing.
Well, and then, by the way, you throw in the Taylor Swift
I was going to say the same thing.
Like myself, who tuned into the Chiefs-Eagles game last night simply because of all that, which is a whole other conversation. Julia, also, of course, we're about to see one of the biggest weekends for football, Thanksgiving. The NFL, I know, is doing something new this year. Tell us what's going on.
That's right. It's not just the games on Thanksgiving Day. This is the first year ever that the NFL is going to have a Black Friday game, and it's streaming on Amazon. So we joke that Black Friday is like the Super Bowl for Amazon. Well, now they're actually bringing a football game to Amazon Prime Video. Of course, there are all sorts of potential synergies here. I'm sure Amazon would love it if people tune in to watch the game and then maybe stick around and do some shopping. So this is obviously very strategic for Amazon here.
Wow. I mean, big winner there. There you go. All right. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, scammers, they're going high tech. What you need to look out for as you shop this holiday season. How to protect yourself, that's coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tomorrow marks 60 years since President John F. Kennedy's assassination.
And today, there are only 2 surviving Secret Service members who witnessed that moment. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got an exclusive sit-down with one of them and has the story.
60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes. How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history. There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination. What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise. He said, "I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us." I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people will read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by a new account of the assassination made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis telling the New York Times he's, quote, "beginning to doubt myself about Lee Harvey Oswald being the lone gunman." Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the 2 of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you?
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered. What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe, and I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened,
what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. And much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experiences I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
What a look back. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Do it in all those places you see on your screen. Stay with us. Your news continues after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just needs to.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Rapper A$AP Rocky is going to trial. A Los Angeles judge says there is enough evidence on the charges that the 35-year-old fired a gun at a former friend back in 2021. That person was not seriously injured. Rocky has pled not guilty. His attorney says, "We are not disappointed, not surprised. We expected to go to trial. We've been planning for trial all along." That trial is set to begin January 8th.
All 9 passengers aboard a Navy plane in Hawaii are safe after the aircraft overshot a runway at a military base. Authorities say the plane was flying in rainy weather when it went into the water off the eastern coast of Oahu. Officials are still unsure what made the P-8A aircraft go off the runway.
And the U.S. Postal Service has announced it will be raising shipping prices. Prices affected will include USPS Ground Advantage, as well as Priority Mail and Priority Mail Express services. This all happens, though, January 21st, so you still have time for the holiday packages before that price hike.
There you go. Well, back to our top story now. Those hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas. Just moments ago, a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces started giving an update on the country's military operations in Gaza.
Sources tell NBC News that negotiations have reached a tentative deal to release some of the hostages believed to be held by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. But the details, those are still unclear. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Tel Aviv for us. Raf, it's good to see you. So what is the Israeli spokesman saying at this point about where negotiations stand, and what else can you tell us about this potential deal?
So, Vicky, the Israeli military spokesman talking mainly about operations inside of Gaza. The critical decision-making body is the Israeli cabinet, which is meeting as we speak a couple of miles from here. They started about half an hour ago, and we believe that they have in front of them the text of this tentative agreement and that they will vote in the near future on whether or not to approve it. Now, every indication we have is that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has the votes inside of his cabinet to approve this deal. We do know that several far-right cabinet ministers are saying that they will oppose it. And the reason for that is that they do not want to allow any Palestinian prisoners out of jail in exchange for these Israeli hostages. But the indications we have is that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be able to get this deal through. Now, as U.S. officials have been stressing, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. So despite the positive noises coming from the White House, coming from the Israeli government, coming from Hamas, we will not know if this deal has finally come together until it is official. I can tell you guys that in the last hour or so, there was a large barrage of rockets from Gaza into central Israel. Counterintuitively, that may actually be a good sign, these militant groups getting their final blows in before a ceasefire comes into effect.
Wow.
Guys.
Raph, I know also you've been speaking with some family members of hostages being held in Gaza, and here we are on the precipice of this deal. Give us a sense how they're feeling right now.
Savannah, these are anxious hours, as you can imagine. As far as we know, no Israeli family has been told definitively yet that it will be their loved ones coming out of Gaza as part of this deal. But we understand that it is going to be women and children first. So if you have a child, a niece, a nephew, a grandchild inside Gaza, you may be allowing yourself to feel hopeful right now. But that is a minority of the families, and for many who know that their loved ones are not coming out of this deal, these are agonizing, agonizing moments. Guys.
Absolutely. All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raph Sanchez, thank you very much.
Well, Ohio officials are investigating a shooting at a Walmart outside Dayton last night. 4 people were hurt, while others say they ran for their lives.
I was literally just shopping for Thanksgiving stuff, and this guy walked right past me with an assault rifle, and he started shooting. I'm so lucky to be alive. He literally walked right past me.
Police say the suspect died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound and that right now there is no ongoing threat to the public. We have NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus joining us now. Adrian, Beaver Creek police say they're going to be holding a press conference this afternoon with an update. What have they said so far about the victims, the suspect? Any idea about a motive at this point?
The motive is unclear at this hour. We are expecting to hear from investigators within the next 30 minutes or so. But let's tackle that question about the victims. No names or ages have been released. Beaver Creek police saying 3 of the 4 are listed in critical condition. A 4th person, according to investigators with the Beaver Creek Police Department, suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Now, last night when we heard from investigators, they only identified the shooter as a male. But today in the social media post, investigators wrote, and I'm paraphrasing here, a 5th person, the shooter, died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. So again, we are expecting to hear more from investigators within the next hour, Vicky.
This is just devastating, coming right before the Thanksgiving holiday. A lot of people just trying to do their shopping. How is the community responding at this point, and what has Walmart said?
Let's start with the community. Stunned. You talked about Thanksgiving, at least 48 hours until the holiday. One woman saying gratitude takes on a new meaning. Walmart did release a statement saying, in part, we're heartbroken by what's happened at our Beaver Creek, Ohio store. This remains a developing situation, and we are working closely with investigators on the scene. You think about the scene. People go to the Walmart, that shopping center, with young children to get all the ingredients they need to make their Thanksgiving meal. That Walmart is now a crime scene. Vicky?
NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus. Adrian, thank you.
Well, the 3 presidential general election debates are now officially set for next fall. Texas State University will host the first one on September 16th, then 2 in early October at Virginia State University and the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. But according to the Commission on Presidential Debates, neither party has committed to attending the debates. Let's go right to NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake for the details here. Hey, Garrett, good to see you. So obviously you need candidates there in order to debate, but the Republican National Committee is poised to boycott next year's presidential debates. Why is that? And then also, of course, if former President Trump wins the nomination, is he likely to defy the RNC and debate President Biden anyway? Not that we necessarily have seen him choose to go to a debate in a while, but what might that look like?
Yeah, Savannah, this all came about after the last presidential cycle where Republicans and the former president were upset about some of the choice of moderators, some of the formats of the debates in 2020. Remember how bogged down we got in the COVID-related precautions that were in place for some of those debates. A second debate that didn't even end up happening for a variety of reasons. So the RNC said they were pulling out. They were refusing to participate in the future. I don't think that's as certain as it sounds. You look at the standings right now, Trump well ahead in the Republican field. That's a national poll from NBC that came out over the weekend. Whether he or anyone else is the Republican nominee, it'll be up to them really to decide whether they want to debate, because once you get a nominee, the RNC, the party committees basically work for the nominee, not the other way around. So if Donald Trump says, look, I'm behind, or I think it would be useful to try to show up on stage with Biden, he could do that and it would be his call. But as you point out, he hasn't been punished for skipping these primary debates, at least not in the voters' minds, and he may feel like it's not in his best interest in the general election. That said, he's been running a general election campaign for the last couple of months, setting up this idea of a contrast with Biden, who he tries to describe as old and slow and everything else. What better way to do that than on stage? I wouldn't bet against these debates happening if I were so inclined to wager on such things.
But you're not. All right. No, but thank you. I mean, it's important context, Garrett. Also, Virginia State University will be making history, first ever historically black college to host a presidential debate. How's the school reacting to this news?
Yeah, it's big for them and big for HBCUs. The community, as you can imagine, is thrilled. The president of the university putting out a statement calling it an historic moment for the university and for HBCUs. It's interesting, Savannah, these debates, there's almost always at least one of these schools that's at a small university that a lot of folks have to look up. The committee does a pretty good job of picking these debate sites and trying to put some of these smaller universities on the map, give them a chance to host and give them a chance to show off on the national stage. This year, it'll be Virginia State getting that opportunity.
All right, NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake, thank you very much.
Well, 'tis the season for giving, but also for taking. That is because the holidays are a merry time for those scammers.
Yeah, and in recent years, the scams have gotten more high-tech. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains how you can protect yourself during the 2023 shopping season.
Avoiding shopping scams used to be so simple. Watch out for pickpocketers. Don't send money online to strangers. If an email looks fake, it probably is. But in 2023, the scams are a lot more sophisticated than you may have realized.
These are organized criminal gangs, often located overseas, who are very savvy at what they do.
John Brio with the National Consumer League has been tracking really convincing websites, product reviews, shipping alerts, all fake. Basically, these aren't the same old Nigerian email scams. Just ask a former Nigerian scammer.
It is getting so sophisticated now. They are becoming smarter every day.
Chris Maxwell, zooming in from the middle of the night in Nigeria, is a reformed scammer now consulting for the site socialcatfish.com. He says scammers aren't just looking for a quick payday these days. They want a gift that keeps on giving. Just one of your major passwords, since so many of us reuse them across multiple accounts.
Once you have access to the password, you have access to their social security number, you have access to their driver's license, you have access to their credit cards, you have access to their bank account. Very easy to do a lot of damage with information like that.
So here are 5 quick tips to defend yourself against 2023's most dangerous thieves and hackers. Number 1, don't reuse passwords. I know it's impossible to remember 300 different logins, but at least use different passwords for your bank and email. Consider using a secure password manager to make it all easier. And always use 2-factor authentication for those really important accounts. Number 2, look out for shipping scams. Get an email or text about a delayed delivery? Don't click, don't respond, don't call the number. To avoid a trap, get your updates from the retailer or the shipper's sites. Tip number 3, you may think I'm nuts here, but update your software. About 4 in 10 Americans hammer that remind me later button when prompted to patch up vulnerabilities, and it's music to hackers' ears. Well, this is me, reminding you later. Update your phone and your software. Tip number 4, pay with a credit card. They have much better protections than most of the new digital payments scammers prefer.
Bitcoin, gift card, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle.
If they ask you to pay a risky way, run away.
You pay the safest way. That's with a credit card for most people.
And tip number 5, beware of really convincing online websites you've never heard of. Even Black Friday deals have their limits.
Listen to your gut. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is.
With any luck, your vigilance will ensure some happy holidays. At least until those credit card bills roll in come January.
It's packed with good information. Noah joins us now on set on this. So do the new scam trends and these higher tech kind of things mean we're seeing few of the traditional shopping scams? Are those kind of going away?
No, I think it's just more scams. So like a quick reminder, low tech first. Porch pirates, still a very big thing. You know, we're all ordering stuff online. Think about getting it delivered to your workplace, or at least go into the comments and order it to your side door or a back door. You won't have that visual temptation for someone driving by. Now, a high-tech tip here. AI is getting better. We aren't to the point where deepfakes are really like very efficient for the scammers, but they will be soon. So now is the time to, have a conversation with your family. Develop a code word. If someone ever reaches out and you think it's a family member, make sure there's a code word you have so you know it's real. Of course, scammers with deepfakes wouldn't know that trigger word. And then also you want to talk to seniors because seniors are the most trusting people we know, and they are unfortunately the least tech savvy in many ways. So have the conversation. Those traditional phishing concerns still a really big issue for some of our older Americans.
Especially some of those phone ones with voices that sound like loved ones.
Yeah, I feel like the whole family can benefit. While seniors aren't tech savvy, millennials tend to be really trusting too, and Gen Z as well. All great tips. Noah Prensky, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, as the weather changes, you may be fighting off a few more germs. So what can you do to boost your immune system and stay healthy this winter? We've got you covered. Coming up next, there's more NBC News Daily right after this.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
There are a lot of bugs that are circulating, viruses and bacteria, but we have ways to protect ourselves. Vaccine is one, but also if you get sick over this holiday season, make sure you're getting tested.
Well, that was CDC Director Dr. Mandy Cohen. In today's Daily Health, we're going to be talking about how to boost your immune system this winter.
Yeah, the CDC estimates there will be up to 1.6 million flu cases this season. RSV infections also rising, especially among kids under the age of 4. And COVID is still a concern, with only about 15% of adults having received the updated shot. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, great to see you. So we heard the director there saying it is important to get those vaccinations, but what are some other ways we can also boost our immune systems?
And Vicki and Savannah, good afternoon. This is a time of the year we're not just celebrating the holidays, but also we're seeing these increased infections. And you're right, vaccination is the #1 thing you can do to make sure you stay healthy through the season and all year long. But there's some other things you can do. It's going to sound boring, but eat plenty of fruits and vegetables. That's the way you keep those levels up that can help keep your immune system as strong as possible. Regular physical activity, maintaining that healthy weight, getting enough regular sleep. I can't overemphasize sleep to help rejuvenate our immune system. And of course, quitting those things that are bad for us. Quit smoking, avoid excessive alcohol. Those are the things you can do to help keep your immune system strong throughout this whole season, throughout the year.
What about every time I feel the slightest bit of something, a scratchy throat or anything, I do those emergency things, which I think is pretty much just vitamin C, right? Does that kind of stuff or over-the-counter drugs do a lot to actually help your body?
And Savannah, you're not alone in that. This is a very big industry where a lot of people take vitamins when they start to feel sick. The honesty of it is, if you start taking vitamins on a regular basis, those can actually help you more. And studies have shown, vitamin C in particular, it doesn't really stop you from getting colds, but there are small studies showing it might actually cut down the amount of time that you suffer from that cold. Vitamin D is another one of those things that can boost your immune system. You should get it through your diet. If you are deficient, then you might need to take supplements. But for most of us, diet, that exercise, and sunshine are the things we can use to help us stay healthy.
Good advice. What are some signs you may have a weakened immune system, Dr. Torres?
And that's a good question, because if you start noticing these things, start looking at your immune system and saying, you know, I want to make sure I keep it as strong as possible. If you start getting colds and infections on a more frequent basis than usual, if they start lasting longer, if you start getting any kind of digestive, those gut issues, especially if you start noticing you have high stress levels in your life, if you start feeling fatigued on a regular basis and notice these skin infections, those are signs that your immune system might be weaker than it normally is. If you can get over that over a few days and get back to normal, that's fine. If not, you certainly want to get it checked out.
And other than just your immune system and how your body's naturally good or maybe not so good at keeping something away, what else is a factor here in whether we get sick or not?
So one of the biggest factors is making sure that you avoid these types of things, especially as you start getting older, because as we get older, our immune system gets suppressed. Environmental toxins, we're finding out more and more, those are having a bigger and bigger impact on our immune system than we thought. The things we need to do to keep healthy, you know, keep a normal weight. Again, that sleep and rest, can't overemphasize how much that is, how important that is. And chronic diseases, if you can get your chronic diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, those types of things under control, that can help keep you as healthy as possible too.
We got 10 seconds. Should you avoid dairy when you're sick?
Yeah, that rumor, is it true?
No, it's not true.
Okay.
There you go. Dr. Torres, thank you so much.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Welcome back. Well, football star Travis Kelce is opening up about his relationship with pop icon Taylor Swift. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda shares new details from Kelce's interview with the Wall Street Journal about how their budding romance became a reality.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game. But Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory. The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis and a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance, notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
Fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelce,
I love you.
who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit. You got to see with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelce now clarifying, he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
All right, well, American Girl's Doll of the Year is turning the spotlight on one toddler from Minnesota. Eva Anderson from our NBC affiliate CARE spoke to the girl's family about the incredible coincidence that this year's doll shares both her name and her home state.
Do you want to make an ice cream cone with Mom?
Lila Minetti.
Is that good? Want a bite?
Has many talents. The tiny tot runs an ice cream shop.
She likes out.
And gives expert embraces.
I can do pictures.
She even provides medical care to her top customers.
She likes to play doctor a lot. We think she's going to be Dr. Lila.
So you'd think it'd be no surprise that Lila Minetti is American Girl Doll's 2024 Girl of the Year.
Wow, Lila, you did such a great job working with Hollyhock.
I got a text from my mom that was just like, check this out. It was a link to a doll that was named Lila Minetti. I thought she just customized a doll on the website. And then I Googled it. She's like, you should check this out. You should Google it. They had named this Girl of the Year Lila Minetti.
This is the look.
Here's a catch. The 2024 Girl of the Year namesake doll of this tender toddler has zero connection to this Minnesota family. And that's where the story gets weirder.
Do you want Mama to get it?
Guess where this doll is from?
The point when we saw that the doll was from St. Paul, Minnesota, it started to get a little bit more strange. She likes that one. She likes that picture. Good job.
I'm like, there's no way they could have found a name like that without finding my family.
American Girl confirmed with CARE 11 there was no spying on the real Lila Minetti to create the toy Lila Minetti. The doll's backstory and name were written by an author. And to celebrate the apparent coincidence,
Lila!
What's that?
Oh my goodness!
Lila, look, it's Lila.
The company sent over her tiny twin.
Your name's Lila, too. That's Lila. Mm-hmm.
The shock still hasn't worn off.
It's just crazy to see a name in print like this. This is absolutely nuts.
And the doll's journal is a map of their own surroundings.
Picture of Minneapolis and St. Paul. A little map here.
The real Lila may eventually take up the hobbies of the doll's character. A horseback rider, a gymnast, endless learning opportunities.
What's that? That's a puppy.
So whether she stays an ice cream scooper, or a physician, or a skilled stylist,
Your Girl of the Year.
the future's bright.
2024.
So cool. Our thanks to Eva Anderson from CARE. Can you imagine? Like the American Girl Doll of the Year is you, basically.
I know.
So
Do your
cute.
girls have those?
They are like
those?
just past that little age, but they did definitely.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
There you go. All right, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. Breaking news closer to freedom. Israel and Hamas on the cusp of a deal to free dozens of hostages held in Gaza. How soon some of the captives could be released and what it's taking to reach an agreement.
Going, gone. Americans from coast to coast are hitting the road for the holiday, but our meteorologist is tracking a pre-Thanksgiving storm set to impact millions.
Cash grab as you hunt for holiday bargains. The new warning about the shopping scams targeting you, what they could cost you, and how to spot them.
And easy as pie. Don't forget your manners at the Thanksgiving table this year, how you can help make sure your kids stay on their best behavior.
Looking forward to that discussion.
No small feat, to say the least.
For parents. We're going to begin this hour, though, with the breaking news from Israel and the Hamas war there. A tentative deal has been reached to release some hostages.
That's according to a senior U.S. official and a source familiar with the talks. But Israel still needs to approve the deal. Right now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his full cabinet to discuss the agreement. It comes hours after the prime minister said they were making progress, and Hamas said the group was close to a, quote, truce.
news.
There are a total of more than 200 hostages, including Americans, being held inside Gaza. Only 4 hostages have been released by Hamas since they were captured during the terror attack on Israel back on October 7th. One Israeli soldier who was taken hostage was rescued by the Israeli military last month. The bodies of 2 hostages were found last week near the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza. Let's bring in NBC News correspondents David Noriega. He's in Tel Aviv for us, and Aaron Gilchrist is in Washington. David, we'll start with you. I know you're outside an area where families of hostages are actually gathering. It's nighttime there now. Can you take us through what you're seeing there and the tentative details of this deal and what we're hearing from the Israeli government?
Yeah, Kate, Zinkley, what we know about this deal is that it would involve the exchange of around 50 Israeli hostages, mostly women and children, for around 150 Palestinian prisoners being held by the Israeli government. It would also potentially involve a pause to the hostilities of 4 to 5 days, which would allow additional aid trucks, humanitarian aid trucks, to go into Gaza and would also allow and facilitate for the transfer and exchange of hostages for prisoners. The families are waiting for this decision to come down here where I am currently, and they're extremely anxious for this decision. Most of the Israeli government is behind this deal, including the defense establishment. Some of the government, specifically the hard right factions of the governing coalition, have openly, publicly expressed opposition. That faction by itself is probably not enough to sink the deal, but still, tensions are running very high. Families are feeling extremely anxious, and we're hoping to get some kind of answer before the end of the night.
Aaron, I want to bring you in Washington, D.C. I know the United States has been involved in these talks for weeks now. So what is the White House saying about today's apparent breakthrough?
Well, officially, Zinkley, the White House is not saying much. We did just hear from the National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby, a little while ago, and he said that we are closer to a deal than we've ever been. But he went on to say that he wasn't going to confirm any of the details that David just reported and that other organizations have been reporting. And this really is in line with what the administration has been saying for at least the last several days, that it didn't want to say anything in these most delicate hours that might do something to derail a deal that's coming together here. There is still development that needs to happen. President Biden himself saying earlier today that things are looking good at the moment, but he went on to say, Zinkley, that a deal is not done until it's done.
And David, back to you. If this deal does become official, if the Israeli government approves it, do we know how soon we might see hostages being released?
Not exactly, but we do know that it would take several days. First, there's a period of 24 hours during which the decision can be appealed to the Israeli Supreme Court. And then after that, there's the actual physical gathering and transferring of the hostages and the prisoners. The idea is that that would take place roughly within that 4 to 5 day pause in the hostilities.
So, Aaron, from the U.S. perspective, where do talks on freeing the remaining hostages go from here, realistically?
Yeah, the talks, the negotiations, some of the holdup on this is still very much in place. Admiral Kirby today said that there are still some approvals left to get here. We've been talking a lot about the Israeli government approving here. Admiral Kirby said Hamas still has to sign off on this deal as it's come together at this point as well. And I'm reminded of something that the Deputy National Security Advisor said over the weekend. He said that until people actually start to move, nothing is finalized. Zinkley, Kate?
Aaron, thanks. David, one last question. And I imagine we don't know, but do we have any idea which of the hostages might be released? Because we're talking about 50 of a pool of more than 200 people.
Yeah, what we know is that there would be an emphasis on women and children. As you can imagine, this leaves a lot of families sort of wondering whether they're going to be included or not. It's in some ways kind of dividing the camp of families of hostages. That is, I've spoken to a couple of families tonight, actually, whose hostage family members are adult males, and so they're kind of thinking likely we won't be included in this round of negotiations, in this hostage release. It's creating, again, a lot of anxiety and some tension within the group of families who are represented here.
Yeah, just such a difficult, horrible situation. Aaron Gilchrist with us, David Noriega over in Tel Aviv. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Let's bring in a former NBC News Tel Aviv Bureau Chief, Martin Fletcher. Martin, good to see you again. So when it comes to Israel's hostage negotiations, the buck does not stop with government officials, right? We understand there's also going to be a period of public comment. So can you explain how that works for viewers?
Yeah, well, public comment. I mean, as we just heard, that there's possible that an appeal could be made to the Supreme Court to stop the government decision. We understand the government has decided to go ahead with it. The full government still has to give its final approval. But, you know, there's serious resistance within the government among the extreme right wing of the government who say this is a lousy deal for Israel. Israel should not accept it. It's possible that they will then get support from their own people, maybe even on the streets. Yesterday, there was a shouting match between the right-wing members of the government and some of the hostage families, in which those right-wing members, for instance, said to the hostage families, you're on the side of Hamas. Can you imagine saying that to somebody whose family is held hostage in Gaza? But that's the extent of the deep divide among some Israelis. So it's possible there could be an appeal which could slow down the process.
Is that because, Martin, the right-wing folks feel that this is like they're doing too much by giving around 150 Israeli-held Palestinian prisoners up in exchange for these hostages? Is that what it is?
It's partly that. I mean, they don't want a deal. They want the military to continue to fight. I mean, the hostage deal we understand is basically about 50 Israelis for about 150 Palestinian security prisoners in Israeli jails. That's about 1 for 3. Now, that's pretty good given the past, on past performance for Gilad Shalit. Israel swapped 1,000 Palestinian prisoners to get 1 soldier home, 1,000 to 1. So 3 to 1 is actually a pretty good deal for Israel.
And do we know anything about those Palestinian prisoners that we're talking about? Like, have they been held a long time? Do we know anything about who they are?
Well, we're told it's mostly going to be women and children, maybe even only women and children. But we do know that there's 34 female Palestinian security prisoners, women rather, in Israeli jails, and there's about 170 Palestinian minors in Israeli jails for security offenses. So those are the people who probably would be released. Women and minors held for security offenses in Israeli jails. There's a total of about 200 of them. And by the way, most of them do not come from Gaza. Most of them come from the West Bank. So they will go back to the West Bank, and their return home, will, of course, would be cause for great celebrations in the West Bank, where there's been serious security issues separate from Gaza, separate from the northern border.
And of course, Martin, there you're talking about Palestinian prisoners held in Israel. If we return to the hostages held in Gaza, we know, at least known to be held in Gaza, we know the governments of both Egypt and Qatar have been playing a pretty key role in these negotiations. Why are they getting involved here?
Absolutely a key role with Israeli Secret Service and with the Americans. Well, Egypt has a border with Gaza. Everything in and out of Gaza comes either through Israel or through Egypt. So Egypt's always had a very strong interest in what happens in Gaza. Don't forget, Egypt actually controlled Gaza until Israel conquered the land in 1967. So Egypt's got a very close relationship. And Qatar, you know, that's where the Hamas political leadership lives and is based, most of them, and they send Gaza up to about $30 million a month to help the Hamas run the Gaza. So they've been deeply involved, closely involved with all hostage negotiations. In fact, any negotiations between Israel and Hamas over the last 15, 20 years, because Israel has no direct relationship with Hamas. It all goes through either Qatar, Egypt, or the United States.
Martin, just a final thought from you. How significant could this moment be if this goes forward, this hostage deal?
It's very significant in the short term. It's limited in the long term. We heard earlier today the Israeli the army spokesman said again, this is going to be a long war. So Hamas is going to keep those hostages. Certainly, they're going to keep the male hostages of fighting age, the soldiers and other younger men. Those hostages will probably be in this for the long haul, and other hostages will be released in a dripping fashion, drip drop fashion, as Hamas tries to get more. As Hamas tries to get more from Israel, but it's going to go on for a long time. So this is significant but limited in the long term.
A long road, especially for those families waiting for their loved ones to be released. Martin Fletcher, thank you.
Let's switch gears now and go to today's CNBC Money Minute. A lawsuit from the social media platform X, which I guess we still have to say is formerly known as Twitter.
And the United States Postal Service will ring in the new year by raising shipping prices. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, I'm Kate and Clay. I wonder how long we're going to have to say X, formerly known as Twitter. But let's talk about existing home sales. Fell nearly 15% in October when compared to the same time last year. That's actually the slowest pace since August of 2010. And this is according to the National Association of Realtors. But keep in mind the October sales count is based on closings likely signed in August as well as September. And in September, that's when we had mortgage rates that rose towards 8%. They've come down a little bit since then. X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, sued Media Matters in federal court on Monday. It was in response to the organization's research that found some ads appeared next to anti-Semitic content on X. The report led to a host of major advertisers withdrawing from the social media giant, including Apple, IBM, and Comcast, our parent company. With the new year comes new prices at the post office. Shipping prices are going up by 5 to 6% starting January 21st, depending on which shipping option you choose. The USPS is also said to be considering raising prices for P.O. Box rentals, but nothing is official just on that yet. I guess it's nice that they're not doing it in December when we're sending packages for the holidays.
Yeah, exactly. We're all buying our stamps and spending a lot of money at the post office.
A lot of money.
Christina, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the season of giving, also the season of taking. What you need to know about scams targeting holiday shoppers this year.
Plus, the latest on a mass shooting at a busy Walmart in Ohio where 3 people were hurt. Officials speaking on the incident right now. What we know about the victims. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Okay, the final countdown to Thanksgiving is on, and that means the holiday travel scramble is in full swing.
Yeah, this is expected to be one of the busiest weeks of the year for car and air travel. Today alone, the TSA expects to screen 2.6 million passengers at security checkpoints across the country.
Unfortunately, the weather is going to be an issue for some people trying to make it home for the holiday. Tornadoes spun up overnight, hitting the Gulf Coast, dropping large hail in Louisiana.
Incredible pictures there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns will have the latest forecast in a moment, but let's first go to NBC News reporter Julia Jester at Reagan National Airport. Julia, how are things looking at the airport right now, and how does Reagan compare to other places around the country?
Well, Zinkley, the weather here is gross, but it's at least not intruding on travel plans as of yet. There are very few delays here at DCA. Across the country, perhaps not as fortunate. There are more than 2,000 delays right now, really hitting airports like Denver, LAX, and Chicago pretty hard. But across the board, it seems to be a bit smoother than the last holiday season. We spoke with many passengers who were worried about traveling at peak holiday times, but they came here early, and that really paid off for them. Here's a bit of what they shared with us earlier. Were you nervous coming in today?
We were a little nervous with the weather coming through and seeing reports about weather coming across the country, but plane's on time for now, and the drive to the airport was easy, so fingers crossed.
Has this been something that's stressing you out?
A little bit, just because I wasn't sure how the weather was going to be. I didn't think it was going to rain today, but of course it's raining, and I was a little bit nervous that it would be some delays, but so far so good.
And there are reasons why this holiday travel week seems to be going a bit smoother, knock on wood, because the government and airlines really stepped up after some rough holiday debacles last year in terms of travel. The FAA invested more in getting air traffic controllers onboarded. It helped airports get de-icing and snowplow equipment. So there are tangible efforts that really tried to streamline this process for passengers this holiday season. Zinkley?
Yeah. Let's not jinx it, though, because it's only Tuesday, right, Julie? I'm going to go over to Bill.
Yes.
And Bill, you were saying that even weather-wise, it's not terrible right now, but what are you watching for?
Yeah, and today's supposed to be the worst of it. The thunderstorms last night, and then what we're dealing with today with the rain on the East Coast. If we're going to have major delays, it would be today. So far, knock on wood somewhere, the airlines are doing really well. The roads, of course, are going to be a little slow in all the rain. We don't have any severe weather to speak of. We may have still isolated strong storms, Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama. That's about it. So all of the major airports, we show green on here, at all the major hubs, no significant delays. We have a huge shield of rain coming up the East Coast. Again, it's just rain. The planes can land just fine in this, as long as visibility is pretty decent, as long as it's not too windy. So here's what's going to look like in about 2 hours from now. The rain arriving in New York City. It's raining already in Philadelphia and also down through D.C. and the Richmond. As far as the airports go, as I mentioned, so far so good, but I do think as the heavier rain moves into the highly congested areas like I-95, that's when we'll probably see some airport delays, especially the New York airports, maybe around 5 to about 8 p.m. this evening. And of course, driving I-95 is not fun in a rainy day any time of year, let alone now with such heavy volume. Tomorrow, this storm system kicks out pretty soon. This is at noon tomorrow. So rain's over Hartford, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. A little bit of rain left over in the Outer Banks. Boston, it's going to be rainy morning, improving as we go throughout the day. So if we're going to have significant airport delays, maybe Logan early in the day because of the rain and wind, but then it should be rapidly improving. Also, all my friends driving through the Adirondacks, the White, the Green Mountains, and mountains of Maine, you're going to deal with some ice and snow tonight, so be careful driving in those areas. But I-95 and anywhere in southern New England is going to be just fine. So the holiday travel for tomorrow, not bad at all. Middle of the country looks perfect. No problems on the West Coast, guys. So if we get through this evening, we should be in the clear.
Ooh, don't say that out loud.
I am confident.
The optimist in me. Bill Cairns, Julia Jester, thank you both so much.
Coming up, another reason for NFL fans to be thankful this year. We'll have that when we come back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tomorrow marks 60 years since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
NBC's Jacob Soboroff sat down for an exclusive interview with the Secret Service agent who leapt onto the back of the car after the president was shot.
60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes.
How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history.
There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination.
What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise.
You said, I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us. I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people would read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by a new account of the assassination made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis telling the New York Times he's, quote, beginning to doubt myself about Lee Harvey Oswald being the lone gunman. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the 2 of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you?
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered.
What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much. But I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe, and I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. Much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experiences I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Wow, a moving report. Well, coming up, a behind-the-scenes look at the work that goes into making sure your plane arrives safely and hopefully on time. We'll take you on board later. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
According to military intelligence from South Korea, North Korea launched a suspected spy satellite today. The North Korean Space Agency says the launch was successful. It was the country's third attempt to get a first surveillance satellite into space. North Korea's efforts come despite the United Nations banning the country from conducting launches like this.
A top NHL player is accused of attacking his wife in their Boston home. Milan Lucic of the Boston Bruins appeared in court today. He pleaded not guilty to assault and battery. According to a police report, officers were called to Lucic's apartment building early Saturday after his wife called 911. His next hearing is scheduled for January 19th. The Bruins have confirmed Lucic is, quote, taking an indefinite leave of absence from the team.
And the dates and locations for next year's 2024 presidential debates have been officially announced. The first debate is scheduled for September 16th at Texas State University. The next two debates will happen in October at Virginia State University and the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. Meanwhile, the vice presidential debate will take place at Lafayette College in Easton, Pennsylvania on September 25th.
Investigators are trying to piece together what led to a mass shooting in Ohio. Police say a man walked into a Walmart last night in the town of Beaver Creek, just east of Dayton, and shot 4 people. He then apparently turned the gun on himself. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus joins us now. So, Adrian, I know we just got an update from police in Ohio. What are they saying?
That's right, Zinkley, and members of law enforcement are still addressing the media, but I will start with the latest information. Investigators have identified that shooter. He is a 20-year-old man who has been identified as Benjamin Charles Jones. Investigators say he was a resident of Dayton, moved away, and then returned to the area about a year ago. As far as the victims, their race or ethnicity has not been identified. The shooter was identified as a white man, but the victims, at least 3 of them were female. The other was a male, all adults. Now, earlier in the day, we were telling you all that at least 3 of the victims were listed in critical condition. Their condition has upgraded to stable, but at least 1 person still remains stable, yet the condition is critical. The motive, that's what many people are wondering. Why did this 20-year-old shooter walk into that Walmart late last night and start firing? It's still unclear. That's a big piece of the investigation. We do know the initial call that came into 911, that person told dispatchers they saw this 20-year-old walk into the store with a gun. We heard from people who were inside shopping at the time. They still are stunned. One woman saying she's lucky to be alive. She recorded the aftermath and shared her account on social media. All of this happening just days before Thanksgiving. We do know, Zinclay, the 4 people who were shot were shoppers, not employees of the store, according to investigators. No threat to the community at this hour. The shooter, that 20-year-old, ended his life. Zinclay?
Adrian, just devastating, especially just days before Thanksgiving. I understand that police have also released body camera footage. Can you tell us any information about that?
Yeah, within less than 24 hours, we are already getting a look at that body cam video worn by one of the responding officers. On the video, you can hear the officer saying that we got him. During this news conference, it was asked, where was this 20-year-old found? According to investigators, the body of the 20-year-old shooter was near the vision area of that Walmart store. As far as the victims, they were found throughout the store and their injuries ranged. Zinclay?
Our newest NBC News correspondent, Adrian Broaddus, thank you so much for your coverage, and very glad we have you for more reporting here. Kate?
Zinclay, in today's Consumer Confidential, as we begin the season for giving, we're also facing the season for taking. The holidays are a prime time for scammers who are using more high-tech ways to steal. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains.
Avoiding shopping scams used to be so simple. Watch out for pickpocketers. Don't send money online to strangers. If an email looks fake, it probably is. But in 2023, the scams are a lot more sophisticated than you may have realized.
These are organized criminal gangs, often located overseas, who are very savvy at what they do.
John Brio with the National Consumer League has been tracking really convincing websites, product reviews, shipping alerts, all fake. Basically, these aren't the same old Nigerian email scams. Just ask a former Nigerian scammer.
It is getting so sophisticated now. They are becoming smarter every day.
Chris Maxwell, zooming in from the middle of the night in Nigeria, is a reformed scammer now consulting for the site socialcatfish.com. He says scammers aren't just looking for a quick payday these days. They want a gift that keeps on giving. Just one of your major passwords, since so many of us reuse them across multiple accounts.
Once you have access to the password, you have access to their social security number, you have access to their driver's license, you have access to their credit cards, you have access to their bank account. Very easy to do a lot of damage with information like that.
So here are 5 quick tips to defend yourself against 2023's most dangerous thieves and hackers. Number 1, don't reuse passwords. I know it's impossible to remember 300 different logins, but at least use different passwords for your bank and email. Consider using a secure password manager to make it all easier. And always use 2-factor authentication for those really important accounts. Number 2, look out for shipping scams. Get an email or text about a delayed delivery? Don't click, don't respond, don't call the number. To avoid a trap, get your updates from the retailer or the shipper's sites. Tip number 3, you may think I'm nuts here, but update your software. About 4 in 10 Americans hammer that remind me later button when prompted to patch up vulnerabilities, and it's music to hackers' ears. Well, this is me, reminding you later. Update your phone and your software. Tip number 4, pay with a credit card. They have much better protections than most of the new digital payments scammers prefer.
Bitcoin, gift card, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle.
If they ask you to pay a risky way, run away.
You pay the safest way. That's with a credit card for most people.
And tip number 5, beware of really convincing online websites you've never heard of. Even Black Friday deals have their limits.
Listen to your gut. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is.
With any luck, your vigilance will ensure some happy holidays, at least until those credit card bills roll in come January.
All right, Noah, the whole studio was reacting to some of those tips that you were giving, like don't repeat your passwords. What other ways can we protect ourselves?
All right, so quick low-tech tip, porch pirates, still a thing. Get your packages delivered to work maybe your school, or back inside doors. Most of the sites now you can go online and in a comment section say please deliver to the back door. It removes the temptation from someone driving by. Some high-tech tips. AI, those deep fakes, not yet really a big thing, but it will be. So now's the time, have a conversation with your family. Develop a code word so that if someone calls and says it's you demanding money or they need money for something, you will have a specific word for your family and your friends that you know means it's really you. And then also have a conversation with your older relatives and friends, because seniors tend to be a little more trusting and a little less tech savvy. A really good time to talk about the old scams, the phishing scams, the emails, the texts, and all sorts of the new tech too. What better time than the holidays, right?
I really like that family code word tip. That's good, Noah. Thank you. The NFL is doing something completely different this year. For the first time, they're going to be playing football on Black Friday.
Yeah, it's a classic matchup with a new age twist. Longtime division rivals, the Miami Dolphins and New York Jets, will square off. The traditional Thanksgiving Day games air on broadcast TV. Of course, that's how some of you are watching NBC News Daily right now. Though another portion of viewers are streaming this show, which is how most of the country will watch Friday's game on Amazon Prime Video. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Boorstin joins us now from SoFi Stadium, home of the LA Chargers. So, Julia, we've got one of the largest retail giants pairing with one of America's most watched sports, of course, football. Plus, it's the busiest spending day of the year. So talk to us about the business strategy here. Seems like a good one.
It's designed to be a win-win. I mean, for the NFL, they've now created and are licensing the rights for Amazon to stream this new additional game. They're reaching people who maybe don't have traditional pay TV but are subscribers to Amazon Prime Video. For Amazon Prime Video, this is a way to draw and attract more people, not just to their website, but also to their streaming service. They're actually going to be giving this game away for free. You don't have to be a subscriber to Prime Video to watch it. And if you are watching, you'll get access to special deals that you'll be able to access with a QR code. I spoke to the NFL's Chief Media and Business Officer, Brian Rolap. Take a listen.
Black Friday for Amazon it's their Super Bowl. That is something that they have really leaned into over the years. They own Black Friday. And so this intersection of football and what Amazon does on Black Friday seemed like the perfect way to deploy it.
And you can imagine that having the game on Amazon Prime Video on Black Friday could be a great way to get more people to sign up for Prime Video and to get all those people who are already Prime Video watchers to maybe pay more attention to the NFL the rest of the year. Win-win.
Yeah, you can see it. You know, it's not just Amazon. It's YouTube, Paramount Plus, Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, also streaming more football now. Are we likely to see a lot of football move to streaming?
We're seeing everything move to streaming. So Peacock has some exclusive games. You're absolutely right. This is a big test and trial of having this Amazon game on Friday. And remember that Thursday Night Football is now on Amazon for its second year in a row. And we've seen ratings for Thursday Night Football go up 26% so far this season from last year. So ESPN is going to be moving direct to consumer as well. We just don't know when and how, but definitely a shift to streaming.
Okay, sounds like a touchdown to me. Julia Boorstin. Thank you.
Well, Swifties are all in on the developing love story between Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce.
From the football field to the stage, we're now getting an inside look into the pair's blossoming relationship. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce scored a pivotal touchdown in last night's game. But Kansas City fell short after the Philadelphia Eagles rallied for a Monday night victory. The loss giving big brother Jason his first ever NFL win over Travis and a rematch of last year's Super Bowl showdown. While the Kelce brothers' beloved Mama Kelce was in attendance, notably absent in the stands, Travis's main squeeze, Taylor Swift, who was performing a rescheduled show in Rio de Janeiro. Swift still devastated after a fan collapsed in sweltering heat at her concert Friday and died. The Brazilian event organizer distributing free water at last night's show.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Taylor.
Fans getting new insight into Swift's love story with Kelsey, who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, calling her hilarious and a genius. I've never been a man of words. Being around her, seeing how smart Taylor is, has been mind-blowing. I'm learning every day. He says they share compatible worldviews and family values. His mom, Donna, also chiming in, addressing her comments about Taylor last month with Savannah and Hoda.
What was she like? What was it? I mean, so you got to know her a little bit, got to sit with a couple games. How was it?
It was okay. Yeah.
Donna apparently was trying not to sound too enthusiastic, but came off underwhelmed. Mama Kelsey now clarifying he's happier than I've seen him in a long time. God bless him. He shot for the stars. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Sounds like a love story. Well, coming up, please and thank you. With Thanksgiving dinner almost here, we have the best ways parents can teach kids some manners. You're watching NBC News Daily.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
In case you missed it, in just a few days, many of us will be gathering with friends and family to celebrate Thanksgiving, and our manners, or lack thereof, will be on full display, especially our kids.
Yeah, so in today's modern parenting, we thought we would talk about the importance of instilling good manners in your kids and how that can set them up for success. With us now is founder and instructor at Old Soul Etiquette, great name, Mariah Grumet. Mariah, thanks for being with us. Really appreciate it. Okay, welcome and thank you. Did I say thank you already?
Perfect.
Trying to get my manners on here.
I'm a judgment-free zone.
Are you though?
I promise.
People have different opinions of what good manners is, what that means. What do you teach in your lessons?
I always say that it's simply making the intentional decision to put others' needs before your own. So it's just about kindness and respect and consideration for others.
So kindness, respect, feel like basic values. Is it ever too soon, though, to teach your kids good manners? When should parents start having those conversations?
It can start as early as at 2 years old, especially inside the home, when the parent is able, or the parent or guardian is actually able to control that narrative before the children go out and they're influenced by so many different sources. And so at 2 years old, you can start with things like hello and goodbye, greetings, displaying gratitude, please and thank you, and share things like sharing.
And how does it benefit the kids? We mentioned, you know, it can really affect the rest of your life if you start out with good manners.
It really builds that strong foundation for giving the children a sense of knowing what to do in various situations. And with that sense of knowing what to do comes confidence. And they can then apply that to any situation and anything they find themselves involved in their life.
And, you know, you're talking about kids getting involved in stuff. We're coming up on Thanksgiving. People are going to have guests over, maybe even friends of their friends. So what if you have a child at your home who is not your own and they're not behaving well? What do you do about that?
So in that case, you know, as long as everybody is safe in the situation, it's actually not your job as someone else's parent to then tell that child what they should be doing. However, it's a great opportunity to use that as an example. Have that discussion with your child and say, let's revisit this situation. How could we have handled this a little bit differently? We say it's not good manners to point out bad manners unless you're in a position to do so as someone's mentor or guardian or parent.
Hypothetically, if you have a husband who does intervene, then what do you know? I'm just kidding. That has happened in our house where my husband has kind of intervened at a birthday party. This is a long time ago. And I was sort of like, oh, no, don't. You know, it's tough when somebody else's kid.
It is. And especially with different family dynamics, sometimes there's different roles on, you know, with different people, and they feel like they should say something. So it definitely, there's a gray area there for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about as kids get older, though, because I feel like I have older kids. And like when they were little, it was super easy, just the please and the thank you. But as they get older, they try to push their boundaries. Also, I noticed that this generation's on their phones a lot and texting, and so they don't actually have experience with face-to-face. Like, my kids get nervous sometimes if they have to interact with adult humans. How do you deal with older kids?
Approach it from the place of empowerment rather than punishment. I feel like a lot of times with manners, we're reactive about something rather than proactive. So really explaining what the purpose of them is and how it can really help them stand out and show respect to the different people that they interact with, and coming from really that place of empowering them rather than it feeling like they're being scolded.
And you mentioned, right, once a child leaves the home, there are so many things that influence their ideology, how they behave. So what if there's a child who's teaching your child bad manners? How do you navigate that?
That's tricky. That really calls for a very intentional conversation between the parent or guardian and child to, again, bring up these situations and say, I understand that these people handle it this way, but how can we do it a different way?
And maybe even talking to the parents, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really great tips.
Yeah, thank you so much. Are you ready for Thanksgiving?
I am. I'm ready. We have a big one coming up.
We're ready, and we have the manners for it now.
Yeah, there we go.
Mariah Grumet, thank you so much. And thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nervous?
Yes.
First time?
No, I've been nervous lots of times.
Airplane the movie. We all know that flying can be nerve-wracking, especially during the holidays.
Yeah, a record 30 million people are expected to fly over the next 12 days. But if you think it's rough for passengers, spare a thought for the people making the planes run on time. Our Tom Costello takes a closer look at what it takes to get a plane off the ground.
Good morning. How you doing?
5 a.m. in Baltimore. And American Airlines first officer Jared Ziobro is prepping the flight deck.
Every flight we're out here testing, making sure every system works properly.
Flight crews will come and go, but planes get very little downtime.
Group 2 customers are welcome to board.
This plane came in last night at 11 o'clock, spent the night in Baltimore, and it's got a very long day ahead.
Biggest priority is just being ready for our passengers and staying in the pleasant mood.
It's still dark as Flight 1403 pushes back from the gate, then lifts off the runway just as dawn breaks. Thousands of flying miles lie ahead. Baltimore-Washington Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth, then DFW to Miami, Miami to New York LaGuardia, and returning back to Miami before the day is done. John Krikorian and John Urso beating the rush to Hawaii.
There's a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of stress.
3 hours later, we touch down early in Dallas. Like clockwork, passengers deplane, the crew moves to another flight. And with the clock ticking, baggage handlers start loading up for the next flight. A typical narrow-body plane holds about 280 pieces of luggage. They've got 45 minutes on a domestic flight to turn it before it has to go back out again. With planes flying full this week, American's chief operating officer says there's a constantly evolving backup plan for every flight and airport should weather-related delays start to ripple across the system.
But put a lot of energy, a lot of technology, a lot of things in place to make sure that we can manage the unexpected.
Flight 469, service to Miami.
10:25 a.m., we're off to Miami. While passengers work, watch, and rest in the back, the crew encounters heavy rain in Florida. We land 11 minutes late. The cleaning staff, then catering, quickly move in. Next stop, New York with a full flight. Every day, American goes through 1 million cans of soda, 500,000 cookies, and 350,000 bags of pretzels. The sun has already set as we land in New York, then reboard for the flight back to Miami.
The boarding process is very hectic just because of luggage. Everyone wants to bring gifts.
Alessandro Tomas plans to work from her parents' home over Thanksgiving.
I don't like to call it a vacation because I will be working from my childhood bedroom.
But first, Miami is socked in with more rain.
It's like a whole weather system right there.
Our plane is able to land, ending a long day, 5 stops, 4,500 miles, and it all starts again tomorrow. Tom Costello, NBC News.
Wow.
That was cool.
Super
to see
cool.
that.
5 stops. I'm tired for you, Tom. Hope you get some rest. Well, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
All right, you can't always get what you want, but if you're a fan of the Rolling Stones, you're going to get what you need. Yeah, the band is hitting the road with a new tour in 2024. The Stones are going to be playing 16 different locations in North America next year, starting in Houston. A fan pre-sale for tickets starts, mark your calendars, November 29th. I got to go a couple years ago.
And?
Before COVID, so 2019. Oh, my gosh. Amazing.
Really?
Like, you have to go.
Okay, well, she's going. Maybe I'll join you.
I've already been. I don't know if I can afford to go again.
Well, speaking of music, what do Public Enemy and Blondie have in common? 7, well, they're nominees for the 2024 Songwriters Hall of Fame. The ballot includes Little Big Town for their hit Girl Crush, Timbaland for Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back, and Missy Elliott's Get Your Freak On. Songwriters can qualify for the honor 20 years after their first commercial release. It's hard to believe some of those songs, Sexy Back, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a while ago. Remember this? That viral story of the grandmother who accidentally invited a stranger to her Thanksgiving dinner back in 2016. It got a lot of press. Well, the pair is set to celebrate their 8th holiday together. These people did not know each other, guys. Their story went viral. Wanda Dench mistakenly texted Jamal Hinton, invited him to Thanksgiving, so he accepts, and he's been going ever since.
Honestly, that story gets me every single time. Yeah.
It just shows
there's some love out there.
There's some good in the world.
Open your home if you can.
That's right.
Well, I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching Daily.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. So good to be with you. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, breaking news closer to freedom. Israel and Hamas reach an agreement to release some hostages and pause fighting. What we know about the deal right now and how soon the hostages could be released.
On the move, millions expected to travel for the holiday today as a dangerous storm, which brought tornadoes to the south, now making its way up the East Coast. What it all means for your turkey trot.
Downstream savings. The Biden administration announces new rules that could save you big on your cable bill. The new rules and how you can cut the price without cutting the cord.
And sick of it. Families aren't the only ones coming home for the holidays. Illnesses are coming along too. Some people rely on supplements to keep their immune system humming. So what works and what doesn't? And what's the best way to stay healthy for the holidays?
The especially important as we're all about to gather together.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll have that and a lot more, but we're going to start with some breaking news this hour. There is a tentative deal to release some hostages held by Hamas pending approval from Israel's government. That's according to a senior U.S. official and a source familiar with the talks.
Under the tentative agreement now, 50 hostages would be freed by Hamas. In exchange, Israel would release 150 Palestinian prisoners. There would be a 4-day pause in fighting. A senior Israeli official tells NBC News there is an option to extend that pause by 1 day for every 10 additional hostages released. The deal would also allow for more aid trucks to enter Gaza. The exact details could change.
There are a total of more than 200 hostages, including Americans, being held inside Gaza. Only 4 hostages have been released by Hamas since they were captured during the terror attack on Israel back on October 7th. One Israeli soldier who was taken hostage was rescued by the Israeli military last month. The bodies of 2 hostages were found last week near the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza. Joining us now are NBC News correspondents David Noriega in Tel Aviv, Israel, and Aaron Gilchrist in Washington, D.C. So, David, we'll start with you on the ground there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been meeting with his cabinet for several hours today. Talk to us about what the Israeli government is saying about this deal.
Yeah, so most of the government supports this deal. That includes the security establishment, so the IDF and the intelligence agencies. And the Prime Minister himself is trying to get this deal done. There is opposition specifically from 2 parties that comprise the hard right-wing faction of the ruling government coalition. Those 2 parties by themselves do not have the numbers to sink the deal, but it's still significant that there is opposition. And this deal is not done until it's done. So we're all here in Tel Aviv very anxiously waiting for the results of these meetings that the Prime Minister is having with his cabinet. Kate and Zinclay?
Let me go to Aaron Gilchrist now. The U.S. has been involved in these talks for weeks now, Aaron. So what is the White House saying about potentially closing the deal?
The White House is being very careful about what it says publicly about this deal and how it came together, what's in it, that sort of thing. We did have a briefing a little while ago from the National Security Council spokesperson, Admiral John Kirby, and he said that we are closer to a deal than we've ever been. But he said he wanted to be careful not to confirm any of the details that have been out there about what exactly is in that deal, as you can see on the screen here. Now, he said that he didn't want to say anything in these delicate hours, as he described them, that might put the deal at risk. And that really is consistent with what the administration's been saying, with what the president has been saying over the last several days, that it's a very delicate time. The president earlier today saying that things are looking good at the moment, but adding that a deal is not done until it's done. And then we'll hear much more about what's in it from the White House anyway. Kate, Zinclay?
And David, I know you've been hearing from families of the hostages. Right now, you're actually outside an area where those families are gathering and have been speaking out. What are they telling you about this agreement?
Yeah, it's a really, really complicated mix of emotions. A lot of the families are not speaking to press right now. They've been advised not to by the government, lest it somehow jeopardize the negotiations. They're kind of holed up, waiting for this final decision to come down. However, I have spoken to a couple of family members, specifically of adult males, meaning people who are not likely to be released as a result of this round of negotiations. So it's a really, again, complicated set of feelings, right? These families all support the deal, right? They all want to see as many hostages released as possible, as soon as possible, but they also know that they might face a situation where they are not getting, they're not going to get to reunite with their family members, even as they see other families do so. So very intense, very contradictory. It's an extremely anxious night here in Tel Aviv as we all await for these meetings to wrap up. Kate and Zinclay?
And Aaron, there are American hostages among the hostages, but it's unclear right now, I think, whether they might be released in this group of 50 to be released. What is the White House saying about where talks go next on freeing the remaining hostages?
Well, they want to give the Israelis and Hamas the room to finish this deal. They want them to be able to say yes on both sides and then sort of start talking to us anyway about what comes next. The National Security Council spokesperson saying that after the deal is agreed to in total by both parties, then we would start to see some of the processes put in place to actually execute the deal and to monitor it to make sure that it goes the way it's supposed to. He did say, too, that we should all expect that this is going to be a slow process to make sure that there aren't any safety risks for people who are being released, both hostages and prisoners, potentially from the Israelis, and saying that for some of the hostages, we don't know what condition they may be in. So the notion that you might see people being quickly moved or running from one place to another is something that we shouldn't expect, because they want to make sure they can keep everyone safe once the deal is done and something can actually start to happen, people moving on the ground. Kate and Zinkley.
Yeah, definitely a lot of eyes on this one. Aaron Gilchrist in D.C. and David Noriega in Tel Aviv, thank you so much.
And let's continue talking with NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thanks for being with us on this big day. I know President Biden has said it is very close. What kind of work do you know about this being done behind the scenes to finalize this agreement and make it real?
There's been a lot of work for many weeks, starting when Secretary Blinken was in the region, shuttling back and forth, following up with others from the National Security Council going in. We knew that Bill Burns went in, talked to his counterpart, the intelligence officials in Qatar. Qatar, of course, is the intermediary because Israel and Hamas and the U.S. don't all speak to each other, to the terror group Hamas. So Qatar has been very, very important and would probably be the one announcing this, although we could expect leaks out of Israel as well. The Israeli War Cabinet, then the security group, then the larger group were meeting, and we do know, as was reported by the correspondent in Israel, that there were some dissenters from the hard right, but that the prime minister is believed to have the votes. That said, there are a lot of issues here that have to be resolved. First of all, there could be a waiting period. There is a 24-hour period where Israeli victims of terrorism have the right to appeal to the Israeli Supreme Court, saying that their loved ones who were killed or wounded or injured in some way by the terrorists should not allow the release of that terrorist from the Palestinian prisoners who are being held in Israel. So if it's going to be somewhat like 50 hostages released in groups, by the way, not all at one time, and then 150 Palestinian prisoners, believed to be women and children, held in Israel, the victims of that terrorism would have the right to first appeal and hold up that person or persons from being released. That said, logic would have it that if it's women and children who are being released on the Palestinian side, as well as the hostage side, women and children, prisoners in Israel, it's not likely that that would be the terrorists or the prisoners involved with violent crime. Does that make sense? Yeah. I may have garbled it a bit, but
no, it does.
This would probably be less violent crime for those prisoners. So maybe there wouldn't be that long a wait. We're just not sure about under Israeli law. In any case, as the hours progress, you know, the time difference late at night would be difficult to make a secure transfer, believed to be doing independently by the Red Cross, which is not involved in any of these negotiations, but has safely transported hostages before.
And Andrea, you talked about different groups of hostages being released potentially at a time. Do we know if any of the Americans held captive in Gaza are part of this current hostage deal?
That is another point of confusion. There was one statement from the Israeli side saying that no foreign hostages would be released. It would be Israeli Americans, but not foreign hostages. There are some, in fact, who are from other countries involved in that group of approximately 240. That said, a lot of the Americans who are over there and were taken from that kibbutz are Americans who also have Israeli citizenship. And also, they would not be releasing male IDF, male military hostages. That's what Hamas has said. So, again, these are details that still might change. There's also the whole issue of the pause. Israel saying that they have now, at least we believe they've now agreed to maybe a 4 or 5 day pause, but it's not a ceasefire technically. Also, part of the deal would be no drone coverage over southern Israel in particular, which has been, terribly difficult for the Palestinians who have all been evacuated and displaced in the south. In any case, so there could be a suspension of the Israeli drone flights over southern Israel. At the same time, I interviewed an Israeli spokesman today who was very clued into all of this, Alon Levy, but he said that they will proceed with the fight against Hamas in the south. And they keep saying that there are safe passages, safe, secure areas. And I was saying, but without fuel, they haven't had, cell service for long periods. They They don't know where to go. And in fact, there have been strikes in those so-called safe areas in the South. A big piece of this, according to the U.S., is going to be humanitarian aid, getting in during those pauses. And John Kirby was saying today that so far it's been far less than what preceded the war. It was 500 truckloads a day of aid, fuel, water, food. Now it's down to, maybe 50. It's nowhere near the 150 that they say is the bare minimum. So they want to ramp that up, and especially the fuel for the hospitals and for the generators to run the cell service.
Well, Andrea Mitchell out of Washington, D.C. with the latest analysis of the hostage situation in this ongoing war. Thank you so much. And coming up, the CDC says we're not even at the height of flu season, and we're already seeing more than 1 million cases here in the U.S. How you can keep you and your family healthy as you gather for the holidays.
Plus, why those junk fees in your cable bills could be a thing of the past soon. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The clock is ticking, and there are just 2 days to go until Thanksgiving. That means millions of people are rushing to their holiday destinations right now.
If you're not in it already, you can imagine what the scenes look like. Lots of traffic on the roads, long lines at airports across the country. The TSA says they're expecting 2.6 million passengers. That's just today.
For some, severe weather is going to make getting home much more difficult. Storms in the northeast and southeast are expected to lead to traffic on the roads and delays at major airports from the east to the west coast.
Let's bring in NBC News reporter Julia Jester. She's down at Reagan National Airport in Washington. Also, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is with us. All right, Julia, last time we checked with you, things were pretty smooth. I was surprised that there weren't a lot of delays. What are you seeing now?
I may have jinxed it a little bit nationwide. Charlotte Airport just issued a ground stop due to low cloud ceiling. So we're starting to see this East Coast weather make an impact at some airports. It's still smooth sailing here at DCA. Nationwide, the TSA had a goal of making its screening wait times under 10 minutes for pre-check holders and under a half hour for regular passengers, and it has been abiding by that pretty much all day here and seemingly at other airports. But we are keeping an eye on an uptick in delays at airports like Atlanta, Chicago, Phoenix, as these winter storms and weather mixes are causing a little bit of trouble. Now, the weather, Mother Nature, is the X factor, according to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who says that while the industry is way better prepared for the holiday season this year, weather is unpredictable. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, the big concern this week is weather. We are seeing some weather systems that could play a role and affect flights. So it's going to be especially important to build a little bit of cushion into your plans and to closely watch for updates from your airline.
Now, it is critical for passengers to arrive early. That's why we've had quite a calm atmosphere here. Folks know it's going to be a bit chaotic. They're showing up early. It seems to be going a bit more smoothly. Now, Buttigieg also tells travelers that if your flight is delayed or canceled, he put out a PSA today, know your rights as a passenger. You could be entitled to compensation for meals, hotels, lodging, things that are a result of your travel disruption. So plan ahead and be prepared. Kate, Zinkley.
Always important as a traveler to plan ahead, be early, especially if you're with your kids. Bill, what else do travelers need to know outside of that ground stop we just heard from Julia regarding Charlote?
Well, if you can avoid traveling with your kids, that's always a good idea. But if you can't, then you have to be prepared and go early. I take that from experience. So let's get into this forecast. Now, we have been watching all week long. We were saying today, especially this afternoon and this evening, was the key time when we expected the worst travel delays. And as Julie just mentioned, the Charlotte airport has a ground stop because of low visibility. That's with the storm system moving through. Notice the bright reds just beginning to pop up on this line here in Alabama, heading up towards Atlanta. Wouldn't surprise me if at Hartsfield we also have a ground stop briefly as we watch these heavier downpours move through, maybe with a little bit of lightning. So that's going to build up a little bit of delays, especially at the airports as we go throughout the next couple hours. So currently, we're still okay in Atlanta. New York's okay, but the rain has just begun. Everywhere pretty much off the East Coast is perfect. It's fine. No problems at all. Even O'Hare's doing okay, even though it's been a windy day near Chicago. So this mess of rain, everything in the yellow and red is all rain. That's sliding through the mid-Atlantic. That's why during the rush hour especially, the roads will definitely have delays, be slow. And then the airports, I think we're going to start to see the delays beginning to build. We just mentioned that Charlotte with a ground stop, that's in red. Eventually, we will see some of those periodic ground stops or slowdowns all the way up the I-95 corridor. And as far as the roads go, as we mentioned, I-95, Pennsylvania Turnpike, heading 80 out of New York, 81 down through the Appalachians, the high country in Virginia. There is a little bit of snow. I was just looking at some of the cams in the Catskills. It is snowing in those areas, and that'll eventually head up into the White and the Green Mountains in the Adirondacks. Anyone traveling through northern New England tonight, that's going to get slick. There's going to be accumulating snow in many areas, so just keep that in mind. By the time we get through Wednesday morning into the afternoon, only Maine and New Hampshire left over with a little bit of wintry weather. The rain is exiting in North Carolina, the Outer Banks there, Wilmington, the New Bern, Havelock area. Should be done by about 1 o'clock. Boston, I think you're going to have to wait till maybe about 1 or 2 o'clock, and that's when you will see everything exiting. The airports tomorrow, Logan early. The rest of the airports should be okay. Just some gusty winds out there, and the driving shouldn't be too bad. So, all right, guys, the worst of it is right now.
All right, Bill Cairns, Julia Jester, thanks so much, and we'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Tomorrow marks 60 years since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
NBC's Jacob Soboroff sat down for an exclusive interview with the Secret Service agent who leapt onto the back of the car after the president was shot.
60 years later, the images of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy are just as haunting. But 91-year-old Clint Hill can recall every detail without opening his eyes.
How often do you think about that day?
At least once every day, maybe more. Still there embedded in my brain, and it never leaves.
Hill was trailing the presidential limousine in the motorcade as the Secret Service agent assigned to First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy. When 3 shots were fired on that November day in Dallas, Texas, the young agent jumped onto the back of the limo in a desperate attempt to protect the president and Mrs. Kennedy, cementing his place in that dark day in history.
There was no thinking there, you just did it.
Yeah, just reaction.
Do you recall having any thoughts in that moment?
Just get there. Get on top of the car. Get your body above theirs, between them and any possible person that's trying to do them harm.
The 91-year-old has written a new afterword for his book, 5 Days in November, ahead of the 60th anniversary of the assassination.
What is there that you're saying in here that you haven't already said?
Well, I was very concerned that the general population still has not accepted the truth about the assassination. It's hard for me to believe that the numbers of people who still believe in conspiracies, they don't really accept the actual fact of what did happen.
Hill's recollection has never wavered. 1 man, 1 gun, 3 shots, all from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. But he worries about those who give credence to conspiracy theories that suggest otherwise.
You said, I fear that once all of us who were witnesses to history are gone, the truth will be buried along with us. I'm sure it's not lost on you that there's only 2 surviving Secret Service members from that day. You worry about that time when neither of you will be here?
I just hope that people will read this and believe it, because it's truth, and not listen to the other garbage that comes out.
Of late, those conspiracy theories have been fueled by a new account of the assassination made in a recent book by Hill's former partner, Secret Service agent Paul Landis. Landis telling the New York Times he's, quote, beginning to doubt myself about Lee Harvey Oswald being the lone gunman. Hill dismisses Landis's account as fiction.
What Mr. Landis had written in his book cannot be true.
You think he's being dishonest or just has a different recollection of what happened?
I don't know.
What does it say to the American public that the 2 of you don't have your stories aligned?
Well, it just gives them further reason to believe in the conspiracy theories. And that's unfortunate.
That's a deep, deep concern to you?
Very deep concern to me.
Conspiracy theories are now conspiracy facts.
Hill also takes issue with how director Oliver Stone's feature film and documentary about the assassination have further fueled those theories.
It was not fact. It was fiction. I mean, if you're going to make it fiction, announce it that way. This is a made-up story. Don't tell people that this is fact when it's not. And that's what he has done.
Did he ever call you?
No. And don't bother now. It's too late for that junk.
Hill says he's accepted that his actions on that day will likely be how he's remembered.
What does that acceptance look like or mean to you?
Well, people keep thanking me for what I did, but I appreciate that very much, but I didn't complete my task, which was to save the president's life. And that's what's bothered me all these years, 60 years now. Job was to keep the president alive and safe, and I was not able to do that.
Your legacy, what do you want it to be?
Well, I just, I tried. I tried to do the best job I could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Do you ever think about how, had this not happened, what your life might be like?
Oh, yeah. Much calmer, much simpler. I wouldn't have had the experience that I've had, though. I was a lucky man to be given the responsibilities I was given. I'm very grateful.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Coming up, how a group of college athletes helped inspire a young cancer patient as she went through chemo. We're going to take you inside their special bond later this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
You're looking at the first images we have of 41 construction workers trapped in a collapsed tunnel in India. They've been stuck there for more than a week, deep below the Himalayan mountains. That new video was shot on a medical endoscopy camera and a narrow pipe lowered through the rubble. Rescuers have also been using pipes to send down food and oxygen, and officials say that it could still be days before they can drill through the hundreds of feet of rubble and reach the tunnel.
The White House says it is working on stopping the flow of the deadly drug fentanyl into the U.S. President Biden met with members of his cabinet today, including the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security. In the meeting, President Biden touted significant progress after key meetings last week with the leaders of Mexico and China. The goal is to keep the chemicals used to make fentanyl from coming from China to Mexico and then being used in drugs that cross the U.S. border.
And take a look at this video. Rainy weather over Hawaii caused a Navy plane to overshoot a runway at a military base, forcing the aircraft to land at Kaneohe Bay. Military officials say 9 people were on board the plane, but no one was hurt. It's not clear how long it will take for crews to remove the wreckage from the water.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. You're trying to cancel your cable or your satellite service, and you end up getting slapped with a bunch of extra fees.
Well, those so-called junk fees could soon be a thing of the past. The head of the Federal Communications Commission announced today she wants to put new restrictions on cable and satellite providers.
NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky joins us now. So, Noah, what would these limits look like, and how soon could they become reality?
So the news today is that the head of the FCC wants to put a new rule into place, start the process going where cable companies and satellite companies could no longer charge you a cancellation fee for simply wanting to change your service. You also could cancel on the day that you call up or the day that you file online rather than having to wait to the end of the cycle. So those fees certainly add up. And it's part of this big onslaught against what we call junk fees across all these different sectors. The FCC doing their part. If you remember back State of the Union earlier this year, Joe Biden talked about really combating a lot of these fees. Congress, this is actually a very popular thing across the United States, but Congress can't really get the whole thing done, so you have to go through the rulemaking process. You asked about the timing. Rulemaking is slow, so it's got to go through all these different steps. We're looking at probably late 2024 before any of this will actually take place.
Okay. And that's done by, like, the executive branch, right? Doing the, or
so it's the FCC. It's actually an independent agency, but FTC, the Biden administration, you're all seeing them try to tackle these little fees.
Okay.
Hope it works.
Yeah, Noah Pransky, thanks so much. Well, we've got a warning for anyone with a social media account. A Texas woman says she watched helplessly as a hacker took over her Facebook account and used her name to steal money from people in her own network. Deanna Zoga from our NBC station reports.
My phone's blown up.
When we met up with Judy Miller, she was at the end of her rope after constant phone calls and messages.
40 to 50 that you know of who contacted you and said,
yes,
I sent money to
yes,
Judy Miller on
because it was you.
But it wasn't Judy Miller. She says someone hacked into her Facebook page and posted about a moving sale. Everything had to go.
Washers, dryers, big ticket items. And their story to them is these items are going fast.
Oh, perfect.
Leslie Elam says she thought she found the perfect opportunity.
Because this dear friend of mine knew her, and I was like, yeah, I totally trust it.
Leslie says her family sent a total of $1,000 through Venmo as a deposit. When Leslie went to the address to pick up her items, she says the house was vacant. She got Judy's number from their mutual friend and called.
She said, sweetheart, my account has been hacked, and I have been trying to get this taken care of.
Judy says she's heard from people across Texas with similar stories. Judy filed a report with police. She says she tried to change her password to regain control of her Facebook account and asked friends to report the page. She says she looked for help following Facebook's online help center instructions.
It took me days to even get an email response.
Judy requested Facebook permanently delete the account. She shared this message from Facebook saying it's scheduled for deletion in early December.
Which was gut-wrenching, thinking that this would still be up for a month.
We reached out to Facebook and its parent company Meta about Judy's page. We didn't get a response. We did connect with Venmo. It says it has a zero-tolerance policy for attempted fraud, and teams work tirelessly to protect consumers. After we contacted Venmo, Leslie shared this email from the payment platform, refunding $1,000 as a courtesy. Prosecutor Nathan Martin says, generally, if you send money to an unverified person, often you can't get it back.
A tip to avoid being victimized is to pick up the phone and make a phone call to whoever you're conducting business with and hear their voice.
Judy told us it was important to her to warn others. Don't assume the person you're messaging on social media is your friend.
It's frustrating to say the least. It's humiliating. These people acted on a person that they trusted, and that's heartbreaking.
Deanna Zoga, NBC News.
Deanna from our NBC station in Dallas, thank you.
The NFL is doing something completely different this year. For the first time, there will be football on Black Friday. It's a classic matchup with a new twist. Longtime division rivals, the Miami Dolphins and the New York Jets, are squaring off. The traditional Thanksgiving Day games air on broadcast TV. Of course, that's how some of you are watching us right now, NBC News Daily. Another portion of viewers are streaming this show, which is how most of the country will watch Friday's NFL game on Amazon Prime Video. CNBC's senior media and and tech correspondent Julia Boorstin joins us now from SoFi Stadium, home of the Los Angeles Chargers. Julia, we've got one of the largest retail giants pairing with America's most watched sport, football, and it's one of the busiest shopping days of the whole year. So talk about the business strategy.
Well, it's designed to be a win-win. For Amazon, they're paying for the rights for this very new game on Black Friday in order to be able to draw people not just to go shopping, but also to learn about Amazon Prime Video and maybe draw more subscribers as well. And then for the NFL, it's an opportunity to reach more people, expand their reach beyond linear TV, continue to expand that reach. It is worth noting that Amazon's Thursday night games is their second year with Thursday games. They've seen their ratings go up 26%, and the NFL is feeling very bullish about this deal for Friday. Take a listen to what the NFL's chief media and business officer told me.
Black Friday for Amazon it's their Super Bowl. That is something that they have really leaned into over the years. They own Black Friday. And so this intersection of football and what Amazon does on Black Friday seemed like the perfect way to deploy it.
And interestingly, what they're doing here is that Amazon is actually going to be offering this game free to people, even if they don't have Prime Video subscriptions, to introduce them to the service. And they're going to be offering special deals for shoppers if you can scan a QR code with your phone during the game. So some of those key features there.
Yes, I see how they've got us captive. Julia Boorstin, thank you. Well, in today's Daily Health, we're going to talk about how to boost your immune system this time of year for cold and flu season.
The CDC estimates there are already up to 1.6 million flu cases this season. RSV infections are also rising, especially among kids under the age of 4. And yes, COVID is still a big concern, too. Just under 15% of adults in the United States have received an updated shot. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, always good to see you. So this morning on Today, the CDC director stressed the importance of getting vaccinated. First, let's take a listen.
There are a lot of bugs that are circulating, viruses and bacteria, but we have ways to protect ourselves. Vaccine is one, but also if you get sick over this holiday season, make sure you're getting tested.
Get vaccinated, get tested. So for folks at home, is it too late to get your flu or your COVID shot, or do we still have time?
And Clay and Kate, good afternoon. And we do still have time. It's important you get them. As a matter of fact, some studies have showed, a real small study, that getting both at the same time might actually boost the immune response to your COVID vaccine. And so, now's a great time to get it because they have started to go up, COVID, flu, RSV, but they haven't reached their peak yet. And we think we still have a long season to go. On top of that, a variety of other things you can do to make sure you stay as healthy as possible. Some of these sound boring. Make sure you eat plenty of fruits and vegetables. Extremely important. You want to go ahead and stay as healthy as possible by exercising regularly. You want to make sure that you keep a healthy weight. And I can't overstress this, getting enough sleep, because sleep is how our immune system rejuvenates itself and keeps as strong as possible. Extremely important. And then get those bad habits taken care of. Quit smoking, avoid excessive alcohol. Do those things now, start them now, keep them on through the holidays, and hopefully it keeps you healthy and your immune system as strong as possible during the rest of the year.
So how do we know if we have a weakened immune system, if we're not, doing well fighting things off?
So there's a few things you can look at to see if your immune system's weak. Number one, first and foremost, are you starting to get infections, or are those infections starting to last longer than they normally last? On top of that, are you getting any kind of issues, your GI issues, your gut issues? Are those causing some issues? And have you noticed increased levels of stress in your life that could be causing all this? Excessive tiredness, excessive fatigue is another one. And then knowing that you have these skin infections that don't seem to want to go away or seem to crop up out of nowhere, those are signs that your immune system might be affected. If they get better as you start doing the healthier habits, that's great. If not, you certainly want to get them checked out.
Yeah, it's all about the healthier habits, and I love the vegetable tip, keeping the plates colorful.
Yeah.
Dr. John, what about supplements like vitamin C or over-the-counter drugs? How effective are they, and how much do our bodies actually absorb? I know that's often discussed.
A lot of people take these supplements, and mostly they're not needed unless you're actually deficient in some of those supplements. However, and this is a caveat, we have found that certain ones, vitamin C, vitamin D, if you take them on a regular basis, do seem to be able to help boost your immune system. And with colds and vitamin C, possibly cuts out a few days or shortens the time period that you get a cold. Won't stop you from getting it, but might make it a little better when you do. Vitamin C, it's water soluble, which means if you take it, you end up urinating it out, so it can get through your system pretty quickly. Vitamin D, you have to be more cautious of because that's what we call fat soluble, which means your body absorbs it, and excess dosing can be a problem. Getting it from natural foods, the foods you eat, the reinforced foods that are out there, that's the best way to get it versus taking supplements.
All right, the reality is we're all going to get sick sometime, right? So how do we get better quicker if we start to feel the sniffles or the flu coming on?
So one of the things you want to do is you want to make sure that you get plenty of sleep. Again, can't overemphasize how important sleep is for our daily routines. You know, keep that great eating habits there. You know, make sure, especially during the holidays, because it's easy to go overboard, which we all probably will on a day here and a day there, and that's fine. But try and keep it as healthy as possible. Avoiding that excess of alcohol, keeping that weight under control, exercising. The things that are boring that your mom always talked about, those are the things that are going to keep you healthy as well.
Isn't it funny? It's always the boring stuff that keeps you going.
We shot each other a look when you said, you know, you're all going to overindulge.
We like those holiday pies, Dr. John. All in moderation.
Same here.
Thank you.
Coming up, the history behind this holiday of Thanksgiving, the best way we can teach ourselves and our kids the indigenous history of Thanksgiving, how to talk about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanksgiving is just 2 days away, viewed by many as a time to celebrate family, friends, and gratitude.
It's also an opportunity, though, for our kids to learn a little about the history of the holiday, especially its connection to Native Americans. Before European settlers arrived, research estimates that there were up to 12 million people here in North America. Today, the total population of Native Americans in the U.S. is around 8 million, a little over 2% of our population, according to the Census Bureau. Joining us now is Renee Goki. She's a member of the Eastern Swanee Tribe of Oklahoma and a teacher services coordinator at the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of the American Indian, which I can't say enough about, Renee. It's such a wonderful place. Thank you for being with us. For starters, can we just start with a little bit of history about what was going on in the 1600s between Native Americans and colonists, and what does history get right and wrong as we celebrate Thanksgiving?
Sure. Well, the story of the first Thanksgiving is often portrayed as a friendly harvest between pilgrims, and it would be more accurate to say separatist, and generic, sort of nameless American Indians, where they came together and had a feast and ate and gave thanks in peace. And this story was really sparked by a letter that was found in the 1800s. And it was found at a time when the country needed to come together again. And so it sort of resurfaced and fueled the imagination about this event, and really kind of separated fact because it became part of, our national nostalgia and sort of this mythical story. And there are a few things that are sort of problematic about that story. I mean, it's a wonderful story, that's sort of depicted in a warm and fuzzy way. But what we need to do is sort of look at this romanticized interpretation and think about some of the events that led up to that. One of those being, and what isn't really taught, is that the Wampanoag and their neighbors have been interacting with the English for many years before this, and for decades, actually. And when the English arrived at the Wampanoag village of Patuxent in 1620 and had the subsequent meal in 1621, many Wampanoag, that village was really devastated by diseases that were brought early on. So this interaction probably had more to do with diplomacy and trying to build peaceful political alliances than simply a meal that gave thanks and honored this friendship.
I mean, there's so much to be learned, Renee, as you're saying. So what are some of the best ways to educate your families, your kids, about the history of what many celebrate as Thanksgiving? I know you've written about how helpful food can be, and I understand you also have some book suggestions, too.
The museum where I work, National Museum of the American Indian, really supports telling a more complete story about Indigenous peoples. And I think food is a wonderful place to start, especially for younger kids. So with the youngest kids, it's really important first to teach that Native people are still here and that we're not a stereotype, that we have tribal names and languages and traditions, and we're not only from the past. So that's first very important, and that can be taught at any age. Second, starting with food is really good because you can look at the table and talk about the rich, not only culinary, but agricultural contributions to the world. So 60% of the world's food come from Indigenous people and from their ingenuity and traditions of growing food. So it's really a rich place to start. And you can start to, things like avocados and potatoes and pumpkins and corns, beans, and squash, what we call the Three Sisters, are just some of the traditional foods that Native people have grown for thousands of years in the Americas.
That's such helpful context, Renee.
Yeah, it gives you something to kind of weigh into the conversation at Thanksgiving. And
that's right.
How are you planning to, do you celebrate the holiday? Will you gather with family? And what are your traditions of gratitude?
Yeah, well, I do gather with family, and, a lot of Native people, like my Shawnee people, but many tribes across the United States, we give thanks throughout the year. So we have seasonal celebrations. In my tribe, we have pumpkins are very important. We also have a cornbread dance. So we have many traditions that honor our traditional foods, and people honor maybe the first berries or fish. So there's a lot of traditions. In my own family, we're mixed heritage, and we bring a lot of different foods and look at this as a great opportunity to give thanks, not only on Thanksgiving, but every day for all the gifts.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show is celebrating 20 years of thanks and giving, where they shine a light on the life-saving work happening at St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital.
Today Show anchor Dylan Dreyer talked to the parents of a little girl who battled a cancer so rare that St. Jude only treats about 4 to 5 cases of it a year.
All she wants to do is play with her siblings, her friends, her cousins, every day.
Duke and Allison Daigle's youngest child, Madeline, was only 6 years old when her life was turned upside down.
Late November, December of 2022, Madeline started running low-grade fevers and had blood in her urine, pretty consistent. We went to a pediatrician. It was something that, of course, was alarming to us.
She was being treated for a UTI. I really did feel like there was more going on.
Allison's intuition was right. After more examination, a surprising medical result.
Madeline on March 9th was diagnosed with kidney cancer and had a tumor sitting right there on her kidney and a few spots in her lungs as well. 5 days later, we were sitting at St. Jude's in Memphis.
Doctors at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital got to work right away.
First thing we needed to do was figure out which type of kidney tumor this was. So we pretty quickly scheduled Madeline to get a biopsy. When I found out it was rhabdoid tumor, I really had to figure out how we were going to treat Madeline. It's a more difficult tumor to study and often a more difficult tumor to treat.
Dr. Dylan Gretz came up with a plan. First, chemotherapy to shrink the tumor.
Her oncologist walked in on that Tuesday after 6 weeks of chemo, just looked at us and had the biggest smile on her face. Madeline's tumor in her kidney had reduced to around 40%. And her 3 to 4 spots on her lung were down to 1.
Surgeons were then able to remove Madeline's kidney and any remaining tumor.
Love you.
And in between continued chemo and radiation, a happy distraction. Duke's friend Allison Habits, in her final season as associate head softball coach at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, told players about Madeline.
Betty, we're praying for you.
She got the whole Alabama team involved, and they started sending videos to Madeline.
Hey, Maddie! I just want to say I'm so proud of you for putting up the band with you.
Alabama at that time started making their run through the SEC tournament into the College World Series. And Alabama did a great thing, but within a week, when the players started sending Madeline videos, it reversed. Madeline was inspiring their softball team to make a run.
We are gonna win tonight. We'll tie. Hey, Madeline, we're out here warming up for our game, and we're just thinking about you.
Especially touched by Madeline was player Ashley Prangy, whose jersey Madeline wore while in the hospital. She asked the young patient to design her cleats. Then Madeline got a shout out on TV.
Your cleats really inspired Ashley last night as she hit those 2 home runs.
After the team played in the SEC tournament in Arkansas,
Coach Allison called me and said, "Dude, we want to get in a car in Fayetteville and drive to Memphis to see Madeline."
She brought a blank pair of shoes with her, and Ashley colored one while Madeline colored the other.
Hey, 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 you're down with radiation.
In June, Madeline returned home. She's 7 now, and Coach Allison has arranged for her to toss the first pitch at a local Louisiana softball game.
Just seeing a child who is battling for her life, it just really puts things in perspective. I'm proud and honored to be a part of her journey.
As a surprise, Ashley drops in to support her.
How are you? Can I have a hug?
She's touched more lives than I think she realizes, mine included.
Asian fans, going out tonight's first pitch is Madeline Davis.
For the family, this is the time of thanks and giving that they've prayed for.
We're most grateful for St. Jude and the team that they have working towards healing Madeline.
She's been through a lot in this 8-month period. We pray that Madeline can start returning to being a normal girl.
Dylan Dreyer, thanks so much for that moving report. Well, before we go, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. It kind of feels like everyone is starting to decorate, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're heading into the holiday season, and that includes Saks Fifth Avenue right here in New York. The store unveiled its 2023 holiday windows Monday night. Saks partnered with Dior this year to create a 10-story Carousel of Dreams light show, complete with fireworks. Yes, fireworks. The installation took nearly 10 months. Whoa, to complete.
Yeah, it's right outside my window. It
Your
sort
office.
of looks like a astrology clock.
It's true. I haven't quite seen anything like it, but I saw a lot of tourists watching it.
It's hard to see in this picture, but it is ginormous on the face of the building.
Well, I'm Zinkley.
And I'm Kate. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, a hostage deal and a short-term ceasefire could be imminent as Israeli government leaders weigh an agreement that could free roughly 50 women and children from Hamas custody. Plus, NBC polling reveals new political divisions inside both parties as the president tries to steer a massive bill through Congress to help fund two hot wars and as a crisis rages along our southern border. And new signs that the former president's brand of populist, strongman, autocratic politics has taken root deeper than you might think, both at home and abroad. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles reporting in Washington, tracking a major development in the Israel-Hamas war as the Israeli government weighs whether or not to approve a tentative agreement to free dozens of hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas. Following a cabinet meeting earlier this afternoon, the Israeli government sharing new details of this tentative deal. It would include a 4-day pause in fighting to allow the release of around 50 women and children hostages inside Gaza. Now, in exchange, Israel would release 150 Palestinian prisoners, allow additional humanitarian aid into Gaza, and temporarily suspend some drone flights over Gaza to allow Hamas to essentially round up hostages being held by other militant groups. Now, Israeli officials say the ceasefire could also extend in exchange for the release of 10 more hostages each day. Now, news of the tentative deal comes after weeks of negotiations between the U.S., Israel, and Qatar, who's mediated the discussions with Hamas. But officials have also urged caution, with President Biden telling reporters earlier today that nothing is done until it's done.
We've been working on this intensively for weeks, as you all know. I've spoken recently about it with both the Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Emir of Qatar. My team has been in the region shuttling between capitals. We're now very close, very close. We could bring some of these hostages home very soon, but I don't want to get into the details of things because nothing is done until it's done. And when we have more to say, we will, but things are looking good at the moment.
And even with a tentative deal on the table, the details of exactly how and when hostages will be released remains uncertain. Israeli officials say at this stage they're only negotiating for Israeli hostages, but that does include dual citizens. And amid talks of a deal to release hostages, many families still don't know if their loved ones are even alive. Last night, frustrated families pressed members of the Israeli parliament on the plight of the hostages, urging them not to take any action to jeopardize their safety. And news of the tentative deal and the temporary pause in fighting that could accompany it comes amid the raging humanitarian crisis, with civilians caught in the crossfire and thousands fleeing further south. Sources familiar with the talks telling NBC News the tentative deal would allow for 300 to 400 trucks of aid to enter each day. So far, 50 aid trucks have crossed into Gaza in the last 24 hours. Now, according to the White House, along with nearly 20,000 gallons of fuel for non-governmental organizations. Joining me now is Erin McLaughlin. She is in Tel Aviv, and our Gabe Gutierrez is at the White House. Erin, let's start with you. And as we wait for the cabinet approval of this tentative agreement, tell us more about what Israeli officials are sharing about it and what the prime minister is saying.
Well, we just heard from the Israeli prime minister a short while ago address the government forum, essentially saying that he backs this deal, acknowledging that it's a difficult decision in his words, but the right decision, pointing to the fact that he says it has the backing of Israeli security services and that it would not jeopardize the safety of Israeli forces on the ground in Gaza, which is a key concern of the Israeli public. And he said that far from that, it would actually help the war effort in that it would allow the Israeli military to sort of regroup, and also vowing that this in no way means the war against Hamas is over, that once this deal is done and the prisoners and hostages exchanged, that this war effort will continue. Ryan.
Now, the government's also been facing pressure by people inside of Israel to do more to release these hostages. We saw some of that play out last night. How much does that factor into the government's decision? And have you heard from family members of the hostages about this tentative agreement?
Well, Ryan, it's a huge factor. Pressure on the government for a hostage deal only grows with each passing hour and each passing day. It is hard to overstate the agony, the anguish, the pain that the families of these hostages are going through. Just over the weekend, we saw thousands marching from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, part of a 5-day march calling for the release of their loved ones. And this is weighing on government officials as well. Benny Gantz, a key opposition leader, saying that they have decades to fight Hamas, but these hostages do not have decades to live. And that is a fact that sits with Thomas Hand. He is a single father. His 9-year-old little girl, Emily, was kidnapped on October 7th, taken into Gaza. Initially, she was reported as dead. She was on a sleepover that night. They were separated days after the attack. He was told she was dead. Then weeks later, the Israeli officials told him that they had reason to believe that she was in fact alive and in Gaza. And yet still, 46 days into this war, he does not have a proof of life, but he does have tonight renewed hope that his little Emily could come home. It's unclear if this deal goes through when the families will be notified of a potential release.
And of course, Aaron, we're talking about the possibility of a ceasefire. We are not there yet. The fighting is still continuing. It is intense at times, particularly around hospitals in Gaza. Both the World Health Organization and Doctors Without Borders say that doctors were killed today. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, that's right, Ryan. Earlier today, fighting engulfed a hospital in the Jabalia refugee camp and Doctors Without Borders hospital. 2 doctors were killed in the fighting. I have a statement here, actually, that released by Doctors Without Borders, also known as MSF, saying MSF has regularly shared information about Al-Auda, the hospital in question, as a functioning hospital, and the presence of our staff there to the warring parties. We condemn this strike in the strongest terms and call yet again for the respect and protection of medical facilities, staff, and patients. You know, I was just talking with a WHO official about this hospital and another NGO hospital just yesterday, the 2 remaining hospitals out of 24 hospitals in northern Gaza, and now this one engulfed in fighting, which means just 1 hospital remains in northern Gaza. WHO is calling for an immediate ceasefire. The Israeli military contends that these hospitals are being exploited by Hamas for cover. Ryan.
Okay. Aaron McLaughlin, live for us in Israel. Thank you for that. Aaron, let's turn to you now, Gabe, on the North Lawn of the White House. How important is it for President Biden to get this hostage deal done, especially when we've seen polling that shows that voters here in the United States disapprove of his handling of the war?
Well, Ryan, there have been extensive round-the-clock negotiations for weeks now. You heard it from the president and his administration speaking about how his national security team has been shuttling back and forth between Middle Eastern capitals. And, of course, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken also over the last several weeks engaged in round-the-clock diplomacy. Well, the Biden administration has been very careful, though, Ryan, to really tamp down expectations for this. You just heard the president earlier today saying a deal was close and that things look good at the moment, but very careful not to get ahead of the Israelis here. But as you know, Ryan, progressives in the Democratic Party have been applying a lot of pressure on the president, and this in some sense could be something that the administration might have to show for this. Despite the ongoing and the increasing civilian casualties in Gaza, this could be something that the administration could point to, as this has been a priority all along. The release of these hostages, certainly a very high priority for the White House right now, Ryan.
And what could happen next, Gabe? Because, of course, we're only talking about a certain number of hostages that could be a part of this potential deal. Will the talks continue to try and release the rest of the hostages as well?
Well, certainly. And look, earlier, just a few hours ago, we heard from an Israeli spokesperson that says that it's possible that there could be extra days of a ceasefire added to this if Hamas decides to release extra hostages. For example, an extra 10 hostages could lead to an extra day in the pause in the fighting. Still a lot of unanswered questions here. And I think the expectation is, or it seems to be, that perhaps see how this first wave of hostages release, how that goes if Hamas holds up its end of the bargain, and they'll talk from there. But again, a lot of questions still remain, and especially as we wait for the approval of this tentative deal from the Israeli government.
And one other issue happening in the Middle East, the administration also conducted another round of retaliatory strikes against militants that are targeting U.S. troops in the region. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, certainly. A lot of movement on that today, Ryan. The administration for weeks now has been saying how concerned it is about Iran and trying to prevent this Israel-Hamas war from growing into a wider war across the region. Well, today we learned that U.S. forces just west of Baghdad at an air base there were attacked, according to the Pentagon, and that the U.S. conducted a retaliatory airstrike in Iraq, the first time it's done so in Iraq recently. You'll recall recall, there have been dozens of attacks against U.S. forces in the region over the last several weeks, but the retaliatory strikes previously have been done in Syria. Again, the Pentagon confirming a retaliatory airstrike in Iraq today. All this as the U.S. tries to tell Iran to back off. Ryan?
All right, Gabe, thank you for that update from the White House. It's time now to bring in an IDF spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, to talk more about the situation there. Jonathan, I appreciate you being here. It does seem as though there's optimism that we're close to a deal here. If that deal does happen, if the War Cabinet approves it, what does that mean for the IDF? Will Israeli troops remain inside Gaza even during this ceasefire? And what is the military's biggest concern about how this ceasefire will be implemented?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. There are many moving parts, and we have to be very, very careful when we assess any deal made with Hamas. Hamas has a proven record of not honoring commitments and firing after a ceasefire comes into effect. The last time they did so was in 2014, and they abducted an Israeli officer at the time. So we keep that fresh in mind. We will implement whatever the Israeli government cabinet votes on, and whatever decision is made, the IDF will implement it on the best possible way. Of course, our troops will continue to be present in Gaza. We will continue to be focused and deployed in the area, and to conduct whatever operations necessary to defend ourselves in accordance with the terms of the agreement. And we must be, of course, very vigilant and careful. We know that the enemy will most likely try to take advantage of this ceasefire in order to improve its tactical positions, and we have to be prepared for that scenario.
And you mentioned that you don't trust Hamas in situations like these. How does that affect the effort to bring these hostages home safely? How do you balance those two things?
You know, we'll have to see what happens, right? Because it's a deal that is, according to the reports, and I think that your reporting is correct, it's also what I am aware of, but according to the reports, then it'll be on a day-by-day basis. We'll see how Hamas delivers on the agreement the first day, and then we will carry that on to the next day. But there will be room for a lot of vigilance and skepticism, and to be ready for any eventualities. We know that Hamas has complete disregard for human life, whether it is Israeli or Palestinian. They couldn't care less about the well-being of their own people. And of course, they're only using our hostages for political leverage. We keep that in mind. What they care about, Hamas, since they are a corrupt and hate-filled organization, is to kill Jews and kill Israelis. And that is how we look at everything they do and say.
Now, the IDF has already secured the release of 5 people that were being held hostage by Hamas. Have you been able to glean any information from them about the operation in Gaza?
Yes, from them and also from Hamas combatants that we have taken captive on the battlefield and interrogated quite thoroughly. They have revealed additional information which is valuable, and that adds up and is compiled by Israeli military intelligence to improve our situational awareness, and most importantly, to improve the ability to get our hostages back. Just for those who may have missed it, we are talking about 46 days. Israeli women, children, babies, infants, and elderly people, and men and women as well, are being held by Hamas for 46 days in inhumane conditions, in direct violation of everything that is right and human. And hopefully we will start seeing some of them back. But I can assure you that the aim of our war against Hamas is to dismantle Hamas, and that what we're seeing now is just one milestone in the bigger scheme of things, to get an opportunity to get hostages back, and then we will continue fighting Hamas until we eradicate them.
And there's obviously still a great concern about the Palestinians that are living in Gaza. Many of them have been displaced. If there is any sort of a ceasefire, would any of them be able to return to their homes, especially in northern Gaza, or is it still in your belief that they need to evacuate that area, get to the southern part of that region?
Yeah, the humanitarian concerns are very important. We want to make sure that the Palestinian civilians, the non-combatants, are safe. and they need to remain in southern Gaza where they are, and those that are in the north, still we call on them to evacuate because fighting is not done in northern Gaza. As your reporter correctly reported, there is fighting in Jabalia and Zaytun, in other areas, other Hamas strongholds in Gaza as we speak, and that continues until anything changes, until there is any type of agreement. We continue to fight and to attack the enemy. And we want to safeguard civilians. We still call on them to move towards the south. And once the fighting is done in the north, then I'm sure that we will issue guidance accordingly to the Palestinians. I hope that any ceasefire will be used by Hamas, first and foremost, to take care of the civilians in Gaza, the Palestinians who really need humanitarian aid. But something tells me, based on their behavior so far, that they won't be using it in order to make sure that Palestinian civilians are safe. They will be using the time and energy and resources made available for their military purposes and not to care for civilians.
I want to talk to you now about the fighting that's happened in and around these hospitals in Gaza. The Indonesian hospital, of course, is one of the hotspots right now. Your government's denied shelling the hospital, but said instead that it was targeting enemy fire from within the hospital. Do you believe that Hamas is also operating at this hospital, as you've said that they are operating at other hospitals? And do you have specific intelligence that would lead you to that conclusion?
Well, not only intelligence, proof on the ground. You know, a few weeks back from the Qatari hospital, which was a very nice and well-established and modern facility, Hamas operatives, combatants, fired at Israeli troops from within that hospital. And we have experienced the same thing with the Indonesian hospital, and of course, in and around Shifa. By the way, when we took the Shifa compound, not a single Palestinian civilian was wounded or killed. And that is not by chance. It is by design, because we fight while respecting the human dignity and the need for protection of civilians. Any loss of life of medical personnel or non-combatants is not the intended outcome, and we are working very hard in order to minimize the effect on civilians. It cannot, we cannot always guarantee it. I don't know specifically how these doctors died and what happened on the ground. I've heard the reports, we're looking into it, but I can say categorically, yes, Hamas systematically uses hospitals, and this has been proven, I think, beyond any doubt, that they use the hospitals for military purposes, or let's call them non-medical purposes, to fight against us. This is also the case with the Indonesian hospital and all of the other facilities that are supposed to enjoy the special status of protection according to humanitarian law.
All right, Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. And we're now going to bring in, our NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. And Andrea, you, of course, have been reporting extensively on this controversy surrounding the hospitals. You saw Jonathan Conricus there. He actually posted a video where he went through the Al-Shifa hospital trying to display this evidence that they say they've collected. What's your reaction to his response to how they've handled this?
Well, the U.S. has its own intelligence, and we have not seen very much detail from the U.S. either. We're calling it nodes, not a command and control, as you would normally assume a command and control. But they have said that U.S. intelligence confirms what Israel is saying, that there have been Hamas groups or nodes under the hospital, that Hamas should not be using them as shields. But at the same time, both Matt Miller at the State Department, John Kirby at the White House today, again repeated, as Secretary Blinken has said, that does not justify airstrikes against hospitals or, large ground offensive against hospitals, that the civilian deaths are entirely too many. They say they have been telling the Israelis that and wanting to see concrete steps from Israel as to how they are trying to do what they say they're doing, which is to minimize civilian casualties. Also, another hospital that was evacuated on warnings from the IDF was evacuated, I guess, about 2 weeks ago, maybe a little more than 2 weeks ago. This is the Children's Hospital, Rantisi Hospital in the north. And I know from people, doctors and medical personnel and others who've been working with a particular nurse who was inside the hospital, the last person to leave as they were finally evacuating the patients, the children, that in that basement area that they a week later showed with some weapons, that when she left, when she was going down there were at the time people being sheltered there until they were evacuated. There were displaced people, thousands of them, men, women, and children. She said when she would go down for supplies to that basement area, she couldn't walk easily because she had to step around the Palestinians who were sheltered there. It was not Hamas. It was not a military installation.
Right.
The last she saw it, but then it was empty for 4 or 5 days. And so the suggestion is that they could have entered or that they could have been placed there. So the so-called evidence could have been. So there's a lot of questions about that hospital in particular, because there are a lot of outside people in various NGOs who had been in and out of that hospital when it was built and knew more about it. Now, that's not dispositive about the proof.
Right.
So in any case, concerns today still at the State Department and the White House, even as this hostage deal is supposedly getting closer and closer, that there have been too many civilian deaths.
Right.
One other thing about the warnings, I was interviewing a spokesman for Israel, the civilian spokesman earlier, Adon Levy, and he was saying we had 30,000 warnings, cell phone warnings to people to move south, to get out of harm's way. But that was at a time when there was no cell service. From my real-time interviews with people, with our own people and people in and out of Gaza, the fuel had run out and the telecom company had shut down cell service because they didn't have fuel for their generators.
Right. And also the idea that picking up and going hundreds of miles as if that is something that can be done easily, especially in a war zone. Obviously, the humanitarian.
I think it's less than hundreds of miles.
Right,
Is the length of the strip. We can check that, but it's in and out of strike zones. There have not been the safe corridors and the safe areas that has been suggested.
Right, and largely on foot, too, in the war zone.
Mostly on foot.
Yeah. So let's talk about the tentative deal. It appears by all measure that it's going to be passed by the War Cabinet, but it hasn't come through exactly. Talk us through it. What are some of the sticking points? Is there anything that could hold it up at this point?
Well, one thing is there's a 24-hour delay while victims of Palestinian terror have the right of appeal to the Israeli Supreme Court to not let a particular Palestinian prisoner be released as part of the exchange. Now, that could be eliminated or circumvented if the women and children on the list to be released are not women involved in violent crimes. So one doesn't know. But those terror victims do, under Israeli law, have the 24-hour right of appeal. So that is one issue. Israel does have the right to vet the Palestinians and have final approval over who is being returned. It's supposed to be approximately 3 for 1, so 50 hostages over time, and then 150 Palestinian prisoners, also women and children. Israel has also said, I think Netanyahu, as we know, said that they would be released in stages. So I think that may have, in fact, been something that evolved in the cabinet. It was not in the earlier explanations that we were receiving from various sources in Qatar in the U.S. So it could be that that's something that the harder line cabinet ministers were insisting on, but Netanyahu wants this deal and had the votes for it, as far as we know.
Okay, so we'll have to see how it all plays out. Of course, whether or not it's executed in a way that brings these people home safely. Andrew Mitchell, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Still ahead, the road to the White House. Our panel weighs in on the current president's bumpy path ahead and the former president's revenge tour. Plus, American colleges in turmoil over the Israel-Hamas war. New NBC News reporting on how one Ivy League university and its students are responding to incidents of unrest and anti-Semitism. You're watching Meet the Press now.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Turning now to an intensifying battle here at home that's playing out on college campuses as war rages abroad and as the White House tries to tamp down a rise on anti-Semitism. Cornell University has in some ways been the center of this domestic turmoil. Classes there were canceled earlier this month after a student was arrested and accused of making violent anti-Semitic threats. But that incident came after more than a week of protests from both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian students. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton spoke to Cornell students from both sides of this debate, and she joins me now to talk more about this. So, Antonia, how do the students from both sides describe the mood on campus right now?
You know, Ryan, it was really heartbreaking to spend some time with them because students on every side with all kinds of connections to the region, they describe heartbreak, struggling to sleep, being fearful, walking to classrooms. For Jewish students, the arrest and charge of this classmate of theirs is, of course, heartbreaking and terrifying. That kind of rhetoric has really shaken them to their core. And then what I hear from Muslim students is that students have been videotaping them, taking photographs of students who wear hijabs, and making them feel really unsafe in the aftermath, or making them to feel as though they're somehow responsible for what's happened. And so, you know, these are really young people. Some of them, you know, aren't even adults yet in some cases. And so to see kids who in some ways have something in common, you know, they feel like they're grieving, they feel that they've lost something or their loved ones are at risk, you know, have such a hard time coming together and finding a space for dialogue. It was a bit heartbreaking to see. Take a listen to part of the conversation that I had with both groups of students on campus. Some of those classmates tell me that some of the chants and phrases, like from the river to the sea, to mean the extermination of Jews. What do you have to say to them?
Okay. Everybody in this vicinity, regardless of religion, of race, of ethnicity, should live free under one state, under one secular state with equal citizenship. That's what it meant. And the question I have to ask people then, where is it from the river to the sea Palestinians shouldn't be safe?
I want peace in the Middle East too, just as much as anyone else. My problem is with that slogan in specific, not whatever message anyone thinks they're sharing with it, because Hamas has used it. It's been appropriated by a terrorist organization. So you can't say it anymore and think that it means peace.
What you find here is that simple words or phrases like from the river to the sea mean very different things to different people. The same goes for the word Zionist or Zionism. To the Jewish students who I spoke with, they said it's about their right to self-determination, to a safe homeland. But for some of the Muslim students on campus, it means the expulsion of Palestinian people and a disregard for their connection to the land and to the region. And so they hear different things when they use these terms. And so without a shared language, Ryan, it was hard. We asked them if they would get together in the same room. And right now, both sides agree that that's just not possible.
Oh, okay. Antonia, terrific reporting. Thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate it. And up next, new numbers from our NBC News poll and the message that voters are sending to Congress as it weighs more aid to Israel and Ukraine. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This holiday season, the top item on the Senate's wish list is a supplemental aid package that funds American allies around the world and makes improvements to the U.S. immigration system. And lucky for those negotiators, all the topics being discussed in that package seem to actually be relatively popular, which isn't something we're familiar with when we're talking about Congress. Check this out. Our new NBC News poll finding that increased border security funding, humanitarian aid to Gaza, and military aid to Israel and Ukraine and Taiwan all have more than majority support among voters. Now, to be sure, Congress has plenty of hurdles in both the Senate and the House before appropriating any of these additional funds. Now, one of those hurdles is the fact that there are divisions inside both parties, with Republicans divided on aid to Ukraine and Democrats divided on how it should be spent in Israel. Joining me now on set is Susan Page, of course, the Washington bureau chief for USA Today, Republican strategist Jim Dornan, and Chuck Rocha, the co-host of the Latino Vote podcast and the founder of the Nuestro PAC. So, Susan, explain this to me. This is something that has broad support across the country, but yet it will be difficult to pass in Congress. Is that an example of why Congress is in a bit of a bizarro world right now, that they can't get something popular over the finish line?
If only this were news to us, you know, that,
I know, right?
Even things that most Americans support can't get through Congress. I mean, the Senate may be enthusiastic about this, or parts of the Senate. The House is like going to be a whole nother kettle of fish, and Mike Johnson, the new speaker, is going to have a difficult time getting a unified package through the House. I think that's really unlikely. When you break it up, you lose some of the momentum where one part keeps the other part, helps the other part get over the finish line. Yeah. I think it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, it is like a tension rod. It's got to be pulled. You pull it apart and it falls apart. And Jim, I'm really interested in the border security piece of all of this, and I think the border security piece is kind of the linchpin in terms of bringing this all together. And the reason being that it's a lot more popular across the board than it was in 2016 when Donald Trump was talking about building a wall. You see both Republicans and Democrats united in this idea that something needs to be done at the southern border. Is the electorate more Trumpier, or is it a reflection of the reality on the ground?
I think there's much more attention being paid to it, mainly because of the Republicans who are yelling and screaming about it. But, I mean, with 150 potential terrorist list suspects in the country, I mean, it's got people thinking about it. So whereas a year ago probably wouldn't have registered more than 10 or 15%, I'm thinking it's one of the main issues that's going to hurt Biden.
Yeah, well, Chuck, does it hurt President Biden if he does push through some sort of a border security package that includes policy changes, maybe changes to asylum, maybe the reinstitution of the Remain in Mexico program? Do Latino voters penalize him for that if something like that gets through?
It's different state to state. We've all talked about Latinos not being a monolith. They look very differently in Cuba than it does on the Texas border, which is much different than the voters in Arizona and Nevada. There's one thing for sure, though. The winner will go through the Latino vote because of our population in Arizona and Nevada and some key congressional races. One of the points of contention that we don't talk about is in 15 marginal congressional districts, there's more than 28% Latino population, and in 8 of those, Latinos make up over 45% of that electorate. They will determine who controls Congress because Latinos have grown out of the major urban areas where we used to always be in San Antonio and L.A. and New York. And now we're in Nebraska. Now we're in the outskirts of Tucson. So I think that going and talking to this community, all depending on where you are, could have a big issue.
And how do you talk about this issue, Chuck? I mean, is it mass deportation? Is it saying that you're going to send the military down to the border?
No matter who the immigrant is and how long they've been here, everybody's going to be for quote-unquote border security. The way you talk about handling refugees, people that are seeking asylum, women and children trying to escape horrible situations is, I think, the real how you get it done.
Yeah, okay. So, Susan, you know, of course, Donald Trump has been leaning into this issue of border security. He's the one talking about mass deportations, talking about bringing the military down to deal with these cartels. How does that impact the 2024 race in terms of the other Republican candidates as well?
Yeah, I mean, Trump's appeal to Hispanic voters has been really remarkable, and it's kind of paralleled the inroads he's made among black voters. This is a voter group that used to be pretty safely Democratic, and I think that is no longer really the case. One of the issues is the border. There, as you say, Latinos are divided on how to handle this issue. So are Democrats. So Joe Biden has Democratic mayors in big cities like New York saying you have to do something about the influx of undocumented people. But then he's got liberals, Latinos, others in his coalition who are opposed to things that seem draconian to try to address that.
And it seems with each passing day, Jim, that Donald Trump becomes stronger within the Republican Party, that this primary that's being run, it seems to be a primary for second place. Now we're seeing even some kind of tried and true never-Trumpers changing their tunes yet again. The latest being Peter Meyer, a former Republican member of Congress, a moderate member of Congress who was voted out in the last election cycle. He's now running for the Senate in Michigan. Could be a strong general election candidate if he can get through the primary. And he told Peter Myers told Politico that his overarching goal is to make Joe Biden a one-term president. I think that the economic damage that he has wrought and will continue to bring will have a far more wide-reaching negative consequences on the country than a second non-consecutive term for Donald Trump, which is pretty shocking given how critical he was of him before. I mean, is this a sign?
I think he called him unqualified.
Yeah, exactly.
President.
I mean, what do you make of this?
I think he must have done poll numbers and realized that he's got to have the Trump base if he's going to win that primary. Because Mike Rogers is not going to be an easy candidate to beat.
Right.
But I mean, in Michigan, Trump does have a strong base there, and I understand completely why he did it. I'm sorry that we're walking backwards on some of the stuff that Trump is doing instead of moving forward. But I think it's just the nature of the base right now.
Yeah. Well, so Chuck, if you get through a Republican primary in a state like Michigan, can you win the general election if you're running alongside Donald Trump?
Michigan's one of those last pure, true swing states. And back to what Susan just said, black voters in Detroit, if they don't show up and don't show up at the numbers that they're supposed to, it's hard for any Democrat. Then you have these emerging groups, some of which are Muslim groups, some of which are Latino groups. Like, do they stay home when you look back at what Biden and the Middle East and all the things that are going on, all of these little small margins now for political guys like me that are doing focus groups every single day, these margins matter now.
Yeah. So, Susan, President Biden's approval rating, of course, a big drag on the Democratic Party right now. It's hovering around 40%, the lowest it's been in the NBC News poll. And the voters who somewhat disapprove of him, they're going to be very pivotal in this next election cycle. They make up about 9% of the electorate. They narrowly break for Trump in this poll. He really trailed with voters like this, these swing voters in the last election cycle. How does President Biden bring those voters back onto his side of the ledger?
I think he does it by delivering as president. I think the White House would argue the economy is looking better, inflation is moderating to some degree. He needs people to feel that in their lives, so they give him higher ratings on the economy. He needs things like this hostage deal in Israel, which we're all pulling for humanitarian reasons. But if that happens, it reflects well on his leadership and diplomacy in that region. So I think there's no way to talk your way into the White House. If you're the incumbent president, you have to perform your way into the White House, deliver.
It's interesting, Chuck. Obviously, Democrats are nervous about this poll, but I was reminded this time in the last election cycle, we'd never even heard of the coronavirus. How much could things change between now and Election Day next year?
I would remind you, I've worked on a presidential primary where my candidate had a heart attack. I've seen a lot of things change overnight.
I was there, Chuck. I was there.
And that's why I bring it up, because things change every day in the work that I do. Every day is a catastrophe. I live in chaos every single day. And with the emergence of social media and all of these cell phones, folks are getting instantaneous information and they're hungry for it all the time. So they're there, they're excited, boom, and then they move on.
Is enthusiasm the key, though, Jim? Does he have to reignite that with the Democratic base?
I think the two biggest motivators for Democrats to go to the polls are Trump and abortion. And I think on the Republican side, it's going to be Biden, and it'll be, take a pick. Economy, the border, whatever it happens to be. But, I mean, I think that eventually you'll get your voters who you want.
It's interesting. Jim said the two biggest drivers of enthusiasm for the Republicans and Democrats are the other guys running, right? Is that
absolutely?
That tells us where we are in this state of American politics right now. Thank you guys all for being here. Have a very happy Thanksgiving. If I don't see you,
Ryan.
we appreciate you being here. Still ahead, the bombastic media personality turned far-right politician, now poised to lead a country in turmoil. We're not talking about Donald Trump. We're looking at Argentina's uncertain future and what it says about the rise of far-right politics everywhere as its newly elected president promises to take a chainsaw to the system. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Less than a year before Election Day here in the United States, Argentina just held a contentious and polarizing election of its own, with Javier Milei, a right-wing economist, defeating Argentina's economy minister. Milei's victory comes as Argentina faces soaring inflation, and his populist attacks on what he calls the political caste is resonating with the far right here in the U.S. Donald Trump has already congratulated him on social media. And joining me now is Will Freeman. He's a fellow for Latin American Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. So talk to me about Javier Milei's victory. How big of a shock was it in Argentina?
This was a landslide. Javier Milei won by over 10 points. Argentina has not seen an election like this for years, if ever. Now, what made the headlines is that Milei is really an eccentric misfit. He calls himself an anarcho-capitalist. He campaigns revving a chainsaw, saying that he'd take an axe to Argentina's political caste. And he even has 4 cloned dogs that he's named after libertarian economists. So that all makes him a colorful character. But as bizarre as it might sound, this signals a really serious change for Argentina. The country's in a deep economic crisis. It has 140% inflation that's just going up. That's pushed over 40% of the population into poverty. And there are many Argentinians who looked at the situation and said neither the center left nor the center right has been able to get us out of this trap for years. So why not take a chance on someone like Javier Milei? The real question will be, is the medicine worse than the disease? Is he able to deliver any solutions, or will this preface a period of heightened instability and even more crisis?
You know, it's interesting, Will, because we've seen American politicians, particularly right-wing politicians, kind of jump on the Milei train, if you will, and many comparing him to Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is really more of a populist. Is Milei more of a libertarian? So is he more like Donald Trump? Is he more like David Koch, the big billionaire financer of campaigns here in the United States?
Well, I think he's more of a classic and even extreme libertarian, but he's also on the campaign trail expressed sympathy for social conservatism to try to widen out his coalition. So we brought on board a very far-right vice presidential candidate, now vice president-elect, who's an open apologist for Argentina's military dictatorship of the 1970s, which murdered tens of thousands of people. He also came out strongly against abortion, which Argentina legalized in 2021. And so you saw him try to sort of broaden his coalition that way. However, his speech after winning, he did seem to double down on his more traditional libertarian views, his ideas that the country needs to slash public spending, shrink the state, even dissolve the central bank. Those are among his proposals. Another key difference with Donald Trump is that while Trump was at the helm of a powerful political party, the Republican Party, when he won, Milei's party coalition, Liberty Advances, controls just a minority of seats in Congress and is very, very far from being able to pass legislation on its own. So he could see himself more limited.
Yeah, so it's going to take a little bit to pull that chainsaw out, is what you're telling me. Maybe expand a little bit on the specific conditions in Argentina that led to someone like Milei being able to win by such a wide margin. What are things like there?
You see economic dysfunction in Argentina that is almost unparalleled elsewhere in Latin America. Yeah, you have the basket cases of Venezuela, of Cuba. Argentina is increasingly looking like it belongs on that list. While most of the countries in South America have managed to get inflation back mostly under control since the pandemic, Argentina is still reeling. Poverty's vastly increased over the last few years. A lot of it has to do with the fact that there really is a bloated public sector in Argentina. There is large-scale clientelism and a public sector that is often manipulated for political reasons. So in some of his diagnosis, Milei gets things right. But I think what Argentinians are still very divided over is whether or not his prescriptions are going to make the problem better or actually worse.
And are there parallels between what we're seeing play out in Argentina and what's happening here in the United States, or are we trying to find connections that don't actually exist?
Always a good question. I do think that you're seeing some conservative social backlash to progressive changes on social issues in both countries. I mentioned the issue of abortion. In Argentina, abortion rights were ultimately expanded because of a pretty powerful bottom-up movement from civil society. But now you're seeing another part of society opposed to that, supporting a candidate like Milei. I also think you're seeing concern with rising crime in both countries. Now, both countries are far from the most dangerous or violent in the Western Hemisphere. We're not talking about a Colombia or a Mexico. But in both cases, you have a lot of people feeling increasingly unsafe, and I think they're looking for a strong figure, similar to a Milei who promises, extreme policy actions, because it looks like someone who's going to be able to take order and resolve some of the chaos.
Will Freeman, thank you for enlightening us. Excellent conversation. We appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Thanks for having me on.
And up next, Meet the Press Now meets the man making history in the Virginia State House. The former capital of the Confederacy will soon swear in its first black House Speaker in its 400-year history. The Virginia Speaker designee, Don Scott, joins me on set after this. Stay here.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. The start of the 2024 legislative session will mark a historic day in Virginia when a black lawmaker will preside as Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates for the first time in that state's more than 400-year history. Earlier this month, Delegate Don Scott was elected by his Democratic Party colleagues to lead them in the House after Democrats flipped control of the state House and retained control of the state Senate in last month's elections. Of course, that party vote won't be official until the General Assembly is sworn in on January 10th, but my next guest feels pretty confident about it. He's the Virginia delegate and Speaker designee Don Scott. He joins me now to talk more about what's ahead. Speaker designee, first of all, congratulations on your post and the victories that you guys had in this last election cycle. I'm, of course, a former Virginia State House reporter, so it's exciting to talk to you. What are your takeaways from this election? The current governor, Republican Glenn Youngkin, invested heavily to prevent you and your colleagues from taking control of the House. What do you think voters had to say about this election?
First of all, thank you, Ryan, and I appreciate you having covered Virginia. You understand how difficult it is in Virginia to win when the governor's in office. He has the power, he has the power of the pen and the budget and the bully pulpit. And I think what the Virginia voters told the governor was that we want you to focus on Virginia because he has some other aspirations, some other ambitions outside of the state. And he told them, hey, come back home and focus. And I think the Virginia voters said, listen, we care about protecting women's reproductive health care. We care about preventing gun violence. We care about making sure that every voter has the right to exercise their sacred franchise. And we want to make sure that we do everything in our power to make sure that every hard worker in Virginia is rewarded for their hard work with the dignity of having equal pay for women and a minimum wage to be able to take care of their families.
Now, what does it mean, do you think, for other black Virginians to see someone like you in a position like this? I covered Doug Wilder, who was, of course, the first black governor in Virginia, and he often talked to me about the importance of having African Americans in positions like this. Talk to me about the weight of that responsibility for your fellow black Virginians.
Well, actually, I'm actually very, very happy to be in this role. I'm grateful. My faith has gotten me here. My family's support has gotten me here. I had the opportunity to have breakfast with Governor Wilder just last week. It was very inspiring to talk to someone who has been through so much of the history in Virginia. And I think what it says is that people are no longer looking at just race. People are looking for competence. People are looking for efficiency. People want effectiveness. And I think it says a lot that not only will I be coming in, but we'll have a record number of black legislators and the most diverse group of legislators from LGBTQ communities, Asian American, Latinos, the whole gamut of what Virginia looks like. And so it's a great opportunity, and I'm grateful. I think it tells black Virginians that you're valuable. Your voice is heard. This is the former capital of the Confederacy, and now for the first time in the 405-year history of the Commonwealth of Virginia, it will be a black man wielding the gavel in the House, in the People's House.
Right.
And I just want to say, it's great that I'm the first black speaker, but I also see myself as a speaker who happens to be black.
Right.
And one of the things that Governor Wilder has always told me is that it's important that we be good. It's important that we be excellent. And so I want to be that, and hopefully I'll live up to the goals and the ideas that the community wants from me from all over the Commonwealth.
Well, let's talk about what you hope to do as a legislative leader, because you do have a Republican in the governor's office still. What are areas where you can work with Governor Youngkin to try and get something done over the next 2 years?
Well, I think there are several issues that we can work on, and I think the governor has already signaled that he's ready to reset and ready to work with us. Mental health reform, dealing with the opioid crisis, making sure that we do things to make sure that we make our mental health care system more accessible and more robust. We've neglected invested in that system, and now we've seen that we have some issues that we need to show up. I think we have an opioid substance abuse crisis going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia and throughout the country. I think we can address that and agree on that. I think the governor is interested. He's a businessman. He's interested in increasing economic development and economic activity in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we want to make sure that we do that in partnership with him. I think there are several areas that we can work together to make sure that we do that, and public education is the last one. I think the governor's interested in making sure that we make up for learning loss and invest in our children and our teachers and get our teacher pay up to the national average, and I think we can work with him.
And I do want to talk to you about another issue that you have unique insight into, and that's the restoration of rights for ex-felons. You, of course, have talked openly about your experience serving time in prison after an incident when you were younger. You obviously have gotten past that and have established yourself. This was something that Virginia lags behind in. It was something Governor McDonnell worked on, trying to get more of the restoration of voters' rights. Governor McAuliffe. It slowed down a bit under Governor Youngkin. Do you think there's an opportunity to codify this into law, that when someone has served their time, gotten back into the community, that their voting rights automatically be reestablished?
The first thing that you do, you want to heal the community, and you want to restore folks to where they were if they've done everything that they're supposed to do. And I think Governor McDonnell believed in that, Governor McAuliffe believed in that, Governor Northam believed in that, and unfortunately, Governor Youngkin has decided to slow everything down a bit and take us a little backwards. I think he has the opportunity to step up and take advantage of this historic opportunity and restore rights. And if he doesn't, we introduced a constitutional amendment to take it away from the governor. Virginia is one of the few states that permanently disenfranchise folks. It's a vestige of old Jim Crow. It's a vestige of the flash, the response to Reconstruction. And the governor has a chance to move the Commonwealth of Virginia forward, and we want to help.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate you being here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. And that's going to do it for us this hour. Hallie Jackson Now is up next on News Now.
As we're coming on the air, we're waiting for what would be potentially the biggest diplomatic breakthrough in this war between Israel and Hamas, a deal to release dozens of women and children held in Gaza, tentatively now on the table, and an announcement, a more formal announcement, could come literally any minute. Maybe while we're live on the air here, we're live in the region with the details that we're learning. We'll have that in just a minute. Plus, a big test for Thanksgiving travel. We're talking a lot of wind, wet roads, even snow and ice in some spots, as millions of people head home for the holiday. We'll explain what you need to watch out for in just a sec. Plus, a step toward justice, potentially, in a string of mysterious attacks and robberies targeting the gay community in New York City. Why some victims say there's still a long way to go in our original tonight. Then a new clue into what may be making potentially thousands of dogs sick. How a quote-unquote funky bacteria, literally, that's the experts' words, could be behind this whole thing. Plus, the housing market not looking too hot right now, with inventory about half of what it should be. When and how things could get better for folks who have been struggling to buy property for years, later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we may be on the verge of a significant breakthrough in the Israel-Hamas war. Maybe. With a tentative deal on the table to release at least some of the people being held hostage in Gaza. This is according to a senior U.S. official and a source familiar with the talks in the region. And the whole thing's contingent on Israel approving it. That approval could come really any minute, meaning we may see live the biggest diplomatic breakthrough in this war so far tonight. So what would this look like? What would the contours of any deal be? Around 50 women and children held captive by Hamas for more than 6 weeks now could be freed in exchange for about 150 Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel. The deal could also include an agreement to pause fighting for a specific number of days, according to a top Hamas leader. And Israel late today says it's also possible that any ceasefire could last even longer for the release of 10 more hostages a day, with lots of questions around that right now. And listen, lots of questions generally around all of this, right? The numbers, the contours of this, because while we may be seconds away from this breakthrough, it's just not a done deal yet. It's not. And President Biden is making that very clear. Watch.
Very close, very close. We could bring some of these hostages home very soon. Nothing is done until it's done. And when we have more to say, we will. But things are looking good at the moment.
You heard the president there saying things are looking good at the moment. Now, timing-wise, if a deal does come together tonight, don't expect to see any hostages walking free this evening. That's because there's a 24-hour appeals period that would be built into a potential prisoner exchange. More on that in a minute. So as this all hangs over the war, the Israeli military says it hit 250 more targets inside Gaza in just the last day. Hamas buildings, they say missile launchers, militants themselves. We should note NBC News has not verified these claims as Israel retaliates for that terror attack now about 6 weeks ago. I want to bring in our team who's live for us in the region, Aaron McLaughlin and Keir Simmons, both in Tel Aviv. Keir, I want to start with you because you have been covering this issue of hostages for weeks now. The Prime Minister has been in meetings basically all day into the evening over this deal. It's midnight where you are. Explain what the expectation is, what the hope is for the next couple of hours here, and the frankly huge international push it took to even get to this moment.
Well, the Israeli government's been locked in meetings, various meetings now for 6 hours, Hallie. It is an extraordinary moment right now. I mean, it's midnight here in Israel. The Israel-Hamas war continues in Gaza. Around the world, the U.S. administration, the Qataris who've been mediating this, are now out in public openly saying we want a deal. The Qataris saying just in the past few hours that they put a deal on the table at dawn here in Israel, and yet we don't know right now whether a deal is going to be done. We think it is. We think there's going to be a vote behind closed doors of the Israeli government that will say, yeah, OK, we agree to this. And you outlined some of the details of what it would look like. 50 hostages released, around 150 Palestinian women and children released in exchange. All those kinds of things that we've been talking about over the past few days. And there may be more if there is a trust built and if it seems to work. But right now, the question tonight is whether it's going to work at all, because we don't know what is being said in that Israeli government meeting. Again, extraordinary. Just to make the point, in the past few weeks, I've been told again and again by officials that they didn't want to get ahead of their skis, they didn't want to be too public because they didn't want to scupper things. Well, now everything's out in the open, and yet we don't know for sure this is happening.
So it is possible, then, we could hear more tonight, Keir. Do we know anything else about the pause in fighting here? Because this has been, as you well know, it seems critical to these discussions over the course of the last several weeks here. What is this pause or ceasefire or whatever you want to call it? What does that actually look like? How long does it last?
Well, we saw a pre-recorded statement from the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, just played out in the past few hours, and that appears to be recorded before, or at least before some of the Israeli government meetings. And in that, interestingly, he says that President Biden intervened in the past few days to improve the deal for the Israelis, it seemed to intimate. But he also insisted that the war, in the way that he put it, the war would continue, that it wouldn't be the end of that war after this pause that might last 5 days, might continue for further days. And I think that was a message to the right. Remember, there are people to the right, politicians to the right of him in his government, in that cabinet. I think it was a message to them to, if you like, kind of placate those who are openly saying they don't agree with doing a deal. But again, the question is whether that kind of argument is holding sway inside this Israeli government meeting taking place right now, and we don't know whether a vote has been held. I should say, what we think will happen if they do vote, and if they vote in favor, is that the Qataris will then make an announcement, and then, as you mentioned, this pause and hostage release will begin to take place over the coming days. But I mean, all of that is on pause right now while we wait for news from the Israelis.
Keir, I know that you are standing by in an extremely flexible posture, given what could come down. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I want to bring in Aaron McLaughlin now, because, Aaron, part of the reason that the discussion of this ceasefire is so critical because of the new details we're getting on the cost of this war on civilians, on the innocent people caught up in this here. You've got the WHO trying to evacuate hospitals, and I want to play for people some of this video that we've seen. People trying to get water off of trucks that are bringing in help, right? We can show it here. I mean, they're basically, I mean, you can see the desperation, people rushing these trucks to try to get their hands on whatever they can. Talk to us about the humanitarian situation as it stands tonight.
Well, Hallie, the humanitarian situation is desperate, and the violence today continued in northern Gaza. There was a strike, according to Doctors Without Borders, in a hospital near the Jabalia refugee camp, and 2 of the Doctors Without Borders staff were killed in that strike, Doctors Without Borders, or MSF, putting out a statement about that attack today, saying MSF has regularly shared information about Al Awda as a functioning hospital and the presence of our staff there to the warring parties. We condemn this strike in the strongest terms and call yet again for the respect and protection of medical facilities, staff, and patients. Now, this is one of the hospitals that I was actually just speaking with a WHO official about yesterday. He said that there were 2 hospitals out of 24 still functioning in northern Gaza. This one and another NGO hospital. Every single hospital in northern Gaza that is backed by the Gazan Health Ministry, which is Hamas-controlled, has been essentially put out of commission. The WHO right now is working to evacuate at least 3 hospitals, including the main hospital, which this WHO official described as the backbone of the Gazan healthcare system, the Al-Shifa hospital. And the concern among the WHO is if this war persists, if there is no pause in this fighting, that as the Israeli military starts to look south, what could happen to the situation in the south, which is already desperate given the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that have fled there. Hallie.
Aaron, there's also a piece of this that we've been talking about a lot here on this show, which is the premature babies that were evacuated from Gaza into Egypt. Babies presumably younger than this war itself. They had been trapped in a hospital. Some of them got out. There's at least, I believe, 1 or 2 who are still in the hospital in Gaza because they're too fragile to evacuate. I know you've been reporting on this. What can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, these were babies that were trapped in that hospital I was just talking about, the backbone of the Gazan healthcare system, the Al-Shifa hospital that had been besieged for around 2 weeks. They managed, with the help of the WHO, to facilitate the evacuation, an evacuation which continues today. But the first tranche, if you will, of patients were those prematurely born babies that had to be removed from their incubators because of a lack of electricity inside of that hospital. They were brought, the majority of them, to Egypt, but 3 of the babies remain in Gaza. We met with one of the families. Anas is the baby's name. His family thought he was dead. They saw that the fighting around Al-Shifa, they were forced to flee to the south. They thought he was dead, and then suddenly saw that the babies had been evacuated. They called the hospital in the south asking if he was alive, and they said he was alive. And we saw today, he came home to his family today, and they were smiling and crying tears of joy. And in fact, in the 2 weeks that I've been here reporting on the story, it's the first smile that I've seen in Gaza. It was really a heartwarming scene, but it also sort of illustrates the point that behind every one of those babies, which captured the world's heart, there is a story and there's a family hoping and waiting. And we're told by the officials that many of those babies still have yet to be reunited with their families. Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin, it's incredible reporting. Thank you for bringing it to us here tonight. I appreciate it. I want to bring in Abby Owen now, whose family members were taken hostage by Hamas. 3 of them supposedly being held captive as we speak. The others have been found dead weeks after that attack by Hamas. Abby, thank you for being with us, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Let me start with this. Have you heard anything from the Israeli government, from any liaison for the government at this point yet tonight?
No, we are as current as you.
Tell me about this tentative deal, the contours of which have now been widely reported. Are you getting a sense of hope, of optimism for your family here?
Yes. I mean, I think it's really hard when you discuss any deal that sorts humans by gender or age. But at the same time, I believe that we can all agree that war should not be built on the backs of babies and children. And so if there is a diplomatic effort for their release, I think it's a step in the right direction.
Would you like to see this deal go further? Do you think this does what it needs to do at this point?
I mean, I would love to see all 200 and, close to 40 of them come home, because this deal doesn't include the father of the 2 children in my family who would be released. It doesn't include Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who is wounded. It doesn't include, a lot of people. But I believe that it is movement, and movement is positive. We've seen 4 people released and 1 person rescued in 46 days, and that's not enough. This needs to end much faster. And so I think if we can get movement of 50 people, and there's talk of potentially releasing the 30 Thai nationals, that any of that would be positive.
I understand that a member of your family tried to get into a meeting. It was, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been meeting in some instances with families of hostages. There's somebody in your family who tried to get into that meeting last night. She says she was not allowed in. Can you tell us anything more about that?
I got a message from someone saying, I'm confused. It looks like there's a ton of people outside of the meeting and the meeting's happening. And so it seems like, look, there's more than 200 families. There's a lot of people that want to be in the room, and it's probably not simple to organize. I know that, we have been meeting with the government over and over, whether it be members of Knesset or the War Cabinet. The member of my family, one of them that was killed, was an American citizen, and we met often with the U.S. government. We've met with the French government. At this point, the meetings that are taking place right now, that's what we need to happen, and we just need to keep the pressure on. We're outside government buildings in Tel Aviv all day protesting, making sure that they know that this must be the first priority, that the children and all of the hostages need to be brought home now.
What would your message be, Abby, for the Israeli government right now?
To move and to act. The time is running out. We saw tonight that Islamic Jihad announced the death of one of the hostages, a woman who needed medical care and didn't get it and lost her life as a captive. And that can't happen. 2 of my family members were taken hostage and they were killed as captives. We need our hostages home alive. And we have a deal that will allow a number of them to come home now. We won't stop fighting. Even if these 50 get out, we will continue fighting for every single hostage, but we need them to move on the behalf of Israeli citizens. It is their job to protect them.
And before I let you go, Abby, I know that the relatives that you have being held hostage are just 12 and 16 years old. They're just kids.
Yes.
What message would you have for them if they could hear from you tonight? What do you want to tell them?
Their mother is waiting for them, that she wants nothing more than to see them and hug them and take care of them. And I think that's the only message.
Abby Owen, thank you. I know this has been an unimaginable nightmare for you and for your family and for so many others. We appreciate your time, and we'll be watching every development along with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Also overseas tonight, you've got the U.S. military in the region today retaliating against Iraqi militants after they say that U.S. and coalition troops were attacked. We've been telling you about some of these attacks. There have now been at least 65 attacks against bases with Americans in Iraq and Syria. At least 62 people have been hurt just since October 17th, so really just since this Israel-Hamas war started. I want to bring in our Courtney Kuby, who's live for us at the Pentagon. So a couple of things here, right? Let's start with this attack itself, this specific one, because we've been talking about the dozens that have occurred in just the last maybe month or so, not even. This is the first time that a short-range ballistic missile has been used in one of these attacks against U.S. troops and coalition forces. Why is that significant?
Because it's a real escalation, Hallie, from what we have seen in these 65-plus other attacks since October 17th. Most of those have involved drones, rockets, some mortars. Dangerous, don't get me wrong, but we're talking here about a ballistic missile, and because it was a shorter range or a closer range ballistic missile, it's difficult. It flies very fast, and it's difficult to stop. In fact, in this case yesterday, when the missile hit, it did strike the base. It hit an empty building. No one was inside, fortunately, according to defense officials, but still, it is an escalation over the previous ways that these militia groups have fired. Now, what's also different here is this isn't the first time that there's been an attack like this on a base in Iraq. Frankly, not even the first time that al-Assad has been targeted. But in this case, there was a U.S. military AC-130 gunship, that's a plane, that was overhead that actually spotted when the missile was fired off, was able to track and target the militants who fired it, and they attacked these militants, killing several of them in their vehicle. That's different as well. This is the first time that we've seen the U.S. take a retaliatory strike since these bases attacks have begun on October 17th in Iraq. So several things very different here, and it's the first time that we know of that multiple militants were killed, Hallie.
The other piece of this, right, the other thing that makes this different from what else has happened before is obviously the retaliation here. I know the Pentagon has said that this happened, and I don't want to butcher the phrasing here, but it was something like almost immediately. Like this was extremely quick. The strike happened, the retaliatory strike happened almost immediately after the initial attack. That piece of it is important too, right?
Exactly, because that's very different in the previous cases where the U.S. has taken strikes, again, all in Syria, none have been in Iraq yet. It has been a day, maybe two, after an attack that yielded U.S. military injuries or damage to infrastructure that the U.S. has responded in Syria. And again, It's not just that. They've been targeting infrastructure in these attacks in Syria, buildings with ammunition, buildings that housed, a training facility. In this case, it was an almost immediate response with an aircraft that was already overhead that targeted a vehicle carrying militants. It was virtually certain that militants would be killed in this instance, Hallie.
Courtney QB, live from the Pentagon, covering a lot of moving pieces. Court, thank you. Let's get you now back here at home to this Thanksgiving test for travelers today. Some pretty gross weather plays spoiler in people's plans. You see it playing out here live. This is Atlanta's airport. You see it flashing there. Wet runways. You've got the skyline pretty much gone in all the fog there. On the right here, highways in Philly right now jam-packed with cars. Oof, all those headlights. Looks like maybe some slick roads, at least what we can tell in the dark. It's all from this storm right here, dropping rain and snow, leaving some ice in some spots. And the concern? This storm is moving right across the I-95 corridor, which goes through some of the country's biggest cities on one of the country's biggest travel days of the year. Look at some of these airport hubs. You see 95, right? 95 is right in the mix right there. We just showed you, too, some of the airport hubs that are affected as well. I have to tell you, though, not to jinx it, but so far, at least at airports, so far, so decent. 3,000 delays, but only about 40 cancellations. That's not terrible, folks. We've got meteorologist Bill Cairns standing by with the forecast, but I want to get to Stephen Romo on all things travel. It seems like if the airports aren't so terrible, great. Question is the roads, with this snow, with this ice, with this wind, making conditions really yucky, especially at night on one of the busiest travel days of the year.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Hallie. Of course, more people do drive, but I think more of the complaints come from those airports and that holiday travel. Thankfully, as you mentioned, a lot of people preparing for the worst, but it has not manifested just yet. Things, though, they still are early. There have been some problems, though. The cloud cover did cause some temporary ground stop in Charlotte, North Carolina. That lifted, but then a ground delay was then instated there in Charlotte, North Carolina. So flights headed there were held at their departure cities for up to 90 minutes. So of course, some more complaints coming in from that. Air travel, though, could get tougher tonight. Rain causing the FAA to consider those ground stops at JFK here in New York and at Reagan Airport in D.C. Many flyers, though, are saying that they have been burned so many times in the past that they are planning ahead. Here's more of what they had to say.
I was a little bit nervous that it would be some delays, but so far so good.
Delayed flights, 7 o'clock. That was supposed to be 7:40 now. It's not too bad.
I feel very lucky that we're leaving on Tuesday, and so far it seems really easy and simple.
Now, the storm also has a wintry side, so Syracuse, New York, and also in Bedford, Massachusetts, workers had to head out to de-ice some of those planes. So there is some concern there, but nothing too punishing so far on that front, Hallie.
Knock on wood, Steve. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Thank you very much, Stephen Romo. Appreciate it. I want to bring in Bill Cairns now. So, Bill, this was the day that you were the most worried about of this entire Thanksgiving holiday travel week. And I can see it, right? The thick of that storm heading right into the 95 corridor. If people are trying to get a jump start, get to wherever they're going for Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Yeah, and hats off to everyone at the airports and the airlines, because there's been very few cancellations, even with the rainy day on the East Coast. So, yeah, that's great. But the roads are a different story. It's, you got everyone going home from school, from work, plus travel. It's a nightmare on the roads in many areas from the Ohio Valley all through the I-95 corridor. So the tail end of our storm, we were worried about isolated severe storms. We haven't had any, but there are some thunderstorms rolling through Georgia and just exiting Alabama. Atlanta, it looks like you're now in the clear. The worst of it is definitely up here to the north. All of Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, just locked in the heavy rain. We do have some snow that's broken out in the Catskills, the Hudson Valley, a brief shot of snow around the Albany area. That'll go over to rain pretty quickly. But north of Albany, northern New England, Adirondacks, White and Green Mountains, those are the areas that are going to get accumulating snows this evening. So very careful. Give yourself a lot of extra time driving there. But look at this. Even with all the rain on the map, green across the board. It's rare to have all the New York City airports with no delays on a sunny, beautiful day, let alone with the rain moving in. So we'll take it as long as we have it. Here's how it looks through the day tomorrow. Let's pause this at about 5 p.m. Notice the East Coast, you clear out. Rainy morning, beautiful afternoon. So anyone traveling tomorrow, if you could hold off till the rain stops, it looks like the roads should be a lot better. And here's those rainfall snow totals, actually. You notice these are the Green Mountains, the Adirondacks here. Anywhere in blue is about 2 to 4 inches. And the mountains of Maine are going to get it. Any of my friends that love to ski there at Sunday River, you're going to have a little Thanksgiving surprise, maybe even up to a foot. So, Hallie, Wednesday, we're looking great after the rain exits. And how about this for Thanksgiving Day? Unless you're in Wyoming, I'm sorry, Wyoming people, you're going to have to deal with snow. The rest of the country looks perfect for anyone driving locally.
Nice to know. Bill Cairns, thank you. We'll check back in with you, I know, as the evening develops and as the system develops, too. Appreciate it. Let's take you out west now, because breaking in literally just the last 3 or 4 minutes or so, we are finding out that police have caught the man they think shot and killed 3 people this week in what had been a huge manhunt. Police say the shooting had been over a suspected property dispute. I want to show you here the suspect they've been looking for that, again, we've learned in just the last couple of minutes has now been arrested. He was apparently driving a white pickup truck. This all happened Monday afternoon in the neighborhood you see here. A SWAT team showed up and told people around here to shelter in place for something like 7 hours. Steve Patterson joins us now. So it's been about 24 hours that police have been on this manhunt. It sounds like it has now concluded, Steve. What do we know?
Concluding as of maybe the last 20, maybe 30 minutes or so. This is all coming in fast. The suspect, 45-year-old Hanmi Clark, believed to be in the area of Custer County. That's where this mass shooting took place. 5 people shot at, 4 shot, 3 killed, 1 critically injured as of now. And the suspect located and arrested in New Mexico, according to Custer County sheriffs, arrested by New Mexican authorities. This happened just before about 3 o'clock local time. That, again, would have been about 24 or so minutes ago. We don't know the details of that arrest, but there's an ongoing news conference as of about 3 minutes ago. I can't watch it. The desk is trying to feed me updates as we're talking, but obviously a very big deal for authorities that consider this guy armed and dangerous since that shooting. This took place, again, as you mentioned, about 24 hours ago, completely locking down this neighborhood in rural southern Colorado, a little bit outside of Colorado Springs or so. It was over, according to authorities, a property dispute about an easement that neighbors had. This dispute had been ongoing, according to police, for maybe since 2020. They would get repeated calls to these back and forth houses. This easement was like a dirt road. An easement, by the way, allows certain neighbors and property owners in the area to sort of cross over this person's property. Well, the property owner apparently was the shooter. There had been some disagreements in the past. The sheriff said basically he never thought it would come to this, come to a shooting. And then 3 people are dead. Police had a manhunt going for the last, obviously, 24 hours, including the counties that were very nearby. They said they were close to closing in on him. In fact, at the last news conference, maybe a few hours ago, maybe 4 or so hours ago, the U.S. Marshals were activated during the news conference. So they got this hot tip as we're watching the sheriff sort of talk about the situation, and then come to find out hours later that he's been arrested. Of course, This is all breaking. This is all ongoing. We'll have much more, of course, for the next update. But for now, this suspect, Hanmi Clark, 45 years old, in custody in New Mexico for allegedly killing 3 people.
A ton of developments late tonight. Steve, thank you. I'm going to let you go watch that news conference, talk to the folks you need to talk to. We'll check back in with you, I know, later on tonight. Appreciate it. So listen, late today, the CEO of the world's biggest crypto exchange is admitting to breaking rules against money laundering, which the Justice Department says made it easier for criminals and terrorists around the world to move money around on the platform. We're talking about Binance. You see it there. It is huge, huge in the crypto world, as the DOJ is just announcing a plea agreement involving a $4 billion settlement to help close an investigation that's been going on for years. Here's the Attorney General late today.
Binance prioritized its profits over the safety of the American people. Now, Binance is paying one of the largest corporate penalties in U.S. history.
So the allegations against Binance are pretty similar to another big crypto exchange you've probably heard of, FTX. Remember them? Binance was one of the big FTX rivals before that exchange collapsed. So now you've got the DOJ with what experts see as wins against 2 huge crypto exchanges operating kind of at their peaks. I want to bring in Kate Rooney now. So, Kate, $4 billion to let this company keep running, but its very powerful CEO is going to step down. How big of a deal is this?
Hallie, so this is massive. You heard Merrick Garland just say that it is the largest penalty in history, in the history of the Treasury Department. So the dollar amount is huge. It's a huge, influential company in the crypto space, the biggest company globally, and the CEO is also known as CZ, Changpeng Zhao, is agreeing to plead guilty in this federal case for federal charges. He's paying this $50 million fine as part of the larger $4 billion number. And that penalty, he's going to step down as CEO. This is the company he created, he ran, he was a figurehead, and he's been a really outspoken CEO on X, or formerly Twitter. He tried to draw a few different distinctions and differences between what happened at his company and what happened over at FTX. He said that the U.S. agencies in question here, they don't allege that Binance misappropriated any user funds or that Binance engaged in any market manipulation, which was the big story when it came to FTX. Sam Bankman-Fried misused and stole customer funds. Binance did not. That is a key distinction. And in that sense, he's still kind of seen as a hero in this industry. He's being referred to really as a martyr here by some of the investors who still very much respect him and say that he made mistakes. But the DOJ seeing this very much as a win today.
What are you hearing, and how do you see this, and how should we be thinking about this from the DOJ perspective? Because you had first FTX, right now Binance, is these federal officials, kind of come to terms or try to maybe get a handle on this fairly new world, like in the realm of things.
So it's hard to understand how influential and how big these two companies were globally. These were some of the big figureheads. Sam Bankman-Fried and CZ were the best-known CEOs and executives and entrepreneurs in the space. So in that sense, a huge hit to the industry. This was expected. The investigation had gone on for years, and it really speaks to some of the dark underbelly of crypto. Some of the things that the DOJ talked about and accused Binance of facilitating are really awful. Transactions that aided child sexual abuse, terrorist financing, sanctions violations. So in that sense, these are just really an awful reality of this industry. Those who are left in the industry, the legitimate players who are regulated in the US, say it's a good thing, they're going to move on. These were very much traditional financial crimes. The industry is going to try to turn the page here to a new chapter, and hopefully a more legitimate chapter. But they're saying that this is part of the shakeout. They're moving on, and these have happened in the previous years of crypto. They see it as a chance to move on and try to build a really more legitimate chapter of finance and kind of go into the Wall Street mainstream here.
Kate Rooney, it's fascinating stuff. Thank you for that crystal clear breakdown. I appreciate it, as always. It's good to see you. Coming up here on the show, at least one person is dead, dozens missing in Alaska after a huge landslide. Why officials there say they can't even start the search and rescue yet. Plus, after decades of speculation, do we finally know Banksy's real name?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The letter M is disappearing on the campus of Ohio State. We'll explain in just a minute. But first, to tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, we're learning more about the man sentenced this week to 9 years in prison for the robbery of a New York City gay bar patron. Prosecutors say it's just the first sentencing in a much bigger investigation, looking at a whole bunch of similar incidents that turned deadly, killing 2 people and putting the LGBTQ+ community on edge. But for the many other victims, questions still linger. Here's Noah Pransky.
The attacks seemed targeted. Men at several New York City gay bars drugged, robbed, and thousands drained from their bank accounts. 2 of the victims died.
It's scary, actually, because it could happen to anyone.
Authorities say facial recognition was used to unlock some of their phones. Fear began to run rampant inside New York City's LGBTQ+ community. NBC News reporting shed light on the string of attacks starting last year.
I've been reporting on this scheme for about a year or more now, and I've spoken with victims and victims' family members for hours upon hours.
He was very lovable and smart.
Now, finally, some answers after NBC News Out reporter Matt Levitas went to Rikers Island Jail to speak with a man who pled guilty to one robbery that prosecutors say was connected to a larger crime ring. That man, Eddie Ashley, said he was just looking for a hookup when he went to a bar called The Ritz in New York's Hell's Kitchen. He later went home with someone and pled guilty to stealing their phone and wallet. He was sentenced this week to 9 years in prison, the most significant development yet in the wider investigation.
I lost a lot being here for something that was just one night. Like I said before, I was kind of intoxicated that night, so I don't remember too much stuff that happened that night.
Prosecutors say the broader ring left 16 men victimized.
It was clearly rooted in greed, total disregard for the victims.
Ashley denies knowledge of the crime ring and was not charged with murder, but 3 other men were. All told, 5 other men now charged, all pleading not guilty, now all awaiting trial. At first, for authorities, the crimes largely blended into the busy background of New York City nightlife. But for families of the 2 men killed, originally told by police their loved ones died from accidental drug overdoses, the stories just didn't add up. Telling us last year,
there is definitely a system of being drugged, whether it's through drinking something or needles or whatever, that renders the person immobile to protest from being taken advantage of, and it wipes out your memory.
It took pressure from families, reporting from outlets like NBC News, and demonstrations to bring the attacks into full public view. But some victims still don't know if their attacks are connected to this specific alleged crime ring or other criminals using the same tactics. Back at Rikers, Eddie Ashley still downplaying his alleged role in the crimes, suggesting he only pled guilty to avoid trial.
I just really wanted you to get past everything.
For NBC's Matt Levitas, closure also tough to find.
This entire story has been about chronicling the pain of the city's LGBTQ community. And here before me was another young gay man, also in pain for different reasons, of course, but I was truly saddened.
Noah is joining us now. So Noah, talk us through the sort of police status here. Do they think these are still crimes specifically targeting the LGBTQ+ community?
No, actually, at this point, prosecutors now believe that while many of the men who were targeted were gay men at gay bars, that was not really the motive. Profit and financial was deemed at this point to be the prime motive. Little consolation, of course, to many in the community here in New York who are so troubled that their community was under attack. Allie?
Noah Pransky, thank you so much for that reporting, to Matt Levitas and others as well. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the shooter has killed himself and hurt 4 others at a Walmart in Ohio. Officials say they have not ruled out that it could have been racially motivated. Walmart says it's working with investigators now at this point, as the shooting comes a day after 2 people were shot and killed outside a different Walmart in Alaska. Number 2, North Korea claims it successfully put a spy satellite into orbit, something officials in South Korea and Japan could not immediately confirm. Japan put out an emergency alert for part of the country. The UN bans North Korea from launching satellites, saying it's the country's way of covering up missile tests. The U.S. is condemning the launch. Number 3, remember Oscar Pistorius? He's going to get another chance at parole on Friday after a court earlier this year wrongly said he wasn't eligible for early release. He's the former, remembered, Olympic double amputee runner who went to prison back in 2014 for the shooting death of his girlfriend. Number 4, Bradley Cooper now defending that prosthetic nose he wears while playing composer Leonard Bernstein in the upcoming film Maestro. You remember when the trailer came out, people criticized it as anti-Semitic, but Cooper says it just didn't look right without the prosthetic nose. Number 5, we've seen a whole lot of street art by Banksy, but might we actually finally know at least part of his real name? This interview with the BBC from back in 2003 has just resurfaced. In it, he says his first name, Robbie. Another clue to the identity of Banksy. When we come back, we're going to take you back to the Middle East because you're going to meet an Israeli and a Palestinian united by loss, now working together to bring peace.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So even as officials close in potentially on a hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, as we've talked about here in this show, there is still fighting in Gaza. And sometimes it can be hard to see an end to it all. Communities divided, increasingly entrenched online. But there is a group of Israelis and Palestinians made up of the people most affected by the decades-old war, the decades-old conflict, who come together to support each other. Jay Gray has the story.
Outrage and emotions online and spilling into the streets. Across the U.S., job prospects threatened, donations pulled, and even lives lost in the wake of the October 7th attack on Israel by Hamas and the ongoing war.
I didn't want war before, and I don't want war now.
The son of an Israeli hostage and the father of another Israeli woman kidnapped.
This is an opportunity to connect between the two nations to reach an honest peace.
Part of a chorus of those directly affected by the conflict calling for unity. A message shared by the mother of a 6-year-old Palestinian American stabbed to death in Illinois.
I will say pray for peace.
A prayer ringing out from some who've suffered the heartache of loss through decades of conflict in the region.
You cannot kill anybody.
I cannot take revenge.
In the name of my child.
In the name and the beauty of my beloved daughter.
In 2002, IDF soldiers visited Robbie Damlin's home in Israel with tragic news. Her 28-year-old son, David, had been killed by a Palestinian sniper while manning a checkpoint. Then, in 2007, Bassam Aramin's 10-year-old daughter, Abir, standing outside her Palestinian school, was shot and killed by Israeli border police firing rubber bullets. Both parents say it was the worst day of their lives. That overwhelming pain, though, a catalyst that ultimately brought them together.
Bassam is just one of my best friends.
Robbie, she's a very noble human being.
I really respect him. Bassam is family.
We respect each other. This is the main thing that creates this unlikely friendship.
A friendship they share with more than 700 families who've lost loved ones. It's as part of a joint Israeli-Palestinian group called Parents Circle Families Forum.
Our relationship is above the conflict because we believe in a human being. We believe that we have the right to exist.
Families destined to be enemies instead, now bound by a common agony.
I remember sitting around a table and looking into the eyes of the Palestinian mothers and recognizing that we shared the same pain.
The group gathers for dialogue sessions, sharing and discussing personal experiences. They also host summer camps so Palestinian and Israeli kids can learn to play and live together.
We are here to hold vigil to demand that there be no more bereaved families.
Continuing their mission of hope and unity in the middle of an all-out war.
That's a kind of a miracle that Palestinians and Israelis are still willing to talk from our group.
It's a conversation they want to share with the rest of the world.
When you take a side, what you do is you import our conflict into your country and create hatred between Muslims and Jews.
We are not a soccer team to support one side against the other side. There is no winners. The only winners are the graves.
Urging Americans to choose their words and actions carefully in online posts and protests.
If you can't be part of the solution, it's better to leave us alone, because if you pro one, you're not helping Bassam, and pro the other, you're not helping me.
As they work for a way to be at peace in their own homes.
Let us make our future much better for our kids, both sides, for our civilians, for our lives.
Their group now includes families who've lost loved ones in the October 7th attacks, the war, and some with relatives currently in Gaza. And while the conflict keeps them from meeting face to face, they continue to keep the dialogue going online. Allie?
Our thanks to Jay Gray for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials in Alaska say at least one person is dead, dozens more missing after a big landslide. Look at that. You can see it there. It swept across a road. It took out a power line, a couple of homes. Troopers say an expert has to come in to make sure the area is safe before they can really get in there with the search and rescue operations on a bigger scale. They're also warning that more landslides could be possible. You see it there. Out of our Midwest Bureau, Rivalry Week. It's a hard thing to say. Let's say it again. Rivalry Week. Can you say it? Whatever it is, it's happening between Ohio State University and the University of Michigan ahead of their football matchup this weekend. One thing you're not going to find around Ohio State's campus, the letter M. You see they're literally crossing out M's on signs, on building names, etc. They say it's a tradition that helps them get in the spirit for the game during Rivalry Week. Out of our Northeast Bureau, people in one New Hampshire town getting a big surprise after a man who lived there died and left about $3 million to the community. Friends say he lived a very simple, very frugal life, driving a lawnmower around. He didn't own a car. He didn't have a TV. After investing his money, he ended up saving a ton and bequeathed it to the town. They haven't decided how to use the money yet, but quite a windfall there. Coming up here on the show, some new clues tonight around that mysterious illness making dogs sick all across the country. Why scientists think a so-called funky bacteria may be causing it next.
news lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more